Name Yilan serial number 001. Date summer calendar year 30. Condition stable. Threat rating high risk. Amid the crackling of precision instruments and hurried footsteps, Yilan slowly opened his eyes. He found himself confined within a narrow sealed space, his entire body isolated behind glass. Before him stood dozens of people wrapped in heavy hazmat suits. Some were operating complex devices, others were taking meticulous notes. Confusion instantly surfaced in Yilan's eyes. Where is this? Who am I? Who are they? Fragments of memory flashed through his mind, finally freezing on his last clear moment of consciousness. After an all-nighter, he had opened the door to go downstairs for something to eat. The instant he stepped out, a sharp, needling pain stabbed into his neck, and then nothing. Kidnapping. Robbery. No, neither fit. This felt far more like being seized by some shadowy organization for human experimentation. What the hell? The neighborhood he lived in was so safe that not a single homicide had occurred there in years. Surely no one would choose this place to snatch a random victim. Hey! You all! Yilan did not know whether it was the right move, but he still decided to try communicating first, hoping to avoid being injected with some unknown substance and losing all chance of survival before anything could be salvaged. Click! His reaching arm was abruptly halted. Lowering his gaze, he finally noticed that both his hands were tightly restrained by iron cuffs. And it was not just his hands. His entire body was locked into the vessel, making even the slightest movement difficult. At the sound of his struggle, all the researchers outside froze in unison, turning to stare fixedly at Yilan's position. For a moment, even the air seemed to solidify. Yilan swallowed hard, a deep sense of wrongness rising in his chest. Something was very, very off. Though his mind was almost blank from fright, he still forced himself to say what he had prepared. Think this through. I'm not some lone stray with no ties. I have many friends and relatives. If they find out I've vanished, they'll definitely call the police and investigate this to the bitter end. You'll be facing an enormous risk of exposure. If I were you, I'd let me go at once. Or at least knock me out and dump me somewhere deserted. That way no one would ever... He felt his argument was reasonably coherent. Given the short time since he had awakened, this was all he could come up with, something that would theoretically benefit both sides. An organization conducting human experiments would at least choose targets whose disappearance would go unnoticed. Someone with complex social ties was clearly a fatal liability to them. All he could do was gamble that they would be wary enough to hold back. Unexpectedly, after a brief silence outside, one person bolted to the side in a frantic rush and slammed a hand down on a button. At once, searing red lights flared across the entire area, accompanied by a shrill alarm. The figure staggered wildly, tripping over their own feet with every step, even smashing their face against the floor in panic. The spectacle was so pathetic that Yilan was momentarily dumbfounded, unsure who was actually the one truly trapped here. Seal the containment well. Evacuate all outer personnel. Containment subject 001 has prematurely breached control. Execute emergency contingency plans 3, 4, and 5. Prepare to activate the self-destruct device. What? Containment well. Subject 001. What on earth were they talking about? Yilan's eyes were filled with confusion, but before he could think further, he felt some mechanical apparatus overhead begin to move. With a soft hiss, another sharp sting lanced into his neck. His consciousness instantly turned murky, his eyelids heavy as lead as they slowly slid shut. So they were set on silencing me, huh? In the last flicker of awareness, he could still make out a few voices from outside. Containment object 001 has been resecured. Post-incident cleanup is in progress. This anomaly exhibits extremely high drug resistance, waking a full 3 days ahead of schedule. The original sedative dosage must henceforth be maintained at 4 times the baseline. This anomaly has displayed the ability to remotely manipulate matter. Under its influence, our researcher almost failed to reach the lockdown button. Recommend strengthening seal protocols. Yilan's consciousness gradually dissipated, though those last few lines nearly made him laugh aloud despite the danger. Impressive, impressive. So their people couldn't even walk straight, and somehow that was his doing. The ultimate form of blaming the road for one's own clumsiness. In endless darkness, he did not know how much time passed before he opened his eyes once more. He exhaled softly. Exhausted, drowsy, the newly returning Yilan felt so worn out, he hardly wanted to open his eyes at all. As his past memories slowly resurfaced, his whole body went rigid. It seemed he had been kidnapped and locked in some kind of laboratory. He froze for a moment, forcing himself not to swallow audibly as he steadied his thoughts. The last time he woke proved that trying to communicate with these lunatics was useless. His strategy had to change. He would pretend to be unconscious and wait for an opening. He knew he had awakened only because they had miscalculated the dosage of whatever drug they were injecting into him. This was his only chance. His eyes narrowed into the thinnest of slits as he peered out to observe the situation beyond. It was still a group of researchers, but the one difference was he could no longer quite recognize their gear. The upgrades were like swapping a bolt-action rifle for a fully automatic M4. The bulky protective suits had become extremely thin, yet their material shimmered with faint halos of light. Yilan, stunned, almost wanted to open his eyes wider to see if he was hallucinating. In the end, he restrained himself. His goal was gradually taking shape. Whether or not he ever woke again after this, he had to at least figure out who these people were and what they intended to do. He kept his eyes shut, letting his breathing be the loudest sound he made, straining to catch every word from outside. Summer calendar year 113. Anomaly 001 remains stable. Observations and comparisons indicate that all its parameters are identical to those from 73 years ago. It is assessed to possess an undying trait. Request for dissection experiment denied. This life form is an anomaly and should not be regarded from a human perspective. Rash dissection will only lead to unknown consequences. Elon listened quietly, growing ever more bewildered. What were they talking about? How had it become summer calendar year 113? Was that even possible? Had he really slept for over 70 years? Undying? Were they talking about him? What the hell? Before he could think further, the voices outside continued. Today, Anomaly 078 has been brought into containment. This anomaly is highly contagious. Any who gaze upon it will swell grotesquely as their genes mutate. In mild cases, the victim loses all reason and becomes a creature that knows only how to attack. In severe cases, they transform into giants tens of meters tall, whose flesh standard firearms cannot penetrate. Current methods cannot induce sleep in the subject. Note: place it in Zone 7, the iron coffin, isolating it from all external observation. No experiments, no observation, no interference. Elon's whole face was on the verge of twisting into a giant question mark. He turned his head toward the so-called Anomaly 078. Then he froze, completely unable to maintain his pretense any longer as his eyes flew wide open. At the edge of the room stood a bronze-skinned giant over 10 meters tall, looming upright and expressionless, its chilling gaze fixed directly on him. What the hell? Elon felt his heart skip a beat, as if some immense terror were surging straight toward him. As he moved, the alarms in the room blared to life once more. The operating researcher tore off their protective goggles in fright and stared in his direction, shouting in horror. Anomaly 001 has awakened. No. Anomaly 001 has made direct eye contact with 078. Consequences unknown. Immediately seal the containment well. 001 is attempting to breach containment. Snap. The now familiar sting pricked Yilan's neck, and he was already half resigned. Let it all burn then. Giants, anomalies, containment objects. What did any of that have to do with him? He was supposedly Anomaly 001, so formidable. Yet they took him down with a single injection every time. Wouldn't even a hulking, muscle-bound brute manage to last longer than him? He did not know how long passed. Only that it felt like a very, very long time, before he opened his eyes yet again. He felt as though he had slept too long, so long that he had nearly forgotten how to move. He let out a faint, humorless laugh. These lunatics spouted all sorts of nonsense, pointing at an ordinary person and calling him a containment object, then babbling strange jargon. This time, as always, Elon kept his eyes shut and feigned sleep, remaining silent for a long while. After cursing them a few times in his heart, he suddenly recalled the bizarre giant he had seen in that last glimpse. For a moment, he had no idea how to even begin processing it. That person, no, that thing, could indeed be called an anomaly without exaggeration. Seen from that angle, perhaps these people were in fact doing something legitimate. If such a thing ever entered human society, the horror would be unimaginable. But then why in all hells was he classified as an anomaly too? Were they all insane? After venting his anger inwardly, Elon suddenly fell silent. Too silent. This time it was far too quiet. Every previous awakening, he had at least been able to hear sounds from outside. He might not have understood anything, but at least he could listen. Yet now, it was so quiet. Elon cracked his eyes open slightly and realized he could see nothing. Only scattered pinpoints of faint light. He was still inside a glass-like container, but its surface was now frosted. Aside from a few green glimmers, everything beyond was blurred beyond recognition. Worse yet, a faint mist filled the vessel around him. Just the smell of it was enough to make him feel drowsy, as though it could lull him back into sleep. His arms and legs were bound by restraints at multiple points, and even his head was fixed in place, leaving him unable to see anything clearly. He let out a dry, mocking breath. These lunatics truly had no intention of ever letting him walk out of here alive. Just then, against all his expectations, a voice sounded by his ear. It was so clear, so close, so exquisitely pure and ethereal. "Big brother, you're awake. Can you help us escape?" The sudden voice left Elon momentarily stunned. Where did that voice come from? Waking up this time, he had actually been half in despair already. Those people truly guarded him with suffocating rigor, refusing to give him even the slightest chance. It was one thing not to let him move. Now they would not even let him hear anything. He was just an ordinary person, which was why he felt so utterly baffled and speechless. Although he had only woken up 3 times, there were some things one could understand just by listening. These people were clearly a force specialized in containing anomalies. He did not know exactly what counted as an anomaly, but he could roughly tell it referred to supernatural, eerie things. As for this so-called asylum, it was nothing more than an oversized prison. He still held to that thought. He was just an ordinary man. Even with a normal prison, he would have no ability to break out, let alone from here. All the more so when this was a terrifying high-spec prison built to contain anomalies. To be honest, this time waking up, he had completely given up. He only wanted to wait until this batch of useless researchers was replaced by a competent leader who would finally see clearly that he was just an ordinary human being and put an end to this farce. But just then a voice suddenly slipped into his ears. He was certain it was not some electronic sound, but something that arose from within his own mind. In an instant, cold sweat streamed down Yilan's body. He did not understand many things and found them hard to believe, but the words contained objects still burned vividly in his memory. For a moment he felt he could finally understand the expressions and moods of those researchers each time he woke. It really was terrifying. Had some anomaly broken out of containment and come to him? But I am just an ordinary person. For the first time Elon found himself hoping that this group of researchers would react quickly. Just as he grew anxious enough to want to bang on the glass to draw attention from outside, he could not help hesitating. Did he really want to do that? Deep down he knew that if he stayed here the only path awaiting him was lifelong imprisonment. So many years had passed and the fact that he could still firmly occupy the throne of 001 meant there truly must be something wrong with him. If he did not want to end his life like this, perhaps this was the only chance he would ever get. As an anomaly he could join forces with the other anomalies and escape this prison. At the very least that clear, sweet, adorable voice sounded trustworthy, didn't it? Maybe the other party was another unlucky soul just like him. A living, breathing person misidentified as an anomaly by this bunch of idiots. Something felt off though. If she were an ordinary person it would be impossible for her to transmit her voice into his mind in such a fantastical way. He was not even sure if the other party was really a woman. Clinging to a trace of self-deception, Elon was just about to speak when the sweet girl's voice in his mind suddenly turned anxious. Big brother, don't make sound physically. Just think in your head. I can hear you. Elon was slight. Indeed, the moment he moved, wouldn't the people outside notice and simply jab him with another needle? Who are you? He formed the words silently in his heart and waited. It sounded absurd, but if this worked, telepathic communication, the world had suddenly become something entirely different. Very soon the other party really did respond. I am Anomaly 299. They call me the Cat of Mind. Elon's thoughts stirred at once. 299. That meant that after him at least 299 more anomalies had been contained here. Hello 299, my fellow inmate, Elon said, carefully choosing his words, trying to maintain some semblance of dignity, so the other anomalies would not see through him as just a plain human. So how are we supposed to get out? At his question the Cat of Mind fell silent for a long time, as though even its spirit had grown still. Just when Elon began to feel uneasy it finally spoke again. So you have no way either. I have spoken with the other awakened anomalies. Everyone agrees that you are the strongest here, the most senior, the earliest anomaly to be captured. We should carry out a breakout under your leadership. Elon, the most senior anomaly, seriously, me. He did not even know what was anomalous about himself. Forcing down the urge to complain, Elon spoke slowly. What about the others? Oh, I mean, what ideas do the other anomalies have? At that, the Cat of Mind instantly grew spirited and began to introduce them. There are many ideas, but most are hard to implement. We are in a contained state. In other words, under complete control, unable to use any of our abilities. But humanity's understanding of us is ultimately shallow, and we can still seep our power out into the outside world. Oh, for example, Anomaly 002 proposes that since we cannot escape from here, and have no way to eliminate the researchers, we can instead let our power seep outward and destroy the entire world. Once cut off from supplies and everything outside this asylum will no longer be able to function, and we will naturally be freed. On the surface Elon remained calm, but inwardly, he was completely stunned. World annihilation. Was this really something they could accomplish and speak of so casually? And do the other anomalies support this? He had to admit that although he wanted to escape destroying the human world, for that goal was far too extreme. In the end he was still a human being, or at least that was how he saw himself. Even if he took 10,000 steps back. If human civilization vanished, would he go out, drill wood for fire, and survive by eating grass and bark? The other anomalies do not quite agree with its idea either. For instance, Anomaly 003 strongly opposes it, believing that human civilization is the origin of us all, and will be the key to our continued existence. We should leave without affecting the human world, hide ourselves, and gradually seek chances to achieve coexistence. Well now, Elon was genuinely surprised. There was actually an anomaly with such a righteous worldview. Then, how does 002 intend to destroy the world? The Cat of Mind cleared its throat and explained. Simply put, it would abandon all of its existing power and let itself seep aimlessly out from this research facility, instantly contaminating a city in the outside world. That city would then taint everything around it, both life and land. In the mildest cases, beings would turn into mindless monsters. In the worst, they would be corrupted into new anomalies. If that happens, at least 90% of humanity would mutate into monsters, and the remaining 10% would be unable to resist them, thus bringing about this world's destruction. Yilan's mouth unconsciously fell slightly open. Was this real? Could so-called anomalies truly achieve something on that scale? So this was the anomaly designated 002. Then 001 must be even stronger. Oh right, I am 001. Never mind then. What have I ever done to deserve that? Meanwhile, the Cat of Mind continued speaking. However, Anomaly 009 put forward another view. If 002 uses this method of world destruction, it can indeed wipe out 90% of humanity in an instant, but the remaining 10% who endure the first wave of contamination may gain a portion of its power and through genetic mutation patch together a cultivation system. Given humanity's reproductive capacity, in less than a few hundred years a human civilization stronger than the present one would. By then we might not merely be contained but completely exterminated instead. A cultivation system? What on earth was that supposed to be? Why was everything sounding more and more absurd? Just then the voice of the cat of mind abruptly cut off, making Yilan grow nervous. He did not have to stay tense for long. He could already see shadows moving outside the glass vessel that held him. Moments later a familiar sting pricked his neck. Damn it, another injection. After talking for so long, had they finally noticed that something was wrong? Just before sinking into unconsciousness, Yilan silently offered a blessing in his heart. Then I hope you all do your best and protect our world. Once again, having lost track of how long he had been asleep, Yilan slowly opened his eyes. Here again. I wonder if this is good news or bad news. The device containing me has not changed as usual, nor has it been upgraded. It seems they are certain that this small glass container is sufficient to hold me. Ha! Am I really that insignificant? After a moment of self-mockery, Yilan silently called out, "Little cat, are you there?" As the last being to have spoken to him, and the only one to have communicated with him over the years, Yilan was eager to establish some form of interaction with it. However, this time there was no response. Squinting as usual, Yilan suddenly noticed something unusual. On the container that imprisoned him, was there a crack? Surely this group of professionals wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. Holding his breath as before, Yilan discovered that he could hear sounds from outside. Although there weren't many sounds, he could distinctly recognize different ones. An empty space along with a confined container. No one. Finally realizing that compared to 002, he was utterly harmless, did they just leave him alone? After a moment of hesitation, Yilan tentatively tried to move. But then he realized he was still unable to move. His limbs were completely shackled, and due to not being maintained for who knows how long, the parts connecting him had already rusted, making him feel as if forcing his eyes open could tear his skin off. This is troublesome. Not waking up wasn't an issue, as these people either inject nutrient solution or operate in some way. In any case, he felt no hunger. But now it was different. Hunger filled his entire being, and he was mentally not quite normal. Yilan seriously suspected that this time he was actually awakened by hunger. This is a problem. He murmured, gently stroking his wrist with his fingers. It wasn't that he had a solution, but rather an unconscious action born from feeling at a loss. But at that moment the handcuffs seemed to soften, and with a click they opened. Yilan was completely stunned, and looking down saw the rust clinging to his hands beginning to fall off. It was as if his hands were smooth water, causing everything around him to flow without touching him. Although he didn't understand what had happened, Yilan felt very pleased. Whether he could leave was uncertain, but at least he could first step out of this small area. At worst, he could be captured again. After confirming once more that there was no one outside through the crack, Yilan suddenly threw a punch and shattered the glass. Amidst the sound of shattering glass, he felt very nervous. However, ultimately no alarms went off and no one came to check the situation inside. Yilan cautiously stepped out of the vessel that had imprisoned him for who knows how many years and began to survey the area. It was undoubtedly a small laboratory, but there were many living supplies around. And a bed. What's the point? I'm just an innocuous ordinary person who wakes up once every few decades. And yet there must be someone living here on 24-hour duty. Wouldn't it be better to allocate more manpower to monitor 002 and 003? After a moment of grievance, Yilan looked around and his mood grew increasingly heavy. There was dust everywhere. This could only mean one thing: it had been a long time since anyone had come here. Recalling what the soul cat had said during his last awakening, Yilan's heart became heavy. This place was likely abandoned, but why? It couldn't be that 002's anomaly truly succeeded in destroying the world. For a moment he didn't know whether to feel happy or mournful. For him, just from a few words, he knew he had been stuck in this cursed laboratory for no less than 100 years. All his relatives and friends from back then were gone, and this world no longer had much of a connection to him. The joy was that after such a long time he had finally gained his freedom. The sadness was about how humanity's world. He could feel that aside from himself being a TMD normal person, all the creatures in this containment area were abnormal. Once he broke free from containment, even without 002, the entire human society would face a disaster more terrifying than any doomsday depicted in sci-fi films. Looking back at his home of the past, who knows how many years, Yilan's gaze suddenly sharpened. In front of his container, his eyes fell on the text which reflected into Yilan's sight. Anomaly 001 Yilan. Characteristics: no anomalous traits, mostly behaves like an ordinary human, has not shown destructive tendencies. After multiple detections by instruments, it was found that his body contained anomalous power, but the source remains unidentified. Containment recommendation: 100 times the dose of a standard sedative and anesthetic to be supplemented monthly. This anomaly has regular human needs and requires nutritional supplementation weekly. Without external stimuli, it can remain in a dormant state for a long time. Anomaly records: Anomaly 001 Yilan has shown unreasonable active awakenings multiple times during containment. It is recommended to have at least one person on 24-hour monitoring. Known anomalous abilities: 1. Immortal, does not age, no changes have occurred during this anomaly's confinement. 2. Suspected to possess telekinetic abilities. During one awakening, our researchers observed multiple unreasonable reactions before sounding the alarm, and it cannot be determined if these reactions originated from Yilan. 3. Activation of objects: Yilan was just observing the activation of objects when the related introduction abruptly stopped. From here onward, all text was destroyed. In the midst of his confusion, he suddenly recalled something. Activation. What is that? He suddenly thought of the handcuffs that had been gently touched by him, and then suddenly unlocked, his expression turning strange. Could it be that I really have some sort of superpower? Taking a deep breath, Yilan looked towards the closed door, not far away, not hurrying to open it, but instead searching through the bedside cabinet. Since I managed to escape, I should have some self-defense capability. Rummaging through junk should be fine. Just as he opened the drawer, Yilan almost stopped breathing. A gun. A shiny revolver. Damn. Without hesitation, he grabbed it, licking his lips. This was something that could only be picked up in games, yet now it was truly in his hands, giving him an overwhelming sense of unreality. The perfect luster of machinery and power reflected on his face. Compared to all these anomalies and other chaotic things, this item provided him with the most tangible sense of security. All fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Taking a deep breath after hesitating for several minutes, Yilan finally pushed open his door. What lay outside should be a corridor, or the entire building appeared to have fractured into heaps of debris, as if it had experienced an earthquake, with some fragments floating in midair as if defying gravity. Some metallic fragments emitted incomprehensible glows as if he had entered the imagined cosmos. Ha! As the dusty door was pushed open, it was as if a Pandora's box had been opened, with countless long silent things slowly awakening here. Until a figure appeared before Yilan, if that could be considered a person. With wrinkled dry skin and a grayish hue, exuding a suspected acidic liquid, this terrifying creature with limbs as thin as bones approached him step by step. Is this a zombie? Ha! Accompanied by the beast's roar, its head glowed red, and a beam like a laser shot towards Yilan. Under the red light, Yilan felt his limbs and even his thoughts slow down. It was at this moment that Yilan finally got a clear look at what the creature's head actually looked like. Searchlight? Why the hell does a zombie have a searchlight for a head? No, even zombies shouldn't be like this. Just as Yilan's mind was about to plunge into a haze, he managed to smoothly pull the revolver's safety. But after playing the game for a long time, at least he would still pull the safety. However, it seemed futile now, as he felt his body gradually solidifying. His body as well as his thoughts. Just at that moment, the pistol that Yilan had activated suddenly radiated a faint red light, flashing along the entire gun body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening roars. Bullets poured out from the muzzle, striking with immense force into the bizarre creature that wore a spotlight and resembled a zombie. 6 shots, 2 bullets shattered the creature's knees, 3 bullets crushed its upper bodice organs and bones, and the final shot shattered its head. Or what should have been its head. With the last gunshot, a spotlight fell to the ground. Yilan instantly awakened, perhaps because the gunfire was too loud, jolting him out of his near-slumber state. In that moment of awakening, Yilan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Why had he almost fallen asleep? Had he really slept for hundreds of years and overslept? Looking at the bizarre creature lying before him, Yilan did not feel nauseous or like he would vomit. After all, this thing looked nothing like a human at all. But as the danger passed, Yilan remained dazed for a moment. Did I really shoot that? Is my marksmanship really that good? All 6 shots hit their mark, each bullet striking true. The spotlight on the creature's head lay helplessly on the ground, clearly dead beyond resurrection. Yet just moments ago he had felt completely rigid. Did he truly have the strength to pull the trigger? Shaking his head, Yilan decided not to dwell on this impossible question. Or rather, from the moment he was captured and brought into the containment tower, he had felt this world becoming increasingly unfamiliar. There were many good news, such as the crisis before him being resolved, the group of mental patients no longer present, and the fact that he had. However, the bad news was equally dire. Yilan glanced down at the revolver. He had just picked up the magazine, completely emptied. For the time being, this small handgun resembled more of a decorative item. In other words, if he encountered that bizarre entity again, it would truly be a matter of life and death. After some hesitation, Yilan cautiously approached the corpse of the bizarre creature he had just dispatched. It lay completely still, thoroughly dead. Taking a deep breath, Yilan picked up the spotlight from the ground. The frame of the spotlight had been completely shattered by bullets. Only the main body remained, and it was relatively intact. Holding it in his hand, it could serve as a wider flashlight. As Yilan gripped the flashlight, he felt no abnormalities, which greatly relieved him. After all, this was the head of a bizarre creature. He was genuinely afraid to pick it up, fearing the discovery of something indescribable inside. With a gentle push of the switch on the flashlight, it emitted a delicate chime, and a pale gray beam of light shone forth, illuminating the path ahead of him. Surprisingly, it still worked. Yilan felt incredulous, glancing down at the flashlight, and pressed the recess. The recess opened, revealing several batteries inside. Yilan was stunned. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that this flashlight was attached to a creature's head, he might have doubted his sanity. After observing again and confirming that there were no wires connecting the flashlight to the strange creature, Yilan decided not to. Unable to understand, the information was too scarce. Perhaps this was what constituted the abnormal. The most crude and literal understanding, unreasonable things are deemed abnormal. The more dangerous the situation, the clearer his mind became. Yilan suddenly recalled the flashlight's earlier illumination, causing his body to feel somewhat stiff, deep in thought. Perhaps this object possesses a certain ability. After a moment's hesitation, Yilan decided to take a calculated risk. He raised the flashlight, aimed it at his left hand, and turned on the light. The gray-white ray enveloped his entire left hand, and Yilan's expression subtly changed. If the previous incident had only caused a momentary lapse in consciousness, this time it was very clear. His left hand began to tingle, feeling as if even the blood was solidifying. Bang! Yilan quickly turned off the flashlight, his mind beginning to piece things together. It seems that it wasn't just because I overslept, this object indeed has the effect of solidifying people. Well, that's... Yilan found a better position for the flashlight, securing it on his shoulder, to ensure the light always pointed forward. In that case, I finally have a bit of self-defense. Yilan glanced around, seemingly unable to find what he was looking for, ultimately switching the orientation of the handgun. Without any bullets, this object could only serve as a melee weapon, much like using a brick. Ha! If earlier it had been but a mere illusion, this time Yilan could genuinely hear the bizarre noises nearby. He turned around in horror, facing a realm of darkness. The noise was fleeting, but in this endless darkness it felt all the more real. Yilan made a bold decision. He turned on the flashlight. The white beam pierced through the darkness, spreading forward and illuminating everything in sight. Elevators, walls, instruments, and even corpses on the ground. Everything came to life in a way that was difficult to... Bang! From behind a wall, tentacles erupted, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing as it quickly separated from the main. Then two tentacles with eyeballs extended from the bottom of the wall, their eyeballs filled with glaring red blood vessels, frantically staring at Yilan while rushing towards him. Save me! Take me away! Take me away! Most of the other bizarre entities moved towards Yilan in similar fashion, continuously murmuring phrases like save me and take me away. Suddenly Yilan felt a chilling sensation at the top of his head. At first, he thought it was fear until he looked up. A pair of gelatinous eyeballs were growing on the ceiling, locking eyes with him mere inches away. The tentacles behind the ceiling were even pulling strands of thread. The entire entity dangled above Yilan's head in a suspended manner. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Yilan swung his handgun like a brick, smashing it against the ceiling. Then, without hesitation, he turned and ran. Save who? Saving me would be more appropriate. What in the world are you? Am I supposed to take you out? Have I gone mad, or do I want to die? Yilan ran wildly, sprinting to the end of the corridor. In his perception, the entire containment tower was transforming into a sinister beast, spreading madness, eager to swallow him whole. He had to escape, but when he looked up, he unwillingly had to stop. Before him stood a staircase that rose. At the top of the stairs were dozens of doors flickering with illusions leading to unknown destinations. In a hasty glance, he even felt a chill running through him, as if behind one or several of those doors ominous eyes were. Suddenly Yilan seemed to see one of the doors glowing white, and from beyond it came a voice that seemed to be only audible to him. Silly house. You need to tidy up your room. Big brother doesn't know when he will come out, and you've made it look like. Not even stray cats would want to stay here, okay? Meow. You say you are just a house and can't clean up. Meow meow meow. What should I do then? Am I supposed to have a weak little kitty clean the room? The light, delicate voice contrasted sharply with the eerie darkness, a cute cat. Even without thinking, Yilan knew which of these several doors would be the safer choice. Yilan dashed down the stairs, feeling the ground shake violently behind him as bizarre creatures emerged, one after another, rushing towards him. It was as if they were trying to stop him from leaving, or to leave with him. Yilan felt his consciousness growing hazy, as if some contaminated awareness was spreading into his mind. In that final moment, he stepped through the flickering door. The instant he entered, the world fell silent. It was as if the long-sealed underground was welcoming sunlight. An endless blinding white light poured in, nearly blinding Yilan's eyes. Light! All the horrifying noises vanished. They had finally stopped chasing him. The sunlight exposed the darkness, and he walked forward with even greater determination. He was headed towards a brand. Everything around him trembled with a rumble until it quieted down. As the white light finally dissipated, Yilan opened his eyes once more. Still alive. The bright sunlight he had imagined did not appear. Upon opening his eyes again, apart from the lingering effects of the previous scene, all he saw was darkness. What is this? Yilan looked back, and there stood a door that seemed somewhat similar to the one he had entered, but the large door behind him was shattered in numerous places, half of it completely destroyed. Behind the door lay a chaotic storage room that looked as if it would send chills even in a security booth. Had he walked out from this door? But clearly, after a moment's contemplation, he decided not to think about it. This world was already completely different. Compared to everything that had just happened, what did the current scene even count as? He knew the crisis was far from over, and he was uncertain of where he stood now or where he was headed in the future. Yilan scanned his surroundings, seemingly in an old building that had long been abandoned. His gaze swept through the room from start to finish, and suddenly halted, a chill running down his spine. A seemingly transparent white cat stood at the entrance of the room, staring at him with a look of terror, just as he stared back at it with a look of shock. I must say, in this silent and deserted place, when just a moment ago there was nothing, suddenly a cat appears out of nowhere staring at you. It's truly unsettling. Seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, Yilan's heart stirred, and he blurted out, "You are 299. The white cat was momentarily taken aback, nodded, then leaped forward, curiously, gradually becoming affectionate. 001 Night God. You are here. Yilan was stunned for a moment. Upon realizing that the other was addressing him, a hint of embarrassment surfaced in his eyes. What a ridiculous title. Is my status being elevated again? Call me Yilan. Correcting the nonsensical title, Yilan at least felt a little relieved as he took a gentle step forward. He confirmed once again that this was just an ordinary, nearly abandoned little house. The entire building seemed to have collapsed due to some seismic power, leaving only this ground floor, which was evidently no longer suitable for human habitation. However, to this cat it didn't matter. With such an extraordinary being, how could it not survive? It seems I am also extraordinary, but I don't particularly want to live here. Considering their relationship, the other's attitude, that vague conversation that could be said to have saved him, as well as the current situation, and his own needs, Elon couldn't help but open up like an old friend. Why are you still here? He wanted to directly ask what had happened, especially how he had gotten from that ghostly place to. But didn't the other party's repeated respectful language make him feel embarrassed? After all, he was wearing the guise of Extraordinary 001. Upon hearing this, the spiritual cat lightly leaped onto Yi Lan's shoulder, almost causing him to tense up. However, Yi Lan soon realized that the little cat was simply resting on his shoulder, and had no other actions which made him feel. This little cat. Is it also so friendly? I don't know where I should go, meow. I'm not good at fighting, and the outside world is no longer suitable for me to survive. At this, Yi Lan's heart shivered slightly. For an extraordinary being, the outside world is already somewhat unsuitable for survival. Is this too abstract? After pondering for a while, Yi Lan couldn't help but speak up. What about the others in the containment tower? This ghostly place. There used to be many things contained here, powerful ones, unlike the two of us, now just a big cat and a small cat. They all left. This place has been destroyed. Who would stay here? Yi Lan's eyes narrowed slightly and his heart trembled. Now, whenever he heard the word destroyed, it reminded him of what this little cat had told him decades ago. 002's escape plan was to destroy the outside world, achieving a state of insufficient supplies within the containment tower, rendering the containment facilities unable to maintain themselves, thereby creating an opportunity for a mass escape of the contained entities. The unreasonable, otherworldly scene he witnessed while leaving was clearly beyond human capability, thus it must have been the work of the extraordinary. The extraordinary beings had successfully escaped and the containment tower was destroyed. So, did 002 destroy the human world? After saying this, he genuinely felt a bit uneasy. People can often imagine the worst outcomes, but they always hold on to hope. Couldn't possibly be like that. Although he was almost certain in his heart, he would only feel completely lost and afraid when he knew it had truly happened. Are there still people outside? Surely I'm not the only one left. What will happen then? But to his surprise, upon hearing Yi Lan's words, the white cat's expression turned strange. Ah, weren't you the one who destroyed them? Yilan? This is not something to be said lightly, my dear. What did I do? What on earth did I do? I've been sleeping every day. Seeing Yi Lan's confusion, the spiritual cat hesitated for a moment before speaking again. It probably wasn't you who did it. Hearing the uncertainty in the other's tone, Yi Lan had to pursue this line of questioning further. Why do you think it was me? I haven't done anything yet. I suddenly became some nonsense. Extraordinary 001. The familiar world has nothing to do with me anymore, trapped in day after day of forced sleep. Then I woke up, the world was destroyed. I had been locked away for hundreds of years, and now I have to shoulder such a huge blame. This is too much. Meow. Because the extraordinary beings in our containment tower generally opposed 002's apocalyptic plan, and since you were asleep, no one could lead us, so only 003 could raise the flag to resist 002. Although 002 is powerful, it is not a match for so many of us extraordinary beings, so the plan couldn't be executed until more than 20 years ago. Yi Lan took a deep breath. What happened 20 years ago? The spiritual cat cautiously observed Yi Lan's emotional state, considering more than 20 years ago you who were asleep suddenly released a tremendous power that swept through the entire containment tower, causing all our extraordinary beings to undergo some degree of mutation or enhancement, including 002. Then, there was no need to say anything more. Yi Lan hesitated, his fists clenched tightly before gradually relaxing. Can you confirm that it was my power that was unleashed? The spiritual cat nodded. Besides you, no other extraordinary being could achieve this. After saying this, the cat's eyes were filled with admiration. This left Yi Lan feeling helpless. I really don't know anything. Looking around, Yi Lan began to have some guesses. This should be the surface structure of the containment tower from back then. By taking the elevator here, one could reach the inside of the containment. However, now there was nothing left here. The elevator was broken, the upper part was shattered, and the lower part didn't exist. Night God, you. Call me Yi Lan. All right? Yi Lan, can you take me with you? Yi Lan was taken aback for a moment and examined the little cat. Although the extraordinary beings are quite terrifying, this little cat, through several encounters, truly seems friendly and harmless. And while he seems very powerful, in reality, he has no idea what kind of power he possesses, or how to use it, making this post-apocalyptic world feel both strange and unsettling. Having such a companion made him feel much safer. Okay, but you have to listen to me. Although he is now extraordinary, he still wants to live as a human. He is still afraid that this little cat might bring him more unknown changes. Yay! The little cat cheered and jumped up happily at the confirmation. Seemingly not wanting to stray too far from Yi Lan, it hopped a few steps forward and quickly jumped back. This scene made Yi Lan chuckle, and his mood relaxed significantly. In the lonely apocalypse, having such a little companion is still a happy thing. So, are we the only ones? Hearing Yi Lan, the spiritual cat jumped down again, happily running ahead, while proudly waving its paws. There's another meow. We are already quite familiar. If you are willing to take it along. With 001 leading us we will— Elon also smiled. It didn't really matter. Whether he had one extraordinary being or two, the difference was not. However, if he could bring along two extraordinary beings when he ventured into the world, it would indeed be a formidable advantage, providing maximum security. Where is the other partner? It's right beneath us, can't you feel it? Meow. Before Elon could respond, the ground beneath him began to rumble. The earth shook and the entire structure. No, the whole house was rising. Elon quickly walked to the nearest window and looked outside. Four enormous pillars were supporting the gigantic house. What the hell? Elon was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is this? What is this? Elon was a bit stunned. How did the house beneath his feet suddenly come to life? In terms of its abnormality and combatability, it is indeed a bit weak. But rest assured it's very docile and won't cause any trouble, plus it's quite practical. Just think about it, our base will be mobile. Boom, boom, boom. Seemingly wanting to prove its value, the house beneath his feet, the first floor of the former containment tower, contracted its 4 pillars and swiftly moved a few steps on the ground. Just looking at these few steps, it was quite fast. If one didn't consider the people inside the house who were trembling in confusion. No, Elon was no longer entangled with its functionality, but rather, what is this? Seeing this, the cat of the mind couldn't help but respond. It's this house. I damn well know it's a house. No, why is it moving? Is it alive? The cat of the mind looked even more confused. Yes, didn't you give it life? Elon, what on earth does this have to do with me? While this might make me seem powerful and distinguished, it also suggests that I might become a scapegoat at any moment. However, activating does seem to be a capability of my own. So it was affected by my ability and thus became a new anomaly. Elon furrowed his brows, pondering the significance of this situation. If this is true, then being called 001 seems quite justified. I can actually produce anomalies. It can only barely be considered an anomaly. Its strength and abilities are quite weak. Comparing it to an anomaly like you is simply tarnishing the title of anomaly. Boom, boom, boom. The house trembled again, seemingly wanting to express its dissatisfaction, but upon reflection, it didn't seem to know what it was dissatisfied about. Compared to Elon, it truly is just a little calamity. What should we call this house? Boom, boom, boom. The house trembled more violently, and the white cat hurriedly translated for it. It says its life was granted by you, so it named itself Night House, hoping you won't take offense. Elon, whatever, as long as you're happy. Wait, there seems to be another problem. The place where I escaped from the containment tower is itself part of the tower, and everything there, including the walls and ceiling, has undergone anomalies. Even the anomalous beings were shouting, "Save me, take me away." And now, aside from the night house itself being abnormal, everything else is normal. Moreover, the night house was one of the main structures back then. Doesn't that imply it has issues too? But with the cat of the mind vouching for it, if the cat of the mind wanted to trick me, I wouldn't have had any chance of escaping from that place. Okay, I understand. Elon temporarily buried some unanswered doubts, clapped his hands, and sat on the sofa. So now let's have a little meeting with the 3 of us. Saying this, his expression was slightly strange. A meeting of 3, but only 2 were present. However, it didn't make much difference. After all, you are holding a meeting in the night house and it can definitely hear you. What I want to know is what's going on outside. Are there still living people? Upon hearing this, the cat of the mind spoke up. You mean humans? There are definitely humans, but there aren't as many as before, nor are there such prosperous cities. Most of the surviving humans are now small-scale settlements established around the outlines of former cities, creating a certain habitat. There might be some large cities, but I wouldn't know. I haven't left this place. Humans are still quite strong. When we were here, we encountered quite a few human teams that made us feel very threatened. Elon suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The existence of such strong humans indicates that there is still civilization among them, and they are capable of self-preservation, so the crisis isn't too great. It doesn't seem to have reached the most extreme situation where I am the last human living in a world filled only with strange tales. So what are your plans? Elon observed the response of the white cat, actually testing the stance of the 2 anomalies. Elon, don't you have any thoughts? I thought you finally came out ready to lead us anomalies. The cat of the mind said, and seeing Elon didn't react further, it spoke again. My personal thought is to gather all the containment objects from back then under your leadership and then decide whether to contain the anomalies that appeared in the world based on the situation. Elon was greatly shocked. What the hell, are you all not done being locked up? After barely escaping, you want to contain them again. Moreover, you're suggesting I, the illustrious Anomaly 001, do this. It's different. This idea was actually proposed by 003 while you were away. Let anomalies be anomalies and humans be humans with no interference. Not like the containment tower that imprisoned us, nor the extreme destruction like 002. Each restraining themselves, living well. Elon slightly opened his mouth. What a lofty goal and ideal. But are you sure they will be willing to be contained by us? This is the crux of the problem. Ideals are abundant, but the issue is which of the 3 of us can fight them. This moving house can already shock me, and the tentacled strange walls and ceiling nearly scared me to death. Contain the— You go. You can't fight, so wouldn't that mean it's up to me? Can I fight them? You need strength, I can feel it. As everyone left, your current state is somewhat poor. With every anomaly contained, you can become stronger. What do you mean my state has been poor ever since everyone— But Contain anomalies and I will become stronger. What is the principle behind this? The cat of the mind patiently began to explain. Each anomaly possesses completely different powerful abilities and characteristics, and as 001, you have the capacity for inclusion and compatibility, meaning you can at least utilize their abilities, hence you'll become stronger. Yilan blinked, feeling as if he finally found the reason he had been locked up for so many years. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? So how exactly are anomalies born? This is the most confusing thing for him. How did he become an anomaly? How did these so-called anomalies? Meow. I don't know either and none of us know. We thought you would tell us the answer. Yilan felt a sense of confusion arise. Then why are you an anomaly? What were you before? The cat of the mind also felt helpless. I don't know. Since I woke up I've been a cat, and then suddenly discovered I had strange powers. Just when I thought I was unique, I was suddenly captured and ended up in the containment tower. Not just me, 002 and 003 are also investigating the reasons behind all of this. Yilan gently nodded but felt that the mysteries in his heart were multiplying. Alright, I understand. Now we three anomalies have our course of action. Contain other anomalies, investigate the origins of their appearance, and most importantly, we need to find out what this world has turned into. Yilan took a deep breath and stated his greatest need at that moment. I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? After saying this he regretted it. A house and a cat that doesn't even have a physical form, who looks like they need to eat. Instead the white cat was shivering. Ah, but I can't eat. Rumbling, the night house moved with heavy yet deliberate footsteps, shaking the boundless wasteland as it progressed. At first Yilan was concerned that such a commotion would attract the attention of others. However, he soon realized there seemed to be no one in this wilderness at all. After nearly 3 hours of continuous movement, the mind cat sensed human presence nearby only once. The night house immediately coiled its 4 pillars. Not long after, a vehicle roared past nearby without causing, if it weren't for the mind cat earnestly assuring him that a human town was just a few kilometers ahead, he would have truly doubted if humanity had gone extinct. Finally, the night house stopped 3 kilometers from the town and settled down completely. Big clumsy house. You just stay here quietly and don't move even if someone comes in. Just pretend you are an ordinary house. Rumbling, the night house emitted a disgruntled tremor. Be good, we want look for a new home. We just want to play in the human world. No, we are just here to replenish supplies. We will be back soon. Ha! You say you are not safe alone. How about this later? I and Big Brother 001 will casually catch a few anomalies to guard the house, alright? Yilan. Casually catch a few anomalies. Every time this happens he wants to ask, should you go or should I? If possible, he really didn't want to encounter any anomalies. He just wanted to find something to eat. He was already feeling dizzy from hunger. After hesitating, Yilan ultimately remained silent. After all, containing anomalies and tracing their origins was indeed the purpose he had just set. Gaining strength was also very important. Given the circumstances in this perilous world, even if not for some lofty goal of saving humanity, even if just for a better life, one must strive to grow stronger. With his feet firmly on the ground, the surface was filled with desolate, lifeless desolation. The earth had turned. Yilan did not know if every place had become like this or if it was just the terrain in this area, but it was evident that such land could not grow plants. In other words, such land could not grow plants. What would the people in this apocalypse eat? In an instant, a shadow rose in Yilan's heart. If the prestigious Anomaly 001 were to starve to death right after stepping out, that would be quite a story. As he walked forward, Yilan felt somewhat physically unfit from years without exercise. However, this desolate wilderness was somewhat eerie, which made Yilan's pace gradually quicken. Finally, the outline of a town appeared in his sight. Within the town, he could vaguely see the steel reinforcements still standing where it seemed that the tallest building had completely collapsed, leaving only a few steel bars standing on which some treehouse-like structures had been built. The entire town appeared to be only a few hundred meters in size, roughly equivalent to the center of a larger village on Blue Star. On the outskirts of the town, a fragile defense line was built, seemingly a mix of wooden fences and barbed wire, which looked weak in. Has humanity's living space become this harsh? Yilan murmured, looking at the mind cat on his shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he found that it had already vanished. Big brother, I'm here. Hearing the voice, Yilan looked down and found the little cat had completely jumped into his pocket without him noticing. From the outside, nothing could be seen, the pocket remained flat and smooth. At this moment, Yilan suddenly realized, you are incorporeal. The voice of the mind cat resonated in Yilan's heart. Yes, I can only be seen when I want to be seen. That's a bit scary. Why did you jump in here? The little cat felt compelled to explain. Be careful, some humans have very strange abilities. Being discovered ultimately brings some trouble. The most critical part. What if there is a powerful anomaly inside? If it discovers you, wouldn't it ruin your containment plan? What nonsense. Can there even be anomalies in such a shabby place? Although he disagreed with the mind cat's viewpoint, Yilan nodded. With its calm demeanor, Yilan felt a great deal of reassurance. Finally, he continued forward and arrived at the town. Above the town's entrance hung a wooden sign with 3 large characters that Yilan could read. Sewage Town. Just as Yilan approached the town gate, he was aimed at and stopped by a guard holding a gun. Who goes there? Why are you approaching Sewage Town? Yilan glanced at the guard's attire, which was tattered and dirty, with a complexion that showed signs of either sun exposure or pollution. His clothing was relatively neat, and he wore a well-polished cowboy hat on his head. It seemed he was quite fond of that hat. Glancing at the automatic rifle in the guard's hand, which looked frighteningly powerful, Yilan knew this was no joke, and slightly raised his hand to indicate he was unarmed. I am passing through here and need to enter the city for supplies. The sheriff in the fancy cowboy hat sized up Yilan's appearance and slightly lowered his gun. Supplies? You must be from a large faction. How could you be out without any supplies? Large faction? Why would he think he was from a large faction? Realizing his own attire, Yilan was somewhat enlightened. Indeed, compared to these people, his skin was too pale for an apocalypse survivor, and his clean casual clothing made him stand out. He would have to be more mindful of this issue later, or otherwise he would attract too much attention. Seeing the guard lower his gun, Yilan knew he had temporarily passed this hurdle and smiled calmly. The resources are with my teammates, but there is still a long way to go. I came to replenish supplies for the team. He cleverly phrased his 2 sentences. This not only confirmed the guard's assumption that he was from a large faction, but also served as a warning. He had teammates, and in this small place, could they withstand the wrath and retaliation of a large faction? I see. The guard murmured, gesturing for the armed guards on the platform to lower their weapons and turned to walk into the town. Come with me. I advise you not to cause trouble here, and not to bring any problems from your background. At this point, you can call me sheriff. The security here is very good and there aren't many outsiders. Just replenish the supplies you need and leave quickly. Bang! Before the sheriff's words could finish, a loud gunshot rang out from within the town. Yilan was shocked as he looked inside just in time to see a figure in the crowd, holding a revolver, smoke billowing from the barrel. The person opposite him was bleeding profusely. Is this what you call good law and order? I haven't even entered yet and someone was killed right in front of you. Damn it! The sheriff also cursed, not caring about Yilan anymore, and quickly rushed into the town while swearing. He wanted to see what was really going on. He had thought that the sheriff would charge in with an automatic rifle to suppress the thugs, followed by an intense gunfight. But facts proved that things were completely different from what he had expected. Dan, are you out of your mind? Why play the chaotic roulette when you have nothing better to do? Yilan realized that the development of the situation was completely different from what he had imagined. The sheriff did not forcefully suppress the remaining murderer at the scene, but instead began to question him with reproach. Chaotic roulette? What is this incomprehensible thing again? Yilan quietly observed the situation at the scene. Including the deceased and the murderer, there were a total of 3 people, and scattered on the ground was a worn-out deck of cards that looked like it had been used for some time, presumably from playing a game similar to Landlord. The murderer had a very honest appearance, just like everyone else in this town, dressed in earthy tones, completely unimaginable to him as someone who would brazenly open fire in front of so many people. Oh dear. Sheriff Arthur, he invited me to play the chaotic roulette and then he lost, said the honest townsfolk. The townsfolk who had seemingly participated in the Landlord game just now corroborated his words. Sheriff Arthur was clearly furious, possibly because he had just told Yilan that law and order was good, and then faced such a huge embarrassment. He shouted in anger. Crazy. How many times have I told you? Prohibit playing chaotic roulette outside of the festival. A life was lost just like that. Just like that. Damn it. Bang. Arthur kicked Dan and spoke angrily. Get back and serve your sentence. Did I tell you to play roulette? Did I tell you to play roulette? You better not show up before the next festival. I'll make sure you have plenty of time to play. Yilan frowned slightly, increasingly unable to comprehend the current situation. The development of the situation made him feel like he had missed some key factor. He had even observed the victim more than once, confirming that he was undoubtedly dead. This was by no means a simple game or something trivial that could be joked about. He was truly dead. It was also apparent that Arthur was genuinely angry, furious about the occurrence of this incident, and almost wished he could execute the shooter named Dan on the spot. But for some unknown reason, he couldn't take action. This was strange. What are you all looking at? Get back. Listen up. Before the festival starts, if anyone dares to play chaotic roulette again, I'll personally join you. The group felt a sense of fear and quickly waved their hands to retreat. No, we won't play with you. Who can outplay you? As the crowd dispersed, Dan and another player were taken away to serve their sentence. Arthur let out a soft sigh, bowing his head in silence as he gathered the remains of the deceased. I apologize for the disturbance. Yilan, troubled by the bizarre atmosphere and uncertain about where to go, immediately picked up the conversation. He killed someone and the result is just a sentence. Arthur didn't even look up, seemingly having guessed that Yilan would ask this question. He did not kill unilaterally. Instead, both sides participated in the chaotic roulette. You could also understand that the deceased could have been him. He just happened to have a bit of luck. Yilan's mood trembled slightly, feeling that the chaos here was far more incomprehensible than he had imagined. So this counts as some sort of privately agreed death duel. So the sheriff doesn't manage such situations, but something still feels off. What is the festival? What is chaotic roulette? Upon hearing Yilan's question, Arthur paused, then looked at him with a dangerous gaze. That's not something you should know about, outsider. Yilan could sense the dangerous aura emanating from him in an instant, causing him to flinch and stop probing into the matter. Anyway, he was about to leave after resupplying, so he didn't need to delve deeper into this nerve-touching issue. At this moment, he was only focused on one thing. So if someone brazenly shot at me, you wouldn't care. Arthur lifted his head. If someone invites you to play chaotic roulette, just refuse. Elon roughly understood the sheriff's implication. As long as you do not agree to enter the state of chaotic roulette, then no one will attack. If someone really dared to do so, it would be out of a personal vendetta, and he would bring that person to justice, at least avenging you. That doesn't sound safe. Elon murmured, nodding. At least now being next to the sheriff, he felt safe again, but hunger surged once more. I need to buy some food. Where can I find it here? Arthur's mood wasn't good. It was clear. He no longer had the desire to personally show him around the town, only pointing vaguely toward the center. There, that is the only restaurant in town that sells food, and there's a sign out front. If you want to solve your hunger problem, I don't know if they have any surplus if you're looking to buy a lot. Elon gently nodded, committing the direction pointed out by the sheriff to memory, and quietly walked in that direction. This place exuded strangeness. It was not a suitable living environment. However, the problems he faced were numerous. First, it wasn't enough to just fill his stomach once. He wouldn't stop being hungry afterward. If he wanted to stay at the night house for a while, he at least needed to stock up on a week's worth of food. Secondly, no money. Yes, the illustrious 001 had just arrived and found himself in the embarrassing predicament of being broke. As he moved forward with a complicated mindset, he did not attract too much attention as he had feared due to his appearance. The vast majority of people stayed in their rooms, occasionally peeking at him through the windows. The silent and desolate scene combined with this moment was indeed a bit eerie. Soon Elon arrived at the town center and saw the restaurant indicated by the guard. Indeed, there was a crooked sign hanging at the restaurant, but just the name alone made Elon hesitate. Mosquito and Elon remained silent. She did not wish to speak. She was no longer hungry. After much inner turmoil, Elon sighed and walked inside. Perhaps there might be some decent food after all. Pushing the door open, Elon discovered that the scene inside was completely opposite to that of the outside. It was bustling with many people. So that's why no one was outside. They were all here for a tea gathering. Facing countless gazes filled with curiosity, strangeness, and scrutiny, Elon ignored everyone as she made her way to the front desk. The restaurant's owner, or the front desk attendant, would be a fitting description. He appeared like a bartender dressed in the same old burlap clothing with similarly dark skin. However, compared to the vast majority of people Elon had encountered along the way, he seemed significantly heavier. Visually, the food must be quite good. Psychologically, how could one eat mosquitoes and insects every day and still appear so fat? With a hint of conflict, Elon calmly spoke. I would like to buy some food. The owner was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and enthusiastically pulled out the menu. Come take a look, sir. These are all our signature dishes. I guarantee you will enjoy them, and who knows, you might even bring someone back to our town to eat in the future. Elon remained silent. She decided not to judge by names and would first see for herself. Then, signature dish 1000 mosquito spider silk pancake, smooth and chewy with plenty of meat. 2 missed blue coins. Signature dish devil cockroach noodles, rich in nutrition, distinct granule, spicy and soul stirring. 2 missed blue coins. Elon silently closed the menu. She vowed that even if she starved to death, she would never eat such things. Then I'll just have a drink. A drink. This is unbelievable. Every time you city folk see my menu, you all have this same expression. The owner muttered, but then his face lit up with enthusiasm again. What would you like to drink? It's all on the menu. Elon glanced at it and fell silent once more. Signature drink sewage special, made from the pure sewage of the sewage town, blended with glowbug juice and devil black chili. This drink has become a town favorite, suitable for all ages. Signature brew sewage special brew, made from the pure sewage of the sewage town and fermented wheat, combined with 2 types of harmless bug juice. 1 sip gets you drunk, 2 sips make you forget all your worries. 5 missed blue coins. Elon, help. What on earth are you all eating every day? Boss. Elon carefully chose her words, trying her best not to offend. Could you boil the water without adding anything and just give me a bowl of noodles? The boss frowned and sighed softly. I knew it. I just don't understand, how can noodles taste good without meat? Can that stuff even be called meat? The boss muttered and nodded. Sure, but I must make it clear. Even though I won't add any seasoning, the price won't be any less. Don't say I cheated you. The most expensive ingredient here is the flour. Elon let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. No matter how dirty this water is, once boiled it can at least be drinkable. As long as no strange things are added, eating a simple bowl of plain noodles would already be a delight. However, noodles without seasoning still seemed a bit daunting. How about adding just a little seasoning? Let's put in some of that devil black chili. The boss looked at Elon with surprise, causing her to feel goosebumps. Finally, he spoke excitedly. Sir, you have such good taste. You're the first outsider in our town to choose this flavor. I guarantee you will crave it and feel uncomfortable if you don't eat it for a day. Wait, this chili isn't related to insects, right? Elon clearly began to panic, feeling as if she had opened Pandora's box. No, you can rest easy. Confirming that this devil chili had nothing to do with insects, Elon at least felt as long as it was a normal crop, it was manageable. Then came the most critical issue. Boss, The mist blue coin is not the universal currency from my side. I don't have any on me. Can I exchange it for something else? The boss looked at Elon in astonishment, as if he were looking at someone attempting to dine and dash. Are you joking? Which place in the world does not use mist blue coins? You just don't have any money, do you? Being called out on his predicament, Elon remained unperturbed. The only surprising part was the currency issue. In this post-apocalyptic world, there still existed a unified. Although she still didn't know what the mist blue coin looked like, the force capable of issuing it must be considerable. That's right. Elon stated earnestly. But I can pawn something of mine. I believe I can manage to exchange it for the price of a bowl of noodles. He eyed Yilan skeptically, gradually relaxing. That makes sense. Though he hadn't brought any money, judging by Yilan's appearance and clothing. The outfit alone could buy him hundreds of bowls of noodles. The town mayor wouldn't even wear something that nice. It's not impossible. Let me see what you have to. His gaze shifted, revealing a seductive smile. Sir, would you like to try your luck at my chaotic roulette? If you win, all expenses in the shop today will be free. No, the entire shop will be yours. I refuse. Yilan decisively interrupted the owner's spiel. The scene from when she first entered the town was still vivid in her mind, and Arthur's words echoed in her ears. What nonsense. At that moment, the restaurant was indeed thrown into chaos. Damn, it's so lively. Can I join the fun with you? I've been craving this place for a long time. Me too. What's the point of playing with an outsider? You can't be partial. The entire mosquito and insect restaurant became lively. Get lost. Who wants to play with you? The owner cursed, ending the commotion in the restaurant, and turned to Yilan. Let's do it this way. Let me see what you have to exchange. Yilan narrowed her eyes, putting on a calm facade, while feeling utterly disgusted with the restaurant owner. She realized this was just him bullying an outsider who knew nothing. He didn't mind being overcharged, but this chaotic roulette could be lethal. She could no longer appear as a harmless, pretty face. Yilan actually didn't carry many items that could be pawned for money, but she happened to have one very valuable item, very impressive and completely useless to herself. With a slap, Yilan placed a revolver on the table. The restaurant owner's face changed dramatically, clearly startled, as he took several steps back, leaving Yilan puzzled by, I no longer need this for now, you can give me a price. It took the owner several seconds to regain his composure as he cautiously approached. A revolver? You want to pawn this thing? Yilan sensed something was off, but it didn't matter much now. Yes, I have many of them. Many. The owner murmured a few phrases before finally speaking to Yilan with respect. Thank you for your mercy. You can take this gun back. Today, all expenses in this restaurant will be waived. Mercy for not killing. This twist left Yilan somewhat perplexed. He couldn't comprehend where this mercy stemmed from. Was it just because he wielded a revolver? Surely not. It's the apocalypse out here. Who doesn't have a gun in hand? If anyone brought a gun into your shop, you'd owe them a debt of mercy. You'd be indebted to the entire town hundreds of times over. But what was the reason? Gently wiping his revolver, Yilan did not put it away. Name your price. I still want to buy some things. Not stepping out but lacking money. Don't. Esteemed guest, I truly cannot accept this. Yilan could see that the owner was on the verge of tears, and for the moment he didn't press the issue, taking the revolver back. Seeing Yilan retrieve the revolver, the owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Take this, I'll quickly bring you a special brew of wastewater, ensuring you'll eat with peace of mind. Yilan's mouth twitched slightly as he declined. Let's skip the special brew. Just boil me a cup of water with that wastewater instead. Seeing the other party agree, Yilan found a secluded corner and sat alone at an empty table. The shopkeeper wanted me to try the chaotic roulette. Everyone here seems quite excited, but what exactly is the chaotic roulette? The only thing I know is that when I entered Wastewater Town, someone died from it. Arthur, who abhors evil, wants to intervene, but cannot, indicating that the chaotic roulette is legal in this small town. The restaurant owner hasn't played the chaotic roulette with anyone for years, yet after my arrival, he invited me. The revolver I was planning to pawn is just something I picked up, and it has been confirmed by the spirit cat as normal, not an anomaly, at most slightly activated by myself, and not nearly to the standard of activation. Why would the restaurant owner react with such fear? Endless questions flooded his mind during this brief moment, but part of it was due to hunger. Hungry. So hungry. Yilan had never experienced such hunger, feeling on the verge of losing control, the sensation unbearable. Suddenly Yilan's gaze fixed, and he abruptly looked up at the wall beside him. On the wall hung a grayish-white frame. Inside the frame was a group photo with the person in the center looking handsome and tall, fully armed, yet he couldn't see the person's face. It wasn't that the image was unclear. Rather, he just couldn't make it out. And for some reason he felt as if the eyes in that frame were staring directly at him. Just as he was feeling a shiver run down his spine, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Guest, your noodles are ready. Yilan turned his head, and the owner personally brought over the noodles. However, if it weren't for that invitation to play the chaotic roulette, he would have felt quite embarrassed. It felt like dining and dashing. Yilan suddenly realized, turning his gaze back to the wall picture, but the chilling sensation vanished. He could finally clearly see the face of the handsome figure in the center of the picture. This painting. Following Yilan's gaze, the owner also looked at the picture and chuckled. Ah, this is our Wastewater Town's founder, the first town mayor. And his most trusted powerful subordinate, the founders of our little town. Elon frowned, scrutinizing it again, but still found nothing unusual. Gradually he chose to stop concerning himself with it. For him, as long as the spirit cat did not issue a warning, it meant at least for now it was safe. And anything unsafe could be pondered at a more appropriate time. For example, first fill his stomach. Looking down at a bowl of steaming hot noodles, Elon felt his entire being lighten up, the hunger pangs in his stomach clamor. He then picked up his chopsticks and took a slurp. He had many expectations, like it being incredibly delicious or bland and tasteless. However, what he never expected was that with this one bite he nearly choked. Cough. What the hell? Cough, cough, cough. What is this stuff? With one sip of the soup, it felt as if a mountain of dust and debris flooded into his mouth. Each speck of that dust burned through his pores with spiciness. It was a kind of tasteless, pleasureless, utterly pure spiciness. That dust seemed to cling like glue, sticking to his tongue and palate. How is it? Isn't it an unparalleled flavor? If you find it delicious, why not take it back to your hometown for a taste? From beside him, the owner's excited voice came, waiting to boast about his culinary skills. To hell with your unparalleled. To hell with this apocalypse. Elon gulped down several cups of cooled wastewater, which tasted roughly equivalent to lukewarm water before the apocalypse, and only then did he feel somewhat better. The spiciness didn't matter. What was crucial was that this thing stuck to his tongue like a scab devoid of any flavor, pure torture. Noticing Yilan's poor condition, the owner hesitated and decided to cook him another bowl. This time he ate very carefully, taking small bites, confirming that it wasn't truly a deadly dish before finally swallowing it whole. Wiping his mouth, Yilan displayed a satisfied expression. However, some matters still weighed on his mind. Are you sure this is your specialty, the only thing unique to Wastewater Town, right? It is indeed. The owner spoke with pride. You can go anywhere in the wasteland and you won't find our locally produced devil black chili. Elon gradually regained his color, feeling that life still held some hope. There shouldn't be any other place with such bizarre... After sending the owner away, Elon sat in his seat, lost in thought for a long time. It wasn't until he was once again alone that he gently spoke. Little cat, but I'm still so hungry. Soon the voice of the spirit cat echoed in his heart. Not full. How about another bowl? Elon gently shook his head. I'm full, but I'm still hungry. This was an extremely contradictory statement, yet it was precisely this contradiction that occurred within Elon. He was full yet still hungry, as if his soul were starving. The spirit cat fell silent, and after a long while the voice echoed in Yilan's heart again. You! Try touching me. Elon was taken aback, not knowing why he should do this, but since the little cat spoke, he nonetheless reached into his pocket and gently patted. In a daze, Elon felt some indescribable force surge into his body. Feeling better. The voice of the spirit cat sounded a bit weak in Yilan's mind. Elon hesitated and nodded. Much better. What did you do? Why do you feel a bit weak? He wasn't foolish, or whatever the spirit cat had done, it surely had side effects. It's nothing, meow. Just consumed a bit of energy. Elon hesitated to speak, ultimately saying nothing. So what is going on? He swore in his heart that he must understand the reason and find a solution rather than letting the spirit cat bear. Meow. You are 001, the one that encompasses everything, the most powerful anomaly. If the energy within you is insufficient, or if there are too few anomalies nearby, it will lead to such a situation. I should have realized that, meow. I thought you were just hungry in a physiological sense. Elon felt a shiver run through him. Could it really be for such a reason? In a moment he couldn't help but ask, what happens if this hunger goes unfulfilled for a long time? If it was merely a feeling of hunger, he thought he could endure it. It wouldn't kill him. How bad could it be to just bear it? But this time the spirit cat's voice came through with a haunting tone. You will temporarily lose all rationality, and then devour the nearest anomaly around you. Elon looked at it, hesitating to speak. The most recent anomaly, isn't that it? How much time do I have? I don't want to accidentally devour the cat of the mind, otherwise Elon would surely regret it for a lifetime. Meow. At least 3 days, at most 7. 3 days. Elon murmured. So I just need to contain one anomaly, right? Yes, meow. After a brief silence, Elon stood up and returned to the front desk of the hotel. Boss, there should be places to stay in your town, right? And is there a pawn shop? Chem. The boss looked extremely... Have you enjoyed your meal? Planning to stay? The corner of Yilan's eye twitched slightly, but he rationally chose not to discuss this topic further. I have eaten enough. Of course he hadn't eaten well. However, he indeed was not planning to leave for now. The mysterious gunshot, the peculiar Arthur, the chaotic roulette of unknown origins, the moving picture frame. If he wanted to attempt to contain the anomaly and stave off the extreme hunger of his soul, then the opportunity must be right here. This strange little town. But if he wanted to stay here, he would have to consider the issue of money. Food, drink, lodging, and even replenishing ammunition. If you want to stay, there's a place not far from here. Just cross a small alley and the shop built over the sewage ditch is the best spot with the finest view around here. As for pawning, he hesitated, weighing his words. The pawn shop is right next to the inn, but if you're still planning to sell that pistol, just forget it. No one in this entire area dares to take it. No one dares to take that pistol in the entire region. What logic is this? That pistol is clearly just an ordinary one. Without a second thought, Elon bid farewell to that disheartening inn. The place where the notable Anomaly 001 almost got killed by spicy food could indeed be recorded in history. Elon walked straight out of the Mosquito Inn and many diners looked in the direction he left, making him frown slightly. Becoming the center of attention is not necessarily a good thing. Stepping out of the Mosquito Inn, Elon immediately found the location described by the manager. It was mainly because it was too obvious. It was the very structure Elon had seen from the beginning, a towering frame of steel with no buildings in between, resembling a treehouse but actually wrapped in normal materials. Indeed, not far, just a few alleys away. After budgeting the route, Elon moved in that direction. As he entered the alley, Elon immediately frowned. It was dark, too dark. This was a place where sunlight could not reach. After walking in a few more steps, Elon suddenly stopped. Behind him, a whistling wind suddenly sounded like a fierce gale created by a rapid movement. Elon reacted swiftly, turning around instantly to see a figure rushing towards him at an inhuman speed, followed by a huge fist smashing towards him. Damn! Bang! Elon responded at lightning speed, countering with a punch. Crack! In that moment, he felt as if his hand would shatter. It was as if he wasn't meeting a fist but a stone. Not only was the speed beyond the norm, but the power was also something no ordinary human could possess. Damn! Elon staggered back, bracing against the wall. The opponent pressed closer, then a rusty dagger was held against his neck. Heh! Humans! Elon lifted his head, scanning the figure behind the dagger. Even in the dim light, he had nowhere to hide. A shabby figure almost indistinguishable from the other residents of Sewage Town. If one were to find a distinction, it would be that his face was a bit paler, though marked with several grotesque scars, making him appear even more weathered. But how could a human possess such strong physical abilities? Were you the one from the inn just now? Elon asked coldly. With a dagger pressed to his neck, it would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous, but he was indeed not overly anxious. After all, according to the research analysis of the researchers at the containment tower, he should possess immortal traits. Although he had never personally experienced it, he was at least not too anxious for now. Good kid, no wonder you came from Radiant City. You have quite the courage. Stop wasting words and hand over all your money, and I'll spare your life today. Elon raised an eyebrow. After pondering for quite a while, he couldn't believe this was a robbery. Not? Elon felt speechless. Are modern robbers just randomly attacking without choosing their targets? I'm so broke that I don't have a single cent on me, and you want to rob me. I feel like we could skip straight to the part where you rip me off. Since you came from the Mosquito restaurant, you should have seen with your own eyes that I have no money on me. Elon calmly, nothing is more persuasive than witnessing it firsthand. Heh. The man let out a sinister laugh, shaking the dagger in his hand, signaling Elon not to move. I know you have no money, but you certainly possess something valuable. Even if I strip you of your clothes, I could sell them for dozens of mist blue coins, right? Elon raised an eyebrow slightly. You should leave some room for others. Why do you want to strip me down right away? I've never heard of anyone robbing clothes. What about your professional ethics? For instance, that revolver. Greed glinted in his eyes. Although I've never seen that style before, the cheapest revolver could still sell for at least 20 mist blue coins, right? Elon's brows furrowed slightly as a sudden realization hit him, and he blurted out, "You're not from Sewage Town, are you?" The manager of the Mosquito Inn had made him aware of something. That revolver might hold special significance, not just due to its quality, but because it was a revolver in the entire Sewage Town. So what if I am or not? Stripping you of your clothes will be enough for me to get to Radiant City. Hey, that place must be quite nice, right? I've heard that the girls in Radiant City have undergone genetic modifications, each one as fair as you. If I randomly rob a few, that would not be a waste of my life, ha ha ha. Elon frowned upon hearing this. Your thinking is flawed. There are many ways to obtain what you want, yet this is a path that will eventually lead to your downfall. So why do the people of Sewage Town hold such deep-seated taboos against the revolver? Elon even wanted to probe for some information. Since you're about to leave here, there's no need to protect this secret for them. The robber obviously paused, then his eyes flashed with malice. Enough small talk, hurry up and strip. Okay, Elon put on a scared expression, starting to frantically rummage through his pockets. He looked as if he had been scared silly, until he pulled out the revolver from his pocket. A faint red glow enveloped the revolver as Elon aimed his right hand with all his might. The gust of wind howled. First it deflected the blade of the dagger, then it struck the robber's face. Damn you! I, the illustrious 001, may be able to be killed by spicy food at the start, but if you rob me, I'll never be able to face other anomalies again in my life. The dagger was forcefully deflected. Its wielder clearly stunned by the sudden, unexpected counter. Pathetically feeble. And he glanced at Elon's pale, slender wrist and sneered. And has this hand ever even held a blade in its life? No wonder you sold off your sidearm. Heh. Elon clenched his fist, straining to wrench his right hand free. Yet it remained locked in place as though bound in unyielding steel. This man was definitely abnormal. His arm possessed the rigidity of forged iron. Even the bulliest strongman could never immobilize another so utterly. Yet Elon remained calm. With lightning speed, his left hand darted to his left shoulder and flicked on his flashlight. A shen-hued beam sliced through the darkness and seared directly into the assailant's eyes. The man flinched, then let out another icy, mocking laugh. And what, lighting me up so I can watch you tremble helplessly as I strip you bare? Heh. And you truly excel at fantasy. Elon's restrained right hand subtly relaxed, allowing the revolver to slip downward, keeping the flashlight trained squarely on his foe. He seized the falling weapon with his left hand and leveled it with lethal precision at the man's temple. Then he tilted his head, offering a faint razor-edged smile. And so, care to wager my chamber is— The robber's face contorted violently at Yilan's words. His gaze wide with terror, as if staring into the hollow eyes of those deranged gamblers who spun the chaos wheel in Wulon Town. You? And before Yilan could hear what else he might say, the man's voice froze. Forever. Yilan had braced for a desperate Alornothing lunge. The moment his opponent refused to believe the gun was unloaded. Instead, he found his right hand suddenly free once more. It simply slipped from that iron grip. And bewildered Yilan lifted his gaze, only to see the man frozen mid-expression, eyes wide with final absolute horror as though turned to stone. What in the world just happened? And hey! Nylon tested cautiously, then gave the man a light kick. He collapsed backward like a crumbling stone pillar. He lay motionless on the ground, eyes still wide with the shock of death. Utterly still. And is he actually dead? Just moments ago he'd been terrifyingly formidable. Nyland's expression tightened. He switched off his flashlight and knelt, pressing 2 fingers to the man's throat. No pulse, no breath, utterly irrevocably dead. Petrified in an instant. And, does this flashlight really pack that much power? Nylon murmured, momentarily silent in quiet. He felt no pity. This was the wasteland. Mercy was a luxury few afforded, and fewer still survived without it. Had fortune favored the robber instead, how likely was it he'd have silenced Yilan permanently? Still, ending him wouldn't be easy. And after steadying his breath, Yilan crouched low, entering the grim, methodical ritual of looting the fallen. His fingertips brushed the bulging pocket of the man's coat, and drew forth a heavy cloth-wrapped pouch. A flicker of hope crossed his face as he pried open its seam. Coins. Dense, gleaming, countless coins. Nyland's fingers swept across their surfaces, lifting 2 exquisitely crafted specimens into his palm, and studying them intently. These are Wulon coins, he murmured, turning one over in his hand. And the metal was unfamiliar. Neither copper nor silver, yet cast with astonishing precision and artistry. Their sheer craftsmanship unsettled him. And if such coins were mass-produced and widely circulated, they defied everything he knew about this shattered age. Delicate engravings adorned each coin. Engravings. Nylon narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the intricate imagery. He sensed, instinctively, that these motifs concealed something vital, something meant to be seen. He'd expected the emblem of some surviving stronghold, or perhaps the haunting silhouette of a pre-collapse landmark. Instead, the scene struck him with eerie familiarity: skeletal, towering rebar, twisted and solitary, coiling around crumbling structures. At the base of the rebar ran a uniquely shaped sewer channel, the unmistakable sigil of Wulon Town. And what the hell? In that instant, Yilan's mind short-circuited. The revelation struck harder than any blow he'd endured tonight. Wulon coins, the universal currency of the entire wasteland, bore the insignia of Wulon Town. What kind of narrative was this? And were these coins minted in Wulon Town? Impossible. Utterly absurd. And then, something even more inexplicable emerged. A faint azure mist clung to the coin's edges, cool and sharp as frost, lingering on his fingertips like a whisper. This is— Nyland's expression shifted, subtly but decisively. After weeks of awakening, he'd learned one immutable truth: anomalies always wore impossible dissonant textures. Little cat, are you watching? Yilan couldn't yet project thoughts. Not consciously. And wasn't sure if mere mental intent would reach the feline presence within his mind. So he folded his arms atop the table, buried his mouth against his forearm, and whispered softly. This coin is anomalous. I feel it. Holy hell. And even expecting confirmation, hearing it from Little Cat left him momentarily stunned. And this coin itself is anomalous. Calm down, big brother. The coin isn't the anomaly. It's merely a product. Every Wulon coin in existence was forged by that anomaly. Ni's alarm softened into bewilderment. An entire global currency, controlled, sustained, and minted by a single anomaly. What scale of influence must that entity wield? And then, what was its obsession? Why create Wulon coins at all? And do you know why it made them? No idea, but I do know who it is. Nyland's pulse quickened. Who? Anomaly 012, the minter of mists. Holy hell. Nylon recoiled inwardly. Just stepping out for dinner, and he'd actually encountered an anomaly. Not just any anomaly, but one among the earliest, numbered, a true elder of the accursed. Is holding it dangerous? And that was all he cared about now. To carry currency forged by an anomaly. Could it trigger unseen consequences? Was Anomaly 012 weaving some deeper design? One that threatened all of humanity? Wulon coins flowed through every hand. Rich or destitute, powerful or forgotten. If Anomaly 012 had seeded a trap within them, the wasteland might shatter anew. Big brother, relax. There's nothing to fear. Treat it exactly as you would any ordinary coin. I've met Anomaly 012, a delightfully eccentric being. Spends its days crafting intricate coins or sketching delicate illustrations. Among all the anomalies, if it heard you were awake, it would probably come running to join you. Well, Little Cat certainly held it in high regard. And then hurry up and join me. I'm practically penniless. After sorting through the misty blue coins in his pouch, Yilan counted them. They weren't many, but not too few either. From the information currently available, it seemed that he had enough for a handgun along with 5 portions of 1,000 mosquito spider silk pancakes and 3 servings of sewage brew to stay at an inn in Sewage Town for a week. It could be deemed luxurious. After organizing the spoils, Yilan hesitated. How should he handle the scene? Theoretically, this place was deserted. In the dark alley, whatever happened here was known only to Heaven Earth himself and the other party. Even if he left directly, he could not be suspected of being involved. However, the proximity to the starting point, the Mosquito Inn, was too close. In broad daylight, the two walked into the alley one after the other. Just as if something had happened to him, Arthur would have immediately locked onto the other party. If something happened to the other party, they would directly lock onto him. The difference was that the other party planned to finish this job and run, and when the sky was high and the sea wide, Arthur would have no chance to catch them, while he still needed to stay in Sewage Town for a while. Rather than being suspected and passively sought out, Yilan planned to turn himself in. Of course, it was a calculated and skillful surrender. Bang bang bang. 10 minutes later, the sheriff of Sewage Town, Arthur, hurriedly arrived at the scene following Yilan. As soon as he arrived, he saw the body of the robber lying on the ground, eyes wide open in death. Are you saying he attacked you? Arthur looked at the disheveled Yilan with a penetrating gaze. When Yilan approached him, he was dusty and exhausted in a sorry state which seemed genuine. No one could mimic being dusty and in a sorry state like Yilan. However, this neatly dressed pretty boy with just a bit of dirt on his face and a hint of panic would appear quite tragic. Arthur stepped forward, and as the robber lay on the ground, his fierce expression struck Arthur's memory, quickly recalling his identity and background. A resident of Sewage Town, known for his brutish behavior, often absent from the town, roaming the wasteland, and rumored to have joined an organization specializing in raiding gathering points. He even had a criminal record in Sewage Town. Thus, it was reasonable for him to harbor ill intentions towards Yilan, who looked wealthy. However, regardless of how Yilan disguised himself, he was currently standing right in front of Arthur, while the other party lay cold on the ground. Something felt off. Step back a little. Arthur had clearly experienced unusual phenomena, at least those derived from anomalies, and showed concern for Yilan. Yilan obediently stood back to observe. Was there a good chance for him? If the situation turned unfavorable, it would be quite convenient for him to escape. Arthur squatted on the ground, examining the robber's corpse. The more he looked, the graver his expression became. He suffered from an anomalous attack. Hearing Arthur's firm conclusion, Yilan's heart stirred slightly. Could he really tell? This sheriff was indeed not simple. Would he discover that it was caused by him? If he found out, what should he say? It was already the end of days, and Yilan wasn't sure if the legal code in Sewage Town even had the concept of justifiable defense. Sure enough, Arthur quickly turned to look at Yilan, making him slightly nervous. However, what Arthur said next finally eased Yilan's mind. You're lucky. You came into contact with the anomaly at such a distance and came out fine. Then Arthur's words took another turn. Of course, it could also be that I'm not sharpied and you're very strong. After all, you're from a major force. Yilan didn't engage with this question, pretending to be quite innocent. How did he become anomalous? I don't know. Arthur shrugged, turning back to continue investigating the scene. Anomalous abilities are usually bizarre and varied. He might have encountered an anomaly after you left, or he might have suffered from one previously in the wasteland which only erupted. Yilan chose not to interject. In truth, he wasn't quite sure how much he should know about anomalies. Suddenly Arthur let out a light gasp. He's actually a one-time gene enhancer. His brows furrowed tightly. Although he didn't turn around, Yilan could fully imagine what he was thinking. How could he possibly escape? A tense atmosphere began to spread in this small space. However, Yilan was not too flustered. After all, there was still no evidence, and this obvious weakling had managed to bring him down like this. His calm attitude remained until the next second, when it completely fell apart. Arthur's gaze landed on the robber's pocket. There was a bag there, and the bag had already been taken by him. How could he have forgotten this detail? An oppressive atmosphere spread at the scene. Perhaps the correct action at this moment should have been for Yilan to strike first. But maybe he hadn't yet adapted to the rules of the wasteland, or perhaps he simply thought Arthur was decent, or maybe he just wanted to wait and see, not wanting to leave this small town. Arthur squatted on the ground with his back to Yilan, his expression shifting unpredictably. It was certain that this kid had a problem. However, to be honest, he knew exactly what was going on. All the eyewitnesses could clearly see that this person had followed Yilan into the alley, and his intentions were obvious. With malicious intent and lesser skills, he could only say he deserved it. The only thing he needed to worry about was that he died from an anomalous force. After a while, Arthur got up, his voice tinged with a hint of regret. I hope this anomalous ability doesn't appear in this town again, otherwise it would be in for a rough time. With this remark, Yilan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. This basically meant not to cause trouble and not to pursue the matter. Yes, Yilan said, going along with it. How safe is this place really? It's quite terrifying. Arthur. His mouth twitched slightly. Was he still putting on an act? He adjusted his breathing for a moment, looking at Yilan with a serious tone. One last question, answer it seriously. Yilan's expression became earnest at once. Are you part of the noble forces of Radiant City or the Church's forces? Yilan was somewhat taken aback. Radiant City was understandable. He had heard others mention it several times, and guessed it was the largest human force nearby. But what about the church's forces? Has a church arisen in the wasteland? Who is the deity? After pondering for a moment, Yilan attempted a relatively risky answer. I don't belong to either of those. He had no understanding of these forces, so he didn't want to label himself inaccurately lest he be dragged into some trouble. Ah! Arthur looked at Yilan in astonishment, his expression gradually settling. What puzzled Yilan was that Arthur's gaze towards him now held more trust. Your honesty has impressed me. Heaven knows how much convenience Yilan would enjoy by admitting to either of those affiliations in this small town. You're too kind, too kind. Yilan waved his hand, pointing towards the dark little road. If there's enough time, could you take me there? Arthur was momentarily taken aback, then nearly laughed in exasperation. Did he really not consider himself? But that was fine. This mysterious fellow likely carried strange abilities from anomalous mutations. Since he had decided not to take action, he might as well take care of this big Buddha and send him off. Wherever he came from, he should go back. Where are you going? Arthur asked cheerfully. Yilan found his enthusiasm strange, but he had no intention of hiding. To the inn. Arthur's steps came to an abrupt halt. Silence enveloped the Kongqiao tonight. Aren't you leaving? Yilan asked, looking at him with confusion. Of course I'm leaving, just staying for a few days. What's wrong with you? In Yilan's view, Arthur's reaction was quite exaggerated. Ha, it's nothing. Just follow me, he said, leading the way deeper into the alley, while turning back momentarily to add a comment. It's a bit dark here. Are you carrying a flashlight? If convenient, could you light it up? To use a flashlight here? You must really not want to live. It's out of batteries. Yilan's response was succinct. Arthur. Well, that's indeed convincing. Tap. A white light flickered in Arthur's hand, illuminating the path in the alley. You have a flashlight? The power isn't very strong, but it'll do. Yilan had no objections even with this intensity and firepower. What do you even need a flashlight for? Likewise, you have your flashlight hang. During their long trek, Yilan's confusion deepened. When in doubt, just ask. That's Yilan's usual style. As the only inn in the small town, why is it designed to be so remote and requires passing through dark alleys without any lights? This feels almost intentional. A place specifically designed for dark dealings. This is a path only known to the locals, who would have thought you would come this way. Yilan clearly misunderstood his meaning. So this is a road specifically for doing bad deeds. Finally, amidst their varied thoughts, the scene before them became clear. The location depicted by the coin was right in the center of Sewage Town, where only steel and concrete columns could be seen from afar leading to the sewage ditch. Then Yilan spotted the only inn in Sewage Town. Half of its body was submerged in sewage, with greasy smoke slowly rising and the filthy water connected to the inn's foundation bubbling up. The entire first floor of the inn exuded a damp and corroded atmosphere. Can people really stay here? Can anyone actually live here? At that moment, Yilan suddenly realized how much better the night house he had considered dirty and chaotic actually was. You aren't trying to deliberately make things difficult for me, are you? Arthur felt perplexed. How could I think that? This is just a place prepared for guests. Yilan hesitated, wanting to say something, but recalling the signature dishes of the mosquito and insect restaurant, he fell silent. Perhaps both sides had a profound communication gap. If I don't want to stay here, is there any other option? Hearing Yilan's question, Arthur thought for a moment. There is indeed only this one and open to the public, but you could ask the locals if anyone is willing to take you in. However, the answer will certainly be no. If all else fails, you can stay at my place. No thanks, Yilan decisively rejected the suggestion. What would I want to go to your house for? I'm investigating anomalies, you're investigating me. It's a game of cat and mouse. Everyone has a bright future ahead. I can understand that. Arthur was merely suggesting casually. He too had secrets that he preferred Yilan not to see. If you're only concerned about the dampness and the pungent smell, you can stay in the top floor room. Of course, the price will be a bit higher. Following Arthur's indication, Yilan discovered that the inn was not just a few low floors. Along the steel structure from bottom to top there were about 4 floors. The top floor would indeed have a better environment. This seemed like a pretty good choice, but then Arthur mentioned the price. How expensive is it? Yilan asked. To his surprise, Arthur gave him a faint look. Well, if it's about robbing your wallet, it should be enough to stay here. Yilan. Alright, I get it, you don't have to call me out. Alright, I'll leave you here. If you need anything, just find me. I'm patrolling around the town during the day. Yilan nodded, thinking Arthur was quite understanding, realizing that it would be hard for him to spend that money in front of him. Watching Arthur leave, Yilan took a deep breath. He stepped over the sewage and entered the lobby of the inn. The lobby wasn't very large, but with nothing inside it felt quite spacious and bright. As Yilan pushed the door open, at the farthest point was presumably the front desk, where a thin figure sitting in a high-back chair glanced up and then slouched back down, showing no signs of welcoming guests. Boss, I would like to stay here. Yilan stated his purpose directly without any small talk. The man seemed disinterested in addressing Yilan, merely pointing with his head. Following his gesture, Yilan noticed a wooden signboard where the prices of the inn were crookedly engraved. However, Yilan's initial focus was not on the price list but on a frame beside the sign. Yilan did not ask what was in that frame, as the owner of the mosquito restaurant had already answered that for him at the very beginning. The first mayor of Sewage Town. Even if he wanted to ask something, there was no way to do so, At this moment Elon merely felt slightly uneasy due to its presence. But only slightly uneasy. What are you looking at? A sudden ethereal voice startled Elon, and as he turned around he realized the thin owner had already sat up gazing at him intently, just as he had been gazing at the frame moments ago. I was just admiring the style of the first mayor. Elon spoke nonsense with his eyes wide open, clearly catching the owner's attention. After a while he nodded. Don't look for too long, it affects your rest. Don't look for too long, it affects your rest. What does that mean? Elon paused for a moment before not showing much more interest in the old photo, instead turning his attention to the signboard that the owner had initially pointed to. That is the price list. Special room 5 missed blue coins week. Deluxe double room 9 missed blue coins week. Deluxe king room 10 missed blue coins week. Top floor luxury single room 20 missed blue coins week. It seemed fairly reasonable and not too expensive compared to the wallet he had just acquired. After all, Elon was still unfamiliar with the new economic system of this post-apocalyptic world, and found it difficult to gauge its value. But is it really not expensive? A revolver costs 20 missed blue coins, and this shabby little house costs 20 missed blue coins for a week's stay. Can an average person afford this? Which local in Sewage Town would come to stay in this place? No wonder this place is specifically for outsiders. In contrast to this price, it highlighted another incredibly expensive black shop. Sewage Special Brew 5 missed blue coins. Devil Cockroach Noodles 2 missed blue coins. Wonderful, I've explored the 2 top black shops of Sewage Town upon my first arrival. Moreover, the key point is that there is no substitute for myself. I must go. Book me a top floor suite. Elon gritted his teeth and said, this was no longer just a matter of being picky about the environment. With the soundproofing of this wretched place, if he wanted to conspire about something, he couldn't just go to the middle levels and let everyone upstairs and downstairs hear him clearly. Upon hearing the words top floor suite, the gaunt innkeeper swept away his earlier dejection, his cheeks break. Oh, you really have a good eye. How many weeks do you plan to stay? Elon, holding back his heartache, took out 20 missed blue coins from his cloth bag and laid them on the table. The innkeeper immediately gathered all the coins into his arms and began to examine them. After all, as currency minted by the notable 012, no one in this world should be able to counterfeit it. Great. Here is your room key. Room 401 on the 4th floor. I wish you a pleasant stay. I am not at all pleasant. I arrived in this apocalypse empty-handed, poor, and robbed of my clothes. That blind fool died right in front of me, and I begrudgingly inherited his legacy, yet in the blink of an eye more than half of it was gone. What's more, I have no idea what I will encounter in this small town. Whether that little money will suffice is already a question. And I still need to stock up on enough food before leaving. A spiritual hunger does not mean physical hunger does not exist. This strange town, the unbelievable chaotic roulette, the mysterious picture frame, the image of the extraordinarily minted missed blue coin from 012 robbers with powers and speed beyond comprehension. And an empty wallet along with insatiable hunger. Bang, rat-a-tat-tat. From a distant direction it seemed a gunshot rang out from the town's main entrance. This time it was not a handgun but a series of assault rifle gunfire. What is happening again? But what does it have to do with me? Elon climbed up all the way, pushed open the surprisingly sturdy door, and entered his room. For the next week, this is my room. The room is about 40 square meters. If it were to be considered as a house, it would be extremely small. However, if it is merely a room, it is still acceptable. A large bed is placed in the corner, accompanied by a wardrobe and a nightstand with a cup and kettle on the nightstand, and that's really about it. The hall has carpets, wallpaper, tables, and chairs, as well as a sofa, which is quite a standard hotel layout even before the apocalypse. It's just that I paid a presidential suite price for a standard room. Moreover, even special price rooms had TVs, some even had air conditioning. But after all, it is the apocalypse, or TVs should have become mere decorations or even bizarre. After observing the room's amenities, Elon noticed there was even a menu pressed under the nightstand. He picked it up and saw Mosquito Restaurant. You two big scams have teamed up, huh? It states free delivery, but the price per dish has increased by 23 missed blue coins. It wasn't until Elon noticed a small square box on the nightstand that he curiously fiddled with it. A radio. He fumbled with it somewhat awkwardly, and a hissing sound of no signal continued to echo. Just when he was about to give up after tuning through more than 20 channels, the sound from the radio suddenly became clear, bringing forth soothing and beautiful music he had never heard before. It's quite nice, Elon murmured, memorizing the frequency and putting it back on the nightstand. The room has a window on only one side. Elon pulled back the curtains slightly. The window faced the entrance of the inn, and he looked rather satisfied. Considering the entire 4th floor, this can be considered a good room. Finally, Elon started to feel that this money was well spent in comparison. In the corner piled high, Elon also saw a heap of folded beds and paused slightly. Can this place accommodate? But that makes sense. In this bizarre town, no action team from the wasteland would dare to split up recklessly, right? If calculated this way, the average cost per person would be reduced. Once again, confirming that the room's soundproofing was quite decent, Elon half reclined on the bed. The bed was relatively soft and the mattress seemed to be of good quality. Aside from the room being very humid, the quilt was quite dry. Elon put his hand in his pocket, originally empty, but suddenly encountered something furry. Little Cat housed the situation around. The psychic cat had once told him its two main abilities: abnormal perception and scene restoration. While not strong in combat, its practicality was indeed maximized. If you are asking if it's safe, then I can assure you that I am safe. There are no unusual presences around. The voice of the psychic cat echoed in Yi Lan's heart, but I cannot confirm if there are any anomalous entities affected by the surroundings. Yi Lan felt a stir in his heart. Like for example the mist blue coin. The psychic cat nodded. So will you be detected if you come out now? The psychic cat hesitated before answering. I am not sure it's best to stay like this for now, but I can assure you that talking to me here will not draw any Of course it's best to keep the volume down to avoid physical eavesdropping. Yi Lan breathed a sigh of relief. He indeed had too many questions to discuss with the little cat now. Were you watching during the alley incident? Upon hearing Yi Lan mention this, the psychic cat was practically furious, its fur bristling. It really made me furious. How dare they rob you? If I had any power at all, I would make them suffer. This is not the point. Moreover, if it weren't for that flashlight, they could have easily taken me down. This is alright. Being robbed like a soft dumpling. Yi Lan was also quite furious, but that matter was already in the past. What he did not understand was the source of the opponent's strength. I vaguely heard the words gene enhancer, or what is that? The psychic cat also had doubts. Meow. Perhaps this is a means for humans to become stronger. In an apocalyptic world where anomalies run rampant, if one has no means, then there would truly be no civilization as we know it. Yi Lan nodded. Reasonable. It's just that he didn't know how exactly one becomes stronger. Genes? Is it through medication? One gene enhancement. So are there secondary or tertiary enhancements? It feels like they are indeed stronger, but they haven't gained any abnormal abilities. At least when illuminated by his flashlight, it felt as though they had no ability to resist, even if it was related to underestimating him. Speaking of which, do you feel anything strange about that picture frame? Yi Lan actually had little hope, because whenever this topic came up, the little cat usually responded with meaningless flattery. You are the strangest of all. To his surprise this time, the psychic cat nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is abnormal, but it is something I have never seen before. Something the psychic cat has never seen. Yi Lan blurted out, sitting up straight. Is it an anomaly that has arisen after the apocalypse? Isn't the composition of this sewage town a bit too complex? It's fine now, meow, the mind cat decisively stated. It is definitely not the main body, and it is not paying attention to this side right now. Yi Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This thing is ultimately like a sword hanging over his head, which is a bit frightening. If I move it a bit, it should be fine, right? Seeing Yi Lan's cautious demeanor, the mind cat couldn't help but chuckle. What are you afraid of, big brother? If it dares to come out, you can just subdue it forcefully, right? Yi Lan. What a forceful subjugation. Aren't you afraid that your 001 would perish on the spot? Holding the frame in his hands, Yi Lan felt no abnormality at all. It was just like a flashlight still usable on a zombie's head. As he walked to the door, Yi Lan suddenly hesitated. It is still unclear what the relationship is between this small town and the painting. If he were to discard this thing and be discovered by the locals, would it trigger some unknown change? After thinking for a while, Yi Lan finally discarded the frame in the corner of the room. After all, the mind cat has early warning ability, so he didn't need to panic too much. Leaning against the bedside, Yi Lan gently pulled open the curtain, looking at the scene of the apocalypse. So what are 002 and 003 like? Are they like you, such biomachines? This? I dare not aspire to such heights. You all are anomalies within the top 10 positions. It leaped lightly, pointing to the sky from Yi Lan's shoulder. Do you see it? That's 003. Yi Lan looked up and fell silent. He looked at the mind cat again, silent. For the first time, he felt that this little cat was speaking nonsense. Isn't that the sun? The mind cat stood on Yi Lan's shoulder, also looking at the sun in the sky, somewhat silent. After a long while, as the light became blinding, it slightly averted its gaze. It is the sun, but it is no longer the one from back then. What? Yi Lan no longer cared whether this thing was the sun. What he cared about was that this thing illuminating everything in the sky was actually 003. What kind of status is this? Forget it, I won't belittle myself anymore. The mind cat also wasn't blind. Since it still firmly believed that it was the greatest anomaly, I might as well consider myself quite impressive. What about 002? What is it? The mind cat shook its head. I don't know. I have not seen its physical form, but it should be a tree that emits endless corrosive and polluted energy. Sounds okay, not as outrageous as 003. But 003 cannot defeat 002 in any sense. The mind cat's voice was faint. Yi Lan. Just from this one matter, it can be seen that the gap between anomalies is indeed vast. Moreover, how does one contain this thing? Can this be contained? It's up in the sky. If it is contained, does that mean there would be no sun in the human world? Even further, if the sun in the sky is 003, then where did the real sun go? Amidst these endless questions, the mind cat suddenly became agitated beside Yi Lan. I need to hide. Powerful humans are coming. Before Yi Lan could ask anything, the mind cat's figure had completely disappeared again, and his pocket bulged slightly, indicating it must have gone inside. Then there was no need to ask anything. Through the window, a group of figures was approaching the inn. Even compared to Yi Lan's attire, there seemed somewhat eccentric. Unlike the coarse hemp clothing of the sewage town and different from his modern casual wear, they were wearing robe. The whole body was cream white with a slight red haze as the base color. The red haze fluctuated in depth with bright golden patterns outlining the edges and a badge-like shiny object pinned to their chests. It was both out of place and strangely natural, yet faintly revealed a hint of immense power from the anomaly. There were 4 of them, their faces obscured by the hoods of their robes, making it impossible to see their features, but one could vaguely make out the distinctly different pure white skin from that of the sewage town. A clerical robe. Yi Lan murmured, recalling the question Arthur had asked him earlier. Are you from the noble forces of Radiant City or the church forces? Fortunately, he did not recklessly claim an identity, otherwise he would have been exposed by now. Suddenly the leader seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up in Yi Lan's direction. Yi Lan's heart trembled, but his expression showed no abnormality. He remained indifferent and calm in response. After their gazes crossed, the other party withdrew their gaze, and Yi Lan took the opportunity to pull down the curtain. So these people made the Mind Cat feel danger and temporarily hid. Yi Lan murmured. It seems that the church in this apocalypse is not simple. The 4 of them entered the inn, and Yi Lan gently leaned against the door, paying attention to the sounds from the staircase. Tap, tap, tap. A few minutes later, light footsteps came from the staircase, walking all the way to the 4th floor. Yi Lan held his breath, seemingly feeling someone stop outside his door, facing his direction. After a long silence, just when Yi Lan was starting to struggle to hold his breath, the other party pushed open the door next to him. Bang! The door closed, and they checked into the room next door. 402. Outside was quiet, and Yi Lan paced back and forth in the room. It was time to sleep, but he couldn't. What did the church forces come here for? Are they friend or foe? Do their objectives conflict with his? Is there a problem with them staying next door? He was extremely wary of whether there were people living next door. He had no idea what they would think. Perhaps it was his own guilty conscience. Of course, the other party likely had the confidence that came from a powerful force and could fearlessly observe. From what Arthur said, it can be vaguely guessed that Radiant City is the largest force in the wasteland after the apocalypse. Or the city, even if it's just in his perception, that is still quite impressive. In his eyes, the church forces are as powerful as Radiant City, or even the top forces that are even stronger. Just thinking about it, this matter is quite troublesome. Of course, troubles also bring opportunities. For someone like him who is eager to understand the situation of the apocalypse, if he could gather some intelligence from them, it would be immensely beneficial. Little cat, do you have any way to listen in on their conversation? It is unrealistic to look inside, but listening should be within the expertise of the soul cat, right? No way, the soul cat decisively shook its head. They should possess means to deal with anomalies. I know nothing and could very well be discovered. Night Blue nodded. The soul cat remained as steady as ever. As long as I don't believe in its occasional boast of Brother Night Blue is invincible, I can absolutely remain undefeated. Moreover, I think eavesdropping is unnecessary, meow. I have a better method, meow. At this, the soul cat proudly raised its head, delighted that it could be of assistance. Wait for an opportunity. As long as they all leave the room, we can sneak in, and I can perform a scene recreation, meow. Night Blue's mind stirred, feeling as if a door to a new world had opened. So this is how scene recreation works. That's impressive. No matter what others are plotting, no matter how covert and well defended. As long as I know the time and place, I can see it all with my own eyes. This, even the church would have to stand aside. No one could possibly be more of a trickster than me in the future. But then Night Blue felt a bit uneasy, a concern gnawing at his heart. What if there are women? If I happen to see something I shouldn't, wouldn't that make me look like a pervert? This was somewhat outrageous for the soul cat to hear, and it pondered for a while before speaking. Boss, are you really that concerned about the formalities from before the apocalypse among humans? Of course, I haven't experienced this apocalypse even for a day. This is my first day. Meow. Then you can try to make contact tomorrow just to see if there are any females, right? Night Blue. It's not that dramatic. Just consider it a casual remark from me. I still need to adapt to this new world. The soul cat didn't quite understand, but felt it was rather profound. Didn't you also act decisively when you dealt with that human who wanted to rob you? You humans are quite interesting, meow. But you also provided me with a thought. That group has 2 rooms paired off 2 by 2. Perhaps they are grouped by gender, meow. Grouping by gender. More like grouping by duty. However, Night Blue was evidently paying attention to it. Can you sense that? The little cat had just told him not to eavesdrop, so Night Blue thought he wouldn't be able to perceive anything. Listen to the sounds, meow. There were 2 doors opening and closing just now. Is that so? Alright, he hadn't heard it. Perhaps the soul cat's hearing was broader. However, if they did pair off, it would indeed make it much easier for someone like him, a dishonest person. With their power dispersed, the difficulty of probing would be reduced. And right now, the most important thing. I need to improve my strength. Night Blue's self-defense ability was far too lacking, to the point where he had no means to confront enemies at all. Before the gun magazine, which had repeatedly displayed impressive power, was replenished, his only means of power was to shine a flashlight at others. But this thing had quite a high latency.
Question 2. Suppose you are the owner of a bubble tea shop and a customer in a hurry demands you prepare a fresh pearl-laden bloodthirsty milk tea within 10 seconds. Describe.
His desire to enhance his power was extremely urgent. Even for the inexplicable 001 disguise on him, he shouldn't just rely on others constantly telling him you're amazing, you're truly impressive, when in reality he was nothing at all, right? Suddenly he recalled the label marked when leaving the containment tower indicating the ability he had seemingly unintentionally used. Little cat, I vaguely remember having an ability called activation, but I don't quite recall how to activate it. Do you have any clue? The soul cat was taken aback, but did not have the question Night Blue worried about why don't you understand your own abilities. Instead it seemed quite troubled. Meow. How would I know your great power? After being excessively flattering, Night Blue had started to get used to it, merely waving his hand and skipping over the other's usual compliments. You tell me your analysis. After thinking for a moment, the soul cat expressed its understanding. Generally speaking, this type of contact-based ability requires emotions as a guide followed by physical contact, and then it can be activated. For example, you touch it and then focus your mind to think get up meow. Then it might be able to move. Night Blue. It sounds quite unreliable. What am I supposed to be able to command it with my words? However, Night Blue couldn't help but recall the two unusual scenes he had experienced previously. He touched that gun and then displayed shooting skills that didn't match his level. He touched that gun and under the grip of someone with arms of steel managed to strike a vital point that he didn't quite understand, stunning the robber for a few seconds and providing precious time to shine the flashlight. This didn't seem to be something that could be explained by mere luck. Moreover, coincidentally, his emotions were indeed in turmoil at that time. The first time was from the fear of encountering that strange thing suddenly, and the second was from being extremely angry at being robbed, leading to the thrill and tension of taking a reckless risk. So, what happens to things I activate? Do they come to life? This statement requires a deeper understanding. The mind cat shook its head repeatedly. Of course not, meow. Only items with exceptional talent or rare qualities have the potential to come to life and develop intelligence. Of course, if you are fully committed to bringing something to life, that might be a different story. Generally, they would be given a certain level of consciousness limited to understanding and execution. For instance, a cabinet that you have activated would open itself when it sees you trying to place something inside, and if it sees an unfamiliar person approaching, it would lock itself. Activated weapons would seek out weaknesses or even attack autonomously if they sense something nearby. If it's a melee weapon strapped to your back and someone attacks you, it would move closer to your hand, allowing you to turn and strike back. If it were a gun, it might even fire automatically in your hand. How far it can go depends on its own talent and your willingness to push it, meow. Elon was momentarily stunned, her expression slightly surprised. The mind cat didn't understand. What it said truly aligned with the facts that had occurred. Wasn't the revolver in her hand now explainable by such abilities? For the first time it fired automatically, striking decisively at the critical moment, killing the bizarre entity that had dropped its equipment. For the second time, with automatic attacks combined with weakness detection, an almost flawless genetically enhanced being was knocked out for several seconds by an unreasonable force, granting her a precious moment to retrieve a flashlight. Elon lowered her head, her gaze sweeping over several items on the bedside table, contemplating her experimental goals. The most suitable with low risk were only three: the radio, the bedside table itself, and the kettle on top. What would happen if it really came to life? What? The mind cat waved its paw, looking fiercely chic. Either it will follow us faithfully or it will brazenly attack us and then be forcefully subdued by you, meow. There's really no need for that. After pondering for a moment, Elon slowly placed her hand on the radio. Among these three items, the changes in the bedside table and kettle were predictable as they inherently had limitations. Only the radio might bring about some unforeseen changes and possibilities. She truly couldn't resist the temptation. What did the little cat just say? Elon concentrated on the calling emotion in her heart and softly spoke. Wake up, meow. I don't seem to need to add a meow. Heaven, this action is too silly, right? If it doesn't respond after all this effort, I would truly be embarrassed to face anyone. But at the moment Elon called upon the radio in her heart, it responded instantly. A red light flickered across the item like a wave in an instant. In all her previous attempts, Elon had passively triggered it in a state of panic, but this time she had been focused on the target, and she finally witnessed this scene firsthand. Did I actually succeed? Elon's expression grew increasingly serious. This thing can't be used recklessly. Although her combat capability remained relatively limited, just this fleeting glimpse felt chillingly unsettling. Though this world now harbored anomalies and strange occurrences, at least ordinary things remained normal. However, if she were to go mad and recklessly activate things, this world could even temporarily transform from a post-apocalyptic setting into a fantasy apocalypse. Or even a world where fantasy and Cthulhu coexist. That would be truly outrageous. While pondering these matters, Elon suddenly froze, recalling that she seemed to have forgotten the radio. Why hasn't it responded? According to the mind cat's speculation, objects that were activated by her typically fell into two categories: friendly and hostile. Yet it hadn't responded to her so far. Could it be? Just then the radio suddenly began to play music on its own. Oh, how lucky it is to meet you at the most beautiful age. You are my greatest. Elon? What's going on? Why is it singing? The mind cat was also a bit bewildered, hesitatingly saying, listen to the lyrics. Could it be expressing goodwill towards you? Elon was shocked. Could it really be explained this way? Of course, I'm not certain, meow. Maybe it's just broken. I heard that in the apocalypse, if something broke you could fix it with a tap. Let me give it a try, meow. Saying this, the little cat leaped off Yilan's shoulder, approaching the radio, ready to unleash a flurry of cat punches. The radio sound abruptly cut off, and in an instant it switched to a new song. Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow. The mind cat. Alright, it's not broken. Yilan shrugged. But it seems to be useless. Regardless, this round of experimentation was considered complete. As the abnormal, she finally had some of the strange powers under control, no longer helplessly fighting against these formidable. After studying a bit more, night gradually fell. Yilan gazed next door, letting out a sigh. No matter how itchiness lingered in her heart, now was not the time. It was already night when she entered, and unless something unexpected happened, the other party would likely have no activities tonight. At the earliest, she would have to wait until tomorrow to execute her reconnaissance plan. But there was some good news. The other party was unlikely to avoid discussing their mission objectives tonight, and the more they talked, the better it would be. Success and gains require patient waiting. Yilan sat in the chair by the bed, gazing at the pitch-black night outside the eerie green water channel, and the faint light spilling in from next door, lost in thought. She was hungry again. Hopefully she was just overthinking. They weren't coming for the abnormality, right? The night is so beautiful despite the danger. There are always those with red eyes enduring. Smack. Yilan slapped the switch on the radio. This is ridiculous. What did I activate you for? This sudden music playback snapped Yilan back to reality, and she gently pulled the curtains shut. Good night, little cat. Meow. Lying groggily in bed, Yilan felt herself drifting into a dream. Until, it was cold. So cold. Yilan suddenly opened her eyes again, shivering, her entire body completely soaked. Lifting his head, he saw a pitch-black night sky devoid of stars, and the moon only illuminated by the dim lights against the falling drizzle. What the hell? Why the hell was he standing on the street? Nightlan was on the verge of doubting that everything he had experienced before was merely a fleeting dream, and that he was actually still living in the civilized world before the apocalypse. Looking down, he realized that the sewage town was built over a vast gutter. With the heavy rain, the water had already risen above his short boots. Soaking in the water, his socks were completely drenched, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Nightlan had just woken up, and his mind was still not clear. As he gazed at the water accumulating on the ground, his attention suddenly sharpened. The water was murky, which was normal since this was sewage town. It was also reasonable for the rain to be polluted. After all, it was a wasteland now. He wouldn't find it absurd if it only rained acid. But oddly enough, the water appeared rather clear if one ignored the dark red stains floating on its surface. This is blood. While the blood wasn't flooding like a river, it was indeed soaking in the water, covering the entire ground. Little cat. Something big must have happened in sewage town. But why hadn't the spirit cat given him a warning? However, it was eerily quiet around him. He couldn't hear anyone's voice. Not even a cat sound. Not here. Nightland's heart tightened, feeling that something was very wrong. What had happened? The last scene he recalled was himself sleeping, wasn't it? The little cat wasn't strong. But now he realized that its presence was his greatest comfort in the apocalypse. Perhaps this was another characteristic of the spirit cat. Spiritual solace. Nightlan tried to remain calm, scanning the surroundings of the buildings, and soon his expression grew more serious. This was still a small town, somewhat desolate, but with a remarkably preserved outline completely different from the sewage town he had seen. How dilapidated was the sewage town he and the little cat had arrived at? But he was sure this was sewage town. Nightlan slightly tilted his head. He wasn't very familiar with the roads and terrain of sewage town, but at least he could roughly determine his location based on the landmark of. It was close. He quickly moved along the street, and the large sewage gutter appeared before him. His goal was simple, an inn. Though he still didn't know what had happened, generally speaking, where things started should also be where they ended. Perhaps when he returned to the inn, or even to his room, he could figure out what had transpired. But when he reached the inn's location, he silently stopped. It was empty, with the water level higher than he had ever seen, nearly 2 meters above. Where the inn used to be was now completely bare. Above the gutter where the inn once stood, there was even a tall, sturdy bridge spanning across. The bridge was by his side, a high-rise building, the tallest in sewage town, standing over 10 stories high. While 10 stories might not be much in a big city, it was indeed the most luxurious building in this small town. Judging by the time frame, this should be decades ago, when the apocalypse had just begun and civilization had only recently. Nightlan wasn't very certain about what had happened, but he had some conjectures. Time travel was definitely impossible. He had just arrived in the apocalypse. Where could he travel to? It could also be a dream, but regardless of whether it was a dream or not, a single reason could be extrapolated. He had been caught up in some anomaly. What sort of anomaly? A chaotic roulette? A bizarre picture frame? He couldn't rule out the possibility that the neighboring church forces were up to something and had pulled him in. But no matter what, his thoughts were now clear and awake. First, he needed to find a place with people. Without hesitation, Nightlan followed the direction in his memory and plunged into the dark alley that had previously been robbed. He had already thought of a very suitable place to go. The alley still had lights, and there were still functional streetlights along. Even if the light was weak, it was still enough to pierce through the darkness when even flashlights couldn't. He twisted and turned until his view suddenly opened up. He had managed to see clearly along the way. The entire residential area was nearly empty, not a single light to be seen. Even the useless streetlights were on. In such dark nights, wouldn't anyone in the rooms turn on a light? And from the moment he woke up until now there was only one place that was brightly lit. That conspicuous signboard seemed to have remained unchanged for many years. Mosquito Bug Restaurant. Nightlon found it hard to describe his current feelings and expressions. Could it be? This place is still a century-old establishment. This is truly uncanny. After a bit of mental preparation, Nightlon politely knocked on the door, then pushed it open with a calm and composed expression. The aroma of soup, the warmth of the atmosphere, the dense human presence, formed a stark contrast with the outside world. Different people brought together their unique scents. The intense body odor mixed with fragrant perfume wafted in from different individuals, bombarding his nose. It was pungent and overwhelming, yet it strangely brought him back to a humanity he hadn't felt for a long time. He hadn't seen so many people in a long time. However, this scene felt somewhat unsettling. The entire Mosquito Bug Restaurant was densely packed with people, and the moment he walked in everyone was looking at him. Their gazes were filled with a primal ferocity emanating fear and panic. Nightlon wasn't particularly scared. Instead, he felt a bit awkward. The crowd, thick with people, was composed entirely of women and children. Click. Immediately followed by a series of bullet chambers being loaded, Nightlon felt countless gun barrels pressing against his temple from the side. Still women. In that moment, Nightlon also realized something. Something must have happened in Sewage Town. All the men had seemingly vanished, turning this place into a refuge for the town's families. I am not an enemy. I seek refuge. Nightlon quickly spoke, raising his hands. What else could he do? Even if he wasn't entirely defenseless, did he really want to start a massacre here? After speaking, Nightlon's gaze subtly swept across the faces of these people. Unlike the residents of Sewage Town he had seen before, these people still appeared relatively normal, their skin slightly darker, presenting a stark contrast to the Sewage Town he had entered. Could it be that they had mutated from eating mosquitoes and cockroaches? Nightlon thought with some sarcasm, but he knew that it was probably not the case. The skin tones of these people were becoming increasingly darker, resembling the beginning of some form of aberration. Suddenly Nightlon's gaze sharpened. Not far away by the wall hung that familiar picture frame that had once made him feel eerie. An identical picture frame, an identical photograph. But at this moment that frame should not have displayed a photo that had not yet occurred. The only thing visible was the color of her skin, a fair and smooth complexion similar to his own. Of course he was also of Asian descent, but compared to the people after the apocalypse, he could be said to be extraordinarily pale. The only thing visible was the color of her skin, a fair and smooth complexion similar to his own. Of course he was also of Asian descent, but compared to the people after the apocalypse, he could be said to be extraordinarily pale. There was no time to focus on that side anymore. A passage had already opened in the crowd. At the end of the passage, a plump man with a simple expression was walking towards him from the direction of the restaurant's front desk. He was the only man here and also the current owner of the Bug Restaurant. He held an RPG rocket launcher, likely the best and most powerful weapon in the entire town at that moment. Who are you? I've never seen you before. The owner of the Bug Restaurant spoke with a dangerous gaze, his tone filled with a resolute attitude of facing death. You are not from this town. With a small population as the last remaining restaurant owner, he indeed had the right to claim he knew everyone here. I seek refuge. Elon tactfully avoided the direct question, stating this with a calm demeanor. Although he did not answer the owner's inquiry, his words did ease the tension of many present. As long as he wasn't an enemy that was good enough, the capable fighters were not here right now. This place does not shelter men, the restaurant owner replied coldly and resolutely, his vigilance unyielding. Even the old man missing a leg has taken up arms to defend the outer wall. You, young and strong, have come here to defending the outer wall. Does that mean all the able-bodied in Wastewater Town have gone there? I can go to the outer wall. Elon understood that he could not stay here. He asked himself if he were the restaurant owner at this moment, facing danger and life-threatening situations, allowing a stranger with a dangerous aura into a place that housed the entire town's families would be a foolish act. And he wasn't really seeking refuge. He just needed someone with whom to communicate, someone who could provide a way out of this anomaly. You can see for yourself that I am not from this town. Elon's thoughts were becoming clearer and his responses more fluent. I just fainted and have only just awakened. At the very least you need to tell me how to get out of here. The restaurant owner's expression began to waver. Seeing Yilan's demeanor, it was indeed hard to tell it was an act. Moreover, at present he posed no threat. You are still young and an outsider. I can make an exception to allow you to stay here. He pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. Of course you must be under my armed supervision at all times, and not engage in any unnecessary activities. Elon was taken aback and couldn't help but reassess him. This was certainly more compassionate than the owner of the restaurant in Wastewater Town. Was he letting him in out of concern for his safety? However, Elon had already changed his mind. He no longer intended to stay here. Even though that picture frame definitely held some issues, remaining here would only put him under constant surveillance, leaving him with no opportunity to investigate. Rather than that, it was better to move freely. He planned to see what crisis Wastewater Town was currently facing, to witness with his own eyes whether it was related to the anomalies here, and even within his capabilities to lend a hand in resolving the threat before returning to investigate under a better identity. Boss being so kind in the apocalypse isn't a good thing. Ha! The owner of the Bug Restaurant was taken aback, finally understanding what Elon meant after a long pause, revealing a mix of amusement and annoyance. Truly good intentions could be mistaken for foolishness. Well, in that case you can go guard the wall. With that, he stopped communicating with Elon, pulled out a walkie-talkie from his waist, and pressed the talk button. Mayor, a stranger has arrived here. No, it's a young man without any weapons. Let him stay here. Forget it. He seems to want to go guard the wall instead. Okay, I understand. Are you collecting knives nearby? Is the ammunition running low? I understand. We'll keep an eye on him until you arrive. Communication ended and Elon and the restaurant owner exchanged silent glances, neither speaking. Elon indeed wanted to take a look at that picture frame, but at this moment that angle was completely blocked by the crowd. He believed that although the conversation was relatively harmonious now, if he dared to explain his motives, unclearly taking even a single step further would result in a barrage of fire from here. Elon searched for the figure of the girl he had glimpsed earlier. He had a keen feeling that she might have some issues. She seemed somewhat out of place here, just like himself, but the figure had completely vanished, whether intentionally blending into the crowd or not. In any case, he could no longer find her within his line of sight. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached from behind Elon. It was likely the mayor coming. Boss, be careful. Unusual individuals can be dangerous. After saying this, Elon felt he had done his part, maintaining a gesture of surrender. As he waved his hands to show he posed no threat, then turned around. Behind him, a person dressed in a poorly made black suit, looking more like a bodyguard than the mayor, rode a motorcycle roaring toward. Upon seeing the figure on the motorcycle, Elon couldn't help but be momentarily lost in thought. It was indeed the mayor, the very one he had seen in the old photo within the picture frame. Have I truly returned to the founding days of Wastewater Town? Kid, where did you come from? The mayor dismounted from the motorcycle, approached Elon, and scrutinized him with piercing eyes, as if trying to see through his soul and uncover any hidden intentions. However, Elon's appearance, aside from some inexplicably calling him 001, he had always looked harmless. In fact, he might be seen as a target for robbery. Elon dared not casually mention any place names from his memories or potentially hostile names, knowing he couldn't remain silent or otherwise in this town of life and death. He couldn't rule out the possibility that they would eliminate him. He wanted to take a bit of a risk because he needed more freedom of movement. I come from Glory City. Luminous City. And the town mayor blinked in surprise, his eyes gleaming with sudden delight. And Luminous City. What has become of it? We haven't been able to establish contact for ages. Good. I've guessed right. And I don't know, Elon shook his head. I've been gone for a long time. And he didn't even know where Luminous City was. How could he possibly fabricate anything about it? I see. And the mayor's gaze flickered, tinged with mild regret yet devoid of true disappointment. And you don't doubt what I've said? Why not? Elon asked curiously. And the mayor merely glanced at him and chuckled softly. And look at your fair, delicate skin. You must be from Luminous City. Who else could maintain such refinement? Fine then. And carry this and follow me to the front line to defend the town. And without hesitation, the mayor handed Elon the heavy sack he'd previously slung across his own back and draped over the motorcycle's rear seat. Then he mounted the bike, ignited the engine, and executed the entire sequence in one fluid motion. As the motorcycle's rider, he'd only been able to carry the sack because the rear seat had been empty. Now that Elon would ride behind him, the burden fell squarely on Elon's shoulders. Elon hesitated briefly before hoisting the sack, stuffed with weapons, onto his back and climbing onto the motorcycle's rear seat. And hold on tight. And the mayor cautioned, and with a thunderous roar of the throttle, the bike shot forward toward the town's outskirts. Madman? And seated behind the mayor, one hand braced against his back. If Elon truly harbored ill intent, a single swift strike would end the mayor's life many times over. Within seconds, the motorcycle surged past 100 miles per hour. The urgency was unmistakable. The pitch-black night gales shrieked past his ears as he clung to the mayor's back. Utterly absurd. Just as Elon pondered whether to seize the moment and ask more questions, the mayor slowed for a turn and spoke first. And you're no native of Sewage Town. Just show your willingness, that's enough. Wouldn't want word spreading that our little town forced outsiders into certain death. Elon faltered while the mayor continued. Once we reach the front line, I'll appoint you to manage and distribute these close combat weapons. Sit farther back. Don't move around needlessly. It's not so different from taking shelter in a restaurant. If we lose, we all die, only minutes sooner or later. But if we win, you'll be positioned far enough behind the outer wall to stand the best chance among all defenders of seeing tomorrow's sunrise. The mayor glanced at Elon through the rearview mirror and sighed softly. And what a pity. With looks like yours, you'd have been a superstar. Had that apocalypse never happened. Elon fell silent, watching tree shadows blur past on either side, humbled by such unexpected kindness. And the mayor truly was a good man. And we will win, Elon declared. And the mayor blinked, his voice nearly drowned out by the engine's roar. And weren't you unconscious just moments ago? Just waking up? You don't even know what we're up against. Youth always brims with confidence. And indeed I do not, Elon thought. Yet you, and all of you, somehow survived, and centuries later even a place like Mosquito Vegetable Restaurant, a culinary purgatory, could dominate this town. Your portrait still hangs proudly between Sewage Town's two most notorious black market establishments. Could today possibly end in defeat? That last distant gunfire reached Elon's ears. He murmured, though the battle will surely be brutal. This Sewage Town is far larger and more prosperous than the one I encountered later. And screech! The motorcycle skidded to a halt at its destination, executing a stylish drift under the mayor's control, sending arcs of rainwater flying. Rain still fell, and dismounting beside the mayor, Yilon finally beheld the scene before him. The outer wall remained constructed primarily of wooden stakes, but now layered with precision, riddled with traps and meticulously prepared. Nothing like the dilapidated defenses he'd witnessed upon his later arrival. What exactly transpired here? And while Yilon no longer needed to wonder, he could see it for himself. Beyond the wooden stakes stretched an endless tide of black silhouettes. An apocalyptic siege straight out of a video game, and thousands upon thousands of creatures, nearly identical to the spotlight zombies he'd fled from the containment tower. Their skulls bore no grotesque protrusions, but swollen tentacle-like regions still pulsed with revolting distortion. Yilon noticed these zombie-like entities often endured multiple gunshots without falling, only collapsing when struck precisely in those unnatural distorted areas, evidently their sole vulnerability. Devoid of reason, they hurled themselves mindlessly against Sewage Town's outer defenses. And how reassuring, Yilon whispered, so quietly only he could hear. If Sewage Town's current crisis amounted to nothing more than this, then truly, it was no great threat at all. And mere zombies, utterly insignificant against well-armed humanity. What could be more despair-inducing than a cosmic horror apocalypse? Alas, the spectacle before him, the thousand-odd so-called zombies, was likely but a minor manifestation, perhaps an aberration's secondary effect, or low-tier creatures driven mad by contamination-induced corruption. In other words, apologies, this was merely the appetizer. Right? Stay here with these supplies, the mayor instructed Yilon, then snatched up a megaphone and bellowed urgently. Those without weapons, line up to collect them. No rush. Wait until every last bullet is spent before advancing. Understood. Yilon tore the sack's opening wider and set it firmly on the ground. He made no attempt to draw attention, instead observing the situation intently. This armament configuration and hard to assess. 2 Gatling guns formed a heavy machine gun emplacement. Over a dozen fully automatic rifles wove a lethal web of fire capable of annihilating everything short of artillery. That explained how mere wooden stakes could hold back such overwhelming numbers. But calling it impressive. And beyond those few pieces, the rest of the arsenal suffered a catastrophic drop in quality. Most townsfolk were busy reloading magazines. Even some burly men were launching projectiles with slingshots, and the ammunition crates were visibly depleted. What remained in active use was almost certainly the final reserve. Given the mayor had brought back only melee weapons, this stockpile was clearly Sewage Town's last remaining ammunition. Once exhausted, with no resolution, the defenders would charge forward armed only with blades and clubs. It also confirmed one thing: Sewage Town possessed neither domestic arms manufacturing capacity nor stable supply channels. All these weapons had been scavenged, haphazardly gathered from unknown sources, and then nothing more. And people began arriving steadily to claim weapons. Yilon performed admirably, distributing them according to physique. The bullier individuals received spades, the slender ones sickles. The more agile were given stun batons or nunchaku. Suddenly Yilon froze mid-distribution, his gaze locking unblinking. A gaunt young man in his 20s stood before him wearing a striking Western cowboy hat, and rummaging through the sack for a weapon. In that instant, catching the man's profile, Yilon nearly cried out in Arthur. So similar, truly too similar. The two looked as if they were carved from the same mold. However, for both emotional and logical reasons, Arthur could not possibly be here, let alone appear so young. Before he could observe further, the town mayor suddenly shouted and rushed over in a single leap. Yaman, what the hell are you doing here? The young man, who resembled Arthur and was called Yaman by the mayor, was clearly startled, looking very guilty under the imposing I am here to retrieve weapons. Where the hell is your gun? The mayor was extremely furious. Didn't I give you an automatic rifle to use? Yaman lowered his head, fists tightly clenched. I lost it during the last assault. Useless. The mayor cursed. How few guns do they have in total anyway? Losing one means one less. Why are you so cowardly? That's not it. Yaman raised his head, his neck turning red from anxiety. The gun was too heavy. I could barely manage it in the first place. When the front line retreated, it jammed, and in my panic I dropped it. Damn it. The mayor roughly grabbed his head and pulled out a revolver from his pocket. Get aside and watch. You can't even hold a gun steady, and you want to fight in close combat. Just watch. Honestly, hold on to this chaos bell for self-defense. Don't use it unless it's a life-or-death situation. Yaman's face paled, looking at the revolver, hesitating to take it. Chaos. You're giving this to me. Stop stalling, take it and follow me. After their exchange, they hurriedly left while Night Blue fell into deep thought. A revolver, with the word chaos on it. He wondered if this was related to the chaos wheel in Sewage Town, but many things began to connect vaguely. His gaze quietly flickered between the mayor and Yaman as Night Blue fell into contemplation. Damn, this thing is fast, quick shooting. A scream pierced through before he could react, followed by the mayor's roar. Everyone charge with knives. Push them back, they're about to break through the machine gun position. Night Blue saw a zombie creature charging forward, suddenly explode into lumps, transforming into 7 or 8 small dog-sized beings crawling with eerie tentacles like spiders. It moved incredibly fast, agile in form, and in just a few breaths it dashed into the line of fire, quickly piercing through several riflemen who were reloading. Not good. Night Blue's expression changed slightly. Seeing these ragged people charging forward with sickles and shovels, he also felt restless. If this continues, Sewage Town is undoubtedly doomed. He was not a soft-hearted person. He wouldn't blink if the bastard who dared to rob him died, but whether it was the mayor or that person who resembled Arthur, whom he suspected to be Arthur's grandfather or father, he was willing to save them. Night Blue gently stroked the self-selected defensive dagger from the sack, a faint red glow flickering on it, bringing a smile. Activated, it was still usable here. At this point, he hesitated no longer and swiftly dashed into the front line. After all, they were merely a group of ordinary people with weapons but no training. Their shooting was atrocious. They relied solely on firepower suppression. If you shot a crooked bullet and I shot a crooked bullet, by chance one might hit a different. This was extremely dangerous. Charging into the machine gun position, looking at the gunner, who just finished loading the last magazine, Night Blue shouted, "Get out of the way, let me take over." The other party looked clearly dumbfounded, turning to the mayor for help, thinking the mayor was dissatisfied with his shooting and sent someone to replace him. But he was clearly getting into the groove. The mayor also noticed the change here, looking even more confused than the machine gunner with a very bizarre expression. "You brat, what are you doing?" Bang! In the midst of the mayor's reprimand, Night Blue already knew. He couldn't delay any longer and immediately punched the gunner aside, taking his place at the machine gun. Activated. With Night Blue's low shout, a red glow began to flicker on the Gatling gun, quickly covering the massive machine gun, the light flowing like waves across its body. The most intuitive feeling was that Night Blue felt the weapon had lightened. Then, rat-a-tat-a-tat, the deafening gunfire unleashed its terrifying firepower. Holding down the trigger, Night Blue felt no difficulty in controlling the gun, as if it were part of his body. The ammunition poured out, and in an instant 500 rounds were emptied. In the moment the gunfire ceased, the world fell silent. Before Night Blue lay nothing but a sea of corpses. No matter the weakness, the mutations, not a single one could rise again to launch an attack. With such a rapid rate of fire, each of Night Blue's bullets could hit one or even two different targets, almost every shot landing a fatal. The number of these zombie-like creatures was only about 1,000. The townsfolk had shot 400 or 500 dead, and the rest were utterly destroyed by the onslaught of this magazine's ammunition. Before his eyes, there was nothing left. Silence, complete silence. The townsfolk were so shocked by the scene that they forgot to breathe clearly, so many people yet quiet as a library at night. Even the mayor nearly dropped his jaw. They usually needed dozens of bullets to hit one, and even then the hit wouldn't necessarily kill and it could still get back up. Awesome! The mayor cheered and rushed over, patting Night Blue's shoulder vigorously. Good lad. I can't believe it. Hidden talent. What the hell kind of shooting skill is this? Are you a genetic enhancer? Genetic enhancer. A series of questions left Night Blue unsure of which to answer, yet he felt a sense of familiarity with the term. But there was no way around it. It was unreasonable for a genetic enhancer to ask the other party what is a genetic enhancer. Night Blue decided to accept this label, otherwise he couldn't explain why his shooting was so terrifying. I have indeed experienced some enhancements, Night Blue replied cautiously, but I'm not sure if it's what you call genetic enhancement. That must be it. This technology originated from your radiant city. The mayor clapped his hands. No wonder it's a big city. Scientific advancements are impressive. Refining anomalous energy, combining it with the blood and materials of mutated creatures to enhance our human genes. How did you come up with that idea? Night Blue's pupils gently constricted. Refining anomalous energy. He could not possibly remain calm, for he was the anomaly itself. However, probing further would not be convenient. His current persona should not be so ignorant. Is it over now? Elon gently flexed her wrist, her thoughts drifting elsewhere. What was the purpose of the anomaly bringing her to this day? Having resolved the apparent crisis, is it good or bad for leaving this place? Kid. No. Hero, please don't go, will you? Stay here and I, as your town chief, will serve you. I'll find the most beautiful bride in the entire town for you and promise you unlimited free meals at the Mosquito restaurant. How about it? Just after Elon had accomplished something significant, she was momentarily happy, but suddenly, Mosquito, you say? I do not want. The town chief laughed heartily as he put his arm around Elon's shoulder. Don't rush to refuse, take your time. He gestured excitedly with one hand while waving to others with the other. Let's go home, boys. We're heading to the Mosquito restaurant to celebrate, and tonight we shall revel to our heart's content. Elon thought. Get lost. Why can't you people from Sewage Town avoid the Mosquito restaurant? Come on, lend a hand. Let's carry our hero back. All right? Hee. I'm in too. A group of townspeople, having survived the crisis, were very enthusiastic, cheerfully surrounding Elon and hoisting her up. Hey, you all. Elon had not expected to become the center of attention, being lifted up by a swarm of hands and tossed into the air. Suspended in midair, she was stabilized and then tossed again. You all. Elon felt somewhat helpless, being cheered and tossed around for quite a while. Finally, she managed to break free, her emotions slightly uplifted, reminiscent of the carefree times before everything began. However, this is also a good thing. Given her current reputation in Sewage Town, she would face no obstacles in visiting the Mosquito restaurant to admire its picture frames. Even the town chief is willing to give me a pass. What other places in this small town could I be barred from? Just as Elon was about to say something, she suddenly felt a pang of unease. It felt as if something terrifying was watching her. Elon abruptly pushed through the crowd, taking a few steps toward the town's exit, gazing into the distance. But it seemed nothing was there. Is it an illusion? Elon felt a bit worried, as though everything she had experienced so far was merely an appetizer. But what else could there be? Suddenly Yilan's heart trembled. In the distant sky beyond the thick fog there appeared to be two green triangles suspended in midair. Their gazes crossed, and that thing suddenly moved. It moved. That was an eye. Before she could comprehend, the emerald eye of the triangle quickly shifted, accompanied by a violent tremor of the ground. Boom! The emerald green eye expanded rapidly, gradually breaking through the mist, revealing its length akin to a small mountain with extremely slender limbs. It measured nearly 10 meters long, its limbs sharp as blades covered in thin, fleshy wings. It resembled a gigantic mantis, with every part exuding a razor-sharp edge. What the hell is this? Elon looked at the town chief, only to find him completely stunned. It's a demon scythe. A demon scythe. With that shout, despair flickered in his eyes. Elon, however, had no reason to despair, as she still didn't know what is a demon scythe. At this moment, the town chief couldn't think about why Elon, who came from Radiant City, didn't even know about the demon scythe. It's a creature that has been horrifically mutated due to anomalous pollution. In the wasteland, it's called the devil's scythe. It is impervious to blades and firearms, its body is filled with venom, and it is extremely fast. No matter where you strike it, even its softest parts are as sharp as steel blades. Anything that touches it will be sliced. Impervious to weapons, any contact means death, filled with poison. So large and so fast. Damn. He began to understand why the town chief was panicking. Could an ordinary person contend with this creature? If this thing entered the small town, there would be no living beings left. But wait a minute. If it were truly invincible, killing one person with each encounter, not just the small town but no human city could withstand this creature. Wouldn't that mean wherever it went, death would follow? It shouldn't be. What do you think? When the apocalypse first arrived, it didn't even require the anomaly to strike. This creature nearly destroyed over 30% of the world's cities. The best outcome was to self-destruct cities with nuclear weapons to take it down. Until the emergence of the Dawn sect and the appearance of gene enhancers. The town chief's voice suddenly halted as he looked at Elon, his gaze intense. Then the demon scythe appeared in Radiant City, and for the first time in human history, Radiant City repelled the demon scythe. Elon paused slightly, an influx of information flooding her mind. The Dawn sect must be the name of a church faction in the wasteland capable of repelling the demon scythe. From the tension of the cat of the soul, they possess abilities against anomalies. Radiant City, currently the largest human city in the wasteland capable of repelling the demon scythe. From her current understanding, they possess the ability of gene enhancement. The power of the demon scythe comes from the anomaly, hence its status is lower than that of the anomaly. It is merely something that cannot be considered an anomaly. Strangely, Elon felt a bit relieved. If it is inferior to an anomaly, what is there to fear? I am the anomaly. Why are you all just standing there? Get ready to shoot. The massive demon scythe was already charging toward them, wings flapping. Elon shouted and rushed to the heavy machine gun position, activating a remaining machine gun with less than half a magazine. Red light flickered above. Elon aimed at the charging demon scythe and pulled the trigger. A tremendous gun barrel unleashed terrifying firepower, pouring down upon the rushing demon scythe. Hiss! To everyone's shock, the demon scythe let out a painful howl. It is injured. It was actually wounded by an ordinary weapon. Hero! Countless people forgot to shoot, gazing at Elon with a mix of fervor and astonishment. In the face of the monsters charged the figure standing at the forefront, meeting it with a gun. They recalled that Radiant City had developed gene enhancement technology and was the first to repel the demon scythe in history. And Elon, who claimed to come from Radiant City. Looking at the others, Elon also sighed in relief. It wasn't the gun that had become stronger. Rather, she had activated it, granting it the abilities of automatic fire and weak. She guessed correctly. Even if this thing is said to be impervious to knives and guns, it still has weaknesses. Roar! The demon scythe let out a furious roar, its emerald triangle eyes fixated on Elon, flickering in intensity. With its iron limbs stretching, it not only charged forward but jumped dozens of meters high. It directly entered Elon's blind spot, leaping over the entire defense line and heading toward the center of the town. That direction. In that instant, the town chief gasped in disbelief. The Mosquito Restaurant. In that moment, countless voices erupted in terror, piercing the air with heart-wrenching cries. Wife! Child! No! Come back, you coward! Your opponent is here. I will fight you to the end. Countless voices filled with despair and anguish echoed around. The hoarse voices and pained expressions. Elon gently set down the machine gun and pursed his lips. For him now was not the time to provoke such a monster. Thanks to the previous damage he inflicted, the opponent should not seek out conflict and would not return to this heavy machine gun. This place was temporarily safe. Yet his heart softened. Even knowing that all of this might be some kind of illusion stemming from an abnormal realm, and despite knowing he currently lacked the confidence to face such an opponent. He could be ruthless like the one who had robbed him before. He felt no psychological discomfort about that. But being ruthless and having a conscience and empathy are not the same thing. At the very least, for those who had shown kindness to him, He could not bear to witness their despair and sorrow at the thought of losing their loved ones. I don't want to be a hero, Yilan murmured softly. Suddenly he thought of the spirit cat. Yilan wanted to be a slacker too. He often joked about the little cat. You go I go, but when you happen to be the only one with such power, who else will step up if you don't? A rifle 10 magazines cart. Yilan's calm voice drew everyone's attention, causing many to recall his earlier display of power. He could injure the demon's scythe. In an instant, excitement surged among the crowd, some driven by fervor and madness, while others clung to the last thread of hope. Take mine. My gun is high quality, it won't jam. Please. You must save my wife and child. Thank you. If anything happens to you, I'll be the first to accompany you on the road to the afterlife. Hee hee. Yilan chuckled softly, looking at the town mayor, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Then he asked the most straightforward and bold question since waking up. Is there an anomaly available? No one expected Yilan to ask such a question. No one understood how he came to ask it. How could there be anomalies in our small town? If there were anomalies here, would that thing dare to cause trouble? The mayor gazed at Yilan, momentarily unable to discern his expression. Anomalies? You truly came for it, outsider. However, at this point, what does it matter? The mayor finally made up his mind and shouted, Give him the bell of chaos. Yilan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart suddenly raced. There really is an anomaly. This small town indeed has an anomaly. Moreover, this mayor is not simple. He knows about this anomaly. Could this be a case of good people being rewarded? For the first time he had solid leads on anomalies. Mayor, are you sure? Unexpectedly, Yaman seemed to know something as well, appearing extremely hesitant. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Taking a deep breath, Yaman solemnly handed the revolver to Yilan. The moment he held it, Yilan sensed something unusual within. This gun is struggling. A large revolver with an eerie mist swirling around the muzzle, its barrel adorned with a fine orange-eared stripe. We all cannot use this gun. The mayor did not explain how he encountered this anomaly or why he knew these things. Yilan felt a bit regretful. The spirit cat still hadn't told him how to contain anomalies. Of course, using and containing should be two different matters. Noticing the reaction of the bell of chaos in Yilan's hand, the mayor's gaze slightly sharpened, then quickly returned to calm. As per known information, it is defined by the Twilight cult as an evil anomaly. I don't know the reason, you need to be cautious. Known characteristics 1. Mischief. It will always make you hit a target it finds amusing. Known characteristic 2. Once the 6th bullet hits, no matter what it is guaranteed to die. Known characteristic 3. You must aim at the target and all 6 bullets must be aimed at the same target to trigger the effect of characteristic 2. In other words, if you miss your shot, it will be useless. Yilan's eyes brightened slightly. It was a good item. As for what evil anomaly means, I am 001. Without making any promises, Yilan inserted the key into the motorcycle, sat in the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and twisted the throttle. Heading towards the Mosquito restaurant at full speed. With the wind rushing past, Yilan gripped the throttle with one hand, while lightly resting the other on the revolver. Activate. But suddenly Yilan's expression changed slightly. The first activation failed. In past activations, the red light flickered along his line of sight from one side to the other. But this time it flickered halfway, as if encountering an insurmountable obstacle bouncing back. An anomaly cannot be activated. That doesn't seem right. According to the spirit cat, the night house was activated by himself. So is it a matter of willingness or unwillingness? Suddenly clarity dawned. Yilan slammed on the brakes and jumped off the motorcycle. He returned once more to the Mosquito restaurant. Boom! A dazzling fireball and thick smoke erupted in the sky, the demon scythe hovering directly above the Mosquito restaurant, emanating a thick plume of smoke, seemingly momentarily hindered. This scene could probably be guessed to be caused by an RPG shot from the owner of the Mosquito restaurant. Although it didn't deal damage, the shockwave was indeed enough to make it pause. Without any wasted words, Yilan aimed at it and fired the first shot. Bang! The tremendous impact nearly the gunshot was like a tolling bell, reminding Yilan of a phrase. The death knell rings for you. Boom! Clearly aimed at the sky, the bullet traced a graceful arc, whistling past and crashing through the Mosquito restaurant's main door. He accomplished what the demon scythe had yet to achieve. Damn! At that moment, Yilan realized just how troublesome this thing was. No matter how precisely you aim, you truly have no idea what it will hit. Hiss! That sound startled the demon scythe. It saw Yilan chasing closely behind, its triangular eyes flickering. Unsure whether it feared Yilan or the handgun, it hesitated and actually began to flee backward. Where do you think you're going? Yilan felt anxious, remembering that this handgun must aim at a target before it can fire, or otherwise the 6th bullet's guaranteed kill effect could not be triggered. Boom! Yilan jumped back onto the motorcycle, twisting the throttle and pursuing relentlessly. Thus the chase continued, one pursuing the other, fleeing all the way to the center of Sewage Town. That iconic yet different from Yilan's memory. Great ditch. Bang bang bang. His vision was extraordinarily clear as Yilan fired repeatedly, unleashing 3 more rounds in quick succession. Boom! The 3 bullets indeed missed their mark, instead all shooting into the only tall building beside the ditch in Sewage Town, different angles showing no discernible connection. What does this mean? Yilan did not forget that the Chaos gun possesses the characteristic of mischief, targeting things it finds. But what is interesting about this building? To his understanding, this building was completely deserted with no one living inside. The current population and scale of the town did not warrant its existence as an office or commercial building. Yet the chaos gun could not possibly forego such a precious shooting opportunity. What exactly did it target? Bang! The demon scythe leaped and danced in the sky, but the area was too vast apart from that building. Finally, Yilan found the opportunity and the fifth shot thundered forth. The bullet once again penetrated the high-rise, and Yilan decided not to dwell on it further. 6 bullets, 5 hits, and the time had come to conclude. You can finally die. Yilan raised his pistol, aiming at the demon scythe. No matter what this shot was bound to hit, then he could bid farewell to this thing. Initially he had no such intention, but ultimately became a hero. But just as the sights were perfectly aligned with the target, Yilan seemed to understand something. The 4 bullets that struck the high-rise. Decades later, the high-rise that could not be seen in Sewage Town. The bridge, the sewage. He finally understood the interest behind those 4 penetrating bullets, which were as powerful as little bombs penetrating this building. The 4 bullets that could completely penetrate this building hit 4 critical structural points. The penetration of these points had already destroyed the entire balance of the building. In other words, this building was already on the brink of collapse. It was fine if you didn't touch it, but once you did. And the demon scythe was now right above the building, with no retreat left, ready to dive down toward him in the next moment. Perhaps it still hadn't realized the severity of the situation. Instead, Yilan's 5 consecutive misses gave it the confidence of, this person is nothing special, I can counterattack, and now was the moment to strike back. The arrow is on the string, it must be released. If he was to take action, it had to be now. This was its mischief, the 6th bullet. Bang! The revolver let out a piercing roar, finally hitting the body of the demon scythe. The giant mantis-like monster let out a shrill scream, splattering filthy, disgusting fluid all over the surrounding land, drenching even the not-so-polluted ditch. Boom! Its massive body fell from the sky, crashing into the towering building. The building had long been on the verge of breaking apart, and with the collision of its corpse it crumbled into countless fragments. Boom! The thunderous building toppled toward the ditch, crashing straight through the bridge. Rumbling. The bridge collapsed, taking the rubble of the building into the murky water. All of this came to an end from then on. Data. Countless hurried footsteps approached as the mayor finally arrived. Yilan was still somewhat dazed. The scene unfolding before him was indeed shocking. It felt like witnessing the birth of history. What the hell? The people of Sewage Town looked at the scene before them, completely stunned. Is this something, a human? They arrived too late, only able to see the strong demon scythe plummeting from the sky, and then everything was destroyed. All that remained was a lonely figure by the ditch, looking invincible, like a man watching an explosion. It looked like the scene of Godzilla battling King Kong. Almost the same. Your energy is not weaker than that of a giant beast. Gulu gulu gulu. Bubbles rose from the ditch and Yilan's pupils constricted. A terrifying force was emanating from the water. A whirlpool erupted in the ditch, leaving a hollow center that spun downwards, deep and bottomless, making one wonder if it was not a ditch but a trench. It spun rapidly, and the debris drifting atop the entire ditch was thus all swallowed inside. Apart from the murky green water that remained swirling, everything else left no trace. It was as if nothing had ever happened. This was different. The so-called demon scythe merely brought him unease, but throughout he felt no transcendent fear toward it. He was even in pursuit. Yet underneath this ditch it brought him an indescribable sense of danger. He could not fight back now. What the hell? What is this? For a moment Yilan's mindset was about to explode. What kind of poison does Sewage Town have? How many more monsters and demons are there? Why is it so difficult to fight in a beginner village? Little brother, you are incredibly strong. The mayor rushed to Yilan's side, disrupting his solo MVP's grand backdrop. I want to capture your heroic image and hang it up here. No. Hang it in the mayor's office in the mosquito and insect restaurant for posterity. Yilan's mouth twitched, seriously disrupting the heavy atmosphere that had just formed. There's really no need. But please don't let anyone think that the establishment of your mosquito and insect restaurant has anything to do with me. I really can't afford this reputation. Yilan hesitated for a moment, then took out the chaos bell and waved it in front of the mayor. This thing. Let's talk about it later, okay? The mayor chuckled, pushing the revolver aside, surprisingly not taking it immediately. This made Yilan's gaze narrow involuntarily. The relationship between the mayor and this gun seemed a bit aloof, and the original guesses of being an ambitious person also seemed a bit unfounded. This was abnormal. Even if it was weak, it was incomparable to himself. 002003. And even the mind cat could not compare to this anomaly. But it was still an anomaly, having just decisively slain a creature like the demon scythe. However, since the other party acted this way, Yilan said nothing further, fastening the chaos bell to his waist. This ditch below. The mayor looked at the ditch, his expression growing serious. Especially since the poison from the demon scythe's body had already spread throughout the water supply that Sewage Town relied on. What was that earlier? I don't know. Yilan shook his head. I wanted to ask you. The mayor shook his head. I truly don't know. He looked at Yilan with a hint of expectation. Are you planning to investigate? Yilan decisively refused. You should seek someone more capable. He did not belong here, nor did he belong to this era. The most important thing for him was to return, especially since he seriously suspected that investigating this matter at this stage would undoubtedly lead to failure. If he were to investigate, he would need to first rendezvous with the mind cat and then proceed cautiously. I see. The mayor nodded, appearing quite carefree. Then let's not worry about it for now, it's time to rebuild. He put his arm around Elon, growing more excited. This building is uninhabited and I'm tired of it being in the way. This place is quite good now. I have a fantastic idea. Want to take a guess? You? Generally speaking, I really can't guess, but right now. Elon hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back, ultimately speaking slowly. For example, building an inn on top of it. The mayor. He was stunned, his expression was simply, "You're my kindred spirit." He shouted loudly, "What a pity we met too late. If I had met you earlier, it wouldn't have been Guanghui City dominating this wasteland, but our sewage town. Elon. Goodness, you already designed a plan to build an inn over this stinky ditch at this time. And what else could sewage town do by dominating this wasteland?" Sorry, Elon could only momentarily think of the mosquito and insect restaurant chain sprawling across the land. After grumbling a bit, Elon felt a sense of relaxation after the battle. He certainly felt exhilarated. Since leaving the containment tower, it was the first time he hadn't acted like a bum but had fully unleashed his own power. He had encountered and closely interacted with an anomaly, even witnessing the birth of Sewage Town. And under his extraordinary performance, he achieved an almost flawless, perfect ending. However, there were still many things, possibly even more, that remained unclear. What exactly was his current state? If, as he suspected, he had entered some anomaly, then how did that event happen back then? When that incident occurred, he had not been present yet. Sewage Town had survived. This meant that, at that time, someone here must have accomplished this feat. Who could have done it? Not to sound narcissistic, but what kind of enemy could defeat such a foe? The only difference between the two was that his strength was more dominant, thus protecting the women and children here. In the actual situation back then, the mosquito and insect restaurant had probably been completely annihilated. Thus, when he arrived in Sewage Town decades later, the population was so sparse. Yet there were still problems. What is the chaos turntable, and what connection does it have to this chaos gun? Just thinking about this handgun made Elon seethe with anger. Still playing dead. Alright. Just wait until I return and reunite with my little kitty before I deal with you. Uncertain if it was his imagination, Elon felt the chaos gun in his hand tremble slightly. But just as he was about to do something else, the mayor suddenly pulled him in. Come on. I must take a photo with you. I want to be in it too. Include me. I also made great contributions. Amon also came over. I want to take a photo. You take a photo of what? Forget it. Damn. The mayor swore and waved his hand. Only 10 spots. Too many will block the view, hurry up. Elon was once again surrounded by people. Elon and the mayor stood in the center, surrounded by a row of battered first-generation pioneers of Sewage Town. When the camera of the distant photographer pointed at him, Elon forced a smile and then suddenly was taken aback. This positioning, apart from not including himself, wasn't it the image he had seen of Sewage Town before? Click. The camera flashed, plunging Elon's vision into a pure white. Then it went completely black. Night Blue let out a startled cry, suddenly sitting up and opening his eyes as if awakened from a nightmare. The slightly decayed ceiling, a dim environment, and a flicker of candlelight. His own room. He had returned. What happened? Meow. The spiritual cat leaped lightly and landed in front of Night Blue. It did not need to sleep, but Night Blue's abrupt awakening had startled the cat. From its perspective, Night Blue had suddenly called out and sat up with no warning. Indeed. Was I dragged to some unknown place by an anomaly? Night Blue had an inkling, but before he could speak, the radio on the bedside suddenly began to play music. As I knew, the old dream was just a fleeting moment. Wow, do not sigh like water cooling in your heart. Wow, winter departs, spring returns, flowers bloom again. Bam! Skillfully he turned off the switch, sitting up straight. The sky outside had already brightened with a faint light. Is it almost morning? Before he could ponder further, Night Blue suddenly remembered something and reached for his waist. The chaos clock was gone. Indeed, it cannot be brought out, can it? He had already anticipated this. He was not in the real world at the time. That anomaly might not even be the true anomaly, but rather something replicated. This thought was chilling. In an anomalous space, it was possible to meet and communicate with another anomaly. Wait, considering that he also seemed to be an anomaly made it even more absurd. Meow. The little cat was a bit confused, unsure of what was happening. Little cat, what was going on next door? Was there any anomaly last night? The spiritual cat decisively shook its head. No, everyone was sleeping. Bam. A faint light came from outside the curtain, and room 402 had its light on. Night Blue silently looked at the spiritual cat. This is what you call sleeping? The expression of the spiritual cat suddenly looked very aggrieved. It had certainly felt like sleeping just now. Forget it, it should have nothing to do with them. I need to tell you something just now. After more than 10 minutes, Night Blue finally recounted the events that had happened as briefly as possible. The spiritual cat listened. Not to say it was dazzling, but it was utterly shocking. The sewage town from decades ago, meow. The demon's scythe, meow. The mayor back then had a certain degree of control over anomalies, meow. Did you see how Sewage Town became like this, meow? Beneath the water lies something powerful, meow. Did you use the chaos clock, meow? The spiritual cat excitedly rubbed its paws. As expected of 001. Even in sleep it can produce such fantastic events, meow. Night Blue. Can you really boast about this? Enough of that. Do you know where I actually went? This was Night Blue's biggest question at the moment. The spiritual cat nodded and then shook its head. It is now certain that you were influenced by an anomaly, and it can basically be locked down to that frame without a doubt, meow. But I am also unclear how it did it. However, I am very sure and need to tell you something. The next words from the spiritual cat completely astonished Night Blue. I know the chaos clock. It was once a member of our containment tower. Wow. The spiritual cat recognized it. Then the spiritual cat began to explain. Meow. To be honest, I didn't expect it to be that. After all, chaos turntable sounds somewhat similar but differs in many. Now it seems that even if the chaos turntable is not it, there must be a connection between the two. Instantly Night Blue curiously asked. What kind of person? Oh, what kind of anomaly is it? The spiritual cat thought for a moment and said, Meow. Very reclusive. It does not like to communicate with us and enjoys playing pranks. Of course it had a very unpleasant time in the containment tower because we were all stronger than it and it couldn't play pranks. Its only joy was occasionally scaring those researchers when their attention was weak. He meow. It sounds quite miserable. It is clearly such a powerful anomaly. The sixth bullet, a one-shot kill. When I held it, I could feel it struggling. Does this signify it has malice towards me? Upon hearing Night Blue's question, the spiritual cat could not help but glance at him, twice hesitating to speak. Are you sure it was struggling rather than being afraid? Night Blue, afraid of me? What is there to be afraid of? Meow. Think back on whether you, if it truly rejected and resisted with all its might, then before successfully containing it you would find it very difficult to use it. Night Blue recalled that aside from his failed attempt to activate the chaos clock, he had indeed been able to use it freely. He had been holding it while chasing a demon scythe. So it can communicate? Night Blue curiously asked. Just like you. The spiritual cat shook its head. How could that be, meow? It at most has awareness, but apart from anomalies ranked within the top 300, most do not possess the ability to communicate. The top 300? Then what is your rank? 299, just barely passing. What are you so proud of? What is its rank? 312. Chaos clock. The spiritual cat answered confidently. 312. Huh. It is over 10 ranks lower than the spiritual cat. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but ask. So following this, has it already detected my presence and reacted by avoiding me? The spiritual cat thought for a moment and shook its head. Meow. To be honest, I don't think what you saw was its true form, but rather another anomaly mimicking it. Therefore, unless there is a connection between the two anomalies, it should not have the memory of that experience. That's a relief. I can still take my time. After all, based on what happened during that time, the chaos clock should ultimately be in Amon's hands. So as long as I continue to pursue the lead of Arthur, I should be able to find clues about the chaos clock. However, what exactly the chaos turntable is also needs careful attention. And why the mayor back then understood the chaos clock and how he obtained it, these are likely the threads linking the current anomalies of Sewage Town and the chaos turntable. I also heard Arthur and the townsfolk mention a ritual. What could that be? There is one more thing Night Blue recalled. Back then the mayor mentioned that the Dawn God sect defined the chaos clock as an evil anomaly. Does this signify? The spiritual cat shrugged its paws. I don't know this, meow. It could be that it indeed did something bad and was defined in this category. Or perhaps that Dawn God sect is an evil cult, so what they call evil anomalies could actually be good anomalies. Night Blue gently nodded. Indeed, he did not even know what the Dawn God sect was, or what they were doing. Discussing this issue was indeed beyond the scope. By the way, I wonder which faction resides next door to me, and whether it is this so-called Dawn God sect. Why haven't they? Hurry. Right now. I think we can start making some records about them in advance. This is necessary preparatory work for future containment, meow. The spiritual cat waved its paw. The shift from being a contained entity to a containment entity clearly indicated that it was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Very pleasant. This is a crucial step in containment, meow. Night Blue's heart stirred. Was this little cat finally going to tell him how to contain these things? It seemed that, although the other party did not show it, his exotic adventure had actually impacted it. Night Blue found a pen and paper from the drawer, putting on the pen cap. Alright, it seems like I have also begun to trend towards that wave of madness. You follow me and take notes, meow. Prepare a pen and paper, and the soul cat began to speak. Number 312. The Bell of Chaos. Form a physical entity resembling a revolver. Character mischievous and playful. Trait 1, the first 5 bullets will inevitably hit their intended target. Once the 6th bullet hits, the vast majority of living beings, including anomalies, will die, except for those in the top 100 with counteractive abilities. Trait 2, 6 consecutive bullets must be aimed at the same target for Trait 1 to take effect. Trait 3. I don't know, you left it blank. Preferences: lubrication room temperature preference for individual quirks. Existence form: low self-mobility, with humans being the optimal symbiotic entity. Containment method: capture using containment facilities after deciphering this anomaly. This anomaly is currently unknown. Unknown. Night Blue paused in her rapid writing, looking at the soul cat with a "are you kidding me" expression. Yes, meow. I don't know what its anomaly is either. What you're saying? Doesn't that mean I still don't know how to contain it? That's right, meow. You can understand the anomaly as an environment created by the anomaly's most proficient ability. Once you decipher its strongest ability, it loses its defensive capability, allowing you to confront its true form. It paused and made a surprisingly unexpected conjecture. I speculate that you have successfully deciphered the anomaly phenomenon of that framed anomaly, but you haven't yet encountered the true form, missing the opportunity for contact, which is why you couldn't proceed to the containment step. In an instant, that memory flashed in her mind. The starting point of the incident where she was absorbed into the frame anomaly at the time and location of the photograph. At the end of the incident, she restored the scene in the photograph. That final group photo. So could this be the most crucial step in the containment process, deciphering the anomaly? In contemplation, Night Blue's expression subtly changed, and the soul cat seemed to have thought of something as well. It jumped down and ran a few steps to the corner, where Night Blue had piled up clutter. Night Blue approached with a slight tension in her heart, picking up the frame that had been discarded in the corner. I'm sure you were influenced by it, but I didn't feel any unusual reactions from it tonight, meow. Night Blue nodded lightly and looked at it. On it was still that grayish-white photo. The difference was she could now recognize each person in it. I was standing right here. Night Blue pointed to the center, and the soul cat moved closer to take a look, giving an approving the town mayor, Amon, the owner of the bug restaurant, and those lively townsfolk. It's hard to believe this is fake. That's how the anomaly's ability works, meow. The town mayor, Amon, the owner of the bug restaurant, and those lively townsfolk. It's hard to believe this is fake. That's how the anomaly's ability works, meow. The soul cat said so. Is that so? Why do I feel like I'm not that outrageous? I must be a false, and perhaps knowing what Night Blue was thinking, the soul cat spoke softly. Isn't it outrageous that you were single-handedly chasing after a demon scythe? Night Blue, if you put it that way, it does seem a bit. So in the end, my expulsion can actually be understood as its rejection and resistance. The soul cat nodded. Exactly, meow. It rubbed its paws together. The anomalies born later are unruly. We need to train this one properly next time we find it, meow. Night Blue nodded, though her desire to discipline this frame was not greater than to discipline the Bell of Chaos. Let's first make a simple record of what we know about it. With the help of the soul cat, Night Blue quickly allocated another page of paper for it. Regarding the anomaly number, Night Blue paused slightly. How do we calculate the number? The soul cat thought for a moment and said excitedly, let's open a new version for these new anomalies. After all, the previous anomaly numbers are all filled up and it's not easy to insert a new one. If the number is too far back, it won't correspond to its power ranking. Night Blue nodded, pondering for a moment, then wrote a title on the blank page. New anomaly. Anomaly number New 301. After all, Night Blue had personally experienced this frame. No matter how strange it was, it couldn't compare to the 003 level entity in the sky, and compared to the soul cat, it was just even. A ranking between 300,400 is already considered quite high. Ability unknown, suspected of drawing people into the photograph world. Known trait 1 can completely and realistically restore everything in the photograph. Known trait 2 can enter the world within the photograph. Known trait 3, only photographs hung in the frame have this effect. Hanging other photographs will trigger a new scene world suspected. Known preference to hang valuable photographs in places where many people can see them suspected. Containment method, enter the photograph, restore the final scene, and then capture with containment equipment. Containment suggestion to be conducted by personnel whose combat style does not heavily rely on external objects. Night Blue paused after finishing her writing. What about the thing under that ditch? Do you have any guesses? The soul cat remained silent, standing by the window looking outside. The dark green ditch appeared even more murky in the gradually brightening dawn. I don't sense anything different, meow. But I have some thoughts. The soul cat gazed at the calm surface of the water, continuing to speak. The first possibility is that the thing has already been resolved, so there are no sensations now after all decades have passed. Night Blue nodded. Everyone saw that scene. As long as the town mayor's brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, he would definitely find a way to resolve it afterward. If they couldn't resolve it themselves, they would ask someone else. Find the Radiant City, find the church. There must be someone in this world who can at least identify what that thing is. The second possibility is that it's too strong, far beyond my perception. The soul cat paused. But I think that's impossible. That level would have to be at least 003, and this is just a damn beginner village. The third possibility, it has already been controlled in a manner similar to containment controlled. This possibility is what makes Night Blue the most worried. That would mean there is at least one force hiding in this place, watching every move here, including the attempts of touching the anomaly that I am making bit by bit. Of course, there's also a possibility that the thing is merely a creation of the frame anomaly and doesn't actually exist. Night Blue supplemented the unspoken words in her heart. But this possibility is so low that it might as well exist just to provide an extra option. Taking a deep breath, Night Blue temporarily cast it aside. Then let's not worry about this for now until we obtain more relevant clues. The immediate priority is to contain the first anomaly and temporarily resolve the hunger issue. After a pause, Night Blue continued. And if we can't resolve this problem quickly, we need to find a way to earn next week's rent to ensure food supply and ammunition replenishment. Well, just a second ago we were discussing such grand topics, and now it's turned into a pressing competition for rent. As the thoughts ran through her mind, it actually seemed like good news. The soul cat mentioned that its hunger problem would erupt in no more than 7 days, and at the earliest in 3 days. She didn't want to drag it until the 7th day and aimed to resolve the issue within 3 days. And today was just the 2nd day. She had already obtained 2 relatively concrete clues about the anomalies. The next steps were twofold: to closely follow the lead of Arthur seeking the true form of the Bell of Chaos and the mystery of the chaotic dial, and to revisit the bug restaurant to confirm the status of that frame. Speaking of the bug restaurant, Night Blue gently lifted her head. The weak sunlight had already spilled into the room. It's time for breakfast. Let's go, breakfast awaits. And the mind cat paused, its brows knitting with quiet concern. And you are hungry? Enulon blinked, then shook her head helplessly. Not that kind of hunger, no need to fret. Enulon paused in thought, then returned to the radio. And if someone had slipped into our room while we were away, you'd be able to alert us upon our return, wouldn't you? For the first time, the radio answered Yulon's summons of its own accord, bursting forth with a bold theatrical voice. I'll become the angel you love in fairy tales, spreading my arms, turning them into wings to guard you. Ooh, believe me? And click. Yulon pressed the radio's power switch. And stay low-key. Remain still and silent. If anyone does enter, your priority is concealment. Understood. Whether because it was her own creation or some deeper resonance, Yulon always understood it with uncanny ease. It hadn't merely assented. It had almost conveyed a solemn vow to stand watch over their home. No need for such grandeur. And she tucked the mind cat into her coat pocket, pushed open the door, locked it firmly behind her, and paused briefly before room 402. Then continued down the stairs. Reaching the ground floor, she heard the innkeeper stir at the sound of descending footsteps. And when he caught sight of Yulon, he sat up. Then he called out to her. Honored guest. Enulon's brow furrowed faintly. She had no idea why he'd halted her without cause. Still she stopped. In such circumstances, one could hardly ignore what another had to say. An honored guest. Will you be extending your stay next week? Isn't this only day 1? And not yet decided why. And the innkeeper chuckled softly. Then you'd best decide quickly. Our inn operates on reservations only and availability is tight. As it stands, your room is the sole remaining slot booked for next week. Enulon understood instantly. If she didn't confirm, her room would be reassigned before the week ended. So, shall I reserve your room for next week? Enulon took a slow, measured breath and ground her teeth ever so slightly. If I reserve now, must I pay immediately? And the innkeeper nodded, his smile warm and unwavering. And precisely, though only 50% is required as a deposit. That's 10 Wulon coins. Exceptionally fair and reassuring. Enulon fell silent. And this place was a den of thieves. She paid reluctantly, not knowing how long she'd remain here and fearing the deposit might vanish into thin air. Yet if she refused to reserve, what if she failed to resolve matters within the week? And wouldn't complications multiply? And damn it all, have the 2 guests in the rooms beside mine also reserved for next week? Yulon suddenly sensed something amiss. And room 404? Isn't it still vacant? She eyed the innkeeper warily. And was he resorting to artificial scarcity? Both adjacent rooms have been reserved for next week, and their guests prepaid for an entire month. The innkeeper explained earnestly, his expression guileless. And room 404 has likewise been reserved. The guest arrives tonight, and has already prepaid for next week. In other words, her awareness needed upgrading by next week. Her suite would be the only premium accommodation left in the entire— Damn it! Na curse rose unbidden in Yulon's mind. And who are these extravagantly wealthy patrons? Staying month after month in this grimy, crumbling inn? Wait. Just who else has arrived? Isn't this sewage town already bustling enough? And with a sigh, Yulon withdrew 10 Wulon coins from her pocket, counted them slowly, and slid them across the counter. Good news, only half the fee was due up front. Or else she'd lack even the coin to secure her room for next week. Bad news, this expense had blindsided her entirely, deepening the precarious state of her already threadbare purse. She'd looted 37 Wulon coins from the raider. Yet before doing anything else, rent alone had consumed 30. Only 7 remained. And 7 coins, and breakfast still awaited. And suddenly the mayor's offer of lifetime free meals at Mosquito Inn struck her as nothing short of divine grace. Lost in thought, Yulon made her way to Mosquito Inn. Dawn still lingered pale in the sky, and this time she'd studied the route, choosing a broad, open avenue. Even taking narrow alleys or suffering another robbery would pose little danger now. Enulon truly could afford confidence. Not long ago she had slain the demon sickle. Creak, and she pushed open the inn's aged weathered door, and her expression flickered faintly unsettled. And she recalled gripping the chaos bell, firing her first shot, and shattering this very door. Friendly fire. And you're here. The innkeeper blinked in surprise. His first thought clearly was, why are they still in Sewage Town? Before his face blossomed into genuine warmth. Enjoyed your meal yesterday. Shall we push the boundaries of flavor today? And enjoy it. Enjoy what? There was no choice. And after muttering under her breath, Yulon tossed 2 Wulon coins onto the counter. 1 plain noodle bowl, no insect broth, no black devil spice, and 1 sewage special drink unsullied by any insect fluid. And the innkeeper stared blankly at the coins. No need. You may have it free. And keep them. Yulon refused the debt of gratitude. I'll be dining here daily for some time. Can you truly bear the cost? Some time. Nat 2 coins per meal 3 times a day. If she stayed a week, that totaled 42 coins. Nah, some substantial enough to merit serious attention. After a moment's hesitation, the innkeeper retrieved the 2 coins. And very well. But since you've done me a great service, every portion shall be generously enlarged. Yilan nodded. This she could accept without protest. And to accept favors freely was to incur obligation. To eat freely without having performed some extraordinary feat last night was to accrue a debt she wasn't yet ready to shoulder. No need for undue closeness. Not until she understood the chaos spindle and why this innkeeper had invited her to spin it in the first place. Her wariness remained unshaken, nor did she wish to draw nearer. And as the innkeeper turned to cook, Yilan surveyed the room, and settled into the same seat she'd occupied before. Sewage Town was likely now a convergence point for myriad factions. Hidden currents swirling beneath its murky surface, unseen eyes observing everything. Every step she took demanded greater caution, and she lifted her gaze. The framed photograph still hung there, a quiet comfort, and then in the next heartbeat her composure nearly shattered. The photograph inside the frame had changed. What the heck? In that fleeting moment Yilan felt a bit flustered. What does this mean? Why has the photo changed? It must be related to me, but what changes have I brought upon it? Little cat, are you watching? Soon Yilan heard a voice. Meow. I'm watching. Don't panic, I think it's the thing that's panicking. The mind cat expressed its opinion. Last time you almost perfectly broke its abnormal phenomenon, and it was so frightened that it raised the difficulty level overnight. Yilan. Little cat, you truly have a knack for setting the mood. Just moments ago I was thoroughly frightened, and your few words not only clarified the current situation but also added a touch of humor. Temporarily halting communication with the mind cat, Yilan began to observe the content of the new image. It was still the signature large drain of Sewage Town, the scene enveloped in darkness with rain drizzling from the sky. In the drain was a murky green surface of water. At the center of the water was the giant whirlpool I had seen before. This time they just directly displayed the image of the whirlpool. Yilan squinted. On the whirlpool. No, on the surface of the drain several small wooden boats were sailing towards the whirlpool's location. Each small boat had 4 people all cloaked in black robes, making it impossible for Yilan to see any of their faces. However, he could distinctly make out the silhouette of a stunning figure in the front boat standing apart from the cloaked individuals. That was the mayor of Sewage Town. The small boats swayed precariously on the seemingly poison-laden water, resolutely heading towards that whirlpool. The heavy rain above intertwined with flashes of lightning in the dark night, combined with the murky green water, the cloaked figures, and the mayor formed a scene akin to a stunning dark artwork that could only be crafted by the finest artists. Documenting an epic tale. Who are those cloaked figures? This question lingered uncontrollably in Yilan's mind. It could indeed be confirmed that after the troubles of Sewage Town, the mayor must have sought people to deal with the issues beneath the drain. But who did he hire? Were the problems resolved? What lies beneath the drain, and what is its current state? I was completely in the dark. Dear customer, your noodles are ready. The owner approached with a cheerful stride, placing a steaming bowl of noodles, and a specially brewed sewage sauce on Yilan's table, his voice filled with confidence and expectation. I believe I've come to understand your tastes as outsiders. Today I applied my unique techniques to upgrade and improve this bowl of noodles, adding precious spices. Please give it a try. Yilan's expression changed slightly. Please, I beg you, don't alter it too much, just don't add insects and he'll be satisfied. However, after hesitating, the aroma rising from the broth was richer and more enticing than ever, making it hard for Yilan to resist. So, shall I give it a try? Gulp. Yilan took a sip of the broth, and the long-lost deliciousness stimulated his taste buds, as if he had finally tasted something truly good again. The sensation felt like plain noodles with a broth treasure added. In an instant, it was incredibly rich, resembling 2 different foods. After taking a bite, Yilan felt entirely relaxed. This is good. Yilan gave a thumbs up, affirming his approval. It seems this Mosquito Cuisine restaurant truly deserves its reputation as a century-old establishment. It indeed has something special. The owner probably refrained from making this dish due to the locals' unique tastes, or the scarcity of food, where meat had to be supplemented by insects. But as long as customers have such demands, with a little improvement, a completely new and satisfying dish can be created. For the first time in history, gaining recognition from an outsider visibly excited the owner. Then I announced that from now on it will officially be on the menu of this shop. However, to make it onto the signature section, it will likely take time to gain more recognition. Wow, it's on the menu. Somewhat puzzled, Yilan asked. The flavor of this seasoning is nice. Why not try adding a bit to the other dishes? Upon hearing this, the owner looked troubled. Well, the spices are expensive. I can only source them from other cities, which is extremely costly. The locals don't eat this at all, and I've had to raise the price of this secret vegetarian noodle to 4 mist blue coins. What the heck, a price hike? Before Yilan could panic, the owner hastily added, of course, if you don't want the price increase, I'll always keep it at 2 mist blue coins. Yilan had to admit he breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, otherwise this big black shop would be utterly unaffordable. It's understandable. Selling this for a higher price doesn't seem unreasonable. The locals neither can afford it nor enjoy it. Its positioning is to cater to outsiders visiting Sewage Town, and those who can travel thousands of miles to get here are likely from powerful factions with at least some financial capability. What does a mere 4 mist blue coins matter? Quietly lowering his head, Yilan slurped down a few mouthfuls of noodles and casually asked, Why has the photo in this Asking this question was somewhat of a risky probe. Elon was prepared for the owner to turn hostile. But unexpectedly the restaurant owner only paused slightly. He was taken aback. What changed? It's been hanging here for decades. Elon's pupils constricted, feeling that things were taking a horrifying turn. Wasn't it just yesterday that you told me in your own words that the image was of the initial pioneers of Sewage Town? How could it have changed so naturally in just a day? Is that so? Elon lowered his head to eat, his face filled with endless worry and complexity. What's this on here? Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner revealed a look of longing. That truly is That year Sewage Town faced a great calamity. The mayor led the charge, bringing powerful human reinforcements from unknown lands, boldly advancing into the center of the whirlpool to save Sewage Town. Elon squinted. Powerful human reinforcements, so they did come here with people. What was it like there? How would I know? The restaurant owner retorted. I only know that ever since then the people of Sewage Town have been living, at least a bit better than before. Elon was not surprised by this answer. After all, if something stronger than oneself could be known by so many, that would be a problem. Nonetheless, he still asked once more. So were the issues inside resolved? The restaurant owner stared intently with a chilling gaze fixed on Elon, his voice low. What do you think? Can't you tell? In an instant Elon was truly startled, as if he had suddenly become a different person, transforming into a beast that devoured. But in the blink of an eye the boss blinked again, as if his mind had regained clarity. What did you just ask me? Elon's expression turned grave, showing some hesitation. What is going on? Has he really just been unaware of everything, or is he pretending to be mad and foolish to test something? Creak. Before Elon could respond, someone suddenly pushed open the shop door. Our customer has arrived. The boss immediately grabbed the menu, and Elon felt a sense of relief. Damn. Something must have gone wrong, a big problem. What was the boss' last reaction about? And the most critical. This photograph. Little cat. Are you there? Yes, big brother. Quietly adjusting his position to avoid the gaze of others. Did you see that? The mind cat's expression also turned serious. If this human isn't acting, it can only mean one thing. Its breathing became a bit hurried. Cognitive modification. Cognitive modification is somewhat akin to memory alteration. It changes certain events in the original memory into something else and applies it to everyone. If there isn't an unaffected person to break the logical closed loop, then no one will notice anything amiss. Its brilliance lies in allowing even a partial group of people to unknowingly fall into the trap. Is this frame so powerful? Elon was genuinely surprised. Cognitive modification is indeed a core ability in any system, encompassing the main elements of most bizarre abilities. If this scene were in a novel, it would likely have been crafted into a truly terrifying scenario by the author's exquisite pen. It shouldn't possess such an ability or achieve such an effect. The mind cat recounted its analysis. We cannot rule out that the cognitive modification originates from that suspected powerful entity in the sewer, as the frame chose its image, hence passively emitting cognitive modification. Elon nodded slightly. It sounded a bit convoluted, but it should be close to the truth. The frame switched to another photograph which contained a powerful anomaly, and that anomaly's ability was thus emitted through it. What a mess. Truly an absurd place, the Sewage Town. Without the boss around, and probably because he understood what was happening, Elon was able to observe the new photograph in the frame. Clues are often hidden within a robe. A robe. Elon suddenly thought of something. Who would wear a robe in the wasteland? Could this be some kind of clerical robe, just like in room 402 next door? Did they have some involvement? But soon Elon shook his head. No, the color scheme of the two sides' clerical clothing is too different. It's very likely not the same church. I only know that there are church factions in this world, but who said there can only be one church faction? With endless thoughts, Elon suddenly noticed a small detail. At the very edge of the photograph, amidst the overgrown weeds, there seemed to be a vertically elongated cylindrical object. It looked like some kind of junk or garbage mixed with mechanical debris. To put it more politely and elegantly, it resembled a silencer. And it was indeed relevant, because this is a gun barrel. Why can no one else recognize it, yet he can? It's because he has seen it. That revolver barrel with thickness and firepower interspersed with orange-eared stripes. The Bell of Chaos. This means that in the scene captured by this photograph, someone was holding the Bell of Chaos in this. Who was holding the gun? Gammon. What was he doing? Aiming. Aiming at whom? Analyzing the gun line from the angle, it didn't seem to be aimed at a specific person, but rather at everyone heading towards the center of the vortex. Was there an internal conflict in the town at that time? Because of the arrival of this group of people? At that moment, the door of the Mosquito restaurant was pushed open again, accompanied by a fragrant scent completely different from that of this small town, and someone walked in with a light step. Elon glanced at them but quietly withdrew his gaze back to the frame, took a sip of the specially brewed sewage drink on the table, and appeared like an ordinary diner enjoying noodles. The ones who walked in were from the church faction next door. However, despite Elon's attempts to hide and avoid attracting their attention, it was ultimately futile. His attire itself stood out in stark contrast to the entire Sewage Town. Just by sitting there, he would inevitably attract the attention of others. Damn. Elon sensed the unusual atmosphere and cursed inwardly. Clothes. He should change into a more suitable outfit for the wasteland. But he couldn't really blame himself. He had just arrived last night, and after sleeping it was now morning, and he had just got, and he wasn't quite sure if the remaining mist blue coins he had were enough to get a clean and tidy outfit that matched the current era. The person dressed in a cream and burgundy clerical robe suddenly stopped in the restaurant aisle, silently staring at him, giving Elon a sense of crisis, as if a thorn was lodged in his back, cold sweat forming. "Why are you looking at me?" Just as Elon was beginning to contemplate whether to take some measures, someone unexpectedly came to his you all are here." The tone of the restaurant owner carried an enthusiasm even greater than that directed at Elon. Of course, this enthusiasm was somewhat exaggerated and pretentious. It felt like genuine sincerity mixed with the inability to offend. Elon sighed in relief as the other's gaze finally shifted away from him. Though he couldn't clearly see the face hidden under the long hood, in the vaguely discernible gaze, there seemed to be a calmness that also carried a hint of elegance. It felt like, perhaps, a woman. With the owner's distraction, the person nodded, but their gaze flickered toward the frame above Yilan's head. "This is the menu." The owner interrupted her thoughts once again and presented a reprinted menu. The other person looked at the menu, visibly furrowing their brow. "Can this thing be eaten?" At that moment she truly wanted to turn around and leave, but thinking about her empty stomach after 2 days without food. So she pointed at Elon. For portions of what he ordered. It was a bit of a desperate measure. Since she had to eat something today, the food that clearly didn't belong to Sewage Town should be at least somewhat reliable. The manager wasn't surprised at all. In fact, since the new dishes had been developed, he faced the situation with utmost confidence. "All right, 4 portions of fragrant vegetarian noodles at 4 mist blue coins, each, and 4 portions of sewage special brew at 1 mist blue coin, each, totaling 20 mist blue coins." Damn. Although it wasn't his money, Elon felt a pang in his heart. 20 mist blue coins for a meal. The clerical faction seemed a bit surprised by such a number, showing some dissatisfaction in their expressions. She felt as if she had been made a fool. Yet as soon as she thought of the signature dishes above, 1,000 mosquito spider silk pancake and devil cockroach noodles, she felt a chill run down her spine. If 20 mist blue coins could allow the entire team to have a proper meal, she actually felt it was worth it. As long as they can truly be eaten. They must be edible. I guarantee that you will savor every bite, and in the future, even if your Radiance Church comes just to eat it, they will have to return to sewage. This sounded familiar. When the owner recommended the Black Devil chili to him. Wait a minute. Elan's eyes twitched slightly. It really was them. Living next door to him. The girl didn't respond, only silently complained in her heart. "Unless I'm crazy." She didn't engage with the restaurant owner's comments about the food's taste, and instead seemingly casually blurted out, "Why has the photograph in the frame changed to different content?" Elon sat up slightly. Sure enough, they had also noticed the peculiar nature of this frame and had come for that very reason. He hoped to discern the other party's intentions while also wanting to see what different answers they would receive by asking the owner. "Damn it, boss, you've led me straight into danger. Isn't this perilous?" Based on current intelligence and the analysis provided by the mind cat, the newly hung photograph most likely induces cognitive distortion. Meaning anyone who notices its change is almost certainly not ordinary. I'm already under her notice, and now this incident will only deepen her scrutiny. How would I possibly with so many guests passing through today chatting aimlessly about everything? I'm not even sure whether that remark was directed at me. Elon exhaled softly, tension easing just slightly. He truly hadn't expected the innkeeper to speak so plainly. It was unmistakable protection and active effort to conceal him. Why would he do that? And why did he even know this required concealment? "Boss, you're far more complicated than you appear." The girl from the Dusklight cult subtly furrowed her brow, her gaze flickering briefly toward Elan's direction. Elon had a known profile. Under these circumstances, the best possible outcome was already clear. He'd landed squarely on their observation list. Of course, in a certain sense, it was only fair she too ranked among his primary observation targets. Yet contrary to Elan's expectations, her gaze lingered on him only for a moment before drifting away. She then selected a seat and sat down without further glance. That gesture left Elon momentarily flustered. Wasn't his collection of anomalies conspicuous enough? Smooth-skinned, unidentified outsider. Seated directly beneath a frame suspected of anomaly. Elon had assumed he was already doomed. But instead the situation took an unexpected turn. What exactly were they? A major power? In such cases, wouldn't one expect them to simply overwhelm any suspicious individual without hesitation? Yet they recognized something amiss and chose not to probe deeper. What did that mean? Were they weaker than imagined? Or simply unwilling to invite unnecessary complications? Elon remained seated quietly, eating noodles rich with aromatic steam. She paid him no heed, absorbed instead in waiting for her 4 takeout orders to be prepared and packed. They might as well have been 2 unrelated diners. Yet a palpable tension thickened the air between them. The most telling sign. Elan's appetite waned with every silent second. That stillness finally shattered with the innkeeper's voice. "Guests, your noodles are ready." His cheerful call echoed across the room, followed by 4 simply wrapped bowls of specially crafted vegetarian noodles, their fragrance intoxicating. The aroma wafted through the air. So potent that even the furrow beneath her hood seemed to soften. Truly exquisite. "If you'd like something else next time, just tell the innkeeper. He'll relay your request to us. We provide delivery services upon request." The cult envoy nodded once, turned and strode toward the restaurant's entrance, never glancing back. Thud. The door swung open, then closed again. Elon quietly released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. After several minutes of quiet, Elon feigned continued dining. Sipping broth, chewing deliberately. Only when propriety and logic dictated she had truly departed did he silently transmit a thought to the mind cat. Can you gauge her cultivation level? The mind cat shook its head. I dared not probe recklessly. She carries an anomalous aura. Elon's pupils contracted sharply. He sat bolt upright. She carries an anomaly. An anomaly. Wasn't that a being of near equal standing to himself? Not necessarily an anomaly, meow, the mind cat replied, shaking its head again. More likely, she bears an anomalous artifact. An anomalous artifact was an object imbued with eerie abilities, either through exposure to or blessing by an anomaly. For instance, the radio currently resting in his room. His own sentient revolver. Or, Yiwu, the night house itself. Anomaly versus anomalous artifact. A single character's difference, yet a chasm of distinction. Still, either would undoubtedly be formidable. It inherited the anomaly's powers, and thus wielded uncanny, unpredictable attacks. Used skillfully, it could very well threaten him. And, meow. The mind cat hesitated, then uttered words that sent a chill through Elon. I faintly overheard her mention you, after reuniting with her companions outside. They may well take action. Elon's heart skipped a beat. Trouble and dread surged in unison. There were only two feasible responses: forceful subjugation, or surveillance. The good news. Her restraint suggested violent intervention had been ruled out. The bad news. He was unquestionably now under observation. What a headache. Did he harbor guilt? He knew better than anyone. Wiping his mouth, Elon sank into deep contemplation. What should he do now? A sudden chance encounter had completely disrupted Elon's rhythm. At present, he needed to accomplish only two things. First, fully contain an anomaly, though he remained at the stage of possessing mere leads. Most attainable was the chaos clock, the same revolver he'd once employed within another anomalous scenario. Yet clearly that revolver held profound significance for the residents of Sewer Town. Significance layered with mysteries he couldn't yet fathom. For example, what was the chaos spinner? Why did every townsfolk share such unsettling ties to it? His strongest lead remained Arthur. Their connection to the chaos clock ran deeper than he'd imagined. Even deeper perhaps than Arthur himself knew. It was highly probable the clock rested in his hands. But Arthur patrolled the town by day. Following him would yield nothing while risking exposure. Any meaningful move would have to wait until nightfall. Eavesdropping on the neighboring room. Clearly she was returning home for dinner. No opportunity there. Investigating the frame in the restaurant proved even more daunting. For one, it was unlikely the true source, and the innkeeper was almost certainly complicit. Asking polite questions posed little risk, but any overt movement might trigger cascading consequences across the entire town. Moreover, the frame had already drawn the attention of the cult envoys. Should he act first, he risked becoming the mantis, while they waited unseen as the cicada's hunter. And the frame itself had grown wary, imposing new trials upon him. Before he next descended into its dreamlike realm, true containment remained impossible. Only greater peril and wasted time. Steady progress, one step at a time. Elon murmured softly, resolve crystallized. He rose and carried his empty bowl and chopsticks back to the counter. Oh, no need to trouble yourself, guest. I'll clean up myself. The innkeeper appeared genuinely startled, as if he'd never encountered such courtesy. Yet Yilan's gesture wasn't born of politeness but of calculated opportunity, to engage him naturally. No trouble at all. Thank you for the cost-price meal. You seem unusually deferential toward her, Yilan added casually. At that, the innkeeper's eyes flickered with an odd, unsettling light. Ah, the Radiant Dawn sect. Their attire is unique in the entire wasteland. How could you not recognize it? A slight flutter ran through Yilan's heart. It was a mix of suspicion and surprise. The Radiant Dawn sect. Elon remained silent. After all, if the other party truly had such distinctive features, it would be a mistake for someone as well-traveled as himself to not know. However, witnessing the shock on the other person's face, Elon couldn't help but smile slightly. Are you still in the mood to make fun of me? Do you not realize that your home is about to be raided? You took away the evil anomalies under their control decades ago, and now they have come. Elon vaguely remembered that decades ago in the world, captured within a frame, the mayor had warned him when he handed over. We do not know the specific dangers, but within the internal notes of the Radiant Dawn sect, it is classified as an evil anomaly. It cannot be ruled out that the Radiant Dawn sect has come to this small place for more significant matters, or perhaps they are here to hunt you down and reclaim what was lost. Changing the topic, Elon asked, Boss, is there any place to earn some money? Earn money? The restaurant owner looked at Elon in astonishment, unable to suppress his murmuring. How could a little boss like you only ask such a low-level question? Seeing the owner fall silent, Elon couldn't help but murmur to himself. No way. If there are no opportunities to earn money, he'll have to pack up and leave next week. There are many jobs that pay. For example, my place is hiring waiters, 1 missed blue coin per day, 1 meal included but no accommodation. But I guess that small amount isn't what you need, right? 1 missed blue coin a day is not even enough for a meal at the Mosquito restaurant. However, that adds up to 30 missed blue coins a month. Hiss. That's actually quite a bit of money. Based on the current purchasing power of this wasteland, 30 mist blue coins is according to the person who robbed him before, 100 mist blue coins would be enough for him to travel all the way to Glory City and settle. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to buy a house in Glory City, but it should be able to rent a small room for a long term. However, regarding the expenses of the sewage in it would still be a drop in the bucket. Yes, Yilan affirmed his words. I want to rent a room on the 4th floor of the sewage inn for a long term. Renting a room on the 4th floor of the sewage inn, even he couldn't help but feel a bit emotional about Yilan's financial capability, and once again pondered his background. As Yilan had surmised, apart from the major powers that came to Sewage Town for business, no one else would rent a room on the 4th floor. Yilan's actions silently confirmed his identity and background from a major power. If you believe your strength is sufficient, go check the bulletin board in front of the town guard. There will be some commissions posted there, and the rewards are not capped based on difficulty. Commissions? Yilan was taken aback. It indeed sounded like a good place to make money. However, how much reward can a commission board in such a small place offer? Would it truly meet his current needs? Hey, don't underestimate that commission board. The rewards for those commissions. The owner couldn't help but click his tongue as he spoke. Let me put it this way, completing one job could afford you a villa in the wealthy district of Glory City, ensuring a lifetime without worries for food and drink. Speaking of which, he seemed to think of something, looked at Yilan, and shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot. You're from Glory City, so you shouldn't need to take commissions with that purpose. What I mean is, if you're in a hurry for money, that place is definitely the right choice. However, such commissions aren't something you can just take. You'll understand more when you go there. Although your current credibility isn't enough to take on such commissions, there are still plenty of high-reward tasks, at least enough for you to stay in the sewage inn for a week or two. Yilan nodded lightly. This was indeed very suitable for his current situation. Not only could he quickly accumulate his first pot of gold, but it also allowed him to deepen his understanding of Sewage Town, and even the entire wasteland, without raising any suspicion. Moreover, such actions would likely not arouse any suspicion from the Radiant Dawn sect. After leaving the Mosquito Restaurant, Yilan once again stood on the streets of the town, inevitably feeling a sense of change. The town guard. Yilan touched the revolver at his waist, which was his greatest assurance in this dangerous era. Purchasing ammunition was also a pressing matter. Feeling the ambiguous gazes on the street, Yilan found it hard to discern whether it was the curiosity of the townsfolk or the probing of the Radiant Dawn sect. However, since they had not made a move or expressed any clear opposition, Yilan was happy about it. No conflict, the upcoming gameplay would simply be tracking and counter-tracking. He wouldn't dare to say he was skilled, but he had little to worry about. Following the direction described by the owner, the layout of Sewage Town gradually matched his memory as Yilan walked along the wide road. The autumn wind was bleak and the streets were withered and yellow. If only I had a means of transportation, Yilan murmured, then broke into a bitter smile. Money, money, money. The demands were increasing, yet money was tight. With such thoughts, he encountered no obstacle. The sun gradually rose as if it could dispel the gloom and thick fog enveloping Sewage Town. If only he didn't know that the sun above could be his roommate, his mood might have been even better. Thus Yilan passed through several streets in succession, and saw a two-story building that exuded a strong sense of security. It was made of materials that bore a sense of age, yet it provided an inexplicable sense of safety, its exterior well-maintained, neat and tidy. To put it familiarly, this building resembled a police station from before the apocalypse. Standing before the structure, Yilan knew he had arrived at the town guard of Sewage Town. The only thing he felt like complaining about was, why was it so close to the edge of the town? Does the wasteland's Sewage Town also play the noble role of the emperor guarding the nation's gate? Glancing around the vicinity of the external wall fence, Yilan did not see the bulletin board the owner had described. After pondering for a moment, he walked into the small courtyard of the town guard. If it isn't here either, then the commission board is probably in the lobby on the first floor of the town guard. Just as he was contemplating, a figure dressed neatly, looking like they had just woken up and were about to start work, emerged from the town guard building, appearing somewhat listless. Arthur. Oh, is it you? Upon stepping out, Arthur was evidently taken aback, feeling a surge of energy. What is this guy doing here? While the other party was assessing Yilan was also observing him. This was not their first meeting, but after experiencing that dream, Yilan looked at Arthur again, feeling that it was somehow different. It's remarkably similar, coupled with the fact that he might be the bearer of the chaotic clock, a current holder of an anomaly, albeit a weak one. Yilan inevitably felt an odd sensation. You two are a person full of mysteries. We meet again. Yilan smiled naturally. I need to earn some money. I heard you have tasks available. Earning money. Yilan's words clearly caught Arthur off guard. A person as peculiar as you, a human-shaped nuclear bomb, is actually here to make money. However, thinking about the other party's circumstances and the previous situation, it seemed not so strange. After all, wasn't he quite short on money? Even though he knew that the bastard had obtained that ill-gotten wealth, it was still not enough for Yilan to stay in the sewage tavern for a longer period. Taking on some tasks is also a good thing. At least it would put him under the supervision of the town guard, and with his abilities he might genuinely be able to solve a few of the town's current difficult problems. With this thought in mind, Arthur also broke into a smile. Sure, the task board is right inside. You can take a look and register for any tasks you want. Elon nodded. This was the kind of development he liked. It seemed that their initial encounter had not encountered any obstacles or surprises. However, after glancing at Arthur's equipment, his streamlined tactical suit, although aged, glimmering with a polished automatic rifle, he clearly understood that the tasks in this apocalyptic world could not simply be helping neighbors unclog toilets, and anything related to danger required him to bolster his current power. For example, ammunition. I'd like to replenish some bullets. Do you sell them here? Buying ammunition. Arthur wore a strange expression. No, how could someone from such a powerful faction come here and have nothing on hand? For example, ammunition. I'd like to replenish some bullets. Do you sell them here? Buying ammunition. Arthur wore a strange expression. No, how could someone from such a powerful faction? Sorry, the bullets from the town guard are not for sale. Not necessarily unavailable for sale, if the quantity is substantial. But then again, regarding the large-scale ammunition trade the town guard mainly purchases, where would they have the surplus? He understood from the records of the crisis decades ago. Weapons and ammunition were always in short supply for the town. All right? Elon nodded, showing his understanding. With a thought, he spoke again. I'd like to buy a suit. Do you have any here? Arthur, are you out of your mind? Does this look like a clothing store to you? Moreover, he glanced at Yilan's attire and felt a bit self-conscious. You with such nice clothes are coming to buy from me. Don't you see what we're all wearing? However, he quickly came to a realization. Perhaps it was precisely because he was dressed so well that he needed to buy a set of clothes from him. Otherwise, everywhere he goes he draws attention, making it difficult to get things done. There isn't a dedicated clothing store in the town. Everyone's attire isn't great. If you really need it, go find a tailor. The tailors here mainly repair clothing, but perhaps they will have a few finished products. As for the specifics, you should communicate with them. As he spoke, Arthur suddenly had a thought, and a certain idea began to uncontrollably spread. Short on money. Needs bullets. Needs clothing. Mysterious and powerful. The town is currently in turmoil with many different people appearing, and the town guard is short-handed. If he could recruit him, Arthur knew this was a risky move, but given the situation, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, as if he had made a certain decision. How about coming to work with the town guard for a few days? Elon, what the hell is this development? Then will you sell me bullets? And how is the salary calculated? Elon was also confused, but honestly his mind opened up completely. Although he didn't know what had gotten into Arthur, if he could really wear the town guard's badge his actions would be much more convenient. Even when facing the followers of the Afterglow Church, this layer of disguise would be useful. Elan's interest was beyond Arthur's expectations, but since the words were out there was no turning back. Moreover, since saying this was also a gamble, he made up his mind. The salary for town guard members is generally 2 missed blue coins per day with weekly settlements and a full attendance bonus of 1 missed blue coin. However, considering your strength and the current staff shortage, we can offer you an increase to 3 missed blue coins per day and 4 for full attendance. That means you can receive a salary of 25 missed blue coins from me each week. This sounds good. The Mosquito Restaurant, such a big establishment, only pays 1 missed blue coin a day, right? Not only is this 3 times more, but there's also full attendance. As for ammunition, the town guard covers that too. Under normal circumstances, 2 magazines will be issued each week. Once used up, the replenishment price is 5 missed blue coins per magazine. If you want to purchase more than 10 magazines in a month, you must apply to me, as I can't let you buy them all out. I hope you understand. This is acceptable. The ammunition issue is resolved. And then there's the clothing. I think I understand what you mean. You want a set of clothing that won't draw too much attention and can blend into Sewage Town, right? Just so happens that we provide uniforms to new members, so that should solve your problem. However, if you don't work a full month or are dismissed by me early, the clothing must be returned. That's the deal. After saying all this in one breath, Arthur also sighed with relief. Making this decision was quite difficult, but now that it was all out in the open, it felt much better. There's no turning back. So how about it? If you have any thoughts on details, feel free to communicate with me, and that's simply fantastic. I misjudged you, Arthur. You are truly my benefactor. What must I do? Elon asked with composed reason. She understood well that the heavens offer no free lunch. If she accepted this benefit, she would have to shoulder the corresponding responsibilities. This was not a wealthy town. The cumulative outlays were by no means insignificant. Those who provided the money would surely expect something in return. Yilan's question eased Ye's mind a little. At least it sounded like this person intended to act, did it not? Normally, there was nothing much to do. In principle, you are supposed to patrol the town throughout the daytime. But considering you have your own arrangements and I have managed alone for years, I can let you patrol 3 hours a day. Of course, I will decide which 3 hours those will be. Elon nodded, offering no objection to that clause and seeming to gain some insight. Yasei was somewhat constrained for time and needed a moment to attend to personal matters. As for what that private matter was, it might well be connected to the current secret in Wuxue Town. 3 hours of patrol felt scarcely burdensome to Yilan. She even thought it a little scant. This was a legitimate opportunity to investigate the town openly. She could visit various places without a route. No problem. Seeing Yilan's decisive consent, Yasei nodded. And then there is nothing more. If a major upheaval or crisis occurs in the town, or if outsiders stir up trouble, you must promptly assemble and go to the scene with me to resolve the matter. Outsiders causing trouble. Who would that be? Yue Xinjiao. Yilan nodded without visible emotion, as if she had grown more enlightened. An outsider had unsettled Yasei, and I, who seemed least interested in the town's affairs, had become the person he intended to rely upon. Really bold. I have no objection. As long as you are not villains, I do not mind lending you a hand. After all, years ago I did much the same thing. The only thing I must confirm is, if I join the town guard, can I still accept commissions? Yasei blinked, looking at Yilan with a hint of oddity. Isn't this generous pay still not enough for you? Everything proceeds as usual. It will even be more convenient. More convenient? Yilan pondered those words, unable to hide her curiosity. Yes, ordinary commissions are mainly aimed at the townsfolk of Wushui Town. You can see how insular Wushui Town is. If you accept such commissions as a private person, you will likely encounter resistance, but as a member of the town guard it becomes far easier. Yilan felt a dawning realization. That indeed would be a considerable convenience. With matters settled, Yasei had done all he could and sighed softly. Then come with me to collect your equipment and complete your enlistment. Yilan had no objection and followed Yasei into the town guard hall. The hall's layout finally bore something of the pre-apocalypse style, giving the place the air of a key locale. They passed through several rooms and entered what resembled an office. This is our office area. The records are next door and can be consulted directly if needed. Of course, the highest security files are ensured and you cannot view them. If the matter truly concerns the town's safety, file an application with me. Yilan nodded. That was reasonable. If the entire town's archives were openly available to an outsider, she would truly suspect some conspiracy here. Yet looking at the spacious office and the dozen or so individual desks, Yilan suddenly perceived something amiss. How many people are in the town guard now? Yasei glanced at Yilan, hesitated, and then answered honestly, only you and I. Yilan. Is that your staff shortage? This is practically a complete absence of personnel. This is the apocalypse. Such a large town and the town guard is only one person. How did you survive? Or rather, how powerful are you? For a moment Yilan's mind ran with possibilities, but Yasei merely shook his head gently. The town defense unit and the town guard are not part of the same system. Outside defense falls under another department. We, the town guard, are responsible for internal security. He finished with a bitter little smile. As you can see, few outsiders have come here in decades. Yilan fell silent momentarily, at a loss for words. Indeed, with such a convergence of circumstances and so many outsiders present now, even the dullest person could sense that something was amiss here. Melancholy washed over Yasei as he continued to lead Yilan, opening other nearby doors. Following his gaze, Yilan saw a room that looked like a storage closet. A trench coat, an inner lining, a stun baton, a grappling gun, a flashlight, leather gloves, leather boots. If you want a hat, I can find one for you, though not the one on my head. That belongs to me. Yilan was speechless at his comment. That cowboy hat of his was incongruous, really. If she wore such a thing, it would undo the effect of her attire and only draw more attention. As for the rest of the gear, it was all useful and when tried on made her appear quite formidable. Her combat effectiveness seemed to rise at once. The clothes were washed long ago. No one has worn them for years, and it's hard to say whether they have become damp over time. If you're in a hurry, just wear the trench coat and wash the inner lining back at your room. Yilan nodded. It was indeed convenient. Whether she would bother with the lining remained to be seen, but the trench coat alone reached nearly to her knees and completely concealed her former ornate outfit. In that moment, the issue of attire was essentially resolved. Wushui Town may be small, but our jurisdiction is fairly wide. Responding to emergencies and reaching the scene quickly can be a problem. Do you want a vehicle for transportation? Of course she wanted one. Yilan could hardly contain her excitement. She had just said she wanted a vehicle when she arrived, had she not? There is a vehicle. Yilan's voice brimmed with expectation. The town's enlistment benefits had already impressed her greatly. I will repay kindness with kindness. If that is the case, I'll do my best to safeguard Wushui Town for you. We do not have a car. Yasei smiled wryly. After the apocalypse, petroleum on the wasteland became scarce. Cars consume too much fuel. We can no longer afford them. But, at that moment Yasei led Yilan down to the basement. There are motorcycles. Yasei gestured and pulled off the cover to reveal a machine that, though weathered by time, had been one motorcycle, the very bike Yilan had once ridden. Gently touching the motorcycle in front of her, Yilan felt as if she had returned to that rainy night in her dreams. The cheerful town mayor rode the motorcycle, taking her to the front line that fateful night. Though she hadn't paid much attention, Yilan was well aware that the motorcycle the other party rode back then was indeed this one. Was this destiny? As Yilan gently caressed the motorcycle, Arthur also revealed a satisfied smile. The history of this motorcycle holds extraordinary significance for the wastewater town. If it weren't for the fact that all other vehicles had been requisitioned by the town's defense team, and considering the high fuel consumption of cars, this was the only one available, he wouldn't even want to let the other party use it. This vehicle. Is it for me? At Yilan's complex question, Arthur shook his head. It's not for you. It's public property, just the right for you to use. Concerned that he might diminish the gift's value, he added. Of course, if you truly make an indelible contribution to Wastewater Town, all of this can be discussed. Elon remained silent and the scene fell quiet once more. Behind Elon, Arthur watched her silhouette, his expression not truly indifferent but filled with endless melancholy. Faced with this mysterious and strange visitor, goodwill had already been conveyed. Whether this seed of kindness could eventually take root and grow into a great tree of goodwill for the entire town could only be known in the future. Boom! Elon twisted the key that Arthur had previously given her, and the engine roared to life, seemingly cheering for its new master. I accept it, Elon said softly, pocketing the key and turning to look at Arthur. So about the bullets? Arthur nodded, leading the way out of the garage located on the first floor, opening the nearest room door and sitting on a stool while gesturing for Elon to sit on the other side. It seems you don't need the town to provide you with a separate firearm. Show me what weapon you are using. I still need to see if the town has compatible bullets available. The efficiency is impressive. There's no pretense here. Elon had nothing to hide in this matter, much like wanting to pawn something at a restaurant. She confidently placed her revolver on the table. This one. Do you have matching bullets? As the revolver was laid on the table, Arthur's pupils constricted and his arms tensed uncontrollably, as if he were on the brink. This state lasted for several seconds before Arthur's body gradually relaxed. He tried to act nonchalant, but his previous actions had already deprived him of the chance to feign ignorance. It explained everything. Elon smiled, though her lower body was also tense, prepared for the possibility of the other party turning hostile. Fooling an outsider and an ordinary person is one thing, but the person in front of her, controlling an apocalypse-stricken town, should have some discernment. Does he not know if there's an issue with this handgun? After applying activation to it, could it possibly be problematic? However, in terms of her other secrets, this was the least significant, the most exposed minor issue. Anomalous. Arthur spoke with piercing eyes. An anomalous item is one that has acquired unusual abilities through certain special opportunities, resulting in strange capabilities. Such items are weaker than anomalies, yet different from them, but they can be possessed and controlled by humans. It is nearly a representation of power and wealth in the wasteland. No one wishes to provoke a person with an anomalous item. In the ordinary world, it almost signifies the qualification to wield superpowers. Each one could be worth a fortune. Isn't that why you want to win me over? Yelan's warm smile held a natural. Yelan's nonchalance surprised Arthur. He took a deep breath and fixed his piercing gaze on her. Aren't you worried that I might turn on you because of it? Not really. Yelan initially felt nothing of this item was ordinary to her, even something she could pawn, but at this moment she suddenly realized. The value of this thing seemed to be higher than she had imagined. This was the gap in acquiring difficulty. Elon could easily activate items, but for others it was almost an insurmountable opportunity. I can possess it so naturally, I have the confidence to hold it. This was almost a platitude, yet indeed more effective than 1,000 words as a deterrent. I can hold it and still be perfectly fine in front of you. It is not because no one wants to snatch it away, but because no one can. Arthur stared at Elon for a long time before finally relaxing and leaning back in his chair. Indeed, she belongs to a powerful faction. It seems I underestimated your strength, Arthur said with a wry smile, then continued. I just hope you won't think my offer of pay is too meager. In Arthur's original conception, Elon was merely a gene enhancer of comparable strength. But at this moment what lay before him was a wielder of an anomalous item. A gene enhancer who possesses an anomalous item. It's enough. The more one says, the more mistakes they. Elon silently expressed that she was indifferent, not lacking money, just that she hadn't brought enough to manage at the moment. What she had was just sufficient. Arthur clearly believed her and sighed in relief. Then it's settled. Any additional funds will be presented as bonuses. He stood up and extended his hand. On behalf of Wastewater Town, I welcome you. This was the first time Elon had heard the word welcome since arriving in Wastewater Town. Regardless of the true situation, Yelan's acceptance of the invitation was already a gesture of goodwill, a mutual acknowledgement. Bullets. Elon shook his hand, briefly emphasizing. Oh. Arthur paused, then remembered the fundamental reason the other party had brought out the revolver. However, soon after his expression turned a bit sour. The town doesn't have bullets compatible with an anomalous item. We only have ordinary bullets for this model of handgun. Ordinary ones will do, Elon replied immediately. Why bother with such high-end goods? I'll deal with it once I have the chaos clock. Huh? Arthur was utterly baffled, his face displaying shock. Are you sure? Using ordinary bullets in this thing? What kind of play is this? I'm quite certain. Elon felt that he was losing his mind. What else could be loaded into this gun if not bullets? After confirming several times that Elon wasn't joking, Arthur opened his mouth, but said nothing more. Fine. It's your thing, as long as you're happy. I'll go get them for you later. Do you have any other questions? Elon paused, briefly weighing her options before making a bold decision. Yes. I had a question earlier. I wonder if I can ask it now. Elon stared into Arthur's eye. This is an exceptionally bold test, a trial that could lead to a breakthrough in the relationship and positions of both parties, an unlikely attempt to directly tear apart their connection, while potentially yielding answers. At this moment, there is no better opportunity to ask. Indeed, upon mentioning the chaotic will, Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, revealing an unmistakable wariness in his eyes. This isn't the first time you've asked. Arthur leaned back in his chair, his hands clasped together. Why are you so interested in the chaotic wheel? Good. He didn't directly turn hostile, which means there is something to discuss. Elon feigned disinterest. You said yourself that you want to win me over to help you resolve the issues in the sewage town. Yet to me, the chaotic wheel is currently the most pressing problem before us. If you don't tell me anything, how can I help you resolve it? This was the most reasonable justification Elon could assert at the moment. Are you feeling uneasy? First it's me, and then there's the Yuhui divine sect. If all goes as expected, I suspect more people will arrive here, right? They must also be keeping an eye on the chaotic wheel, correct? If you tell me nothing, this isn't cooperation. It's just being cannon fodder. Even if that's the case, how can I patrol? I don't even know if I might get shot by a lunatic playing with the chaotic wheel while on patrol. Or perhaps just like when I first entered the town, someone died because of the chaotic wheel. Should I care or not? Have you ever considered these questions? Arthur fell into a prolonged silence. Today's developments were suddenly brought to his mind, and he hadn't deeply contemplated all the details. Such questions indeed existed. But how could he convey this to him? At this moment, Elon to him was perhaps not someone with pure intentions. His attempt to win him over was merely an effort to align Elon, who seemed like a solitary and powerful mysterious guest to his side, compared to the Yuhui divine sect, whose motives were overtly clear. Everything fell into a contradictory cycle. After a period of silence, Arthur finally sorted through the cause and effect in his mind and took a deep breath. I can't tell you right now. I believe we need time to build more trust between us. He looked at Elon and said, I promise you that until I reveal the truth about the chaotic wheel, I won't let you handle anything related to it, nor will I allow conflicts to arise between you and others because of the chaotic wheel. After a moment, Elon gently nodded. Although not entirely satisfied, he accepted the answer Arthur provided. That works. This was already a significant breakthrough. Moreover, Elon did not expect Arthur to disclose everything candidly. He himself would still investigate in secret. Regarding the commission, Arthur's lips twitched. This guy. Why is he so unpredictable? They had just finished discussing such a taboo topic, and now they were directly talking about taking commissions for profit. What kind of operation is this? It's like in some novels or games, saving the world at night, and then running off to school with a backpack the next morning, right? The commission board is in the lobby on the first floor as soon as you walk in. You should go take a quick look. Just as he finished speaking, Arthur seemed to realize something and paused. You don't want to take a high-level commission, do you? Before, he hadn't considered this layer because he thought Yilan's strength wasn't sufficient. But now it was different. Yilan's visible strength had already exceeded his highest expectations. Yes, is that not possible? Elon keenly sensed that there was something unknown to him in this situation. The restaurant owner had mentioned that high-level commissions required a higher level of certification. He had thought he could take commissions freely since he had become a town guard, but it seemed that was not the case. For high-level commissions, it's not that I won't let you take them. It's really a restriction of the rules. You can't take them yet? How about this? You go take a look at the ordinary commission list, and it'll prepare ammunition and a wanderer badge for you to take commissions, then it'll introduce it to you over there. Elon nodded, temporarily setting aside his doubts, and turned to leave the room. Watching Elan's departing figure, Arthur's smile gradually faded, turning into a contemplative expression. A gene enhancer with unknown origins and special abilities. How mysterious. Don't special abilities always have side effects? They can subtly influence the user's character, or if not operated according to the rules, could lead to dire consequences. But looking at him, it was as if he were using an ordinary handgun. I wonder what the usage rules for that revolver. Major powers shouldn't lack for money, but judging by how he came here, it looks like he's basically empty-handed. So perhaps the side effects of that special ability involve inevitably losing all personal belongings. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could he explain having nothing on him besides that revolver? Perhaps even buying clothes wasn't merely for low-profile reasons, but rather out of concern that he might lose his clothing at any moment and have no spare supplies. What a powerful special ability with such low side effects, unlike mine. He murmured before, but as he pondered, he couldn't help but laugh. Just how selective was the person who robbed him? This could no longer be summed up by the phrase, kicked a metal board, could it? At this moment, Elon, who had left the room, was still unaware of the elaborate assumptions Arthur had made regarding his revolver. This sudden development left even him feeling somewhat bewildered. After ensuring he was far from Arthur, Elon quietly contacted the Mind Cat. Do you sense any traps? The voice of the Mind Cat quickly echoed in Yilan's mind. I don't sense any. This person gives me the impression of someone who is just in a frantic situation, meow. Yilan gently nodded. The Mind Cat's thoughts were basically in alignment with his. The depths of Sewage Town are likely even more profound than what he currently perceives. Arthur probably has no confidence left to solve the problem on his own, to the extent that he is willing to take great risks to win him over as an ally. Nevertheless, no matter what the benefits for himself are tangible, the goodwill from the other side, regardless of its origin, has ultimately reached him. This goodwill has already been accepted. Elon is quite reluctant to owe a favor, but this seems to be the optimal solution in this unpredictable situation where he stands out too much. To give himself a convenient identity, to have certain allies, to replenish his empty wallet, to replenish equipment and combat power, and to facilitate his investigation. This is truly a win-win situation, leaving him with no reason to refuse. What do you think? If the chaotic clock really belongs to Arthur, should we still maintain the original plan? Yilan softly said. This wouldn't count as containment. It feels more like stealing. This is Night Blue's greatest psychological burden at this moment. He can coldly take things from strangers and give himself noble and lofty reasons. But between Night Blue and Arthur, it has already formed a bond. This means inevitable conflicts and warfare in the future. However, unexpectedly, the Mind Cat provided Night Blue with a surprisingly unanticipated answer. I believe you need not worry at all, the Mind Cat stated. They cannot control it. The ability to use it and the ability to control it are two different matters. Oh, Night Blue was momentarily stunned. This was something he had never heard before. An anomalous existence will exert influence on its surroundings almost uncontrollably. For anomalies, this is often referred to as side effects which can be offset at a cost. However, for the anomalous, there is no one who can offset it. Just like 003, it hangs in the sky, yet it has already silently influenced everything in this world. If it were not for its benevolence nurturing human civilization, it could in an instant annihilate everything within a time limit. Yet, even so, everything in this wasteland is still subtly being changed by it. The Mind Cat paused, but Night Blue understood what it wanted to convey next. Then what about the Chaos Bell? As an anomaly primarily characterized by mischief, what consequences would it produce while residing in Sewage Town? So in my view, unless Arthur has been completely and thoroughly seduced by the power brought by the Chaos Bell, he has no reason to refuse your containment of it. In conclusion, the initial designation of that group of researchers and the practices we have continued are indeed correct. Moreover, in this world, only you can truly contain the anomalies. Night Blue gently nodded. Yes. The strangeness of Sewage Town today, isn't it all born from anomalies? I understand. Collecting his thoughts, Night Blue had already returned to the lobby of the town guard, where the conspicuous commission board appeared before him. It was an ordinary-looking bulletin board, seemingly wooden, fitting well with the current scene of Sewage Town. Yet standing before it, Night Blue was completely stunned and stopped in his tracks. It was hard for him to describe his feelings. At that moment, he almost doubted if he had traversed it. On the wooden retro bulletin board, there were no papers like those typically seen for bounties, but rather rows of paper-like luminous entities floating like a real-time electronic screen. But how is this even possible? In this wasteland, technology has completely collapsed, food supplies are nearly depleted, energy is fundamentally lacking, and the mineral oil has long been corroded by anomalies into unimaginable forms. Just having localized electricity is already a miracle that Night Blue cannot explain. But what is this? A technology that was hard to apply even before the apocalypse. A holographic display. What is this? In a moment of shock, Night Blue suddenly noticed something amiss. Beneath each commission on it, a faint, almost invisible gray mist was emanating. Is this related to anomaly? Night Blue could no longer describe his feelings. He was gradually becoming numb. Alright, Sewage Town, I have truly gained insight. He really found it hard to imagine this was a beginner's village. Little cat, is there any danger? He no longer asked the Mind Cat, is this an anomaly, as he had already developed his own basic discernment abilities. He could even analyze the nature of this commission board, which resembled the Mist Blue coin, a widespread entity that had already covered the entire wasteland. And just like the Mist Blue coin, its danger level was not too high either. There is no danger, meow, you can use it with peace of mind. Night Blue gently nodded and reached out to touch one of the commissions. As the gray mist gently swirled, the text gradually imprinted itself in his mind. Commission: eliminate the aberrant entities. Content: recently dozens of mutated giant rats have appeared at the foot of the mountain 700 meters west of the city, possessing strong aggression, and all harvesting activities have been forced to stop. We hope someone can take care of it. Reward: 10 Mist Blue coins. Claim method: already mortgaged to the Sewage Town Guard, completion upon acceptance. Mutated creatures. 10 Mist Blue coins is not a small sum. At least for Night Blue, it is already a commission worth taking. As for clearing the mutated giant rats, it sounds like it has little to do with anomalies falling into a category that should be solvable as long as the firepower is sufficient. The only concern is that this commission seems to require leaving Sewage Town. Even if only temporarily, Night Blue is reluctant to do so, fearing he might miss even the slightest opportunity and detail in this swirling storm. His gaze lingered on the bottom line of the commission, where a line of text appeared. You do not have the authority to accept this commission. Please go to the local authorization agency to obtain a Wanderer's Badge. Local authorization agency. Night Blue suddenly thought of what Arthur had said just before their parting. He mentioned giving him a Wanderer's Badge. So this Wanderer's Badge is the qualification to accept this commission, and the Sewage Town Guard is the authorization agency for this commission matter within Sewage Town. Indeed, a fortunate coincidence. Since he couldn't accept it anyway, and it wasn't mandatory to accept it, upon viewing Night Blue's fingertips flowed, and he opened another commission area. This time it was even more straightforward, with just a title that read, "You do not possess viewing qualifications." The reason Night Blue became interested was precisely because this title was enough to pique his curiosity. Devil Black Chili Plantation. This is the signature of the Mosquito Vegetable Restaurant, an unparalleled landmark in Sewage Town. How did this get onto a commission? Is there a problem in the supply chain? Well, as a top product that almost made him choke to death, Night Blue was truly curious about how it was produced. As long as the price is right, he would definitely take this commission. Hey, I've brought your things. At the end of the hall, Arthur's figure emerged once again. He glanced at Night Blue, handed him a bullet bag, and then pulled out a ring-like object glowing with a faint blue aura from his pocket. Here, this is it. Just wear it on any finger, and you can touch the commission board to view and accept it. As for advanced commissions, you'll need to upgrade your Wanderer's badge. I can't grant you that permission. Night Blue frowned, increasingly confirming a certain guess he had. This entire commission board is a connection of various places above the wasteland, and even this Wanderer's badge is a derivative of some anomaly. This is a massive system. The Wanderer's badge serves as both identity and ticket, and it is even the anomaly itself that can elevate its permissions. Generally speaking, completing 3 ordinary local commissions will elevate your permissions. Going further will be even. Night Blue gently nodded, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Finally, he pointed at this commission board, looking meaningfully at Arthur. This thing is not simple, you know that, right? Arthur paused for a moment, fell silent, and gently nodded. Yes, it was created by the Wanderer's camp. It must be some kind of extraordinary power they serve, right? Serve? Elon was momentarily taken aback by such terminology, but quickly regained her composure. This organization called the Wanderer's Camp serves. No, do they actually serve an anomaly? This is absurd. Shouldn't anomalies be universally condemned in the wasteland? With a normal person's reasoning, how could there be an apocalypse without them? Some extreme groups might be excusable, but the commission board created by the Wanderer's Camp has already spread throughout the entire wasteland. Such a force evidently transcends the realm of certain extremist factions. Rather, it is, in a sense, orthodox. Serve. Perhaps it's more appropriate to say it's a belief. Arthur looked at Elon with some confusion. Isn't there a lot of that? All the major churches in the wasteland, including the legitimate Yuhui church, are all believing in their respective anomalies, right? In that instant, Elon felt as if she had been struck by lightning or her worldview shattered. Do the churches in the wasteland worship different anomalies? Even the top forces in the wasteland, such as the Yuhui church? No. Has this world gone insane? She had previously wondered where the churches in the wasteland came from, and what gods they worship. Goodness, it turns out to be anomalies. But to be fair, this kind of anomalous power in the apocalypse is not much different from a god. When she left the shelter tower, she had already prepared herself psychologically to possibly become a world enemy. She never expected that anomalies would be thriving. The Yuhui church. She just didn't know which anomaly they worshipped. What a ridiculous apocalypse. Elon murmured, pulling out a revolver magazine from her bullet pouch and awkward. Thank you, I want to be alone for a while. Arthur was taken aback and gently nodded. Your freedom. He handed a walkie-talkie to Elon, marking the end of their last conversation of the day. Take this, contact me if something comes up. Nodding slightly, Elon watched Arthur leave, then let out a soft sigh and murmured to herself. So what about you? Do you worship the Bell of Chaos? This was a question without an answer. Elon also collected her thoughts, allowing her finger adorned with the Wanderer's ring to touch the commission she had previously been unable to access. Devil's Black Pepper. Commission: investigate the abnormal wilting of the Devil's Black Pepper plantation. Commission information: all crops in the plantation have suddenly wilted with no identifiable cause. All conceivable methods have been attempted, and any capable individuals are urgently requested to resolve this issue. Based on the rate of wilting, at most 3 days this year Wastewater Town will lose all production of Devil's Black Pepper. Commission reward: 20 missed blue coins. Note: number of uncompleted commission attempts: 4. Last person to take the commission: Arthur from Wastewater Town. What the hell? If everything before was born out of curiosity, at this moment Elon was truly surprised. Arthur took this commission but did not complete it, or rather was he unable to solve this problem. Although crop wilting sounds like an agricultural issue, however, it has already been stated here as unnatural wilting, which can also be understood that this might involve other issues. For example, issues related to anomalies. Isn't it quite normal? Isn't Wastewater Town currently a massive battlefield entangled with countless visible and hidden anomalies where numerous forces converge? Since you can't handle it, then I'll take it on. Elon murmured, her fingertip touching the acceptance position. Consider it a small return on your investment. Resolving this matter, you should also have a good talk with me about the Wheel of Chaos, right? This is not an exaggeration. From Yilan's perspective, Wastewater Town has no unique resource output. Without output, there is no resource trade. For a small town in the apocalypse that relies on itself, this is a monument. Devil's Black Pepper is likely the largest resource that circulates outside of Wastewater Town each year. If it truly yields nothing, Wastewater Town might not need any interference from anomalies or forces this year. It may first collapse internally. Arthur might be powerless, or perhaps he just couldn't afford it, but resolving this issue would be a tremendous blessing for Wastewater Town. But speaking of which, for such a big deal you're only offering 20 missed blue coins as a reward. Is he too stingy, or is the value of missed blue coins even more than he imagined? Or is the degree of black market operations in the Mosquito Restaurant and Wastewater in even more outrageous than he thought? Casting a glance at the commission location, Yilon turned and headed straight for the garage. The familiar motorcycle appeared before her once more, except this time it belonged to her. Gently shaking the fuel tank, she found it filled to the brim. It seems that Wastewater Town is not out of fuel. They are just trying to conserve it. estimating roughly with this displacement motorcycle and size of the fuel tank it should have no problem running up to 300 kilometers. However, she couldn't tell if he was naive or bold. This tank of gas was more than enough for her to escape to a place where Wastewater Town could never catch her. The motorcycle might no longer hold much value, but this tank of gas. Elon felt it could no longer be quantified in units of dozens of mist blue coins. Boom! The engine let out a tremendous roar. Elon twisted the throttle wide open, speeding away. Once again she raced through the streets of Wastewater Town. With a thunderous rumble, Elon drove through a gate that opened onto the main road and pushed a little farther inward. His navy blue motorcycle came to rest by the roadside, and beyond it stretched a vast expanse of cultivated fields. He removed the key and took in the surroundings. For the first time since arriving, Elon felt an odd tug of nostalgia. Apart from the city, the only places he had parked before were by roads flanked on both sides by wheat fields. Yet the sense of immersion remained weak. The wasteland's ashen gloom felt utterly lifeless. In the roadside fields, row upon row of plants stretched to the horizon, their stems and fruits uniformly jet black. They were the town's infamous specialty maguey hilagio, the devil black chili. Perhaps to ward off intruders, the fields lay within the outer wall of Wuxue Town, pressed close to the boundary. The entire swath of crops was ringed by a mesh of barbed wire, which at least gave the impression of security. That Elon had been able to pass unhindered owed to the gate's orientation toward the town, and perhaps to the new identity he was using, which might have passed some form of verification. A narrow path led from the roadside into the fields, ending at a small cottage. Though the path terminated there, the distance was hardly great. Whoever lived there could both keep an eye on the road and tend the fields. Still, to Elon it felt strange. Farmers rarely lived inside their own plots like that. The cottage door creaked open. An elderly man emerged, his spine straight and his eyes still bright with a resolute sp. His clothes were threadbare but practical, suited to labor. His bearing and vitality were in fact markedly better than the majority of Wuxue Town residents Elon had encountered. Yet beneath that spirited expression there was a weariness that could not be concealed. Deep furrows of worry creased his brow. Elon knew at once that whatever had befallen the fields had broken the man's heart. "Who goes there?" the old man demanded, stepping quickly to the roadside and coming up close to Elon. At first his manner was cordial. A closer inspection, however, sharpened his wariness. No wonder. At his age he had witnessed the town's many vicissitudes. Even if Elon wore an unfamiliar face beneath his guise, the man's skepticism made sense. "Town guard," Elon replied without wasting time on empty pleasantries. "I was sent at your request to inspect the city." "I don't recognize you. I only joined today." The old man was not surprised. The uniform Elon wore said most of what needed saying. His vigilance eased a fraction, but his tone grew listless. Never mind. You're young. Don't waste your time if you're unsure of yourself. If even Yace couldn't fix it, how could you?" Elon shrugged inwardly. He knew Wuxue Town's suspicion of outsiders. Still, armed with an official role, persuasion was at least feasible. "Whether I can solve it remains to be seen. If Yace himself failed, and you don't rely on me, whom else could you turn?" The old man inspected Elon, once more muttered something under his breath and sighed before nodding. "All right, come with me. I don't know why Yace put you on the town guard roster, but you don't look like someone with farming experience." "I'm too old to keep riding the roller coaster of hope and disappointment." Elon said nothing. He realized suddenly that the town guard insignia alone was sufficient to offset much of the distrust that a new face would otherwise provoke in Wuxue Town. The old man led the way, and Elon followed, stepping into the maguey hilagio fields beside him. Compared to pre-apocalypse farmland, the ground here was oddly firm. Not loose earth or mud, but compacted and unyielding. So firm, in fact, that it felt as though the soil itself had lost vitality, a microcosm of the wasteland's overall destiny. As they walked, Elon observed the notorious black chilies up close. The very crop that had nearly choked him with spice the first time he encountered it in the post-apocalyptic days. The stalks rose like corn, slender and black like veins. At intervals along each stem grew clusters of jet black. Each fruit formed an inverted triangle, its tip blunted, rather than sharp, roughly the size of a small satchel. Their blackness resembled charred coal, as if brushing against them would smear one's clothes with ink. The old man stopped where it was easiest to examine the plants. Elon did his best to appear professional, and reached out to touch one of the midnight black chilies on the stalk. The fruit center was remarkably plump and soft, almost hollow. With pressure it could be flattened easily. In that respect it reminded him faintly of a green pepper. Elon thought so and acted accordingly. The moment his fingertips pressed down the chili, gave a crisp snap and a dust-like plume escaped from it. Cough, cough, cough. It burned, fiercely. A pungent, acrid haze rose from the fruit, stinging his nostrils and nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Well, this was his second encounter with maguey hilagio, and once again he found himself overwhelmed. Forcing down his discomfort, Elon met the old man's gaze. The elder looked at him with a sorrowful, questioning expression. His eyes seemed to ask without words, "Can you truly do this? If a mere sniff provokes this, can you really cure them? Tell me the details," Elon said, offering no doubt only a request for information. Perhaps the old man, out of desperation, treated him as a last resort. He proceeded to outline the situation in painstaking detail. "We had the soil tested. It passed every standard, perfectly suitable for planting. The water supply was inspected as well. Every day pure wastewater is brought from the drainage and used to irrigate without any skimping. Fertilizer was examined, everything normal. The weather has been the best of the year. Prime time for a full harvest. Yet the plants are withering. Elon nodded slowly, his voice steady, as he asked, do you have samples of the previously grown normal Mogoe Hylagio? Let me compare. Yes, wait here. The old man wasted no words and walked back toward the cottage to fetch a specimen. Alone for a moment, Elon felt a pang of unease. He had arrived brimming with confidence and was now beginning to appreciate the gulf between fields of expertise. Truly a different craft entirely. Agronomy, especially the post-apocalypse rebuilt horticulture, was largely beyond his understanding. His strengths lay in anomalies and abnormal phenomena, not the fundamentals of farming. He hesitated at the thought of giving up. Shortly after, the old man returned carrying a huge coal-black inverted triangle of a chili. Elon felt his eyelid twitch at the sight. At first Elon had failed to notice anything amiss. At a glance the chilies had seemed to be thriving. Only when he compared the samples did the true extent of the decay become apparent. The specimen the old man brought was enormous and plump. Against the stunted fruits still on the stalks it stood like the sweetest, ripest watermelon of summer beside a puny, overwintered gourd. Even a layman could see how grave the problem was. If everything proceeded normally, how long would it take for the chilies here to reach that size? Elon asked. The old man seemed wounded by the question and closed his eyes. Soon. It should have been harvest time within a few days. In fact, 3 days ago the chilies you see now were nearly as large as that specimen. But overnight they shrank by almost a quarter, then continued to get smaller and smaller until they were reduced to what you see now. This ripening to fullness and then suddenly withering. No. Elon's unease coalesced into a realization about the discordant sensation he'd had from the start. This was not mere wilting. This was regression, a reversal of growth, a retreat from maturity. Very well, Elon's confidence was instantly restored. The unreasonable occurrences seemed to revert to the realm. Have there been any unusual occurrences lately? Elon pondered and added. For instance, any special changes around or special people? Is this not unusual enough? The old man stared blankly, looking at Elon with a perplexed expression, then gestured beside him. Elon, I meant other matters. Such changes are mostly caused by external forces. The old man shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Arthur asked the same yesterday, but indeed nothing was found. He even tried checking for the intrusion of mutated creatures. Wasn't the commotion caused by the mutated giant rats around the town quite severe? It's just a bit regrettable that there was nothing. Arthur must have ruled out the possibility of mutated creatures invading. Elon furrowed his brows even tighter. The most probable possibility has been eliminated, making the matter inevitably more enigmatic. Well, my current knowledge reserve seems to be exhausted and I cannot investigate further. To think of an operation, it can only be done through unconventional means. Can you be more specific about the time? Was it accurate to this time 3 days ago? The old man decisively nodded. Not to mention 3 days ago. 4 days ago, everything here was completely normal. Elon gently nodded and issued an eviction order, even though he seemed to be the guest. I have a certain confidence in finding the cause of the problem, but I need you to stay away. Ah, the old man widened his eyes, looking at Elon as though he was a scheming intruder. Stay away. What do you want to do? What if I leave and you cause damage here or faint? I don't even know you. Elon twitched the corner of his mouth, defeating magic with magic. Given the current situation, do I need to cause any damage? The old man. He was momentarily stunned by that remark. This patch of chili pepper field is already ruined. There is practically no value in further destruction. But I've been here for decades. Every time I leave I lock the door tightly, never letting anyone stay here. Watching here, can you really make it return to its original state? Elon helplessly rubbed his forehead. Why does it sound like I'm forcing you to relocate? Then Elon spoke. First, if you don't stay away there will be danger. Second, with you here I can't use my investigative methods. This is my unique secret. Do you still want to resolve the issue here? The old man seemed to want to argue a bit more, but suddenly thought of the motorcycle parked by the roadside and his heart stirred slightly. That motorcycle. Did that little rascal Arthur give it to you? Ah, do you have to jump so much in your speech? Although unsure why he asked, Elon nodded. Yes, I see. The old man mumbled to himself, finally making up his mind. All right, how far do... Not too far, just out of sight here. You can boil some hot water, grab a sunshade, and take a small stool to bask in the sun by the roadside. Isn't that nice? The old man. What the hell, you really know how to arrange things. Do I even have the leisure for that right now? Fine, I'll go soak up some sun. I'm telling you, if you fuss around for ages and find nothing I will report you. Elon was somewhat helpless, not knowing who he was planning to report to. However, during this back and forth his plan in his mind had matured further, and now it was just a matter of eager... Alright, this might take a while. Don't come over within 4 hours. Otherwise don't blame me for throwing in... Elon's tone wasn't particularly pleasant, but it was precisely his firm and confident demeanor that significantly elevated his professionalism. Alright. If you need anything, just shout. I see you seem unable to endure this chili. Don't faint in my field. The old man stopped hesitating and turned to leave. But as he walked he couldn't help but turn back. In his old eyes shone a glimmer of hope. Really? I bet. Elon gently nodded, smiling helplessly until the other person disappeared from sight. That old fellow. With no one around, Elon looked around and found no hidden cameras. Quietly released the mind cat and little cat. Can the scene recall now be used? This is Yilan's plan. I truly do not understand how this works or what its habits are, but I can see with my own eyes what has happened. Meow meow meow. Yes, can strike at any time. The mind cat sprang onto Yilan's shoulder, looking extremely invigorated. Setting out until now, I finally have a place to make use of my skills. This is a great opportunity to show off in front of Yilan. How far back do you want to recall? Meow. Yilan thought for a moment, not hurrying to respond. To be honest, he felt somewhat embarrassed to say that he was still relatively unfamiliar with the mind cat's abilities. How far back can you recall at most? The mind cat pondered, rubbing its two paws as if calculating. Within 3 days, perfect restoration is possible. Meow. For 47 days, there will be significant deviations, and beyond 7 days, the farther back in time, the greater the deviation. Meow. Deviation. Yilan was taken aback, chewing on this term. Can you give an example? The mind cat thought for a moment and provided an answer. For instance, the fact at that time was a person swimming in a pool, but the restored scene showed a pig diving in. Yilan, you can't really describe that as deviation, can you? Then, Yilan was still pondering the information the old man provided. Arthur arrived yesterday, and the situation has now progressed to an irreversible stage. Arthur did not find the cause or solution. The first wilting occurrence of the entire Devil's Black Chili farm was 3 days ago, so regardless of the reason or what happened, the cause should be pulled back one more day, that is 4 days ago. 4 days. Just exceeding the perfect restoration time limit of the little cat. However, it should still be alright. 4 days is just slightly beyond the perfect restoration threshold, and any deviation shouldn't be too outrageous. At most, it would be the true scene of a man swimming being restored as a woman swimming. Let's begin. Meow. The mind cat happily waved its little paws, and then Yilan felt the lights and shadows in his vision flickering violently. Gray mist emanated from the mind cat itself, extending in all directions. The mist spread over 10 meters, seemingly reaching its limit, stopped expanding, and began to spread around from the farthest distance, finally forming a square area centered on Yilan's feet, framed by gray mist visible only to Yilan and the mind cat. Then the entire space began to show shadow-like illusions. Boom! The instantaneous switching between scenes brought earth-shattering changes, making it hard for Yilan to see the road around him. The low Devil's Black Chili field became extremely vast, towering to about Yilan's waist. What had been a relatively open area beneath his feet now felt crowded in that instant. So this is the Black Chili field that has not yet wilted. It's quite spectacular. Just like a few scattered cherry blossom trees by the roadside may only cause one to pause, but if a site with no visible end is planted, it becomes a breathtaking landscape. Yilan gently sighed, reaching out to touch the nearest large chili pepper beside him, holding his breath and squeezing it. His fingers passed through the watermelon-sized Devil's Black Chili, but touched nothing. Indeed, I can't touch it. All of this is an illusion created by the mind cat, a reflection of what happened earlier. Tap tap snap. Clear footsteps sounded behind him, and Yilan suddenly turned around just in time to see the old man pushing aside the chili stems, walking toward him. Yilan narrowed his eyes. This is no longer a matter of dissatisfaction. Rather, it is the behavior of the other party ignoring advice that could expose the secrets they have hidden, leading to a situation they are unwilling to face. You weren't invited yet, you insisted on coming. Now what should I do? Should I silence you or not? Isn't this forcing me into a corner? This year marks another bountiful harvest, O little Arthur, and the others are truly fortunate. The old man hummed a little tune, his face beaming with joy as he brushed past Yilan, reaching out to fiddle with the nearly shoulder-high black chili pepper. Yilan was taken aback. Was he not even acknowledging his presence? Moreover, was he touching the chili pepper? How could he reach it? Oh! Yilan instantly realized that it wasn't that he ignored his advice and shattered his secret, but rather that this was a scene replay, the old man from 4 days ago. At that time he had just arrived here. Meow. Don't be nervous. These are all past scenes. Moreover, if anyone could enter here, I would be able to sense it too. Meow. The cat of the mind always possesses a Yilan did feel a moment of tension, but then relaxed. Yes. The little cat is extraordinary. The scene you restored is even more vivid than I imagined. Yilan praised, observing the old man's actions. This appearance was truly like a different person from the earlier old man, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The joy of the harvest is hard not to empathize with. Even if one doesn't particularly like this thing, one can still feel the satisfaction earned through sweat. However, this would soon vanish. Yilan glanced at the sky. After the commotion with the town's guards and having a meal, it was already noon. He probably had a judgment in mind. Everything appears normal now, and there are no catalysts for change. The old man was there to work the fields, and judging by how much he cherished them, he would be out to check every 10 minutes. Under such vigilant care, any occurrence would be detected immediately. But humans ultimately need to sleep. The old man also mentioned that the entire farmland had shrunk by nearly a quarter overnight, the night of 4 days ago. The 20 Miss Blue coins are not a reward for solving the problem, but rather for discovering the cause. My task, in other words, is simply to find out what happened. Little cat, speed up, accelerate to 9 o'clock in the evening. Okay, meow. Time flew by and the scenes kept everything before Yilan seemed to have been fast-forwarded, swiftly passing by. The sun rose in the east and set in the west, day turning into night. Everything fell silent. Yilan looked up and could no longer see the hint of Ningxia from before the apocalypse. The sky was devoid of twinkling stars, and the fields lacked the chirping of cicadas. The fireflies swayed, appearing dreamlike from a distance. The time for 9 o'clock had arrived. Yilan waited quietly, already prepared for a prolonged battle. The black night of the apocalypse was eerily silent. The time for 9 o'clock had arrived. Yilan waited quietly, already prepared for a prolonged battle. The black night of the apocalypse was eerily silent. Rustle, rustle. In this absolute silence, Yilan waited for nearly 2 hours when suddenly he felt a jolt. A sound. In such utter silence, even the faintest noise was crystal clear. But what was that sound? Was it the grass brushing against each other as the wind blew? Crack. Without waiting to identify the source of the sound, a crackling noise came from closer to Yilan, startling him. The sound was right beside him. Moreover, that sound was footsteps. Someone was coming. Yilan quickly glanced at the old man's small house. No light, the room was tightly shut. It definitely wasn't him. So at this time, if it wasn't the old man sneaking around, could it be someone up to no good? Taking a deep breath, Yilan knew the critical moment had arrived. Tap tap. The footsteps grew closer. Although they were quite light, Yilan could hear them clearly at this distance. Then came the sound of something brushing against the plants in front of him, and a tall, thin figure emerged from the side of the clearing. The person was holding a very dim little lamp, so faint that at this distance Yilan couldn't even see their face. From further away, like from inside the old man's small house, it was impossible to discern anything. They were indeed very cautious. As the figure got closer, nearly pressing against Yilan's face, he could finally see their features clearly. Middle-aged, weathered, with a prominent scar on his face, exuding a persistent air of gloom. Who is this person? The enemy is in the light while I am in the dark. Yilan was not at all flustered, not worried about being discovered. He could observe however he wished. The other party's attire was not particularly special, at least not as eye-catching as his original beginner's outfit, but compared to the sewage town it appeared utterly out of place. Not a person from the sewage town. Yilan murmured softly. The other was dressed in leather armor, his body filled with muscle and strength. This feeling, Yilan himself was taken aback. Why did this person seem a bit like the one who had tried to rob him? The more he looked, the more similar they seemed. Could they belong to the same organization as that person? Impossible. If that guy really had backing from some organization, would he have come to rob him of his meager money? Oh, of course, unless it was some bandit-like organization that specializes in plundering. Without waiting to think further, the person made another move. Hey, once this job is done, I'll get 50 Miss Blue coins as a reward. Working with them brings in money so quickly. Just a bit more savings, just a little bit more. Then I can go to Radiant City. Yilan was momentarily at a loss for words. Another person up to no good, and their goal was to go to Radiant City. Just how alluring is that place for you all? Moreover, looking at you like this, would Radiant City even want you? The figure clad in leather armor shifted his gaze, revealing a hint of melancholy. If this continues, the sewage town is likely to face an unprecedented economic catastrophe this year, right? This broken place relies on these few things for its entire year's revenue and supplies to export to the wasteland. At that moment, such a person surprisingly showed a trace of conflict. Why does such a villain have a sense of hometown attachment? Seeing this scene, Yilan couldn't help but think. That man hesitated repeatedly for a long time, finally gritting his teeth. Damn it! Why should I care? This godforsaken little town should have disappeared from history in this cursed world. Who told me to work for money that isn't theirs? I just want to go to Radiant City. The man made a firm decision, pulling out a small box from his pocket and opening it, revealing a small stone that shimmered brightly, resembling a stalactite. Yilan immediately became fully alert. This item was undoubtedly the tool he intended to use. His investigation had reached an unprecedentedly critical moment. Having wrestled with his conscience for the last moment, the man no longer hesitated, bending down to grab the multifunctional military shovel on his back and began digging vigorously at his feet. His movements were clean and swift, appearing extremely practiced. With the aid of the specially designed high-grade shovel, it was as if he had muted the sound completely. After digging nearly half a meter down, he finally halted, carefully taking out the stalactite-like object from the small box beside him and burying it. Then, without a sound, he filled in the entire small pit and compacted the soil, making it look as if there were no traces left. He seemed a bit tired, sitting down on the ground and pulling out a cigarette to place between his lips. However, when he brought the lighter to his mouth, he paused, seemingly worried about leaving evidence. Damn little town. Curse you, Arthur. He cursed, standing up and putting the cigarette back in his pocket. Let it be. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. The place returned to silence, leaving only Yilan. The answer had been obtained. Everything that happened afterwards stemmed from this object, beginning with this man. Watching the figure of the man leave, Yilan fell silent for a moment, gently stroking the back of the soul cat. That's enough. Stop now. Meow. The soul cat retracted the scene's retrospection, and everything before him transformed, as if time had shifted like the change of tides. The mist receded completely back into the soul cat's body, suddenly jolting back to daylight, the bright sun pouring warm. Once again, it was that sunny afternoon. Little cat impressive. Yilan gave a thumbs up to the soul cat. No matter how cleverly concealed or plotted, everything becomes exposed in the face of this ability. Hee meow. Receiving Yilan's praise, the soul cat appeared extremely proud. Oh, it's nothing, meow. As long as I can help you, meow. Elon nodded, walking to the spot in his memory where the hole was buried. He pressed his heel down, forcefully scratching a mark in the soil, then turned to leave. We can leave now. Returning along the small path to the location of the cabin, Elon looked towards the road, discovering that the old man was indeed still waiting there obediently. He appeared anxious, glancing towards this direction from time to time. The moment Elon showed himself, he immediately stood up and strode over. You're out, young man. Did you find anything? 2 hours. Nearly 2.5 hours had passed, and there was no sign of activity inside. If it weren't for the promise he had made, and the old man specifically mentioning it might take a while, he would have been unable to resist going in to take a look. Yes, but the specific situation needs further examination. As Elon spoke, the two had already converged at one point. Do you have a shovel? The old man was taken aback for a moment, then blurted out, could there be none? That's an essential tool. But there was no difference, as Elon had only thought of a shovel. Wait for me, the old man said, hurriedly running back to the cabin, quickly returning with the tool. Elon waited for a moment, nearly losing his grip. So heavy. He couldn't help but suspect that this shovel had been modified given the hardness of the ground. As Elon walked inside, the old man couldn't help but anxiously ask, by the way, can I follow you now? Elon, of course. From this point on, his actions would not involve any secrets. Returning to the original spot, he accurately found his mark on the ground and thrust the shovel down. Clang! The shovel struck the ground like it was hitting a stone, impossibly hard. After finally digging a bit down, Elon quickly lifted it up, feeling a twinge of pain in his shoulder, but successfully scooping out a small piece of dirt. Is the hardness of the soil in this apocalypse for real? Oh my heavens, how long will it take if you keep digging like that? Give it to me, I'll do it. Seeing Elon struggling to dig one scoop at a time, the old man disdainfully snatched the hoe away and measured the ground. I'm telling you, if we dig and find nothing, this old body of mine will be furious with you. Elon, didn't you just take the hoe from me? Seemingly realizing that Elon had indeed discovered something, the old man appeared energetic and vigorous. He rolled up his sleeves to his shoulders and vigorously began to dig. Smack! With one scoop, he reached half the depth Elon had just achieved, and then the speed increased, dazzling Elon to the point he began to question his life. Isn't that... Old man, you're making me look so weak. It seems that ordinary humans have gained quite a bit of physical strength in this apocalypse, meow. The soul cat's voice entered Yilan's mind, who was feeling awkward, and he paused, inexplicably relieved. If you say it like that, I feel much better, oh otherwise it's too embarrassing. Is their gene enhancement technology reliable? This was not the first time he had been constrained by power. After sleeping in the containment tower for too long, enhancing his physical capabilities had become an urgent necessity. I don't know, meow, but I feel that if you want to enhance your physical capabilities, you shouldn't use such ineffective means. I can help you find a few suitable anomalies. You can contain them. Elon, little cat, you really have to take things one step at a time. Why do you always talk about anomalies like they're cabbages? Smack! The old man jumped up from the small pit, tossed the hoe aside, and wiped the sweat off his forehead. I've dug it open, so what now? Elon composed himself, looked down, took the hoe, and dug a few more times. Then a glimmer of light appeared. Unlike a luminous pearl, this was a light that retained its brightness even in the daytime under the sun. Combined with the reflection of sunlight, it shimmered in contrast. Are there gems in my field? The old man was taken aback by the sight, scratching his head in confusion. I hope you realize that after this thing annihilated your entire farmland, you can still call it a gem. Elon jumped down, crouched down, and grasped it in his palm. A mint-like coolness spread through Yilan's entire body in an instant, as if it were pulling him into his palm. This thing. Before Elon could investigate further, the old man next to him suddenly shouted. It's grown. It's grown. What has grown? The old man's voice was filled with urgency, causing Elon to be involuntarily drawn to him. Then even Elon was everything beside him. No, more accurately, the devilish black chili pepper occupying almost his entire field of vision was slowly swelling, growing. Elon was shocked and puzzled, while for the old man at this moment there was only ecstasy, and ecstasy that did not wish to contemplate the cause and effect. However, his joy was destined not to last long, as bad news soon arrived. Why has it stopped growing? Why has it stopped growing? The growing devilish black chili pepper had indeed ceased to grow. Elon looked over and found that it had not shriveled back, but clearly had not reached the size of the sample, probably only about 2/3. Calm down, old man. Take a look, is it still withering? This was where Elon found himself at a loss. The old man paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, hurried to confirm with the experience he had accumulated over a lifetime of farming. After a moment, he stopped his actions. In his complex expression there was both relief and sorrow. It has indeed stopped withering. At this rate, in a few days the harvest day will come as scheduled. But it was really hard for him to smile. It can only be considered a substandard product. This is not just about having our annual income, the quality has also dropped tremendously. If we continue to sell it, it may even pose a credibility crisis for our wastewater town. Elon understood this very well. Sweet ripe fruits suddenly turned into half-cooked astringent ones. High-end products all transformed into budget-level products. Over an entire year. This would certainly not be satisfactory, but clearly this year's economic crisis in Wastewater Town had been resolved. After all, losses were better than bankruptcy, right? Young man, what on earth is going on? Why? He simply could not comprehend what had happened, and now the person most likely to know the situation was this mysterious and unfamiliar face before him. His attitude towards Yilan had changed 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold, as if he were looking at a savior. Even Arthur, the strongest in Wastewater Town, had no solution after he came yesterday, yet Yilan not only found the cause, but had even achieved a solution he dared not hope for. The slight disappointment he felt earlier was also because he had thought too much, thinking it would return to its former state. But how could that be possible? I'm not certain yet, but one thing I am very sure of is that this must be man-made. For nights ago, around 11 p.m. to midnight, did you hear any strange noises? Yilan said without any. 4 nights ago. Man-made. Man-made. The old man's eyes ignited with an uncontrollable fury, his throat letting out a low, hoarse roar. Who? What grudge do they have to cut off our Wastewater Town's roots? But as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and murmured. For nights ago. If you put it that way, I do have a bit of an impression. That night, I heard a faint clanging of iron mesh like the sound of wind brushing by. I didn't pay attention. This matched up perfectly, didn't it? Time, location. Which direction? Take me to have a look. The old man knew there was a massive breakthrough in the situation and repeatedly agreed. Of course I remember. Every inch here is clear to me. I can even recall which direction. This way. The old man was someone who acted decisively, turning around and leading the way. Yilan followed closely behind. He was clearly of advanced age, yet moved swiftly enough that Yilan found himself slightly out of breath trying to keep up, and thus the two arrived at the location the old man had in mind at an astonishing speed. This is it. Look, there's. Yilan followed the sound and indeed found it to be an ordinary place. He had already observed it before entering. The entire Black Devil chili field was enclosed within a large iron wire fence. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the iron wire had not been maintained for many years, severely rusted and corroded in a state where any movement could easily be detected. However, there were blind spots in his line of sight. On the ground there were weeds nearly half a knee high. Seeing Yilan crouch down to clear the weeds, the old man seemed to understand something and quickly rolled up his pants, crouching beside Yilan to help. The entire row of weeds beneath the iron wire fence had not been tended to for countless years, obscuring the view below. If it were indeed, as speculated, no one would know precisely where the incident occurred. After several minutes of this, Yilan finally stopped. Upon seeing the hollow space he had cleared, the old man also. The base of the iron wire had been completely chiseled open. A rectangular hole had been cut through the few centimeters of wire above. The opening was small, even allowing it to be hidden amidst the thick weeds, appearing just large enough for a medium-sized dog to pass. But conversely, such a space was also sufficient for a slightly thin person to lie down and crawl through. The atmosphere fell silent. Nothing more needed to be said by Yilan. The speculation had been corroborated, and the cause of the incident was already self-evident. Damn it! The old man remained silent for a long time, clenching his fists tightly. Who is it who? Yilan had already reached the limits of what he could investigate here, and slowly began to plan his departure. But before he could say anything, the old man erupted in anger once more. What on earth is Arthur doing that such a— I've said countless times that we need to bolster the town guard, but he just won't. It has to be the work of outsiders. Who in Wastewater Town isn't living off this stuff? Yilan hesitated, unable to articulate the well-prepared speech she had in mind. I seem to be one of the outsiders as well, right? The old man seemed to recall something, casting a complicated glance at Yilan, and cautiously began to speak. I apologize, I got a bit emotional. I wasn't referring to you. Yilan nodded gently, not overly concerned. The other party had suffered so much already. What more could be expected? Since we have identified the issue at hand, what do you think? The old man also regained his composure. Indeed, the other party had completed the commission, even exceeding expectations. For a moment he felt somewhat embarrassed. Is the payment a bit low? I only commissioned to find the cause, paying 20 missed blue coins, but it seems you have solved the issue completely. Yilan glanced at him, her emotions genuine, and after a moment's contemplation, she shook her head. No need, let's leave it at that. This was not about Yilan's pride in pretending to be wealthy. It was that although this situation was initiated through the commission board, and the old man was the issuer, it fundamentally concerned a matter of great significance for the entire Wastewater Town. She only accepted 20 missed blue coins, feeling as if she was at a loss, but in reality she had granted the other party a favor, even a favor to the entire Wastewater Town, which aligned with her principle of not wanting to owe too many favors to Arthur. Her previously urgent needs, clothing, ammunition, vehicles, and even fuel costs, had all been covered, and the rent for next week had already been prepaid. Not to mention she still had a weekly salary of 21 missed blue coins. With the 20 coins earned, she would still have 10 missed blue coins left as circulating funds after settling her dues. Now she could confidently say that for the time being she was not lacking in funds. Thank you. Your commission has been completed and I have deposited the payment with the town guard. You can collect it from Arthur. The old man hesitated for a moment, but did not say anything further, appearing to be genuinely tight on resources. But you have truly done me a favor. I will not let you go unrewarded. Once this batch of peppers ripens, I will bring you a truckload. No, I will bring you the best batch from the warehouse. Yilan, no need for that. However, after some thought, Yilan did not refuse. She would definitely visit many places in the future, and if she needed to present a gift, this local specialty would surely be well received. After considering, Yilan showed the small stone she had dug up from the field to the old man and said, "Then I will take this with me for now, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with the ongoing investigation." The old man had no objections and nodded. Of course. I wouldn't dare keep this from you. If my little plot withers again, I really won't be able to survive." His gaze sparkled with anticipation. "You will catch the culprit, right?" Yilan was taken aback and dared not make such a promise. After all, there were too many things on her plate, and having brought the situation to this point, she could already say she had done her duty. "The town guard will do their best," she said. "It's not just me. Arthur himself cannot turn a blind eye to Of course," she silently added, "if the culprit hasn't left Wastewater Town yet." After parting ways with the old man, Yilan returned to the main road, turned the key, and shifted into neutral. As the engine revved, Yilan took out the walkie-talkie from her pocket and pressed the button. "Arthur, I need to discuss something with you. Please reply when you're free to meet at the town guard office." She soon received a response, put down the walkie-talkie, switched gears, and accelerated towards the town guard's building. There were still many unanswered questions regarding this matter. For instance, what was this thing that caused the plants to regress? And who was behind it, and what were their intentions towards Wastewater Town? What Yilan found most concerning was why this attack on Wastewater Town was happening at this time. What could possibly transpire to plunge this place into such turmoil at this very moment? As long as she informed Arthur, he would certainly not abandon the investigation, and being close at hand, she would surely also receive various feedback regarding this matter, further enriching the information and intelligence she held. Boom! The rapid speed drew many gazes. The town was small, and the roads were not spacious, but the scarcity of people allowed Yilan to race freely. The motorcycle came to a steady stop in the courtyard of the town guard, and Yilan pushed the door open and headed straight upstairs. It felt like returning home. However, just as she was about to reach the office, she suddenly stopped in her tracks near the restroom. She looked towards the restroom where there was a mirror facing her. The mirror reflected her face, but Yilan felt something was very off. It was not vanity, but why did she look? Her skin was soft and smooth, as if she had returned to her most youthful days, looking even younger than she did now. Wait, had she aged back a few years? Yilan's expression changed dramatically as she quickly stepped into the restroom. Surely no one would refuse to be younger, but the question was what caused this youthfulness? Everything she had just experienced was still fresh in her mind. If plants regressed because of this thing, what about humans? Damn it! The urgency of the situation made Yilan disregard everything else, shut the door behind her, and summoned her spirit cat. "Little cat, you need to check if something is wrong with me." Meow. The little cat appeared in a flash, standing on her shoulder and glancing around. Not sensing anyone else's presence, it transformed into its physical form, looked at the mirror, and gasped in surprise. "Wow, you look even more handsome now." "Yilan, I know, but this isn't the reaction we should be having right now, is it?" However, Yilan soon noticed something strange about the spirit cat's demeanor as well. "It seems you have shrunk a bit too." The spirit cat turned around in front of the mirror, even striking a couple of poses, seemingly admiring its own beauty. Yes, this is great. Does this mean I can stay like this forever? Well, in human terms, does that mean I can be forever 18? Yilan, is your focus a bit off here? No, how do we stop this? It's not that she didn't want to be young, but she was already quite young. If it continued to steal time, it would be amusing if when Arthur saw her later she had turned into a child. Meow. The spirit cat seemed to finally realize this now, taking the situation seriously. Returning to youth was undoubtedly a good thing, but if it couldn't stop and she regressed all the way back to childhood, that would be a huge problem. That would mean losing her combat ability and even her ability to act. Meow. This thing's power is feeble. Compared to genuine anomalies, it falls far short. It ought to be an anomalous object. No, it is not even as much as that. Its function is simply too peculiar, which is what makes it somewhat frightening. The Xinling Ji Mao looked troubled, as if pondering a way to resolve the matter. There are actually quite a few storage vessels from the old containment tower in the night house, but you probably do not have the time to return there now, right? Yilan nodded lightly. Isn't that obvious? If I were willing to leave Wushui Town even briefly in such turbulent times, why would I have taken this commission? Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to simply clear out some mutant giant rats? I even had the demonic scythe made obedient to me. Handling a few small rats would be effortless. I think you can ask Yasei. After all, this is still a human settlement, a gathering of all manner of chaotic anomalies. To have survived until now, there must be some means. It is inconceivable they cannot store even a faint anomalous object. Yilan nodded, weighing the present situation. He returned the kitten to his pocket, pushed open the bathroom door, and strode toward the office. He swung open the office door to find Yasei already waiting inside, evidently anxious. Perhaps even worried about the sudden contact. What happened? Yasei's voice sounded calm enough, though whether his heart was at ease was another matter entirely. After all, he knew almost nothing about Yilan, and the other had been on the job only a few hours before claiming an urgent matter. I took the commission at the Heimogui Lajiao field and have found the cause. Overall, Yasei felt pleased from Yilan's movements since their last conversation. He had truly gone off to do things, even if part of it was to put on a show for him. That is indeed strange. If there are no leads, there is no need to rush. You could first go and deal with the mutant G. Yasei froze mid-sentence, then sprang to his feet so abruptly, he nearly spat out the sip of water in his mouth. You said what? You found the cause. I went yesterday and found nothing. Yes. Elon nodded. The situation is somewhat complicated. I came to hand you the intelligence so you can follow up. Yasei noticed his lapse, sat back down, but his nerves were thoroughly stirred. So, what exactly is going on? This was a matter that implicated the whole of Wushui town. He was even hesitating over whether to ask the Yuhui cult to take a look. Elon set the crystalline stone on the table and said, "Look at this." Yasei almost leapt up again, blurting, "An anomalous object. Another anomalous object. Does he keep producing these things and then pulling another out?" Preventing further conjecture, Elon began to explain. This was found in the soil of the chili field. This confirmed function is regression. The entire field is not withering. Rather, it is rapidly reverting to an earlier stage of growth. Yasei understood at once and his face fell. You mean, this was done deliberately? Exact. Elon nodded, confirming Yasei's suspicion. I found traces of an unidentified human at the scene. Yasei waved his hand, opened a drawer, took out a delicate square box, quickly donned gloves, and carefully placed the stone inside before finally exhaling. He looked at Elon with an expression of bewilderment. You just brought it here like that? Elon shrugged. What else was I to do? He felt a touch embarrassed. It did sound terribly unprofessional. Yasei was at a loss for words, opening his mouth several times only to fall silent. What else? You do something like that, and yet you stand here unharmed. Truly mysterious. Once more marveling at Elon's might, Yasei clenched his fists and paced. You say someone sneaked in under cover of night and buried it in the town's chilly field. Damn. Who would come now to sabotage Wushui town? He could not fathom the perpetrator's identity and sat back down on the stool. Any other clues? Elon shook his head, gently unsurprised by Yasei's lack of leads. Nothing more. I can only be certain it was done on the night 4 days ago. Of course he knew more. The culprit's clothing resembled that of the person who robbed him. The face bore a scar. But such things could not be spoken aloud. How could he possibly reveal that? 4 days ago. Yasei clasped his hands, searching his memory for even the smallest clue, but found nothing. What Yasei could not comprehend was that someone might commit such a staggering act for the paltry sum of 50 Wulon coins, saving up simply to go to Guanghui City. Of course, behind all of this there must be a far greater hand. Any suspects? Elon asked tentatively. The old man from the vegetable patch suspects an outsider did it. Yasei looked at Elon oddly and shook his head helplessly. Outsiders? Where would so many outsiders? Don't read too much into it. Wushui town is too remote and sparsely populated. People here have rarely seen anyone from outside, so they appear a little xenophobic. Yasei's words made Elon pause, and he could not help but add, "Don't you suspect I staged it? There was nothing at the scene yet. I can give you so many clues and have solved the problem." Yasei waved his hand in irritation. Enough, stop probing me. I do not doubt you at all. If your timing is accurate, 4 days ago, the town had only us. No outsiders arrived. He cast a loaded glance at Elon. Including you. You were the first outsider to arrive in the town during this period. Everyone else came after you. Elon froze as if a secret had been uncovered. How can you be so certain that no one slipped into town unnoticed? Even if Wushui town is small, it is still a town. Roads lead in from every direction, and where there are no roads one can still make a path. Before he joined, the town guard consisted solely of Yasei. By logic, if someone had slipped in, there would have been no way, yet Yasei insisted so emphatically that no outsider could have committed the act. He frowned, troubled, but ultimately chose to share that information. Any stranger who enters Wushui town's bounds I can detect. Elon was taken aback, momentarily unable to digest this information. What does it mean? What does it mean that anyone who enters the sewage town can be sensed by him? He possesses some sort of ability. No, this must be a power beyond what any human can have. Is it an anomaly? Or a supernatural power, and could Arthur achieve this with such strength? Then again, was Arthur's straightforward and simple way of informing him about this a pure expression of goodwill, or was it to some extent a show of strength? Telling him that he too is formidable. Sewage town. Elon smiled slightly. Regardless of anything, at least his decision to not leave even temporarily was absolutely correct. I have some conjectures. You can see if they are of any use. Elon pondered for a moment before deciding to provide a bit more insight in a subtle way. After all, Arthur had just shared a secret with him in a very implicit manner. If there are people in the town who like to wear leather, I suggest you pay close attention to them. Yilan's words left Arthur completely puzzled, and he couldn't help but ask in confusion, leather? Who wears that? Everyone wears cloth. Why do you ask? He could understand that Elon couldn't have said this out of the blue. There must be something he hadn't mentioned earlier. Before I returned, I had already found the path the other party took to enter the chilly field. It is extremely narrow, with tough barbed wire making scrapes unavoidable. Yet even so, I found no traces left behind on the ground. Elon spoke earnestly about something nonsensical. The murderer must have worn very sturdy clothing, definitely not fabric. Considering the size of the space, it couldn't be more sophisticated gear, so the likelihood of leather clothing is the highest. Arthur looked at Elon oddly. The entire reasoning sounded quite coherent, but why did it feel like something was a bit off? At least if it were him, he definitely wouldn't be able to analyze such a clue. Impressive. So you not only possess strength, but are also a master of criminal investigation. He He couldn't ignore Yilan's conjecture. He pondered slightly. If that is the case, there is indeed one person who is highly suspicious and only one. Their gazes met and the same face overlapped in their minds. No way. In Yilan's original thoughts, that person was at most somewhat similar, but the possibility was small since the face. However, Arthur had just provided him with an unexpected answer, completely ruling out the strange face, and in the town there was indeed only one person with such attire. At that moment Yilan suddenly remembered what the little cat had said, that there could be errors beyond 3 days, so that possibility became that fool who robbed him. Yilan and Arthur had both thought of the same person. Could it really be? Now there was no evidence to prove otherwise. It was as if he were the puppet master sent to silence them. I understand now. Arthur also felt a headache. Things were becoming increasingly complicated. I will conduct follow-up investigations. You should rest today. Thank you for your efforts on behalf of Sewage Town. Yilan lightly nodded. He had the same intention. After all, his core goal was not to maintain the town's law and order but to investigate and seek out anomalies. Everything that had just transpired was enough to present a perfect report of Arthur's support during this time. Oh right, wait a moment. Arthur suddenly slapped his forehead, opened the drawer, and took out a cloth bag. Here, this is the reward for the commission, 20 missed blue coins. Yilan nodded, picked it up to weigh it without even count. Arthur couldn't possibly shortchange him on this. What baffled Yilan a bit was, how come there's everything in this drawer? Is it really safe? You just casually tossed so much money into the office. Arthur shrugged. Otherwise, who would dare to come to my office to steal money? That might not be the case. If you left 50 missed blue coins here, that guy who's been eyeing Radiant City would likely come. And take this too. You can have it. Arthur gently touched the small box on the desk, a hint of reluctance filling his eyes. That stone, which was akin to a supernatural item found on-site underground. Logically, this item indeed belonged to him, but Arthur's statement still surprised Yilan. You don't want it. Of course he wanted it. Who wouldn't want a supernatural item? I believe the value of our cooperation has far exceeded its worth, Arthur said earnestly. Yilan raised an eyebrow. He had initially intended to take this, but at this moment he appeared extremely irritable. Isn't this just creating a debt of gratitude? Arthur's approach was really too self-sacrificing, completely disruptive. I believe it belongs to me. Of course you may raise objections and we can debate and decide on ownership, but do not think I owe you this favor. Arthur was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yilan to say this. This reflects the difference in their perspectives and backgrounds. This item didn't hold as much value to Yilan as he imagined. The cat of the mind had been incessantly discussing anomalies, gradually spoiling Yilan's taste. So this guy actually cared about such things? I truly do not believe so. After all, this relates to the attack on Sewage Town, and our town's defense team also has a certain ownership right to it. Of course you take 70% and I take 30%, but it's not like it can be divided into 2 parts. Arthur smiled, which only solidified his resolve to give it to Yilan. Then let that 30% serve as a supplementary value for this commission. You have done this much. 20 missed blue coins is indeed a bit too little. Yilan stared into his eyes for a moment, helplessly nodding. As you wish. Yilan's figure disappeared from the office while all expressions faded from Arthur's face. Yilan. So you're not from Radiant City? He stood up, looking out the window at Yilan, disappearing on his motorcycle, gently rubbing his chin, then pressed a concealed button under the drawer. Boom! A slight tremor occurred, and a deep secret passage appeared beside the office, into which Arthur stepped into the boom! The roar of the motorcycle echoed through the small town, and Yilan felt that he would soon become less noticeable. Getting accustomed to it had become a daily routine. As he gazed at the increasingly familiar streets on both sides, Yilan's mood improved further. After sleeping for decades, he had indeed managed to blend into human society quite well. Having spent the entire morning, all urgent matters were resolved. Ammunition replenished, combat strength restored, his outfit changed, no longer drawing strange looks wherever he went. Most importantly, he had put on a vest of the town's guard, unexpectedly establishing a friendly, almost ally-like relationship with the Sewage Town, laying a significant advantage for the upcoming extraordinary investigation, and he could now start the tasks that were urgently needed. Regarding his neighbors, the scene of the Yuhui Chuch's room usage would be recalled. These people traveled thousands of miles to come here. Surely they weren't just here for tourism. Last night they stayed in their room and they hadn't gone out this morning. Now half a day had passed. If they wanted to do anything, or had any purpose, they should have set off by now, right? The motorcycle stopped at the entrance of the Mosquito Vegetable Restaurant. Yilan turned the key, pushed open the door, and walked in. The lunch hour had passed, and it wasn't yet time for drinks, so the restaurant felt quite calm. As soon as he walked in, the owner, who was tidying up, immediately greeted him with a cheerful smile. You're here for... The owner suddenly froze halfway through his sentence and rubbed his eyes. However, everything in front of him had not changed at all, which left him even more perplexed. Wait, you haven't been seen this morning, and you've changed your appearance completely. Why are you in the town guard's uniform? You didn't take down Arthur, did you? A special vegetarian noodle to go. Oh okay, please wait a moment, sir. Right, he was here to eat. The owner suppressed his doubts and went to cook the noodles. Yilan placed 2 misty blue coins on the counter, and returned to his familiar spot where he always sat. Sitting in his familiar position, Yilan calmly lifted his head and looked at the position of the photo frame. The advantages of the new vest began to manifest. Such ease, such calmness in watching and investigating felt remarkable. The photo within the frame had not changed, and being stared at by him even gave a slight feeling of discomfort to the subject. When are you going to pull me into a dream again? Regardless, that moment with the magic sickle truly astonished him. It was also the first time he had directly encountered the extraordinary alone. A few minutes later, the owner brought the noodles over. He was faster than before, and Yilan genuinely worried that he might have rushed to ask him something out of curiosity and ended up serving undercooked noodles. What happened to you? This outfit. It's nothing. Yilan waved his hand. I'm now a part-time member of the restaurant owner. This is outrageous, impressive, and speechless. Did Arthur lose his mind? Yilan took the packaged food, turned, and left the mosquito vegetable restaurant, hanging it on his bike handle, and once again set off towards the inn. This time the distance was very close. In just a few minutes Yilan arrived at the inn's entrance, but parking had become a new challenge. This cursed place, sewage inn. The back is surrounded by water, and if it rains the motorcycle might get washed away. Parking at the front might be considered rude. Nonetheless, the need for designated parking spots stemmed from the large flow of people and vehicles. Chaotic parking would block the traffic. And in Sewage Town, there were just a few cats with a little motorcycle in and out of the building. The only concern was whether leaving it here alone would result in it being stolen. However, nobody would dare to steal a police vehicle. Climbing the stairs, he enjoyed the inn owner's dumbfounded expression all the way back to the top floor. As he passed by rooms 402 and 403, Yilan hesitated for a moment, then casually opened his own door. Click. The lights turned on, returning to his temporary little nest. Turning on the lights, the scene before me. Wow, such a large room. Silent. Yilan focused on the principle of fast, fierce, accurate, swiftly turning off the blaring radio. He glanced around the room and couldn't help but address the radio. Has anyone come into the room after I left? Of course Yilan hadn't noticed anything. However, since the radio was assigned the guardian task, he had to ask. The magic of love circles around. Missing you to the point of blooming in my heart day and night. Wow, but I'm scared. What is this nonsense? Yilan thought he could catch up with the rhythm of the radio, but this time he truly didn't understand a thing. Whereas he had been able to grasp the meaning from the lyrics in previous songs, this time, he was completely at a loss. Why was it about the magic of love circling around? At this moment, the soul cat also spoke, surprisingly not revealing its physical form. I believe it's definitely answering your question just now, meow. We need to think about what it really means, meow meow. Yilan gently nodded. Given the strange vibes of Sewage Town, he himself found it difficult to let his guard down. If there was indeed important information overlooked, it could potentially jeopardize significant matters. Love. Forget it, that line probably doesn't hold much significance. The key lies in the next line. The activated radio often communicates by extracting a line from the lyrics, but to sing that line it must include the preceding or following lines. Missing you to the point of blooming in my heart day and night. Could missing you be interpreted as paying attention to you? Then day and night means, continuously, someone has been watching over me. There were many who paid attention to him, such as Arthur. But the radio had never seen anyone. Since its birth, it hadn't left this little room, so the meaning of this attention could be understood in another way. What I just asked it was. Yilan's expression changed drastically. What he had asked the radio was whether anyone had come to the room, and the radio's answer to him was that he was being monitored. In an instant, there was not a sound in the night. Who knows if someone is watching me right now? Fortunately, the cat of the mind has not revealed its physical form. If it were just about talking to the radio, it would seem like I might be a bit insane. After all, the radio didn't respond to me, right? Who could it be? At this moment, the only three forces that might be monitoring me are the forces of Wushui Town, the neighboring Yuhui sect, and some secret organizations from small towns, along with the hidden puppet masters behind the poison chili fields. The Wushui Town side can basically be ruled out. Arthur is very clear about his stance towards me now. It's primarily about establishing a good relationship. Such cross-boundary behavior isn't unmanageable, but it has become less significant since I entered the town guard. My movements are now much clearer to him. Moreover, knowing that Arthur even has the ability to sense whether there are outsiders in Wushui Town, I believe he must have even more advanced monitoring methods. If it were the latter two possibilities, it would be extremely troublesome. Being within the line of sight of a puppet master is already a tremendous hassle. As for the Yuhui sect, whether I can still consider them neighbors depends entirely on my reaction. But how exactly are they monitoring me? Whether to use their own plans against them or to retaliate forcefully, I at least need to know the source of the surveillance, right? Magic energy spinning. Spinning? Are we talking about something circular? In that instant, a flash of insight crossed Night Blue's mind, and her gaze began to move, striving to find circular objects in this not-so-large room. However, there truly was nothing. This room was inherently sparse. It looked very empty. Besides necessities, there was almost nothing, and circular decorations are relatively rare in daily life, making them even harder to find in this sparsely furnished room. Am I miscalculating? Night Blue murmured, and for a moment she had no better strategies, at most just pondering whether there were any blind spots. How do novel characters deal with losing sight of their targets in cramped environments? Night Blue froze for a moment, then suddenly looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling and the floor. Sure enough, in that instant Night Blue truly saw a circular object, the only circular item in the entire room. Right next to the ceiling, a circular wall lamp. What a perfect place for surveillance, Night Blue remarked coolly, not sure if it was ironic or sarcastic. Clang. Night Blue walked to the table, brought a chair under the wall lamp, retrieved her revolver from her waist, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the lamp while standing on the chair. Aside from the tiny gap at the top, there was hardly any operational space. Then, Night Blue hesitated. She surely lacked the skill to handle this. If I dismantle it, the hotel will definitely make me pay, right? In such a shady establishment, the prices set for the rooms are probably all inflated, likely causing me to lose all the money I've just saved, and even I wouldn't be able to cover this week's salary. Damn it. Night Blue, whose mindset was fraying, suddenly froze. How to deal with discovering a pinhole camera in a hotel before the apocalypse? Call the police. Then the police would contact the hotel manager, and while investigating the case, the hotel would have to compensate. And now, in this Wuxue town, am I not the police? Without further ado, Night Blue returned to her table, picked up the intercom to contact the hotel on the first floor, and pressed the button. Boss. A cheerful response quickly came from the other side. Yes, which room is this? Are you ordering takeout from the Mosquito Cuisine? Night Blue's voice was cold, seemingly silently conveying to the other party, you've got a problem. This is room 401. You need to come over. The boss of Wuxue Hotel was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such situations, and hesitated before replying. Okay, please wait a moment. Soon there was a knock on Night Blue's door. Come in. Creak. The door opened and the boss of Wuxue Hotel walked in looking somewhat anxious. Perhaps due to the low number of guests. Here the boss of Wuxue Hotel clearly had never been called over by a guest on the top floor. Even though from his perspective Night Blue had not yet revealed any extraordinary traits, who among those wealthy enough to stay in such a position wasn't powerful with an impressive background. However, Night Blue's identity in this conversation was neither of those. Instead, Night Blue deliberately adjusted her specially made coat and spoke straightforwardly. My room has been fitted with surveillance or listening devices. How do you explain this? The hotel owner's eyes blinked for a moment. He seemed unable to grasp the situation. You called me here to discuss this. Someone has installed a camera in your room. Who? And isn't this just a conflict among your big shots? Why do you need me? Such an important room and this kind of heinous issue arises. Do you really think our town guard? The hotel owner. What a quick adaptation to your new identity as our town guard. I'm very sorry. Where is it? Can I take a look? Alright, he also sensed that trouble was brewing. Night Blue pointed upward, her expression calm. It's inside that lamp. Oh, go ahead and disassemble it. With one sentence, she resolved the daunting issue of not daring to dismantle it herself. The hotel owner looked up and said nothing, his face clouded with worry, as he stepped onto the stool and pulled out a keychain from his pocket, beginning to operate. Before long, the circular wall lamp from the ceiling was taken down. Night Blue smoothly took it from his hands and began searching its inner surface. Then, pausing for a moment, she pulled out a small black, the size of a pinky finger, from inside. There was nothing to say. This had almost completely confirmed her suspicions. Whether it can record is uncertain, but listening in is undoubtedly effortless. Night Blue held it in her hand and for a moment was reminded of other matters. With the same function, the smaller it is, the more precise and complex the craftsmanship. Few things from that era have survived to the present day, so are there still places in this wasteland that can produce such technology? After merely contemplating this, Night Blue ceased her thoughts on the matter. The pressing issue at hand still needed to be. You take a look. The hotel owner's face was already ashen. Though initially baffled by the unfolding events, he had surely sorted out his thoughts by this time. If it were other guests, they might be able to endure it. After all, Wuxue Hotel has the backing of Wuxue Town. But damn, Night Blue is now a member of the Wuxue Town Guard. In fact, the only way for him to perfectly resolve this issue was to see what this thing was, and if he could find out which bastard installed. Only by doing so could he redirect the guests' anger and even gain satisfaction with his efficiency and the hotel's management capability. Wuxue Hotel isn't devoid of guests. It's just that there are too few clients on the 4th or even 3rd floors. Plenty of townsfolk still stay on the 1st and 2nd floors. What's so wrong with local couples sneaking in for a date? Therefore, there are only a few people in this hotel right now, and he is quite confident in finding the culprit. In a sense, Night Blue indeed called the right person. But when the owner recognized the style of the camera or listening device, his face completely changed, turning pale. This is what happened. Elon squinted, utterly surprised that the boss recognized him at first glance. Was it easy to recognize? Perhaps it was some distinctive mark, and given its unique origin, the boss couldn't afford to offend it. In this place, the sewage inn could be considered a small local tyrant. Almost certainly anything that could make it unwilling to offend came from outside the sewage town. So that means, are the people from the Radiance sect involved? Shoo! The boss was startled, glanced behind, and cautiously pulled the door shut. I don't know. That's too fake. In that case, I'm now demanding an indefinite suspension for you here, on the grounds of harboring a criminal and invading guest privacy. The innkeeper. No, how can you, being so young, act even more ruthlessly than Arthur? What else? Collaborating with the law enforcement of the sewage town to conceal the wrongdoings of others. Elon shrugged, not feeling anything wrong with this approach. Even before the apocalypse, turning a blind eye to such knowledge was clearly an act of protection. Do you think they are hard to deal with? Am I easier to deal with just because I was discovered after they specially placed this thing? The owner of the sewage inn was at a loss for words. So who put it in? How did you recognize it? The time had come. Elon spoke earnestly, leading him gently. The innkeeper's expression was complex, but given the situation he had nothing to hide. You guessed right, this is a standard listening device from the Radiance sect. Although rare, it is quite famous. I only recognized it by chance after having seen it before. Moreover, the boss expression became somewhat strange. Who could discover such a thing normally? To be honest, Elon wasn't too annoyed. This was something both parties would do given their capabilities. Even if he had been pondering about sneaking into someone's room for a scene, recall early on. I see you can go downstairs now. Elon gradually made up his mind, his thoughts becoming clearer. The innkeeper was stunned for a long time, failing to take any action. Wasn't I supposed to be facing a great calamity? What does it mean to let me go? Do you have any more questions? Elon looked at him with confusion. The innkeeper finally regained his senses, shaking his head repeatedly. No, nothing at all. Yes. What difference does it make whether I say it or not? First, this isn't something I set up. Second, I didn't discover it. Third, it has nothing to do with me. Be it evenly matched or overestimating oneself, the two celestial beings fighting passionately on the 4th floor of their own home had nothing to do with him. Bang! With only himself left in the room, Yilan's brows furrowed deeply as if pondering. Pretending to know nothing was certainly not an option. He was still uncertain whether this was a surveillance device or a listening device. Although the boss speculated it was a listening device, no one knew if it was some kind of modified version from the Radiant sect. However, regardless of which type it was, the series of actions just now would surely be seen or heard by someone. How to make the best use of the time before they witnessed this scene was what he urgently needed to decide at this moment. The core elements most aligned with current interests boiled down to 3. Retaliation, establishing authority, and restraining the opponent from making further small moves against him without escalating the conflict. As he contemplated, Yilan suddenly smiled. I was originally a bit worried that I might not be quick enough when sneaking into your rooms and would be caught making it hard to explain. But now the opportunity and reason have been handed to you. With his mind made up, Yilan looked at the spirit cat. They aren't in the room right now, are they? Definitely not, meow. With such a commotion, if anyone were in their room, they would have reacted long ago, meow. Yilan nodded. So how about you? How are you feeling? You just had a scene, recall, not long ago. Can you still manage? The spirit cat nodded. Very well, meow. Ready to strike at any moment, meow. Smiling, Yilan pushed open the door and stood once again at the entrance of room 402. Then, it got a bit awkward. How do I open this door? Even after all his calculations, Yilan almost overlooked the most fundamental problem. This was no longer about whether or not he discovered he had been there. They wouldn't leave the door unlocked when they went out, so how could he get in? He couldn't just break in, could he? After all, when he returned, his own door was perfectly fine. Wait. Yilan paused, returned to his room, and squinted at the ground. The footprints had been cleaned up remarkably well, leaving no trace, and he could also confirm that the door was intact. So assuming we don't consider the ridiculous ability of passing through walls, the only possible way to enter his room without leaving traces was... Bang! Yilan pushed open the window, turned his head to the right, and looked at the next door. It wasn't too far away, and the weathered wall would be noticeably affected by the environment. The wall between the two windows already clearly showed signs. "'Tis quite skilled. Could they have flown over the eaves? If I also go through the window, wouldn't it seem like I'm using their own methods against them?" The idea was wonderful, but the execution was difficult. He wasn't a special forces soldier. His physical condition was even inferior to that of an old farmer in the apocalypse. If they could get over it, didn't mean he could too. Great, I need to find a new ability again. He muttered, and Yilan had an idea, pulling out a grappling hook from his backpack. Shaped like a pistol, it housed a retractable cord. At the end of the cord was a sharp iron hook capable of piercing through any rock almost instantly. Although his movement skills were lacking with this tool, he could swing along the wall and directly land in front of the other person's window. But this was the 4th floor, and it was no joke. If he failed even once, he would likely end up falling to his death in a rather comical manner. As his thoughts turned, Yilan placed his hand on the grappling gun, moving with ease. Awaken! A flash of red light flickered, the comforting glow swept over the grappling gun, and without any incidents it seemed as if the gun emitted a soothing hum. Ah! Yilan stumbled, the immense impact nearly causing him to lose his balance, and he struggled to crouch down, gasping for air and letting out a painful roar. Food! Food! Yilan almost lost control, turning and rushing back to the table, violently tearing open the packaging of the food, tilting the bowl back into his mouth and devouring it. Yilan! You! A bowl of steaming hot noodles was completely consumed by Yilan within seconds. Are you okay? Yilan breathed heavily. No one could tell if he had improved, but his eyes were filled with crimson bloodshot veins. Hungry. So hungry. Oh no. The spirit cat's expression changed dramatically as it leaped with all its might, its paw striking Night Blue's forehead. Gray mist surged and seeped in. Night Blue's fierce expression visibly faded at an astonishing speed. In contrast, the light emanating from the spirit cat dimmed rapidly. Big brother. Night Blue fell silent for a moment, glancing at the spirit cat before lowering her head. Are you? In that fleeting moment as the activation completed, Night Blue felt as if she had completely lost her rationality, unable to foresee or interfere with her next actions. Her last desperate struggle was to consume the bowl of noodles she had brought back, trying to alleviate her hunger. "I'm fine, meow, but you." The spirit cat's eyes clearly showed signs of fatigue, a trace of hesitation evident. "Is my time running out?" Night Blue calmly continued. The spirit cat. "It's not that dire, you make it sound as if you're— What I mean is, you must contain the first anomaly more quickly." Night Blue nodded gently, the feeling of pressure dispelling all the day's ease. "I understand, I will accelerate my efficiency." After a moment's thought, Night Blue still found it hard to comprehend. But why? Everything seemed just fine, so how could it suddenly erupt without any warning? "It's my oversight, meow. I forgot that the activation of objects is still a skill that consumes power. And your current strength should have already reached the critical point." Night Blue understood its meaning. "So I can no longer continue using activation. To be precise, you absolutely cannot before containing the first anomaly, meow." Night Blue nodded, feeling the weight of pressure. This meant that until the first major event occurred and concluded, her combat capability was almost fixed at its current state. The enhancement could be considered a pleasant surprise, having activated 3 items in total: a revolver combat type, a grappling hook functional type, and— Night Blue glanced at the silly radio on the table, feeling an intense heartache. Did I just pierce using 1 quota on this? As for the flashlight, Night Blue was uncertain and found it hard to say if she had activated it herself, since it inherently possessed such power. "Let's go." Night Blue took a deep breath, pushed open the window, not looking at the ground but at the sky, and leaped forward. Whoosh! In that moment of soaring, the distance between Night Blue and the window of room 402 finally created enough space for displacement. Then she raised the grappling hook and shot upwards. Bang! The sound of buzzing debris came as the end of the grappling hook firmly embedded itself in the wall. Night Blue's falling form came to a halt as she pressed the button again, swinging towards the point where the grappling hook landed. This landing point was quite precarious, but Night Blue was able to grasp the windowsill steadily, her forehead gently colliding with the— Night Blue suspected that if she hadn't activated the grappling hook, allowing it to recalibrate during its extension, she might have ended up crashing through the window without any training on her first use. That would have been quite embarrassing, and from the very first encounter, she would have been at a disadvantage. After all, someone had already pulled off a perfect infiltration. Snap! Night Blue's fingertips lightly touched, and the window was directly pushed open, allowing her to roll in and enter room 402. "What's going on here? This is how I came to my room, yet my own window wasn't properly locked." But who would have thought Night Blue not only discovered their movements but even dared to take initiative? Landing steadily in the room, Night Blue stood, still surveying the situation inside. It was spacious, simple, and identical to her own room, with nearly the same structure and decor. The most absurd thing was that the other party, like herself, seemed to have come without any luggage, leaving no personal items behind for investigation. Were they cautious and traveled light? Or did they also receive an urgent mission and rushed here? Night Blue's gaze shifted to the corner, stepping lightly on the cross-section of the folding bed frame. Then she half-squatted down and wiped the floor she had just stepped on with a piece of fabric. The dirty patches made her footprints stand out, while the clean area she just stepped on easily gathered dust. In fact, this spot was currently the best place to land. "Little cat, let's begin. Try to make sure the boundary of the recall doesn't exceed the room's range." "Meow!" The spirit cat enthusiastically responded, and then the gray mist began to spread, centered on the two of them, conforming to the rooms, drifting to form a rectangular shape. Yet Night Blue felt that this time the mist was noticeably thinner. Everything before her faded like an illusion, quickly returning to the night of yesterday. Creak! 2 individuals dressed in strange, yet somewhat fashionable robes entered the room. They checked around and sat on the bed, removing their hoods. Long hair unraveled from its bindings, cascading like a waterfall. The other had a campus-style shoulder-length bob, radiating youthful vitality. "Ah, they really are girls, or rather 2 of them." Night Blue looked at the spirit cat in bewilderment. How could it be so accurate with its wild guesses dividing rooms by gender? The taller girl with long hair had a fair and smooth complexion. The shorter girl with bobbed hair had a regular bronze tone, but was well-maintained, quite contrasting with the general wasteland appearance Night Blue had imagined. Does the enhancement of strength mean optimization of the body? If that's the case, wouldn't it be easy to tell who is stronger just by who looks more handsome? This was certainly a joke. The optimization of the body encompasses all aspects of physical condition. At most, it could slightly improve skin quality against wasteland erosion without altering fundamental appearance. The high appearances she observed, including Arthur, fundamentally stemmed from a good foundation, further enhanced by such peculiar abilities, adding to their mystique. Although she still didn't quite understand the combat system or methods of the church personnel, if viewed solely from the perspective of gene enhancement, this should already belong to at least a level of enhancement 2 or 3 times right. Just then, the smaller girl suddenly spoke. "Sister Qingyu, it seems the person in the next room was just trying to probe our situation through the door. I felt it. Not just now, but earlier when we first arrived. We even locked eyes once through the window." Enyelan was profoundly astonished, though not yet unsettled. Yet certain at last that she had come to the right place. Had she already been detected at that moment yesterday? Burdened by this heavy thought, Yelan listened with intent. "Then what do we—" And the long-haired girl shook her head, seemingly unconcerned, and leaned lazily back against the bed. "That's perfectly normal. We made no effort to conceal our identities. How could an organization as vast as the Twilight Sect avoid drawing attention wherever it goes? And perhaps the observer is even a devoted follower of our faith. And man, remember this during missions like this: mutual probing. You're testing me, my testing you, is entirely natural. So long as one cannot confirm outright that the other is an enemy, avoid unilaterally escalating the situation. And the short-haired girl stuck out her tongue and settled back against the headboard. Understood. I'm simply curious who it is. Being watched from the shadows is inherently unsettling, especially when one has no idea what their intentions might be. Do you suppose they're agents dispatched by the Sewage Town authorities? Qingyu smiled faintly at her expression. And then strive to grow stronger. Stop lazing about all day. Once you attain true strength, what does it matter if countless others harbor ill intent? Take our own Twilight Sect for instance, the preeminent orthodox faith across the wasteland's sovereign in pride and stature. Among the myriad lesser sects and churches, how many truly submit without reservation? And how many secretly nurse ulterior motives? Yet what can they possibly do? Qingyu smiled wryly. We erect chapels right within their capital cities, and still they dare not tear them down. Still, the people of Sewage Town likely aren't behind this. Our arrival was sudden, even the method by which this mission was assigned felt strange. The moment we entered the town, we raced here without pause or delay. The town guard would have had no time to deploy agents before our arrival. The person next door must have been residing here already. She paused lightly, then wore an incredulous expression. And given the exorbitant price of lodging here, surely ordinary folk couldn't possibly afford it. Oh, so even the affluent among you find it steep. Nat, this man, whose name had just been revealed, lit up with renewed enthusiasm. Exactly, 20 mist blue coins per week. How dare they charge such a sum? Renting a room here for 3 months would almost cover the cost of a full apartment in Radiant City. And that mosquito insect diner. Feeding 4 of us 3 meals a day for a week would fund another apartment outright. Qingyu smiled faintly, though admittedly the expense stung. But when paying, she hadn't so much as blinked, having even booked 2. Prices differ drastically between the wastelands and the cities. Resources are scarce here, the environment is harsh. Everything inevitably costs more. Still, this feels absurdly excessive. Man persisted, pouting. And alright, you little... Qingyu chuckled, gently tapping Man's forehead. Field assignments are like this. Such expenditures are unavoidable, and every cent will be fully reimbursed by the sect. So what precisely are you fretting over? Man looked genuinely aggrieved. And I'm worried. This place doesn't issue official receipts. When we submit these figures back to the sect, they might suspect we've falsified our expenses. Not at all. Throughout history, the sect has dispatched agents to far more remote and obscure locations than this. So long as you complete your objective, when has the sect ever dwelled on trivialities like cost? Qingyu smiled. Then her brow gradually furrowed. And still, you're right. This warrants closer attention. For Sewage Town. And she recalled the final intelligence dossier hastily assigned before departure. Her expression hardened into grim severity. And this place may already have fallen under the sway of the rotting cult. The rotting cult? What is that? Anulon's pulse leapt. He sensed he just heard something momentous. And had Sewage Town truly submitted to another power? Was it true? How could he know nothing of it? And feel no presence at all? And he didn't suspect deception. This was a private conversation with no outsiders present. Yet, if it were true, if confirmed beyond doubt, Sewage Town's situation would be far more intricate and Arthur's actions even more enigmatic. Senior Sister Qingyu? That very instant the bronze-skinned girl shot upright, her gaze piercing like a hawk's fixed upon the corner of the room. Something beneath her wrist trembled violently, revealing a device resembling a handheld cannon. I felt uneasy this entire time, unsure why. Until just now it struck me this is exactly how it felt when I was being... I sensed something, watching us from there. Anulon broke into a cold sweat. Every hair on his body stood rigid with dread. She pointed directly at him. What? Impossible. Wasn't this merely a retrospective vision of the past? And how am I supposed to? And whoosh, Qingyu reacted with lightning speed, launching herself upward, drawing her weapon, disengaging the safety, and charging toward the cluttered corner. All in one seamless, inhuman motion. Yelon hadn't moved an inch. Yet in the blink of an eye, her figure surged forward until she nearly overlapped with him. From his vantage, they were face-to-face, close enough to hear each other's breath. Her delicate features were breathtaking, arousing a flutter in his chest. But truly, was anyone in any state to admire beauty at a moment like this? I've been discovered. Yet in the next instant Yelon relaxed almost entirely, and she took one more step, passing straight through him, merging seamlessly as if through a glitch in reality, which meant she couldn't see him, nor possibly touch him, and schwip. And though she saw nothing, her vigilance never wavered. Her gun remained steady in her right hand. With her left she reached into her robe, and withdrew a crystal orb radiating pure white light. N-gray mist coiled around its brilliance, weaving an uncanny ethereal spectacle. An exceptionally refined artifact of anomalous origin. Na voice, sharp and feline, echoed in Yelon's mind, its gaze riveted to the orb, unwavering. This approaches the miracle granted only by direct bestowal from an anomaly itself. Yelon found it somewhat difficult to absorb this piece of information. An item that actively grants abilities sounds a bit like her own activation. Indeed, it's somewhat similar but not quite the same. The Mind Cat organized its words, striving to make it more understandable. Your ability is to awaken and evolve the inherent power of an item, giving it greater potential. However, for other anomalies, including myself, we can only impart a certain ability onto an item. That is fundamentally different. Elon raised an eyebrow, yet even so it revealed many issues. Such bestowal is profound, akin to activation consuming energy. Which anomaly would do this without reason? Even though she was weak, merely granting activation to 3 items nearly drove her to lose her sanity due to extreme hunger from. This is quite rare, but the current group cannot possibly be high-ranking members of the Radiance sect. At most, they are just a combat team, which is rather thought-provoking. How many such items does the Radiance sect have? Elon couldn't help but feel a bit worried. When it comes to anomalies' abilities, rationality is irrelevant. They can achieve anything. There's no guarantee that scene recollection is infallible. This is the Mind Cat's ability, and the Mind Cat is merely an anomaly. Will we be discovered? Then what else could it be? It's not like someone was hiding here yesterday, right? Absolutely impossible, meow. The Mind Cat was firm and resolute, not believing that its ability would have such a flaw. No matter what, this is a recollection of past events, a restoration of scenes that have already occurred. Unless they could perceive us here today from yesterday, is that even possible? Elon nodded gently. That is indeed true. If they truly possess such power, there would be no need to fight, as you would be the 001 AF. Then she, looking at the figure not far away holding a hand cannon in a preheated stance, the Mind Cat fell silent for a. I think there's another reason, meow. Just as the Mind Cat was resolute, Qingyu finally lowered her pistol after several seconds, yet the luminous pearl remained uncaptured. There's nothing at all. I've checked very carefully. Such a conclusion made Man suddenly anxious. But Sister Qingyu, I really feel something is off. Qingyu fell silent for a moment, her expression turning somber. I trust your instincts, be cautious. From now on, speak and act with care. Don't sleep too deeply tonight. If this place has indeed become the territory of the corrupted sect, there might be experts lurking here who are even stronger than us. Man nodded, her playful demeanor vanished. What about the one next door? Qing's expression turned serious, stopping her from continuing. Didn't I just say to speak and act with care? After saying that, Qingyu sighed. But it shouldn't be related to him. Let's hold off on taking any action for now. Given the unclear situation, we should avoid making enemies as much as possible. I'll find a way to make contact tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Elon couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. So at this time yesterday, hadn't they prepared to install surveillance in her room? When exactly did that happen? Was it during breakfast this morning? Did they decide to investigate because they found her clothing so peculiar? Then this morning's encounter was probably not as simple as both sides coincidentally having breakfast at the same time. It cannot be ruled out that they were deliberately observing her leaving, creating a chance encounter. As soon as I stepped out, I didn't return for a whole day. They had nothing interesting to see after setting it up until now. Should we give those two a heads up? Man asked tentatively. No. Qingyu decisively shook her head. Those two won't listen to what I say at all. Didn't they just suggest splitting up? We don't have any substantial clues. Just a reminder might even lead them to mock you for being timid. Moreover, they are too aggressive. If it weren't for me being the one making eye contact with 401 downstairs, they might have directly installed the surveillance. Elon was taken aback. This is quite unexpected. Is there discord among the ranks of your team? Who is right and who is wrong doesn't concern me, but the matter of who the captain is remains worth investigating. After this statement fell, the two completely sealed their lips, falling silent. They lay on the bed together, removing their robes to reveal the highly elite black combat suits underneath. Let's sleep. We've been on the road for several days. The lights dimmed and the room fell into darkness. Elon remained silent for a moment, showing no signs of leisurely watching the beauty fall asleep. After a moment of contemplation, she called upon the Mind Cat to close the scene recollection. It was time to leave. But before departing, she had to give them a little surprise. Leaving the scene recollection, the view transformed into a sunny afternoon with excellent visibility. Yet looking at the round wall lamp above, Elon fell into a dilemma. How am I supposed to get up there? Elon's purpose for coming this time was to avoid escalating conflicts, and not to break the tacit understanding, meaning she couldn't let the other side discover her presence. Yet she still needed to place their surveillance equipment intact in their room to demonstrate her dissatisfaction, warning, and mystery. This also meant that she couldn't just swagger in like she would in her own room, moving a stool over and dismantling things. The marks on the ground wouldn't be hidden. When they returned today and saw her clumsy movements, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face, but rather, is this it? If they believe that both sides' strengths are not comparable, then the intimidation would cease to exist. At this moment of dilemma, the Mind Cat unexpectedly proposed a surprising solution. I think you should just do it however you want, meow. Didn't you just acquire an ability with regression effects? Once you have everything set up, place it on the ground where you walked and it will return to its original state in no time, meow. Elon was greatly shocked. It can be done this way. However, after careful consideration, Elon realized it was indeed worth a try. She walked over to the table, moved a stool, and placed it directly beneath the ceiling lamp, stepping up onto it. Having already witnessed the complete operation of the innkeeper, Elon could now perform the same actions smoothly and effortlessly. Soon the round lamp was disassembled. After placing the small surveillance device inside, Elon rubbed her hands together, revealing a mischievous smile. What do you think their reaction will be when they return tonight and discover that it's their own device when they expected to see what I was doing? The Mind Cat, you certainly have a penchant for mischief. The Clock of Chaos must share plenty of common topics with you. Probably quite shocking, meow. But have you considered that this device might not have been installed by those two girls and could have been seen by the people from 403 when they returned to check the surveillance in 402? Elon rubbed his chin, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Isn't that even better? Meow. The conflict between them is already quite significant. Given the vigilance of these two girls, it is unreasonable for them not to notice even the most concealed of things. Then, the cat of the mind. The city has deep scheming. I want to return to the countryside. Confirming that the plan was correct, Elon moved the stool back to its original place, and then took out the degradation stone, placing it directly beneath where he had just been standing. Everything on the ground reacted to the dust and grime that had been disturbed elsewhere was either disappearing or settling back on. As expected, everything was reverting. Incredible. What exactly is the principle behind this? Despite having some guesses, Elon couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. He always felt that it was through these astonishing moments that he could truly sense the world gradually transforming into something Time flowed swiftly. After all, it had taken just 4 days for a field poised for harvest to revert to the state of several months prior. At this rate, perhaps in just 10 minutes this place would become as if he had never been here. Perfect infiltration. Boom. But just as time passed, Elon's expression suddenly changed drastically. From downstairs, the sound of an accelerating vehicle could be heard. Quickly stepping forward, Elon returned to the window of his room, hiding half of his body in the shadow behind the curtain, looking down. A black SUV, as expected, had stopped in front of the inn. Who is it? The number of people at the sewage inn is far too few and too expensive. Sewage Town is just this small place, and the locals hardly need to drive. Gasoline is a strategic resource, indicating that those below are not from Sewage Town. Bang! Soon 4 car doors opened simultaneously, and 4 individuals stepped out. They were all dressed in long robes that were completely different from the style of Sewage Town. Pure black base with irregularly distributed white patterns all over, a badge resembling a withered tree branch pinned to their chests. Their identity was self-evident. Aside from the church forces, no one else in this wasteland wore such attire. They have returned. I need to leave quickly. Just as Elon was about to retreat, he suddenly froze, unable to resist taking another glance. Something seems off. The robes of the Dawn Church are not like this. It's not just a matter of style. The color schemes between the two are too conflicting, aren't they? Most importantly, the badge is a hallmark item. Everything else can differ, but this being different is simply impossible, right? So, another church force has come here. What the hell is going on? What abnormality is causing so many people to mobilize here? Well, it seems there indeed is an abnormality. This time Elon was being clever. This group had an uncanny level of perception. Just like the last time he had peeked at the members of the Dawn Church, he had been spotted instantly. He wouldn't make the same mistake again. As for their strength, Elon had no doubts whatsoever. Abnormalities were at the top of the food chain in this apocalyptic world. The very act of approaching an abnormality while knowing the risks indicated that their strength was not to be underestimated. At the very least, they were on par with the personnel from the containment towers before the apocalypse. It's embarrassing to say, since everyone had been captured and held there, the level of those people speaks for itself. Restraining his gaze when he peeked out the window again, the figures had completely vanished, seemingly having entered the inn. Should I leave now? Having reached a point where he must make a decision, Elon began to assess the environment of the room. The degree of degradation was clearly insufficient. If he were to leave now, he wouldn't be able to do so without a trace, and it might even appear somewhat suspicious, rendering all his previous efforts futile. However, considering the attire of the others, it was highly unlikely they belonged to the Dawn Church, meaning they wouldn't have entered this room. Let's hold off on leaving and wait a bit longer. Determined, Elon leaned gently against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Before long, just a few minutes later, footsteps could be heard coming up the stairs in the corridor. This group ultimately stopped in front of the room furthest out on the 4th floor, specifically room 404. This inn, known to be notoriously shady in this wasteland, was now unprecedentedly filled to capacity. What the hell? Wow. Elon could sense that someone was cursing fiercely over there, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't hear clearly, as if a barrier has been set up. Meow. Meow. Elon, a barrier. Do you even hear what you are saying? In using a term that you can understand better, it essentially means that when I was still in the containment tower, they sent me several fantasy novels to pass the time. It was quite entertaining. Meow. Cough, holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars. There is no one like me in this world. Meow. Elon, are we really locked up in the same place? Why is there such a stark difference in our treatment? I can only keep taking medicine and sleeping, and you can even read novels. Is there any way for me to hear them? The cat of the mind shook its head. No, Meow. They will discover us. Elon nodded, having guessed this answer. Everyone has their own expertise. If the little cat truly had such an ability when the members of the Dawn Church arrived yesterday, he could have eavesdropped through the wall, as the distance then was much closer than it is now. But it's one thing not to see and another to see, yet not be able to hear what they are saying. It truly makes one anxious. If only we had that crystal ball from the Dawn Church. Meow, we could hear everything clearly here. That thing. Right, the little cat just mentioned how powerful it is, but I still don't know what its abilities are. All in all, it can't be worse than the degradation stone. Wait a minute. Yilan's expression suddenly changed drastically as he thought of something he had never considered before. That crystal ball. Did she take it with her? In the last scene of the recollection, that girl seemed to have ended her investigation directly. And the last known position of the crystal ball was right at my hiding place beneath where I had just initiated the recollection. Meow. The cat of the mind was also taken aback by the question. The entire cat was startled. Damn it. How could I not think of such a thing? How could I not notice? How could I possibly not see? It's impossible. Even if I was careless, the little cat would remind me, right? This is unreasonable. Yilan turned away, his expression extremely grim, and caught sight of a brightly glowing crystal ball among the piled-up debris flickering in and out of view. We're doomed, meow. Such thoughts undoubtedly surfaced in the minds of both the person and the cat. This is a trap that has been set since that time. In the heavy atmosphere, Yilan noticed that the crystal ball in the corner suddenly extinguished its glow, not aligning with the scenario he had imagined of you. Discovered it too late, everything is over. Extinguished. Yet it was this small movement that made the cat of the mind excitedly raise its paw as if it had suddenly come back to life. Meow, 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 meow. It is afraid of you, meow. The advantage is ours, meow. Yilan. Really? This situation doesn't seem to reflect that the advantage is mine. Yilan drew his revolver, disengaged the safety, and strode forward with great momentum. As Yilan approached, the crystal ball's glow faded even more, and by the time Yilan arrived it had completely vanished. Was it really afraid? Yilan picked it up with some hesitation. All the luster gray mist and white light were gone, resembling a slightly larger glass ball lacking any sense of presence. I understand, meow. One of this thing's abilities is to reduce its own presence, like psychological invisibility, which is why we completely forgot about it when it left our sight. Is that so? Yilan didn't fully relax as he still did not know its abilities. The fact that it was left in the room clearly had a purpose. What worried him the most was whether everything he had done since entering the room had been thoroughly observed. Everything else was fine, but the cat of the mind was exceptional. This was the biggest secret that must not be discovered. Such worries persisted until Yilan's fingertips brushed against a small familiar device, located towards the back of the top of the crystal ball. Click. Yilan snapped it off and held it up, raising an eyebrow. It was way too familiar. Isn't this the same camera that was installed in his room this morning, and just now reinstalled by himself? No wonder there was no defense in the room. It turned out that surveillance was set up at home. By utilizing the crystal ball's ability to reduce presence, it was hidden in the corner to prevent invaders from checking it with a camera placed on top. This combination could monitor every move of anyone entering his room, then follow the clues back. If that's the case, there was still a chance to recover everything. The only concern was whether the recorded footage was stored locally or transmitted over a network. If it were the latter, in the worst-case scenario, everything he had done from the moment he entered until now might have been stored somewhere else. I don't think we need to worry, meow. This camera can be 100% certain that it wasn't placed by the neighbors in 403, but rather by those two girls in 402. Since there's nothing in the room, it couldn't transmit far. We just need to destroy it and we'll be worry-free, meow. Then what about this? It's not shining anymore, can it still be used? The cat of the mind jumped over and without hesitation gave it a pat with its paw. Alas, there's nothing we can do, meow. Since it's broken, let's just destroy it, meow. Swish. In an instant, the crystal ball seemed to be startled, emitting a brilliant white light that felt even more dazzling than the sun outside. Oh dear, it's come back to life, meow. The cat of the mind jumped back triumphantly. This scene made Yilan both amused and exasperated. This anomalous object was actually playing dead with him. What on earth is it afraid of to be scared into such a state? Does it even know how embarrassing it is to have abilities bestowed upon it? How do I use it? Yilan held it as he returned to the door, whispering, meow. Just inject a little power into it, like how you use active. Yilan furrowed his brows. Holding this object, he recalled the operation of activation, and it seemed a spark of inspiration emerged as if an invisible force began to stir. No longer was it red light, but a mist. A mist that was denser than any gray mist he had ever seen before. Then, as if the crystal ball had fully activated its ability, an endless mist and white light echoed, sending an invisible ray towards room 404 in the corridor. All the voices of conversation began to sound clear, as if they were right beside him. They hadn't left yet, and the first voice was a hoarse male voice angrily cursing. Damn it, I don't believe it. How could there only be one room left on the 4th floor of this filthy motel? Is this some kind of intimidation from the sewage town? Hiss, such strong hostility. Responding to his words was another male voice, shadowy and ominous. Not necessarily. It might really be full. They might not have the courage to do this to us. Shut your damn mouth. Who in this godforsaken place would have enough money to stay here? The owner of the shadowy male voice seemed to have been angered by the rant. Are you a stupid pig? Can't you see who is living in 402 and 403 by now? The person was momentarily stunned, not the type to only allow himself to curse, while not permitting others to do so, appearing quite puzzled. Who? If you can't even smell the disgusting scent of the residual glow cult, can you at least close your filthy mouth? Ah! The eavesdropping Yilan couldn't help but blink. What the hell is the residual glow cult? He had thought there was a consensus on who was the true doctrine of the wasteland and who was the cult, but it turns out it all depended on their shouting at each other. Alright, let's move past this question. It's not the time to clash with them. Just then, a very ethereal female voice came from that side. The voice was beautiful, echoing in the ears like a kind of enjoyment, yet it carried an extreme sense of sorrow and melancholy. Loss. What's the situation in 401? Who is living inside? Have you figured it out? Hearing the sudden inquiry directed at him, Yilan felt a bit nervous. Why are you asking me? You two are like sworn enemies. Go ahead and fight it out. In response was another steady voice, sounding like the most normal among the speakers. Not clear. The boss was hesitant and didn't reveal any information to us. I feel there's a big problem. If the boss is afraid to tell us, it's either the town's defense team or someone they can't afford to offend. We need to be cautious at this time. Yilan. Damn. A type of plant, what the hell, I clearly did nothing, and yet I'm being targeted. Should we investigate? If they are tough enough, we might as well confront them. If not, we can force them to yield to us. Alright, tone down your arrogance from the main city of the divine sect. The real show hasn't even begun. Are you eager to offend everyone and be the first to be expelled? This small town holds great significance for us. Do not give the official of the sewage town any opportunity for petty tricks. A light and airy female voice rang out once more, carrying an undeniable tone. I prefer solitude. You three can stay here while I book a room on the 3rd floor. The few exchanged glances, looking at one another uncertainly. Lord Judge, why are we still here? Why not book 2 rooms on the 3rd floor? I will emphasize once more, during the external operations of the tribunal, you must call me captain. The cold female voice carried an even sharper chill. The implication of her undeniable ultimatum was clear. Even those outside of her line of sight could hear her distinctly. If we're not around, who will monitor the movements of the Yu Hui divine sect? Should we send the people from 401? Yilan. Why is this my concern? Why do they keep bringing me up? You must be aware that I'm listening, and that's why you're addressing me like this, right? Then, Captain, how about this? You stay in room 404 while we go to the 3rd floor. Swish. A wave of extremely cold aura spread across the venue, causing even Yilan to shiver involuntarily. At such a distance between the surrounding walls. What the hell? How can a human's killing intent become so tangible? Killing intent? Yilan was equally shocked. That sudden chill felt like winter, and to think it was the other party's killing intent. This woman is stronger than those Yu Hui divine sect members. I suggest we avoid provoking her for now. Do you even need to say that? Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to provoke anyone right now. Before Yilan could grumble further, frantic and hurried voices rose from the other side. This is my thought, Captain. Our strength is insufficient, and being in this crucial position makes it easy to miss opportunities. Only with you personally overseeing can the schemes of those Yu Hui villains be exposed, Captain. This speech seemed to have a significant effect as the cold killing intent gradually diminished. TSK. Yilan clicked her tongue lightly. At least from the 2 rounds of eavesdrop conversations today, the cohesion of this group from the corrupted sect seemed much higher than that of the Yu Hui divine sect. Just then, one of the 4, whose voice was the most steady, suddenly expressed a note of confusion. Why are we talking? Another person paused, instinctively speaking up. Haven't we confirmed that there's no one next door? Plus, we used an ability object to interfere with sound. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, there was no sound at all, not a single voice. It felt as if they had disbanded, yet there was no sound of a door opening. Even the silence felt like everything had never. At that moment, the spirit cat on Yilan's shoulder abruptly severed its physical state, and a piercing roar echoed in her ear. Meow, it's bad. Quickly find a place to hide. Meow. Ah. Yilan was a bit dazed, but she quickly began searching for a hiding spot without hesitation. Just as she searched, she pondered. Why should I hide? It can't be that the Yu Hui divine sect people suddenly returned, otherwise the cat wouldn't be urging her to hide, but rather to quickly escape. So, wait, did those corrupted sect members just notice me? The leader's strength had evidently surpassed her current stage. Even the spirit cat, which claimed Yilan is invincible under the night sky, had specifically warned her to avoid the spotlight. If she could fight, that would truly be a miracle. But this room is so empty, where can I hide? They possess such great power, and their teammate emphasized the captain's perception. This is no longer something that can be dealt with by hiding in a cabinet or hanging from the ceiling. For a moment, Yilan gritted her teeth fiercely. Since hiding is impossible, then there's only one option left. I am a member of the Yu Hui divine sect. I am the owner of this room. I know nothing. Yilan mentally constructed a new persona for herself, then executed a swift roll, landing on the bed. With one hand, she pulled the thin blanket over herself and pretended to sleep on her side. The only slightly awkward part was that this was a bed for 2 girls. Almost the moment she completed this action, she felt a chill all over, as if her body were in a cold winter snowfall, and it felt as though an invisible thorn was digging into her back, as if something was lurking in the shadows watching her. At this moment, Yilan seemed to understand the feeling of Man-Man, indicating that there was a problem with her. The crystal ball in Yilan's hand also emitted a faint glow under the blanket, maintaining its lowest power setting, constantly alerting her to the direction of the lurking presence. Above her, a pitch-black, writhing giant eye opened. Faced with impending doom, Yilan's acting skills improved immensely. After preparing to spring into action and shoot at a moment's notice, the slight tension combined with steady breathing made her feel comfortably asleep beneath the blanket of a bed that smelled far better than her own. But in the next moment, Yilan suddenly thought of something, her expression changing drastically, feeling as though her performance was on the verge of collapsing. That ability object, the stone with a regression function, was still lying on the ground operating. Yet at the instant that I glanced toward Yilan's area of concern, all the coldness dissipated, vanishing along with that eye as if it had never been there. Did they think it was a trap and check to confirm it wasn't a reconnaissance ability before withdrawing? Do they genuinely believe I am sound asleep? Yilan, suspecting trickery, maintained her position for several minutes without making any sudden moves. Just as the comfortable feeling almost lulled her to sleep, she gathered her spirit and gently called for her spirit cat. Little cat, is the crisis over? Meow. They left long ago. Yilan. This response from the spirit cat almost left her speechless. Then why didn't you say anything? If you don't speak, I will surely think they are still here. You just didn't dare to make a sound. Meow. I saw you lying there comfortably. Meow. I heard that for the vast majority of males, the allure and attraction of an alien living space are immense. I thought you were indulging in the enjoyment of this bed. Meow. Yilan. Where did you even hear this nonsense, you cat? Yilan immediately got up, rearranged the blanket, picked up the stone from the floor, and placed it on the bed, fully restoring her state. This is different. Everything she had done before showcased her as a master, striking back with their own tactics. But after this incident, if she hadn't regressed to her original state, and was discovered having snuggled up on their bed, she would indeed be labeled a pervert. Placing the devolution stone on the bed, Yilan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. What just happened? Did that group realize someone was eavesdropping, or were they worried about it, thus coming in to investigate? That person was indeed formidable, especially the way they entered the room in such a peculiar form, which left Yilan momentarily stunned. He just couldn't understand why he didn't feel any sense of losing sanity. The mind cat was surely not discovered, and it was highly likely that the crystal ball in his hand also went unnoticed, although his act of pretending to sleep might have been detected. Overall, while the opponent might not know how to produce such a form, their abilities in this state should be considerably diminished. Then did they notice the active supernatural object on the ground worrying about traps, or did they find out it had been here, thus choose TSK? It wasn't anything too confidential. Perhaps it didn't matter if that statement was overheard, but what mattered was who heard it. And sleeping in room 402 would inevitably lead others to assume he was affiliated with the Radiant Dawn sect. Given their reluctance to confront the Radiant Dawn sect directly at this moment, even if this conversation was overheard, choosing not to act could be a possibility. He just couldn't help but wonder if, with his back turned to it, there was any chance his face could be seen. Even if not, they could likely see the uniform of the town guard on him. The town guard of the wastewater town lying in the base of the Radiant Dawn sect. Damn. Yilan found it impossible to guess the ripple effects brought about by this incident and the subsequent developments. What kind of twists would this misunderstanding ultimately bring? The mind cat, as always, timely provided mental comfort. Don't worry, I think it's best not to overthink this. This is essentially a war belonging to both their factions. What does it have to do with us? Oh no, meow. Run. They've already returned. Yilan. Is this your idea of don't worry? Whose don't worry is always followed by oh no, meow. Whoosh. Yilan glanced at the traces on the bed, gritted his teeth, and without a second thought dashed towards the window. However, just as he opened the window and leaned out a bit, Yilan had to stop. At the adjacent window of room 404, a girl was leaning there, gazing into the distance, seemingly a bored girl who had finished her homework but couldn't go out to play. Her hair, tinged with a hint of blue, was tied into pigtails with strands fluttering in the wind, yet giving off an overly cold. The two did not lock eyes, at least not from Yilan's perspective, but who could say for sure? Both their powers were beyond the realm of normal humans. Damn. I dodged the initial encounter, but I couldn't escape the 15th. Most critically, he could no longer jump out of the window and use the grappling gun to return to his room, as he did before with her leaning at the window. Damn. Yilan took a few steps back and immediately sent a message to the mind cat. Where are they now? The mind cat, reliable when it mattered, responded almost instantly. They should have reached the second floor, but they are ascending quickly. Time was running short, so did the decayed sect choose to retreat just now because they discovered the others were coming back. The best option Yilan could think of was to push the door open immediately and then return to his room. But this also meant he couldn't lock the door behind him, making it seem like he was trying to cover his tracks. The traces of his presence in room 402 could no longer be completely erased, and the people in 404 were very likely aware of his unusual behavior. If he chose to leave like this, not only would the intended goals of not escalating the conflict and creating deterrence fail, but it would also concentrate the attention of both factions squarely on him. This is just unacceptable. This fire must be redirected back onto them, burning between the two major sects, not on himself. Amidst the chaotic thoughts, Yilan raised his head as a wild plan appeared in his mind. He would initiate a gamble. Since he couldn't extricate himself from this situation, he must make them pay more attention to each other. Bang! Yilan shot the surveillance camera hidden behind the crystal ball in the corner, then raised his head to look above. Yes, there was no hiding it anymore, or his presence in this room, and the misdeeds he had committed could no longer be concealed in any way. But as long as he could bring them a more pressing matter, while not displaying sufficient hostility, his priority would always remain second. Yilan lifted his head, holding the devolution stone high, channeling all his strength to unleash its power. Of course this couldn't restore the eye that once appeared there, but it could replicate some of the environmental impacts and aura it exerted at the time of its appearance. There had once been a flash of decayed green residue that flickered there, but it was cleared away when it left. But now boom! The devolution stone emitted a blinding white light, shining brighter than ever under Yilan's impetus, a hint of corrosion wafting into the air. It worked. Yilan rejoiced, no longer having time to waste. He proceeded with the next part of his plan. Bang 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 bang. Another 5 shots rang out as Yilan fired into the ceiling near the area of corrosion. The activated weapon understood his intent. All 5 bullets scattered in a direct shot through the ceiling, which then lost all support and collapsed into a gaping hole. Snap. Bang. Yilan shot the grappling gun using its retractable inertia to leap onto the roof. At the moment he landed, he heard the door of the room being kicked open with a loud bang. That was the sound of a gunshot. The enormous commotion had likely prompted the 4 members of the Radiant Dawn sect to react and rush back with all their might. Meanwhile, the members of the Decayed sect were probably still unclear about the situation, lurking in their rooms waiting for a chance. Running across the roof at full speed, Yilan quickly found the location of 404, and without a hint of regret he threw the crystal ball onto the roof of 404. This item itself couldn't be taken. The other party already knew he was here. Taking this thing would only lead to an unavoidable deadlock that he was reluctant to engage in. Moreover, an extraordinary item wasn't too hard for him to part with. Instead, leaving it here not only could delay the pursuers but also inevitably lead them to inspect and sense what was inside room 404 during their examination. With time so rushed, the members of the Decayed sect were still in their robes, and there was no reason they wouldn't be noticed by the Radiant Dawn sect in this situation. Having never met, they could even smell the scent of the Radiant Dawn sect, and Yilan didn't believe that as archrivals the Radiant Dawn sect wouldn't feel the presence of the others. Bang! The footprints where he placed the crystal ball came to an abrupt halt as Yilan leaped from the 4th floor. In the next second, he jumped into the frame of the girl coming up through the hole he had made in room 402. Their gazes split apart. Bang! During the fall, Yilan fired another shot from the construct gun, hitting the unfortunate outer wall of the sect. He swung along the iron chain completely hidden under the eaves, and then landed steadily on the ground. Looking up, everything was as he had expected. The opponents had varying strengths, which meant there would be both fast and slow. The first person to reach him at the crystal ball's location would inevitably have to make a choice, either to pursue directly or to first ascertain the status of the crystal ball. Taking time to make a decision consumes time. Deciding to stay and wait for the second person to arrive also takes time. This might only provide him with a few seconds to leave the scene. However, this is not a long-term solution. The numbers on the opposite side are an advantage. Once they converge, they can split into 2 groups. One group would check the crystal ball and assess its status while studying why he placed it there, while the other group would continue to track him. In other words, as long as he could evade the first wave of pursuers, he would be able to wait for the members of the Twilight Church to discover that 404 had taken refuge in the enemy's territory, and combine this with the clues of the room's rooftop corrosion, shifting their focus back to their rivals, allowing Yilan to return to his room with impunity. He had already displayed his strength. Once both sides entered each other's line of sight, who would dare to corner him, the mysteriously Origins individual, into their territory? Tat tat tat. Yilan jogged along the corner and returned to the front door, stepping into the inn. The rooftop was a vantage point providing a clear view. The 4th floor was also a high point. All paths towards the direction of the town were visible. He dared not enter the sewage ditch behind the inn, unless someone wanted to ride a motorcycle under everyone's watchful eyes. He could only return to the sewage inn. As expected, all members of the Twilight Church and the Rotting Church had gone to the rooftop where the incident occurred, leaving the entire 1st floor desolate and impeccably clean. Only one figure remained, pacing back and forth with a grim expression, uneasy. The innkeeper. Honestly, when he saw Yilan, who looked disheveled, walking in through the front door, he was momentarily stunned. However, he was also a clever person and he quickly reacted, his face changing color. You! He raised his voice from the second word, his eyes nearly popping out. What have you done? Take me to the nearest hideout. I'll explain later. Hurry! The innkeeper paused for a moment, glanced at the door behind Yilan, and without another word turned back to his counter and opened it. Inside, push the TV aside. The seam of the carpet can be opened to jump in and cover it up. He glared fiercely at Yilan, a hint of annoyance in his eyes. I will contact Arthur immediately, and I cannot promise that if things go awry I won't inform the 2 churches about your presence here. Yilan smiled without hesitation. He dashed into the small room the innkeeper mentioned. He had made the right bet. The sewage restaurant, the sewage inn, and the sewage town's guard should be a trinity, a defense system with different functions but closely linked. This was inferred from the events in his dream. The sewage town was facing a deadly crisis. The town chief took the guard to the front lines, relocating all their families to the Bug Restaurant and trusting them to the restaurant's owner for protection. Despite the historical uncertainties, the Bug Restaurant was still thriving today, becoming increasingly popular, which likely was not simply due to being delicious. Moreover, the sewage inn and the Bug Restaurant had deep connections, and upon seeing his guard uniform both appeared more friendly and cooperative. Additionally, Arthur had strongly recommended he stay at the sewage inn when he first entered the town, which served as further evidence. Now, wearing the identity of a member of the town guard, he could at least receive covert protection from the sewage town without... If Yilan guessed correctly, the Twilight Church's speculation that the sewage town had submitted to the Rotting Church was inaccurate. It would be more appropriate to say that the sewage town had a certain ambiguous relationship with the Rotting Church, At the same time, the sewage town was also in a state of accommodating the Twilight Church. Just as the members of the rotting church mentioned in their conversation, the sewage town was seeking an opportunity to play tricks. It was as if he were surviving in the cracks. From this perspective, he who was powerful and at odds with the two churches seemed to have become an opportunity that the sewage town could not afford to miss. Creak creak. People. What people? I've been here all along, haven't seen a thing. By the way, what's going on upstairs? Don't break my little shop. Faintly hearing the innkeeper at the front desk, dealing with an unknown conversation, Yilon closed the wooden board of the basement. Snap. He pressed the light switch along the wall and collapsed onto the sofa, completely exhausted. What the hell? What have I done? It was completely insane. It felt like he was repeatedly jumping on the road to self-destruction. The most crucial part was that it seemed to have worked. Having come this far, he had done his best. Beep beep. A vibration sounded from his waist. Upon touching it, he realized it was the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie flashed with urgent light, indicating a direct call, unlike a message. He had to admit Yilon felt a bit guilt. Causing trouble while wearing the guise of the sewage town guard was in fact quite dangerous. However, no matter what, he had to communicate everything with Arthur. I'm here, Arthur. Yilon pressed the communication button. Ancestor, my dear ancestor, can you tell me what you are doing? Strictly speaking, the two parties were still merely in a cooperative relationship. Arthur had no right to dictate what he did, especially since he had his own motives for coming to the sewage town. However, having just sought refuge with the 600 innkeeper, it undoubtedly meant he was seeking protection from the sewage town, indicating his desire to maintain the relationship between the two parties, which also meant placing the sewage town at risk regarding this matter. Thus Arthur had the right to intervene. Upon hearing this, Yilon felt somewhat helpless, letting out a faint bitter laugh. This whole operation was as fierce as a tiger, and even Yilon himself was unsure how to articulate it. Who could have expected that his initial aim was precisely to prevent the situation from worsening? Hey, race the thing. When I returned to my room today, I discovered that the Twilight Church had set up surveillance in my room. Arthur, no way. Just because of this? Are you seriously this petty? They installed a surveillance camera for you, and you went straight to tear their place apart. It was an accident. Unforeseen circumstances arose during the process. Having inevitably drawn the attention of both divine sects, I engineered an opportunity for them to encounter each other unexpectedly. Arthur blinked, momentarily stunned. Night Blue had spoken so plainly that it took him a moment to fully grasp the meaning. Do you mean the Dusklight sect will assume the Rotting sect carried out this act? Night Blue shook his head. Not quite. But their forces will meet, by apparent coincidence. Then, did it even need saying? Silence fell on the other end of the walkie-talkie. What's your probability of success? Arthur, something's off. You sound more eager for this outcome than I am. 90%. 90%. A few silent breaths passed before Arthur's voice turned urgent. Don't leave, don't go. Trust me, just once Sewer Town will not betray your hiding place. Don't leave. Where would I even go? It took Night Blue a beat to realize what Arthur meant. And Arthur feared Night Blue might suspect he'd buckle under pressure from the two divine sects and sell him out. So he'd bolt from the basement, and truth be told, Night Blue was genuinely concerned. Just as he believed his plan stood a 90% chance of succeeding. Precisely because the Dusklight and Rotting sects, locked in mutual suspicion and driven by competing agendas, would constrain and distract each other. Even if Arthur and the innkeeper held a 90% likelihood of remaining loyal, that still left a 10% risk of betrayal. And if the Dusklight sect cornered him right here in this basement, how then would he extricate himself? Yet the crux lay in this: Arthur didn't know Night Blue couldn't truly die. Being overpowered was one thing, a perishing was another entirely. For now, Night Blue had nowhere else to go, and losing Sewer Town as an ally would cripple his investigation and operational capacity. He'd never intended to leave in the first place. Still, this time Arthur had initiated the overture, so Night Blue could, and would bargain. At their core, only one fundamental conflict existed: the near inevitability of eventual betrayal. And Night Blue was determined to avoid that precipice. You need my help against both divine sects, am I right? Arthur remained silent, then spoke. Not necessarily. Merely interference. Disruption of certain events. Wasn't that the same thing? Much was evident in action alone. Right now, Night Blue functioned like a formidable destabilizing force amid chaos. Arthur's desperate entreaties to keep him anchored here revealed everything. What else could possibly matter, save the twin divine sects swirling at the vortex's heart? Yet I've heard your ties to the Rotting sect run deep. Arthur fell silent. If you ask for my aid, what then do you offer in return? Don't cite shelter in this basement? Or the gear, gasoline, and ammunition you've already given me. Those are common commodities. What we, and the divine sects, truly seek lies beyond such measure. Arthur stayed silent. You haven't even told me what the chaos spindle is. Not yet. Still silence. Lastly, Night Blue smiled, feigning ease. Why would you assume I seek less here than the two divines? The words hung in the air, and Night Blue himself felt a flicker of unease. In this instant, the path ahead would either fracture or deepen. He didn't know the sect's ultimate aims, but he knew his purpose: to claim the anomaly. What the divine sects desire, I cannot grant. Arthur chose his words carefully, caught between confusion and dread. A sensation of escaping wolves only to step into the tiger's den. Yet one thing crystallized Night Blue's tone held no trace of fear toward the sex. Only quiet confidence, perhaps even the subtle assurance of impending confrontation. What do you want? The question landed awkwardly. Night Blue found himself at a loss, suddenly understanding why Arthur had fallen mute moments earlier. Could that even be voiced? To retrieve something of incalculable value. On the other end, Arthur's brow, will lives be lost? No. Will Sewertown's future be jeopardized? With those two questions, Night Blue regarded Arthur with newfound respect. You truly care for Sewertown's people? No. If anything, it will improve. Improve? Arthur frowned, unconvinced by the answer. How many have justified monstrous acts beneath banners of greater good? I won't promise to accept your terms, but I invite you to my home tonight for discussion. At minimum, I'll reveal part of the Chaos Spindle's truth, and you may disclose more of your own intent. I'll stretch my conditions as far as possible to satisfy your demands. Arthur paused, but rest assured, regardless of tonight's outcome, you remain utterly safe within that basement, while the Divine Sex conduct their search. Night Blue nodded. Agreed. In the town guard office, Arthur set down the walkie-talkie, his expression serene. Then abruptly he burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha, ha ha ha, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Do you have any idea how immense the favor you've done? His hand slid beneath the desk drawer, and pressed the hidden passage switch, once more stepping inside, murmuring softly in bewilderment. Yet vigilance remains essential. So tell me, what is your true purpose? In the Sewertown Inn's basement, Night Blue leaned back on the sofa sipping chilled water, taking a brief respite. Yes, chilled water. There was even a refrigerator, though the beverage remained bottled. Either Sewertown Special or Sewertown Signature. Yet Night Blue stared blankly, no longer registering its taste. They say humans adapt to any environment within 3 days, though no sentry could make him accept delicacies like 1,000 mosquito spider silk pancakes or demon cockroach noodles. Still, drinking sewage water had grown tolerable, mostly because deep thought consumed every neuron, leaving none to register flavor. Arthur. How should he speak to him tonight? Should he speak at all? Could he even dare to speak of it? His moral compass still spun upon pre-apocalyptic axes, too scrupulous for ruthless games, especially with those he held in regard. And above all, going it alone wouldn't pierce the stronghold. Sewertown support was indispensable across every dimension. Night Blue remained willing to negotiate. Not out of naivety but conviction, everything possessed its price. Given the right offering, even the most reluctant party could be moved. Arthur's unwavering devotion to Sewertown, that was his most trustworthy trait. Should Night Blue craft a future radiant enough for Sewertown, even the anomaly would become a wholly acceptable cost. As the Mindcat might put it, so long as Arthur's mind remained uncorrupted by the anomaly, he'd recognize that its removal by a worthy custodian was the optimal outcome. Moreover, the Dusklight and Rotting Sex objectives bore profound ambiguity. What ends were so dire, so irreconcilable, that Arthur would choose mutual annihilation. Creak. Wooden planks above the basement shifted. Night Blue narrowed his eyes, and slid a fresh magazine into his revolver, aiming steadily at the entrance. Light shone down from above as Yilan retracted his pistol. It was the innkeeper. What's going on up there? The innkeeper completely ignored Yilan's question, taking out a glass of ice water from the fridge, and gulping it down, finishing several glasses in quick succession. He looked as if he hadn't had water for days in the desert, though it was hard to tell if he was dehydrated from talking too much. After drinking, he plopped down on the sofa beside Yilan, unable to hold his composure any longer. Invading the Yuhui sex room with the ceiling riddled with holes 403 was completely destroyed. They really were pushing people too far. That was the Yuhui sect. As he spoke, the innkeeper couldn't help but chuckle. This is just, ha ha ha, unbelievable. That's the Yuhui sect. When have I ever seen them so flustered? But as he laughed, his smile faded. My 403. What's wrong with you? Why did you blow up the room? Do you have any idea how much I charge for that room? Can you afford to pay for it? Yilan. Was this really the time to discuss compensation? However, Yilan was clearly at a loss, not even having the time to respond to the compensation issue. For 03, Yilan looked puzzled. I never touched 403. Bullshit. The innkeeper gestured animatedly. If it wasn't you who blew it up, then could it possibly have been the Yuhui sect? Yilan. Well, that actually wasn't impossible. Calm down and tell me what happened. The innkeeper rolled. How the hell would I know what happened? Since you came in, I've been on edge at the front desk. Not long after, a girl from the Yuhui sect burst in through the front door, demanding to know if I had seen you. Hearing this, Yilan thought to himself. So you didn't give me away. At that time, he was still on the phone with Arthur, and Arthur couldn't have conveyed any instructions to him. Was she the one with fair skin or the one with a bronzed complexion? Hearing Yilan's question, the innkeeper shot him a strange look. You seem to know a bit too much, huh? The bronzed one, about 167 to 168 meters tall. So it was the one named Man-Man. Yilan felt relieved immediately. Between those two girls, it was clear that Qingyu was the more reliable one. With her around, discovering the oddity of 404 shouldn't be a problem, otherwise it might not be. And then, just as I was about to give you up, it seemed like the girl's walkie-talkie went off. And then she changed her expression and dashed upstairs. The innkeeper seemed puzzled as he spoke, unable to stop the flood of questions. The girl from the Yuhui sect had barely gone up when 3 members of the corrupt sect came down. I thought to myself, this is bad. They were too ruthless and I could only give you up. In the end, they didn't even ask about you. They just demanded I quickly arrange a room for them on the 3rd floor. I immediately gave them the key and then they left. Yilan, do you have to be so straightforward about your willingness to sell me out? As for those 3 members of the corrupt sect, they were indeed there to book a room. Their earlier conversation made that clear. They probably hadn't realized that they had exposed themselves. Then the noise upstairs continued, bang bang boom boom. I felt like the building was going to collapse, but I had no idea what. After over 10 minutes, another girl came down. The one you mentioned with fair skin. This time she was much more polite, only demanding to know who you were and didn't care about anything else. I said I had to ask Arthur and she left. At this, the innkeeper became furious once more. I couldn't settle down, so I decided to go upstairs to take a look. And what do I find? Room 402 is drafty, 403 is completely gone. I really regret not giving you up. 403. Where are they now? The innkeeper rolled his eyes at him. You don't feel any shame? The people from 403 have moved to a room on the 3rd floor, while the 2 girls from 402 insisted on staying, saying they could make do with some simple repairs. The people from 404 haven't left their room at all. So what do you think? Does that suit your needs? Yilan ignored the innkeeper's sarcasm, his expression thoughtful. Given the information available, had the Yuhui sect and the corrupt sect already started fighting, and the battlefield was 403. The outcome of the battle was uncertain as he had too little information, but the final result was probably a mutual probing of strength, unwilling to fully engage, each side retreating. It was only 403 that was injured. However, a truce could only be temporary. The experiences and precautions of both sides would only grow, and from now on they wouldn't be able to take their eyes off each other. Actions would also be restricted, not giving the other side the chance to seize a single target, avoiding a complete collapse of the power balance. In this case, the most extreme scenario would be that both sides reach a consensus to combine forces to eliminate their own adversaries before engaging in a life-and-death struggle. But this situation probably hadn't occurred, or otherwise Qing Yu wouldn't have spoken to the innkeeper in that tone. This was getting interesting. The corrupt sect likely had no idea where they were now. No, they probably didn't even realize I had exposed them, at most suspecting it was related to themselves. However, the Yuhui sect, due to their tracking, should be aware that I was hidden by the innkeeper, which made their attitude quite intriguing. Hey, what are you thinking about? Compensation? You owe me for 403. Yilan looked at him, feeling somewhat helpless. Are you really that dense? Think about it, how did 403 get blown up? Before you saw me, the entire building had 6 gunshots. How could I have blown up just your room with 6 shots? Actually, it wasn't impossible. At that time, I took out not only the demonic scythe but also destroyed 2 major landmarks in the sewage town. The innkeeper paused, realizing that Yilan had a point. But why would they? Is that your goal? He looked at Yilan in shock, as if to say, you're playing it this dirty. He indeed lacked the intellect of Arthur and only now realized this issue. Yilan nodded, tacitly acknowledging his words, and the innkeeper fell silent. But his calm didn't last long, as he felt an unavoidable pain rising from within. I'm telling you, I don't care what kind of shady deal you made with Arthur. If you use my inn as a battlefield again, I'll make sure we all go down together. Yilan, it seems like you care more about the inn than about this situation. Alright, let me be clear. Don't worry about the losses. That was their doing. If you're too scared to ask for it, go to Arthur. He's in a good mood right now and will definitely reimburse you. If you're bold enough, you might even ask for 3 compensations. The innkeeper. 3 compensations. Is that even possible? Oh damn. You little genius. Originally my prices were already inflated. If I could earn 3 compensations, I'd be rolling in it. In that moment, he looked at Yilan with a face full of admiration. I was the foolish one. You're simply a god of wealth. Yet, amidst his good spirits, the innkeeper suddenly showed a look of concern. But what if the Yuhui sect asks me about you? This time it won't be easy to brush off. If you can't handle it, just call someone who can. Just tell her that only Arthur knows, and if Arthur doesn't tell her, let her go find him herself, right? Although Arthur couldn't possibly take on the 4 members of the Yuhui sect, he certainly had strength to back him up, unlike the innkeeper, who was completely powerless. The key point was that Arthur's own attitude in their communications was already prepared for any follow-up responses. He had taken this matter on, so why was the innkeeper trying to bear it all alone? The innkeeper felt like he had opened up his horizons, yet Yilan had already stood up and was heading for the exit, seemingly not in. At this, the innkeeper became anxious. Wait, where are you going? Yilan turned back, looking at him. Back to my room, what's wrong? The innkeeper was stunned like never before. How dare you? As Night Blue ascended to the 4th floor, he finally grasped the state of the sewage inn. The entire ceiling of the corridor had been completely torn open. In summer one would see the light upon looking up, and in autumn the rain. The wind whistled, echoing in his ears, as if whispering of eternal companionship. Room 403 had entirely vanished, with the floor connecting to the 3rd floor, which could also be described as the ceiling of the 3rd floor, completely lifted. The only consolation was that the walls of rooms 402 and 404 still stood, otherwise the 4th floor of the sewage inn would have been left with only the solitary room he resided in. The corridor was silent. Passing by room 402 was the most nerve-wracking moment for Night Blue, yet ultimately nothing happened. Creak. He pushed open his room door and closed it firmly behind him. After this ordeal, he finally returned. Sewage in 402. The room was enveloped in silence. 2 men and 2 women gathered around a round table, none speaking, the atmosphere tense enough to make a guilty child bury their head in the ground. Slap. Qingyu slammed a camera heavily onto the table and coldly inquired, Wang Lei, can you tell me why this thing is in the light? The man named Wang Lei bore several cuts on his face. His luxurious robe was nearly tattered, yet he could not hide the shock upon seeing the camera. Wasn't this in room 401? Why is it in your possession? Indeed. Qingyu took a deep breath, seemingly trying to suppress his anger, his voice calm yet distant. Then can you explain what you were doing monitoring room 401? Wang Lei glared back without any courtesy. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. As the captain, don't you realize it's quite abnormal for others to still reside on the 4th floor at this time? Qingyu inhaled deeply, trying to remain as composed as possible. And then what? You can't even determine whether they are friend or foe. Can't you approach in a more gentle manner first? Don't you understand that installing surveillance in someone's room is a serious taboo? Wang Lei looked at Qingyu, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Look at you being so cautious. Where's the demeanor of the first cult of the wasteland? Qingyu was indeed struggling to control his anger, slamming his hand on the table. So what if we are the first cult of the wasteland? Are we the first team of the wasteland, or are you the strongest in the wasteland? Do you think everyone in this world is at your beck and call because you usually flaunt your power? Do you have that kind of strength? Don't you realize how complicated this situation is? Bang! Wang Lei was defiant, his voice overshadowing Qing. Yes. With a single slap, he split the entire table in 2. Stop pointing fingers at me. Just look at whether what I've done is right. Wasn't today's incident caused by room 401? This precisely demonstrates my foresight. If you had acted decisively yesterday and ordered an attack, none of this would have happened today. Man could no longer hold back, standing up to shout for Qingyu. Enough, Wang Lei. Are you really stupid, or just, that guy is indeed a jerk, but since he led us to the place of the corrupted god cult, making us meet, doesn't that indicate he isn't with the Abyss god cult? This was supposed to be an ally we could gain. It was your reckless invasion that led to today's unresolvable retaliation. So what? Wang Lei was unyielding. It is precisely because of this cause that we discovered the corrupted god cult was living next door, isn't it? Otherwise, based on your indecisive reactions, you might never find out in this lifetime. Qingyu was almost amused by the absurdity. Is that so? Then you truly have impressive foresight. After finally discovering the corrupted god cult next door, and they haven't realized it yet, what have you done? With the enemy aware and us hidden, we had ample time to find opportunities and exploit weaknesses to strike decisively when they were unprepared. I clearly issued a retreat order. Why did you go straight in? Wang Lei snorted coldly, his mocking gaze unwavering. Retreat and searching for opportunities every time, it's the same logic. How can you be fit to lead a combat team as a judge? Qingyu took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling, gritting his teeth. So you bravely charged in, and then what? She pointed at Wang Lei's nose, her tone icy. You used 2 of the trump cards from 3 teams. Half of our life-saving measures drained our spiritual energy and exhausted our strength, yet we were defeated. How dare you claim the Radiant God cult is the first cult of the wasteland? How many years has it been since they achieved such disgraceful results? Wang Lei's gaze faltered, but he quickly retaliated with a fierce outburst. Stop spouting nonsense about being defeated. It was clearly evenly matched. If they had the ability to annihilate us, would they have allowed us to retreat? Wang Lei seemed to have found a breakthrough and became more animated. Yes, retreat. It was your order to retreat. Do you only know how to retreat? Oh, I see. You didn't even try to fight, did you? Otherwise, we would have already taken down those corrupted cultists. Ha! Wang Lei. Shut your mouth. If you're so strong, why don't you go fight in room 404? Aren't they right inside? What are you still doing here? Didn't you just get beaten into a sorry state? Are you pretending to have amnesia? If it weren't for Sister Qingyu risking several trump cards and almost being surrounded, you wouldn't be here alive talking with us. Man felt herself about to explode. Why were there such people with increasingly offensive language? What does it mean to play seriously? What does it mean? With your 2-bit skills, do you really think you're that impressive? Wang Lei's face flushed momentarily, clearly hesitant to look for trouble with room 404, but he quickly regained composure, letting out a cold laugh. Tisk, are you Qing? Yes, little servant, so loyal in protecting your master. Wang Lei showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I almost forgot, it's indeed good to be her maid. Your master Qingyu is quite the influential figure, isn't it, thanks to her good brother becoming a judge? Wang Lei, shut that filthy mouth of yours. You know that Qing, you can't stand hearing about this. Man's complexion changed drastically, glancing at Qingyu, her hand cannon charged, aiming at Wang Lei. This is the last time I tolerate you, apologize to me. Wang Lei was startled, silently inching behind another teammate. This scene made Man want to laugh in anger. It's alright, Man. Qingyu clenched and then loosened her fist, finally coming to terms with it, as if she would no longer let this person trouble her. I remember I told you before. I will reiterate my commitment. She sat upright, expressionless, gazing. I can report all the credit to you, I don't want any of it. I have only one request: follow my command and successfully complete this task. Can you not do that? Wang Lei glanced at Man-Man's unwillingly lowered hand cannon, revealing a malicious grin. No need. According to the 3rd chapter 10th article of the cult's operational regulations in urgent tasks, the vice captain can lead half the team to leave if the captain makes a significant decision error, and separately command the remaining combat planning. Execute immediately. Wang Lei patted another person's shoulder, exuding absolute authority. You come with me. The last loyal lackey of Wang Lei in the team at this moment showed a hint of reluctance. Brother Lei, the corrupted cultists are too strong. If we split up, I'm afraid. You might want to think it over. After all, Qingye's strength is slightly inferior to yours. Wang Lei's face shifted between shades of green and white before he finally slapped the other person with a loud ear slap. Stop talking so much nonsense. Are you coming or not? He seemed genuinely afraid of being left alone, whispering into the ear of that person. We've come this far. Don't let that petty woman seek revenge later and regret not following me. Wang. Sister. It hurts. Qingyu froze for a moment, realizing she was still gripping Man-Man's wrist tightly, her nails embedding into the flesh unknowingly. Ah, I didn't notice. She lowered her gaze. Why do I have to deal with such teammates? Actually, I think they are quite good. Those two can't do anything except drag us down. Man-Man said cheerfully. But we lack strength. Qingyu felt somewhat lost. Even if we four unite our strengths, it would be difficult to overcome the challenge posed by the corrupted god cult, let alone what lies ahead. Man-Man fell silent, the team's morale plummeting. Sister, should we retreat and seek help from the cathedral? Help? Qingyu let out a light snort. I didn't dare to say anything when those two were here, but now I can tell you. The moment we entered, I realized no one could leave. Ah! The most critical part. Creak. A sound of the door opening came from outside, and both of them instinctively looked towards the door. Man-Man hadn't had the chance to hear what Qingyu wanted to say before she blurted out in shock. The person from 401, how could he? Man-Man instinctively warmed up her weapon, pushing the door open, only to be pulled back by Qingyu once more. Don't. But he. Let me try again. We have no choice left. Man-Man felt somewhat confused, her mind returning to clarity. By the way, sister, you just said we can't leave. Why? It's not us, it's everyone except the creator. Qingyu stood up, gazing at the gradually descending night outside the window. This is a tribute to the god. Returning to the room, Yilan's heartbeat was still slightly quickened. They really didn't come looking for me. Although Yilan had already confirmed that things were fine now, he had still prepared for probing conversations and discussions, yet now there was nothing, not even a sound. It seems the Radiant Dawn cult has suffered severe damage. Leaning against the bed, Yilan pondered. To be honest, he should be grateful that things were as they were on the 4th floor. The two great cults clashed, and the cost was merely a room. Room 402 was in disarray, while 403 had nearly vanished, yet room 404, one of the battlegrounds, was unharmed. In a certain sense, the comparison of combat power between the two sides was already self-evident. This actually indicates a problem. It is well known that the Radiant Dawn cult is the first righteous cult of the wasteland, yet it was being suppressed by the corrupt cult, which can only mean one thing: fighting on their home turf. It sounds trivial, but who is the home team is even more thought-provoking. While this may not be direct evidence, the crushing defeat of the Radiant Dawn cult undoubtedly provides some basis for their speculation that the Sludge Town may have already submitted to the corrupt cult. Additionally, the new photo in the mosquito and insect restaurant's frame shows the town mayor from decades ago, along with a group of figures in black cloaks, heading towards the Great Lake, resembling the attire of the corrupt cult. Although there is still a gap, it has been decades since then, so it is reasonable that the equipment styles have changed. However, Arthur's attitude is also worth mentioning. So far, Yilan has not seen Arthur show any inclination between the Radiant Dawn cult and the corrupt cult, nor has he seen the corrupt cult receive any reinforcements from Sludge Town. The overall intelligence system was as poor as an orphan, relying entirely on sheer strength to get to this point. They couldn't even find out who he was, and only learned that the Radiant Dawn cult was staying next door. When they reached the sludge inn, the innkeeper provided no warning. If this could also be a partner, then it would be too subpar. Knock knock. The door was knocked, and Yilan's gaze sharpened as he walked to the door. Who? It's me, the boss. Yilan was taken aback, unsure of what he was doing here at this moment. The door was pushed open from the inside by Yilan, revealing the nervous innkeeper standing at the door. It wasn't that he was nervous about Yilan. He kept glancing furtively towards the nearby door of room 402, as if fearing that someone inside might rush out to enact justice. Here, a special noodle from the mosquito and insect restaurant. Yilan, what does this mean, suddenly gifting a free dinner? Moreover, at this time, Yilan stole a glance at room 402, seemingly understanding why the innkeeper was so frightened. It was almost a blatant declaration of allegiance in front of the two great cults. We are in cahoots. At this moment, when the two great cults had just stumbled because of him. You must be a madman too. Taking the noodles, the innkeeper sneakily entered Yilan's room. Young man, do you think I can really ask them for compensation? Yilan was taken aback, somewhat speechless. Haven't I analyzed it already? As long as you dare, you can. The two great cults are wealthy, and will not quibble over that little bit of money. As long as they are not in an exceedingly bad mood. The innkeeper muttered, looking increasingly troubled. Let's assume, shall we, that they are in an exceedingly bad mood. Yilan had already opened the steaming noodles, and amidst a surge of appetite spoke casually. then you need to think about whether you have any means to save your life. The innkeeper. His expression was quite grim at that moment. Just now the two members of the Radiant Dawn cult who originally checked into the third floor checked out, and their whereabouts are unknown. Slurp. Elon, who was eating, paused, furrowing his brows. The two who had originally stayed in room 403 checked out. Why? He suddenly recalled the scene he had seen in room 402, and an understanding dawned upon him, clicking his tongue. Arthur was overjoyed. He had been beaten to half-death and had lost half of his combat power. This upheaval, of which he still did not know the nature, had only just begun, and the defending champion Radiant Dawn cult seemed almost certain to be eliminated, unless they were hiding stronger means or would produce unexpected operations later. But what was odd was what kind of team would the Radiant Dawn cult send to execute a mission in such a diminished state? Did they really not understand the discord within their ranks? Was this really an attitude of valuing something? Moreover, with the Radiant Dawn cult having been weakened to this state, the corrupt cult could probably directly push them down. What were they? Hey, raise the suggestion, wait a few days before asking for money. Their mood is surely quite bad right now. The innkeeper suddenly wore a distressed expression. I feel that in a few days we might not find the people at all. Let me tell you, if they don't compensate, it's you, Yilan. Is there a possibility that Arthur will reimburse me for this cost? So you are effectively asking Arthur for 2 compensations. The innkeeper. Damn. You little rascal, are you not leaving any room for error? Fine, I'm leaving. The innkeeper looked disheartened, losing interest in the conversation, and left the room listlessly. After the innkeeper left, Yilan paused, eating the noodles, frowning. Something was off. Arthur definitely wanted to gain his favor, but wasn't this too urgent? Clearly this could have been done in a more gentle manner. It could have avoided escalating tensions. Why did he insist on having the innkeeper bring him a bowl of noodles in such a somewhat deliberate manner? Not to mention that both sides had not yet confirmed their alliance. Even if confirmed, wouldn't it be the optimal solution to hide this relationship? No, before meeting Arthur I must investigate some things. The lack of intelligence felt truly dreadful. Night fell. Glancing at the sky, Yilan activated the intercom. Arthur, where is your address? After waiting for a moment, there was still no response from the intercom. What was going on? Didn't we agree to meet in his room tonight? Frowning, Yilan pushed open the door. Arthur's eagerness to ally with him did not need further elaboration. At this moment, not replying to the message. One could only hope that nothing had happened. The strategic significance of Sludgetown was too great. Any force present here understood this point. It was not impossible that someone would attempt to act preemptively, changing the current situation by directly taking control of Sludgetown. It was eerily quiet, with no one disturbing him. Yilan reached the first floor, where the innkeeper was still sitting idly at the front desk, seemingly lost in thought. Why are you down here? Hadn't they just met? I can't reach Arthur. What's going on? The innkeeper was taken aback for a moment, quickly retrieving the intercom and attempting to establish communication. No response. After trying once more, still no answer, and the innkeeper's brows gradually furrowed. Is there a problem? Yilan asked. It shouldn't be. The innkeeper shook his head, deep in thought. Did you perhaps propose some very harsh conditions, so he is preparing? Harsh conditions? Yilan was taken aback. That indeed was very harsh, as what he wanted was extraordinary. But the innkeeper's conjecture was something Yilan couldn't agree with, as he hadn't truly put forth this condition. At most, it was just a hint. I'll go take a look at the town's guard team, Yilan said naturally. He had originally planned to conduct some investigations before meeting Arthur, and the town guard's office was a great choice. Given the current situation, this action couldn't be criticized. The innkeeper's expression slightly changed, as if instinctively wanting to stop him, but then he fell into a dilemma. He shouldn't stop him. After all, he was also a part-time member of the town guard, so going to the office was basic operation, right? However, the situation at the town guard's office during the day was different from that at night. Bang! Boom! Just then, a sudden blast of gunfire and explosions erupted in the distance, followed by a raging blaze. Not good! In that instant, the innkeeper became even more panicked than when Arthur went missing. That place can't catch fire. Yilan furrowed his brow, feeling that every event occurring after Arthur's sudden disappearance was utterly bewildering, carrying an ominous premonition. What is that? Yilan couldn't help but ask. That is the stadium of Sewage Town, the innkeeper exclaimed. It is the place for the festival in Sewage Town, happening in 3 days. Festival? Yilan asked with some surprise, noting it was the second time he had heard that name. What kind of festival is it, and why is it being held? Who is being honored, and what is being offered? A series of questions left the innkeeper a bit dumbfounded. Don't ask me, go ask Arthur later. The innkeeper avoided answering, but Yilan had an instinctive feeling that this so-called festival would bring about some extraordinary. This was the turning point. It was necessary to take a look. As thoughts swirled, Yilan made a choice between Arthur's office and the fire scene. Moreover, even without considering the festival site itself, he was also a member of the town's guard. Before negotiations broke down and tensions escalated, especially with Arthur missing, he felt obligated to help at the accident site. Furthermore, at this moment and location, there had clearly been a battle and gunfire, which was evidently something that could not be overlooked. He might obtain some truly useful clues. I will investigate the cause at the scene and eliminate threats. You immediately organize the townsfolk to put out the fire. With the current situation, there was no hope for fire trucks, and firefighting would primarily rely on running with buckets of water, leveraging sheer manpower. Upon hearing Yilan's orders, the innkeeper was visibly taken aback. "You sound just like Arthur." However, he quickly rejoiced and agreed repeatedly. "No problem, thank you. Leave it to me." It truly caught him off guard for a moment. With Arthur absent, if Yilan didn't take action, it would be as if the town guard was doing nothing. Boom. Twisting the throttle, Yilan sped toward the direction of the rising flames. Was Arthur's unreachability related to this incident? According to Arthur, anyone entering the town was within his perception. As of their last conversation, no one else had. Meanwhile, all the members of the Radiant Dawn Church and the corrupted God Church were still at the inn. Who was fighting over there? However, it seemed there were indeed some that slipped through the cracks. 2 members of the Radiant Dawn Church had left the sewage inn. In addition, Arthur's whereabouts were still unknown. Who had they gotten into a fight? Damn it! Yilan silently cursed. It was such a mess. Little cat, can the scene recall still work? Yilan was quite worried, as the Mind Cat had already used its ability to. The first time, the Mind Cat seemed extremely conflicted. Theoretically, it can meow, but I do not recommend it meow. Yilan was taken aback, not understanding the meaning. Why? After some hesitation, the Mind Cat finally answered. "My power is running low and needs to recover. I am not doubting your strength, meow, but I worry you might lose control due to excessive power consumption in a sudden battle. I should keep a bit in reserve, meow." Yilan frowned slightly and then nodded gently. "You are right, let's hold off for now." The stadium was not far. Although the directions were different, it was even more centrally located than the town guard office. Almost in an instant, he reached the scene. Whoosh, crack, bang, bang bang. Amidst the roar of the throttle, Yilan was almost riding his motorcycle to the side entrance of the stadium when a sudden sound of movement came from behind a tree. The shadow seemed unwilling to make contact with Yilan, deliberately waiting until Yilan nearly passed him before sprinting off in the opposite direction. Yilan hesitated not at all. Seeing that the first instinct of the figure was to run, the murderer had to have something to hide. Although the road was not wide, there were only a few scattered trees on both sides, and most of it was wasteland, making it not much different. That shadow had just been hiding under a tree. In a mad dash, Yilan made a sharp turn, forcing himself back in the direction he came from, speeding toward the shadow. The shadow also understood that it couldn't outrun 2 wheels with its legs turning around and firing a shot. Damn. Facing it hidden, no matter how fast he was, he would be as easy a target as a stationary one. Yilan slammed down on the motorcycle's brakes, then leveraged the momentum to leap, rolling in midair and landing on the ground. During the few rolls in the air, Yilan managed to pull out his revolver and fired 2 shots. Of course, he wasn't aiming at the target while rolling at high speed, but fortunately his revolver could fire automatically. Thud. The shadow let out a muffled groan, blood spraying forth, then, without hesitation, it threw several cylindrical projectiles, dense smoke obscuring everything in sight. Damn. Yilan fell to the ground, enduring the discomfort of nearly twisting his ankle, and when he stood up he was met with smoke bombs. "Do you have to be so cowardly?" Yilan muttered and lost the intention to continue the pursuit. The opponent had already hidden within the smoke and his visibility was nearly zero. If he kept charging in blindly, it wouldn't be bravery but rather a path to his own demise. Appearing to be refined, possessing an extraordinary physique, and not utilizing any bizarre abilities. Not a member of the church but a gene-enhanced individual, Yilan stroked his chin, gradually forming some judgments about the ability system in the wasteland. Abandoning the pursuit, he turned to glance at the fire, frowning tightly. "Forget it, let's not chase." He lifted his motorcycle, noticing that the sudden stop had caused several deep scratches on it, which made him feel quite pained. Boom! Thud! The moment he twisted the throttle, the motorcycle sank down slightly, and with a few steps Yilan felt as though he were riding a roller coaster, compelling him to come to a halt. He had a general idea of what was happening, but Yilan still needed to confirm. Sure enough, there was a bullet hole in the front. The tire was blown. Yilan's brow tightened, not out of concern for the tire, but to ponder why it was the tire specifically. Was it an accident or was it targeted? If at such high speed the opponent aimed specifically at the tire and hit it accurately, their marksmanship was as good as his own activate. It also implied that they could have directly hit him but chose to hit the tire instead. Did they not want to harm anyone, or were they merely seeking to ensure a safe escape? Yilan looked down at his town guard uniform, which was black with brown hues. Due to its uniqueness, it remained easily recognizable even in the night. There were only 2 people in the town guard, Arthur and Yilan. If the reason for avoiding confrontation was due to this outfit, Yilan glanced into the misty distance, feeling a twinge of worry. Outside the gym, thick smoke billowed, stinging the eyes and bringing tears. How could such a large fire ignite? Yilan frowned. Before leaving the inn, he had heard several loud gunshots and explosions, deducing that an explosive had ignited flammable materials, starting a small fire. As long as it could be contained in time, it would be nearly impossible for the fire to spread too widely. Yet, despite his relentless pace, the flames here had already become uncontrollable. The flames were almost at Yilan's feet, causing him to squint. Taking out a water bag filled in the basement, Yilan twisted the cap and poured a little down. To his surprise, the flames that came into contact with the water did not extinguish. In fact, they burned on the surface of the water. "Gasoline!" Yilan exclaimed in shock. Just moments ago, Arthur had been sharing with him how precious gasoline was, how they were reluctant to fuel their cars and opted for motorcycles. Yet here someone had drenched the large gymnasium with gasoline. Who could have such astronomical amounts of gasoline to do this? Who would have the time to carry out such a massive operation? Moreover, wouldn't the cost of using enough TNT be lower than this? How frustrating. If only he could use scene rewind right now, perhaps he could uncover a huge secret. Through the smoky haze, Elon listened to the sounds of the fire and suddenly felt a different kind of noise. But the sound was so faint that Elon could hardly be certain. Until a voice echoed through the raging inferno, amplified, as if by a loudspeaker sounding like a bell. Help me. Elon's pupils contracted. Was there still someone in this fire? How did they survive? How did that voice reach him? That shout had practically reached the level of concert sound systems, yet it felt completely natural, as if the voice reached directly. An eerie ability, or some sort of supernatural item. It was getting stranger by the moment, but undoubtedly this person was in need of rescue. Why were they inside? That should provide enough answers. But how the hell to save them? He couldn't extinguish the fire. Even if he went insane, dragging bodies inside without a way to bring the unfortunate soul out alive was impossible. Tap tap tap. Over here. Over here, don't spill the water, extinguish the flames. Who threw that? A flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and Elon turned to see the innkeeper leading over 10 townsfolk rushing through the thick smoke. Splash. Buckets of water were poured down, but barely any flames were extinguished. Even if they could put out these fires, it was just a drop in the bucket for the vast gymnasium. Good heavens. The innkeeper looked up at the raging sea of flames, stunned. How can it burn this fierce? Gasoline, Elon replied calmly. Gasoline? This time the innkeeper's eyes nearly bulged out. Damn it. Which fool did this? Are they out of their mind? Elon. While I think the same, your focus is still off. After glancing at him, Elon sighed. This group of townsfolk was most likely of no help. Forget it, let the madman stop fetching water, take these people and find me some bendable iron wire nearby and be quick about it. The innkeeper paused, said nothing further, waved his hand, and led people away while Elon crouched in front of the motorcycle tire, silently taking out the devolution stone. The white light suffused with gray mist flickered continuously as the bullet holes in the tire gradually returned to their original state. At this moment, the innkeeper also returned, having taken less than 3 minutes. That was quick. Where did you get it? Elon took a large bundle of iron wire, unsure whether to praise him or to suspect him. Hey, there was a wire fence nearby, we took some down. Nodding, Elon wedged the devolution stone between the motorcycle engine and fuel tank, wrapping it with iron wire layer by layer. In unstable areas, he pressed the wire into a lump, wedging it into the gaps. Thus, the devolution stone was complete. With the job done, Elon dampened a cloth with the water bag, wrapping it around his mouth and nose like a classic forest hero. Then he mounted the motorcycle, revved the throttle, and adjusted the direction towards the gym. Wait, hold on. At that moment, the innkeeper felt his mind freeze. What are you planning? You're not going to ride? Elon glanced at him, amused. What else? The innkeeper. No, even if you're not afraid of the fire, you know that riding the motorcycle in there would cause it to explode due to the heat before you get too far, right? Elon kicked the spot where the devolution stone was placed and shook his head. It won't explode. Yes, this was his plan, utilizing the resources at hand. By utilizing the properties of the devolution stone, he aimed to secure this critical point as much as possible. The fire burned over there while the devolution stone regressed to a previous state. This meant that before the motorcycle truly overheated and exploded, the solution would be effective. But if it did explode, well, it would be hard to say. Elon estimated he would just be reduced to ashes. Of course, he would likely survive, but it would consume the already limited energy, intensifying his hunger. Fixing it with iron wire was also a last resort. Glue couldn't hold firmly for long, and since the devolution stone was still devolving, if it fell out halfway, it would mean disaster. As for tape, it was even worse. It would probably melt completely in mere seconds. Considering all that, the only feasible way to fix it was with the devolution stone. Alright, you all go gather all the fire extinguishers in town and get more people to create a firebreak outside. Without enough professional firefighting equipment, we definitely cannot save this place. Boom. Who knows what the situation inside is like, how much longer that unfortunate soul can hold on. Every second wasted diminishes hope. As for the possibility of traps, in this cold and indifferent apocalypse, who would set a trap that could only ensnare those with high moral standards? Elon's figure vanished into the sea of flames, while the innkeeper gazed at that resolute silhouette, complexity evident in his eyes. He did not understand that Elon had the ability to resurrect and thus feared nothing. He was simply in awe of this back. I really hope we can stay on the sidelines forever. Amidst the sea of flames, Elon could barely discern the path ahead. Or rather, the mere fact that her eyes still functioned at all was testament to their extraordinary resilience. The sole piece of encouraging news along the way was that the gate connecting the exterior and interior remained unlocked. Otherwise, she would have been utterly incapable of dismounting and opening it under these conditions. Aha! Save me! I don't want to die! And thick smoke choked the air. Elon could now open her eyes only once every dozen seconds or so. As for her skin, it was all things considered unharmed. The petrification stone's retroactive effect extended across her entire body, and her innate passive ability accelerated cellular regeneration. Aside from a persistent searing burn, she suffered no injury. Fortunately, the victim's shrieks, piercing as a butcher's cry, were loud enough to serve as an unmistakable auditory beacon. And boom, The motorcycle slammed into a concrete foundation, nearly flipping in Davern. Yilan struggled for several long moments before regaining control. And damn it. After all, this was a humanoid terrain. No surface could possibly be uniformly flat. What baffled her most was this: she'd entered the stadium from outside without incident. So why, having reached its very center, had she suddenly become stuck? The situation was now undeniably complicated. She possessed only a single petrification stone. If she abandoned the bike to proceed on foot, she'd be unable to move a single step away from it. Yet, if she carried the stone off, the motorcycle would inevitably detonate. And most critically, it hurt. And her bare feet scorched upon the fire-ravaged ground. Even if death were not imminent, relentless agony eroded mental clarity and willpower. She wasn't even certain she could remain upright, let alone walk. Could the petrification stone simply reverse the entire conflagration? Yilan had considered it, but dismissed the idea outright. The scale was simply too vast. The stone could only revert phenomena within a limited radius, and required time to activate. Executing such a sequence would likely carry her well into tomorrow morning. She reached out and wiped her hand across the obstruction, then froze. It wasn't some inexplicable barrier but a platform. And why would there be a platform in the center of a stadium? Yilan deduced its nature: a hastily erected podium, perhaps for awards or performances, where the person in distress was almost certainly located. Now that she'd confirmed the target lay above, ascent became straightforward. A structure this tall wouldn't rely solely on leaps for access. Stairs were inevitable, and those stairs, sufficiently wide and shallow, would allow her to ride the motorcycle straight up. Yilan adjusted her trajectory, maintaining a slow, steady pace as she circled the platform, until at last she found the first step. Aha! I don't want to die. Old man. Do you even know your grandson's been swindled to death? What hellish place is this? It's a trap, a trap. That blood-curdling wail bore no resemblance to a genuine victim's final gasp. Anyone truly trapped in such inferno would either have perished instantly or succumbed to smoke inhalation. Yet this voice remained astonishingly robust, or perhaps, surviving this long amid such intensity defied logic altogether. Little cat. This is unquestionably a living human, not some anomalous entity masquerading as one. Correct. Fortunately, her mind-linked cat was perfectly ordinary. As a non-corporeal entity, the blaze posed no threat to it, though even minimal exposure had already provoked ceaseless complaints. It's scorching hot here, meow. Just looking at it makes me sweat, meow. And I feel deeply unsettled. Hurry please, meow meow. At last Yilan located the staircase. And if even the cat felt overwhelmed, then the unrelenting heat, acrid smoke, and cracked parched throat were beyond endurance. The moisture-absorbing cloth over her face had long since desiccated. She dared not retrieve her water pouch. It was time to end this now. And boom. The motorcycle reversed 2 meters. Yilan twisted the throttle and surged upward. At the platform's heart stood a vertical support pillar. Bound tightly to that pillar was a strikingly handsome young man with softly waved hair. How long he'd hung there remained unknown. But curiously, though the pillar itself neared collapse from the heat, the ropes binding him remained utterly unscathed. Boom! And the motorcycle pierced through billowing smoke and endless flame, roaring with deafening fury as it emerged before the pillar. And before the man's stunned gaze, their eyes met. Yilan wore a sleek combat suit. Her expression, impassive as flames, danced around her like loyal subjects untouched by fire, as though she were the sovereign of conflagration itself. And this image, this setting, this entrance. And the young man thought, if he were a woman, he'd have fallen irrevocably in love on the spot. Save me, brother. Utterly unaware of the other's inner monologue, Yilan nonetheless paused, genuinely startled. He was the first person she'd encountered since leaving the containment spire, wearing attire nearly identical to her own, flamboyant by post-apocalyptic standards, yet stylish and impeccably tailored. Undoubtedly premium-grade apparel in the pre-collapse era. Coupled with that effortlessly trendy hairstyle, Yilan almost believed she'd glimpsed a fellow survivor from her former. His condition was equally uncanny, situated at the very epicenter of the inferno. Even Yilan, shielded by the petrification stone, glowed crimson from the heat, yet he sat composed, unruffled. Toxic smoke thick enough to suffocate any normal person filled the air. Yet he continued bellowing for help with the vigor of a slaughtered pig. And meow. Look at his right hand. 5 anomalous artifacts, meow. Yilan. And she blinked, then turned her gaze to the youth's right hand. Each finger adorned with a ring. 2 of them emitted faint halos of gray mist. And this truly was the ring lord incarnate. And 5 anomalous artifacts. Who was this affluent prodigy? Quick Venmo me 5. No wonder he'd survived here. Yet the functions of those rings remained a mystery. And who are you? Yilan raised her revolver, her voice hoarse as she spoke. She wasn't cultivating mystique. Her throat was simply raw beyond bearing. And the young man trembled, violently writhing against his bonds, while shouting frantically. Su Lezhang. My name is Su Lezhang. Brother. Stay calm. Why draw your gun without warning? Yilan frowned. Clearly this wasn't the answer she sought. What use was a name? Was that truly her question? And which faction do you represent? And the youth hesitated. Almost imperceptibly. Faction. I'm alone. Yilan clicked the hammer back. Su Lezhang erupted in a terrified shout. In Guangwei City. I'm from Guangwei City. If you must call it a faction, that's mine. Guangwei City. Yilan felt both astonishment and grim inevitability. The first living soul from Guangwei City she'd ever laid eyes upon, as for his claim of solitude. That was utter nonsense. Best dismissed as wind. Had Guangwei City also inserted itself into this chaotic affair? What possible purpose brought them here? And what made this place so magnetically compelling that multiple factions converged upon it? She had countless questions now. What had transpired here? Why was he bound to the pillar? Why had he come? Who else was involved? And what were their intentions? Yet conversation could wait. Exiting first was the wiser course. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Su Lezhang trembled all over, fear gripping him as he closed his eyes. I'm dead. But a few seconds later Su Lezhang realized something was off. He wasn't dead. He opened his eyes only to find the person in control of his life and death looking just as astonished. Bang! Before he could continue pleading for mercy, Yilan fired a second shot, one that left him no time to close his eyes. He saw. The bullet hit the ropes binding him, which then snapped away. What the hell? Wait! Meow. That rope is actually a supernatural object. Su Lezhang finally understood this guy wasn't trying to kill him, but to help him untie the ropes. Although it was a bit simple and crude, the rope binding him was a supernatural object. After a moment of shock, Yilan glanced at Su Lezhang and revealed a hint of pity. Who did you offend exactly to be tied up in the sea of flames, without any hope of escape, like a cat playing with a mouse until the very end? Damn it! What the hell? Even Su Lezhang never expected that the rope binding him was a supernatural object. It's over, there's really no hope now. He seemed to have completely lost interest in Yilan, as if nothing in this world could stir even a flicker of emotion in him. On the brink of life and death, a boldness surged within him, and he threw his head back, laughing heartily. What joy is there in life, what fear in death? A true man. Suddenly Su Lezhang felt a release all over, as if gravity had vanished, causing him to fall face first into the ground. Before he could lift his head, he suddenly felt something grab the back of his collar, and looking up he found himself thrown onto the back seat of a motorcycle. Click! Yilan ignited the motorcycle in one swift motion, having already figured out the unobstructed path ahead, leaving only full throttle advancement. Not a brother, how did you manage to get me out of that? After preparing himself for a final act of bravery, he was suddenly saved, and the emotional shift was simply hard to process. Most absurdly, he couldn't wrap his head around how Yilan managed it. Incredible. Just untie me directly. Yilan was truly fed up with this fool cursing while driving. Su Lezhang, damn. But if you could untie me, why did you shoot me in the first place? Boom. The motorcycle carved a brilliant arc, bursting out of the sea of flames before the astonished townspeople. What the hell? The dazzling scene felt like a movie. He really made it out. A mere mortal riding a motorcycle into a sea of flames and coming back out. No wonder Arthur valued him so much. Did you collect the fire extinguishers? Yilan stopped in front of the innkeeper, jumped off the motorcycle, took a few gulps of water, and calmly asked, "Ha! Oh, I found some." Following his gaze, Yilan noticed the innkeeper, perhaps influenced by the gasoline on the ground, actually had the nerve to drive over. But the open trunk revealed a pitiful sight with barely 20 ordinary fire extinguishers scattered inside. Yilan, just these. Just these. The innkeeper forced a bitter smile. Fire disasters are almost unheard of now. The land is hard and barren. Trees and timber are scarce, making them hard to burn. Even if a fire does start, it's just a matter of dousing it with water. Something like this caused by gasoline was never considered. Yilan opened his mouth and sighed. Forget it, don't waste them. Save them for later. With so little, can they really extinguish such a massive fire? One could only say that the fire was beyond saving, but it didn't matter. After all, for the current sewage town, the stadium was merely a decoration, not a financial loss. There were no casualties either. As long as fire breaks were established, this ordeal could be considered past. I need to handle something, you all stay back. After saying this, Yilan looked at Su Lezhang, who was fidgeting by the motorcycle, and smirked. Come with me. With that, Yilan led the way towards a solitary tree by the roadside, just far enough to hide under facing him. Alright, the first question. What are you doing in Sewage Town? With so many forces arriving in Sewage Town, it was impossible they were all there for their own reasons, coincidentally meeting here. They must share a common purpose. Arthur, the old riddle master, has yet to inform him about the chaotic wheel. The Radiant God Sect and the Decayed God Sect haven't had the chance to communicate. Even if they did, trust wouldn't be guaranteed. To this day, the people of Radiant City have become the best breakthrough point. What purpose could I possibly have? I don't want to be here at all. Just a reminder, you trespassed into Sewage Town without permission, and I should have arrested you for that. Then you were found at the scene of the incident, which raises suspicion. So now this is an interrogation. With a snap, Yilan pulled out his revolver and cocked the safety. The environment is indeed rudimentary, as I currently don't have time to take you back to the interrogation room. I wonder if this setting will give you a greater sense of immersion. Su Lezhang, you're going too far. I don't know, I didn't deceive you, just listen to me. I really don't want to be here. I was set up. It seems being held at gunpoint significantly enhanced Su Lezhang's sense of immersion, and he responded particularly cooperatively. It's a family power struggle. Sigh. A member of our family must undergo a significant event on their 20th birthday, much like a trial. My grandfather was deceived and sent me to this place. I'm so unlucky. Yilan raised an eyebrow. What kind of prominent family requires such trials upon reaching adulthood? Who is your father? To be precise, it's my grandfather, Su Lezhang replied. He's the deputy city lord of the lower district in Radiant City. Oh, a city lord level. Although I don't know which area the lower district belongs to in Radiant City, having both titles appear in the same place means it's not just a simple title. How did you get here? When did you arrive? This time it was Su Lezhang who looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course, I only arrived tonight. Oh, otherwise would you have met me for the first time? They dropped me in with a helicopter, and the moment I landed I was tied up and hung there, and then it was just as you saw. Yilan. Of course it cannot be guaranteed that Su Lezhang is telling the truth, but if he is, then this air truly seems not even struggling, being sent all the way here, landing seamlessly, and then heading to his death. What's the difference between you and the livestock on a slaughterhouse assembly line? However, if what he said is true, does that mean that the people from Glory City set fire to the stadium? According to Su Lezhang, he was arranged to be killed, and he was immediately captured upon arrival, indicating that those below had long known when he would come and where he would go, which means that the arsonists below are indeed from Glory City. The time required to douse the entire stadium in gasoline is likely not something that can be accomplished in a day. It must have been meticulously planned. Moreover, the possibility of being silenced for accidentally entering a crime scene can basically be ruled out, or otherwise they wouldn't have left his belongings behind and gone to such lengths to kill him. Yelan's head was spinning. Damn it, what does Glory City have to do with this place? Even if there were a plot, why send a mere pawn to his death? If there wasn't a plot, it makes even less sense. Why would they burn the stadium? Even if they truly wanted Su Lezhang dead in such a dramatic fashion, there was no need for it to coincide with the venue for the Sewage Town Festival, right? Additionally, when Su Lezhang arrived, he was alone, which means those working below must have entered here much earlier. Yet Arthur claimed he could sense everyone entering Sewage Town. So if we assume there are no more outsiders, could it be that this fire was set by Sewage Town in collaboration with Glory City? What the hell is going on? Did you see who attacked you? Su Lezhang nodded repeatedly, but then shook his head, his expression a mix of excitement and gritted teeth. I saw a bit, but I didn't see the face. That person had a fierce expression, wearing leather armor with muscles faintly visible underneath, looking particularly terrifying. Leather armor. Again with the leather armor. Didn't Arthur say there was no one in the town wearing leather armor? It was almost identical to the person who robbed me, but there were slight differences. That person committed such heinous acts for 50 misty blue coins, but the person Su Lezhang described was completely indifferent to the wealthy young master from Glory City. Yet the overlapping details seemed to play a decisive role. Leather armor and Glory City. If the fire was caused by burning gasoline, then gunfire and explosions shouldn't have occurred there. When I arrived, I encountered a shadow in a tactical jacket which doesn't match the leather armor described by Su Lezhang. So who the hell was that? Does this mean there are 5th or even 6th forces hiding here? Many things suddenly don't add up, and of course there's one possibility that can explain everything. Su Lezhang is lying with every word he speaks. Officer, you have to stand up for me. This group is simply lawless, daring to commit crimes in your territory, officer. Yelan's train of thought was completely interrupted by Su Lezhang's cries, and he looked at him coldly for a moment. In fact, he could have shown Su Lezhang a better face. After all, the other party hadn't offended him from start to finish, and his attitude was quite decent, very cooperative. But he didn't know whether Su Lezhang was lying to him, so maintaining a cold demeanor could make him more anxious when fabricating lies, leading him to guess whether he had discovered loopholes, thus revealing flaws. Of course, I will strive to capture the chief culprit, Yelan said expressionlessly. But the premise is that you are not. Su Lezhang was momentarily taken aback, showing a look of indignation. I am not lying. I won't lie. Every word is true. Stay still. Yelan remained non-committal, ordering the other party to stay put before walking to the other side of the tree. No. I have to test him, otherwise I wouldn't be able to tell how much is true and how much is false. His frown quickly relaxed, and Yelan revealed a mischievous smile before pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket and silently tearing it into shreds, keeping all the fragments in his palm. Then Yelan took out a devolution stone and placed it in the palm, holding the paper shreds. Within 10 seconds, the paper was completely restored. With a serious expression, Yelan returned coldly to Su Lezhang's front. I just requested permission for the death note. You are now holding the paper in your left hand and the stone in your right hand. Recite it with me. Wait a minute. Su Lezhang dared not refuse, but was clearly frightened. Death note? What is that? Yelan looked at him with a cold smile. It's the thing in your hand. You should feel it. It's a supernatural object. As long as you hold it and speak without telling the truth, your soul will perish within a day, leaving no remains. Damn. Su Lezhang felt the paper in his hand becoming increasingly hot. He truly sensed that Yelan was not just trying to scare him. This was indeed a supernatural object. Enough, recite it with me immediately, or I will handle you as a liar directly. I promise. Su Lezhang hesitated, but upon seeing the dark barrel of the gun, he ultimately dared not utter a word of refusal. I promise. Yelan nodded in satisfaction and continued. If there were any lies during the recent questioning, you will accept the death penalty unconditionally. For some reason, seeing that Yelan only wanted him to say the sentence, Su Lezhang felt a huge sense of relief. If I lied during the recent questioning, I will accept the death penalty unconditionally. Death is like the wind always with me. Yelon nodded with great satisfaction, but at the same time he was startled. He really dared. With such an enigmatic thing, he could not definitively say whether what he said was true or false. To state such a contractual content, either he was confident he wouldn't die or he was completely guiltless. Alright, now raise the hand holding the paper and lay the other hand holding the stone flat on top and wait silently. Su Lejong was half convinced, holding the stone in his right hand and laying it flat on the paper, feeling extremely anxious. 10, 9, 8. Yelon silently counted down in his heart. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! A rustling sound of shredded paper filled the air as the paper in Su Lezhang's hand suddenly disintegrated in an instant, scattering and fluttering before falling to the ground, startling Su Lejong. What's going on? I didn't lie. Yelon smiled, slightly feeling very pleased. Whether you lied or not, we'll find out in a few days. The contract has already taken effect. Gulp. Su Lejong swallowed hard. Could it really be a death note? Does Sewage Town really have such a terrifying supernatural object? Thank goodness I didn't lie. Everything I said is true, but many things I didn't say, so that can't be called lying, right? But man, you are too impressive. All right. Yelon smiled. There was no longer any need to maintain a stern expression, neither out of propriety nor necessity. So you know what's about to happen here. Su Lejong was dispatched here. I don't know. Su Lejong's face twisted into deeper despair. But it's glaringly obvious. They've abandoned me in the most perilous, convoluted, and utterly hopeless place imaginable. Without some miraculous twist of fate, I'll never make it out of this place alive. Yelon turned his head away in disappointment. It was as good as saying nothing at all. And frankly, such abject helplessness was unbefitting of someone claiming to be an heir. Boom! An off-road vehicle roared in from the distance, slowing to a halt before the main entrance of the stadium. Thud! Only one person sat inside. The driver's door swung open, and out stepped a girl with pale blue hair. What business does someone from the cult of decay have here? Be silent, Yelon warned Su Lejong with a low voice, then crouched low, vanishing into the shadow behind a tree. Oh right. The girl glanced at the raging inferno, her brow furrowing, as she cast a cold, piercing gaze toward the innkeeper. Where are your people? Don't you intend to extinguish the fire? The innkeeper swallowed hard. We can't put it out. A brief silence fell. Then the blue-haired girl reached into her coat pocket and withdrew a small square box, inside which rested a single droplet. The droplet was large, nearly the size of two hands clasped together. It hovered motionless in midair, refusing to splinter or dissipate, held firmly within her palm. Whoosh! A faint mist of gray energy curled around her hand. And as if awakened by that surge, the droplet itself seemed to stir with sudden electric vitality. Little cat. What is she doing? Yelon whispered, cautiously transmitting his voice directly into the other's mind. No idea, meow. But she's activating an anomalous artifact right now, meow. I suggest cutting off contact for now, meow. When someone channels an ability at full capacity, they're far easier to detect, meow. Whoosh! Before the stadium gates, the droplet swelled rapidly, until it bloated into a water sphere larger than the girl herself. The blue-haired girl was drawn into the sphere as though weightless, her body tilting downward, her hair drifting upward, exuding an aura of serene, enigmatic grace. Then the sphere hung suspended in air, carrying the girl with it, hovering more than 2 meters above the ground. What the? Yelon glanced down at the fossilized stone in his own hand, lips parting, then closing again without uttering a word. Why does her technique look so spectacular? Splash! Before Yelon could observe further, the cloudless sky overhead erupted. Torrential rain poured down like a collapsing heavens. What the? The deluge struck Yelon like a thunderclap to the crown, drenching him instantly, before he darted sideways, slipping beneath the denser canopy of a nearby tree. Branches swayed overhead, shielding him almost entirely from the downpour. Of course, under ordinary circumstances, one should never shelter beneath a tree during a storm. But this was no natural rainfall. Yelon jerked his head upward, and there, suspended in the sky, flowed a river in midair. This aerial river originated from the water sphere, stretched across the entire town, including the inn and central plaza, and emptied its torrent upon the stadium below. She drew this water from the sewage ditch. So what precisely is this artifact's ability? That question would remain unanswered, for the stadium was already submerged beneath the unrelenting downpour. Silence fell over everyone. Minutes later, the torrent had engulfed the entire stadium. The flames died. The blue-haired girl tumbled to the ground as the sphere violently contracted, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She neither expected nor sought gratitude. Wiping the blood from her lips with quiet detachment, she returned to the vehicle and drove off toward the inn. The world fell still. Yelon watched her receding taillights, lost in thought. Why did she intervene at all? Surely not out of civic duty. To douse a fire in this forgotten hamlet where no lives were at stake, and even the town itself showed little concern. So, Yelon's expression slowly sharpened, as if a final piece had clicked into place. The two great cults wished to ensure the festival remains undisturbed. For the stadium held another profound significance. It was to serve as the sacred venue for Sewage Town's annual festival. Though no representative of the Cult of Dusk had yet appeared on scene, it was likely due to their lack of a corresponding countermeasure against fire suppression. Yet this aerial river, spanning the breadth of Sewage Town, its source rooted in the sewage ditch beneath the inn, could easily have been intercepted by the cult of dusk. Yet they did not interfere. At the very least, both cults shared an unspoken understanding and tacit consensus. Sewage Town, however. Elon glanced toward the innkeeper standing dumbfounded nearby, his gaze thoughtful. Was it possible that the townsfolk themselves did not wish for the fire to be quenched? Oh my God! The cult of decay. What are they doing here too? Su Lezhang, who had quietly lingered behind for what felt like an eternity, let out a deafening soul-rending shriek, prompting Elon to stare at him in mute disbelief. Enough! Can you not be this embarrassing? That ring you wear looks straight out of the Lord of the Rings. So why are you acting like a trembling rabbit? It's not just cowardice. It's being effortlessly maneuvered by your rival's step, by flawless step, like a pig rolling smoothly down an assembly line straight into the slaughterhouse. Utterly mortifying. So, what are your plans now? Truth be told, Elon found his position vis-a-vis Su Lezhang rather awkward. He'd indeed gleaned a few clues, but their significance fell far short of his expectations. To release him outright felt unsatisfying and unsafe. There was no telling whether he might later undermine everything. Yet to detain him, strictly speaking, Su Lezhang was the victim, and Elon had no legitimate grounds to hold him. Do something? Was that really anything but causing chaos? Beep. Just then, Yilan's walkie-talkie vibrated sharply. Startled, Elon pulled it from his belt. Hello? I'm Arthur. Apologies for being unreachable just now. His eyes narrowed slightly as he tested the name cautiously. You're aware the stadium caught fire, I presume? A pause echoed from the other end. Then Arthur's voice returned calm and measured. Yes, I've been informed. Thank you for responding so promptly. Humph. Promptly is certainly one way to phrase it, though in truth I ended up accomplishing little. Let's discuss this matter later. My residence lies north of town. Head north from the town guard office, turn right at the third intersection, then ascend the slope. The only two-story house atop is mine. Understood. Elon lowered the device, frowned once more at Su Lezhang, and then gradually relaxed his posture. It hardly mattered anymore. This affair was effectively concluded. As for him, interrogating Su Lezhang would yield less insight than probing Arthur further. And wasn't Arthur capable of sensing every individual who entered Sewage Town? Then there was no risk of losing track of this man whatsoever. Seeing Elon turn to leave, Su Lezhang rushed forward desperately to block his path. Wait, brother. Could you protect me? For a while. Elon arched an eyebrow, genuinely impressed by the sheer audacity of his nerve. Then without a word pivoted on his heel and began walking away. Wait, I have money. I'll pay 10 fog blue coins per day. How's that? Elon 10 mist blue coins a day. It sounds plausible, but in reality, this amount is far more lucrative than the salary provided by the town's guard. Without considering benefits and convenience, the guard provides a weekly salary of 20 mist blue coins. By comparison, the price offered by the son of the Radiant City is nearly 4 times that of the Sewage Town. Indeed, it is somewhat tempting. However, after a moment's hesitation, Elon shook his head. It's very tempting, but I don't have the time. With values even more righteous than those of humans, they oppose 002 to protect human civilization, and it is precisely this that led to their new containment theory. Human civilization should remain civil. He indeed has no time. Running around every day, he has other matters to attend to. How could he waste time with him? Yet Yilan's indifference to money completely impressed Su Lezhang. Even the fact that Elon had already mounted his motorcycle and was about to leave made him realize that once this village was passed, there would truly be no shop left. I will pay 30 mist blue coins a day. You don't need to follow me. Let me follow you. 30 coins. Alright, Elon couldn't overlook this amount. Moreover, if he didn't need to provide protection, it wouldn't affect his plans. At most, he would just have a dead weight beside him. The only trouble was that this would inevitably bring certain inconveniences, making it easy to expose some of his secrets. What's wrong? Su Lezhang felt a bit intimidated by Yilan's piercing gaze and couldn't help but swallow. Sure. After a moment, Elon made this somewhat risky decision. One thing he couldn't overlook was that regardless of how weak, ridiculous, or chaotic the other party was, he was still one of the representatives of the forces involved in the upcoming events in Sewage Town, Radiant City. Having him follow could lead to unexpected gains. For instance, if his enemies discovered he was still alive and attempted a second assassination, hidden fifth or even sixth forces might surface in front of him. Or perhaps the two major sects might believe Radiant City had allied with him, prompting them to take more urgent actions. As for secrets, well, the cat of the mind had probably not been able to use scene retrospection for quite some time. As long as it didn't involve abnormal exposure, such abilities were somewhat inconsequential. Follow me. Elon walked to the back of the innkeeper, patting his shoulder, startling the innkeeper into turning around. Ah, great. The fire is out. That's truly delightful. Elon, is that so? I couldn't tell you were happy at all. When you return to the inn, bring him along, and let him wait in my room when you arrive. The innkeeper paused, glanced at Su Lezhang, and said nothing. After all, he had seen Elon enter the fire and come out with this person. However, upon seeing the row of rings on his fingers, he couldn't help but twitch. Fine. But if something happens on the way back, I'm not responsible, okay? Elon shook his head seriously. No, you are responsible. The innkeeper, is he really just an ordinary person without any abilities? Moreover, if Arthur truly concealed something from himself, those who would act against Su Lejong might be related to Sewage Town. If they chose to act against him on the way, how could they explain themselves? Turning his head, Elon gave Su Lejong one last piece of advice. If you safely arrive at 401 and encounter an attack there, find a way to escape to 402. Stirring the waters, of course. If it was the Twilight sect behind it, then he would have to accept his fate. But in any case tonight, he could not bring him along to meet Arthur. Having settled this decision, Elon mounted his motorcycle and sped towards the guard's office. The journey was smooth, following the road Arthur had described, heading north, turning right at the third intersection, and indeed arriving at a small two-story villa. Perhaps due to the small population, Elon had yet to see anyone in Sewage Town living in a building. After all the back and forth, it seemed that the only places with activity were Sewage Town and the Sewage Inn. The lights were on in the room's hall, giving it a warm and familiar feel. Knock knock. Creak. Elon knocked on the door, and after a few moments the door opened without even asking who it was. Opening the door revealed Arthur as tall and sturdy as ever. Even at home he wore his cowboy hat, not bothering. However, he seemed to exude an air of fatigue. Please take a seat. Thank you for helping with the sudden fire. Elon walked in a fragrance wafting through the room with two large plates on the dining table. One plate held purple-brown fruits and the other, lamb skewers. What the heck? This little kitchen is quite extravagant. I thought you all only ate insects every day. I heard you weren't accustomed to our local flavors. These are frozen products sent by a supply convoy passing through a few months ago from another city. I haven't been able to bring myself to eat them, hoping they suit your palate. Wow, of course I'm satisfied. Arthur, you've really outdone yourself. Elon did not hold back, sitting on the prepared stool, dipping the meat skewers in the seasoning and devouring them. The deliciousness was boundless, revitalizing him. In that moment Elon seemed to understand something. Why some people would go to such lengths to leave here for Radiant City. Even in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, there are always those who tirelessly pursue a better life. I heard you just saved someone inside. Reflecting on the flavor of the meat, Elon finally remembered that he was here for business. Yes, I was just about. Did you sense anyone else entering Sewage Town? Arthur paused for a moment and nodded. Yes, there is one. If the person you saved isn't from Sewage Town, then it must be him. This? Elon narrowed his eyes. Are you sure there's only one? Arthur nodded. I am very sure. However, this time Elon probably wouldn't let it go so easily. But the person trying to burn this outsider has been in close contact with the outside world, showing intent and premeditated behavior. If there are no outsiders, then it must have been someone from Sewage Town who did it. The scene was covered in gasoline, and under the premise that oil is so precious in the apocalypse, ordinary people couldn't possibly accumulate such a large amount of gasoline. If there are no outsiders, then the person capable of doing this is no ordinary individual. Elon didn't directly mention Arthur, but his words subtly pointed at him. He left a way out in his speech. Although not much, it still offered some chance for everyone to save face. Elon lowered his body muscles tense. Why did you suddenly disappear, Arthur? The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence, and the steaming lamb skewers could not change the fact that everything was cooling down. Elon could certainly refrain from being so blunt and explicit, maintaining the current balance without provoking the other party enjoying the support and convenience of Wuxue Town. However, the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. The issue of hunger was nearing a resolution, and the sense of crisis was becoming more urgent. Elon felt that he could no longer remain so uninformed. At the very least, he needed to clarify, even if only the basic objectives of these individuals, and find the true allies. Moreover, Elon felt that this matter should not yet touch upon Arthur's extreme nerves. Even if he were to force the issue compared to Wuxue Town's current demands of him, it did not seem so unspeakable anymore. Strength is the foundation of confidence. Did the person you rescued describe the appearance of the killer? He still wouldn't admit it. Leather armor, very robust. After a long pause, Arthur seemed to have finally made up his mind. Wait a moment, I need to get something. Elon did not mind Arthur stepping out briefly, as the current topic of conversation theoretically did not warrant a murderer taking position. However, Arthur's stride made Elon squint slightly. Are you injured? Arthur paused, and his walk suddenly. Just a minor injury, a little accident. Elon did not press further, but patiently awaited Arthur's return and the answer he would provide. Before long, Arthur returned holding an additional piece of clothing. It was leather armor, exactly like the one worn by the person who attacked him. No way, Arthur. When I loot, I just take the money from people's pockets, but you actually stripped off their clothes. Of course, this was just Elon overthinking things entirely. In our previous conversation, the only detail I concealed was this. Arthur slowly spoke, clarifying his confusion, but bringing Elon even greater shock. I should have mentioned that the town has two corps. One is the town guard, responsible for maintaining all safety issues within the town, and the other is the town defense team that resists invasions. And this set of leather armor is actually the uniform of the town defense team. Elon? You are not part of the same group. Arthur shook his head. Not entirely. Our philosophies have gradually diverged. Really? Even in such chaos you tell me you have split into two factions. So was it the will of the town defense team that robbed me in the alley? No. Arthur shook his head. That person has already been expelled from the town defense team, which is why you saw him. What do you mean? Because he is no longer a member of the Wuxue town defense team. He could be seen. Why couldn't he be seen? Wait, in that moment Yilan suddenly realized something. It seemed he had never seen the existence of the town defense team. Having wandered around Wuxue town there were only a few stray cats and dogs. Where else had he seen other people? Even the large town guard consisted of only Arthur. Oh, now there were two leading to Arthur's disappearance, and he had to organize the firefighting himself. Wait, even with such a large fire, didn't anyone from the town defense team show up? No, if you reason it out this way, the fire at the gym must have been the doing of the town defense team. So those connected to Guanghui City who wanted to kill Su Lezhang must also be them. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Arthur was telling the truth. Oh my god. Yilan rubbed his head. The more he knew, the more chaotic things became. What is the purpose of the town defense team? Where are they? Arthur shook his head, sitting back down opposite Yilan, his hands clasped, looking extremely serious. Let's leave it at that for now. It's time to discuss whether we can reach a consensus between us. Yilan was taken aback and gently nodded. Yes, the reason for tonight's meeting was precisely to further communicate and fundamentally determine whether a cooperative relationship could be established. So what do you actually want to gain from Wuxue town? Arthur asked. In that instant Yilan felt a little regret. If a consensus cannot be reached, next everything currently at stake will become a mere illusion. You can speak boldly. As long as you can help us, I can provide you with everything Wuxue town has to offer. Yilan smiled helplessly. This seemed to have gone beyond the realm of boldness. I am more curious about what Wuxue town actually intends to do. Could you please elaborate? Clearly Yilan was not willing to be the first to disclose information. He hoped to clarify the other party's demands first so he could know whether he could reveal his own objectives. For example, if Arthur's goal were to preserve the anomaly of Wuxue town and prevent it from being taken by the two major religions and various factions, then Yilan would clearly stop here, determined not to speak further. However, Arthur did not seem to mind the order of honesty. The matter dates back over 60 years. 60 years ago, Arthur's face showed a look of nostalgia and he paused. He had intended to say a lot, but when he began to recount he realized that he had too little to say. At that time we had just entered the apocalypse and everywhere was filled with disasters brought on by anomalies, each region encountering. For instance, near Wuxue town, there was a city where the entire population had turned into mindless monsters that attacked anyone they encountered. As time passed, those monsters gradually left that city and reached various places with survivors attacking mindlessly. In the academic terms used by Guanghui City today, it was called a zombie tide. Seeing that Yilan did not show any impatience, Arthur continued. At that time the world did not have as many ability items. No, apart from a few major churches, no one possessed ability items and combat strength remained at the pre-apocalyptic level. Wuxue town faced simultaneous attacks from anomalies and a demon scythe. Arthur closed his eyes. Then we paid a tremendous price to repel the demon scythe. Seeing Yilan's expressionless face, Arthur couldn't help but feel puzzled. Aren't you surprised? How we defeated the demon scythe? Demon scythe? That is a demon scythe. Even now, it is not something an ordinary faction can defeat. Shouldn't you be surprised? Yilan shook his head. I am not surprised at all. I don't have the slightest bit of surprise. I even defeated it with my own hands. Go on. Yilan possessed extraordinary patience. Arthur glanced at him in surprise, then nodded. It no longer mattered. Did this not precisely confirm that the other party possessed strength worth staking everything to secure? Even upon hearing something so utterly implausible, he remained unruffled. Calm, unshaken, imperturbable. That price exacted a profoundly adverse effect upon the entire sewage town. An influence that seeped into every facet of our existence, irrevocably transforming our lives. And from that incident we uncovered something even more deeply troubling. Yilan narrowed his eyes, sensing at last how countless fragmented threads had finally converged along a single axis. Many things now fell into sharp focus. A distinct possibility crystallized in his mind, and he voiced it aloud without hesitation. Then, for reasons unknown, you dared not seek aid from the Twilight Faith. So instead you turned to the rotting faith, an organization then equally formidable. Snap. Arthur shot upright almost instantly, muscles coiling tight, his gaze locking onto Yilan. Not with suspicion but with unmistakable dread. How did you? A guess, Yilan replied, gently pressing his palm downward in a calming gesture before elaborating. I'd long heard rumors of sewage town's close ties to the rotting faith. Even whispers it may have already pledged allegiance. Yet from where I stand your attitude toward them is clearly one of aversion. Perhaps even deeper than your stance toward the... Arthur's eyes flickered. Could this truly be real? Could such a sweeping conclusion arise from so slender a thread of evidence? Was this what it meant to be an expert? Shaking his head, Arthur let out a wry chuckle, banishing the chaotic thoughts from his mind and continuing. This was merely one episode among many. To reverse this tide, to resolve the crisis, we undertook countless measures. Among them were innumerable flawed decisions, grievous misjudgments. Arthur sighed. A sorrowful, hollow sound. and for a fleeting moment genuine grief surfaced in his expression. Can you understand? After all that turmoil we realized in the end that the earliest ripple of influence had been not only bearable, but beautiful, even worthy of sacrifice. But nothing could be undone. Nothing reversed. All of it. The choices, the consequences, the compromises. Forged today's Sewage Town a nightmare given form. Sewage Town has become a prize coveted by both faiths. But who truly considers its future? Forget liberation from these influences. We can't even disentangle ourselves from the two great faiths. I must change this. Starting with expelling every irrelevant outsider from this equation. Arthur exhaled sharply after his impassioned declaration, then offered Yilon a rueful smile. That is all I am prepared to say. You may not comprehend it, but I believe my stance and intent are now unequivocal. Not comprehend it. A normal person certainly would not, but information asymmetry worked in his favor. He understood it entirely. Yilon had already sunk deep into contemplation. Arthur's incessant references to influence, here, there, everywhere, were unmistakably describing anomalies. Each anomaly bore unique traits and terrifying abilities, imposing its own insidious influence upon everything nearby. Humans could acquire powers from anomalies, but always at a cost. Having personally endured Sewage Town's catastrophe 60 years prior, Yilon could now reconstruct nearly everything that followed. 6 decades ago, Sewage Town was ordinary. Merely one of the few settlements that survived the first wave of the apocalypse. Then came that day, the invasion of the corpse tide and the demon scythes. Cornered Sewage Town deployed the chaos bell and defeated the demon scythes. Thereafter the town fell under the bell's influence, bound forever to pay its price. They resented it, yet lacked the power to break free. Compounding matters, a fallen demon scythe plunged into the sewage trench, awakening something unspeakably powerful beneath. Dread gripped Sewage Town. So much so that even the chaos bell issued warnings. Desperate, they sought outside aid. The chaos bell had originally been acquired, by unknown means, from the Twilight Faith. Thus Sewage Town dared not approach the more reputable, more trustworthy Twilight Faith, and instead chose the rotting faith. Hence the scene captured in the second photograph within the frame. The town's mayor led a contingent of rotting faith adepts into the sewage trench in a solemn, imposing procession. What transpired afterward remains unknown. What lies beneath the trench? What state does it hold now? The outcome, however, was undeniably catastrophic. Sewage Town sank ever deeper, compelled to seek new solutions. Increasing influences, meaning ever more anomalies. Sewage Town refused to yield, persisting in its search, only to invite one anomaly after another. Rather than resolving the crisis, Sewage Town multiplied it, evolving into what it is today, a grotesque confluence of anomalies where anything might occur, growing ever more perilous. What happened thereafter Yilon could not yet deduce. His knowledge remained limited to these fragments. Yet how many anomalies truly lurked within Sewage Town now? Beyond those he had witnessed, how many more remained hidden? And what unimaginable pressure, what existential threat, had driven Sewage Town to bargain with devils, welcoming anomaly after anomaly without hesitation? What then were the two great faiths doing? And the envoys from Radiant City? Why did they converge here relentlessly, as if drawn by some irresistible lure? What did they hope to gain? This so-called beginner's village. Why did it remain shrouded in mystery, even as he felt as though he'd gained divine sight? One truth, however, stood unshakable: the Mind Cat had spoken true. They did not want the anomalies. They yearned, desperately, for someone to remove them, to eradicate them. Yet no one could. Noticing Yilan's lips curve upward, more than once, Arthur furrowed his brow, irritation beginning to simmer beneath his calm. You're listening to Sewage Town's tragic history. My final desperate resolve, and you're smiling. Is that a normal human reaction? Since I've finished speaking, it is now your turn. What precisely do you intend to take from Sewage Town? Do you act solely for yourself, or on behalf of another power? Yilon lifted his gaze, meeting Arthur's directly, for the first time unflinchingly declaring his purpose. I intend to take Sewage Town's anomalies. Arthur. For a long time the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. What is he talking about? Is he talking about abnormalities? How can that be? Only abnormalities can choose humans, while no humans can choose abnormalities. This is the reason for the emergence of various churches in the wasteland. Please don't joke around. After a long pause, Arthur finally came to his senses with some displeasure. This is utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for the sheer impossibility, he might have almost believed it. I have sincerely told you the purpose of Wastewater Town. Is your attitude indicating that you are not prepared for an honest conversation with me? Arthur's reaction was beyond Night Blue's expectations. What? He couldn't even respond to that. I'm just stating the absolute truth. If you don't believe me, what can I do? I'm serious, Night Blue said sincerely. If you give me the Chaos Bell, I can take it away right now. Arthur, what the hell? How can I give you the Chaos Bell? He had a feeling that this guy didn't even understand what an abnormality was, yet was brazenly clamoring to take one away. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had indeed taken out supernatural objects multiple times in front of him, it would have been impossible for a clueless child who had never seen such objects to act so boldly. He would have already kicked him out. Wait, how does he know about the Chaos Bell? But despite all his doubts, Night Blue's broad knowledge did lend him a certain degree of persuasiveness. At this moment Arthur felt as if he were speaking to Night Blue and Su Lejong. It's just, I clearly think you're spouting nonsense, but I can't be so certain here. However, if I really act as if I believe what you're saying, and it turns out you're deceiving me, I'd look foolish. So he could only continue to wear a sour expression. I can't provide the chaos bell, nor do I have the authority to give it to you. It's not in my possession. Night Blue was taken aback. He clearly remembered that several years ago, the chaos bell was indeed in the hands of the previous town mayor. He had even given it to Arthur's father or grandfather, but why is it now impossible to do so? That part of history has no record of him. The false history restored from the abnormalities showed him holding the chaos bell, defeating the demon scythe. But in the real world, he did not exist at that time. There must have been another person who defeated the demon scythe in the same manner. If not the town mayor, it must have been that boy. 60 years ago, didn't you obtain the chaos bell from the Radiant God Church and use it to defeat the demon scythe? It was always in the town mayor's hands, carried with him, and then should have been handed over to your father or grandfather, defeating the demon scythe at the cost of the collapse of the building and bridge by the wastewater ditch, wasn't it? Arthur shuddered all over. How does he know so much, even to such detail? That story is something even he could only claim to have heard bits and pieces of, yet this guy actually seems as if he has witnessed it firsthand. Things are different now, Arthur said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. It is precisely because it was used that everything became different, leading to what happened afterward. Now it is like our deity with rules imposed upon us, eternally succeeding one another. It will only appear when it wishes to, on the days it is meant to. Night Blue's expression soured. So the chaos bell isn't in your possession. Then isn't this all for— The Mind Cat informed him that the last deadline for his hunger explosion is tomorrow, and the reason for this conversation with Arthur to openly communicate is also due to this. His time to contain abnormalities is running out. But now that a consensus has basically been reached, progress has become slow. Arthur was extremely troubled, biting down hard. If you can prove yourself capable of dealing with abnormalities, I will give you the opportunity to create one to see the chaos bell. Night Blue was momentarily stunned. It seemed that things indeed had taken a turn, but how the hell do I prove that? I can definitely deal with abnormalities, because I am an abnormality, but if you say this thing needs proof— Night Blue really found himself at a loss. After a while, he suddenly thought of something and regained his composure. The photo in the frame hanging at the Mosquito restaurant has been changed. What do you think that means? Arthur was taken aback, initially not understanding what Night Blue was talking about, but then his expression changed dramatically as he rushed towards his bedroom. Night Blue hesitated for a moment, stood up, and followed closely. Arthur's bedroom was spacious, and there was a curtain covering nearly half of a wall. As Arthur arrived, he immediately— When the scene behind the curtain came into view, Night Blue couldn't help but gasp. This is— At the Mosquito restaurant they just hung a small one, but you have this huge frame hanging. Wait, could this be the true form? Not at all, meow. The voice of the Mind Cat was extremely faint in Night Blue's heart, and then it fell silent once again. The Mind Cat seems hesitant to reveal itself for too long. While pondering, Arthur had completely disregarded Night Blue behind him, and was carefully examining the photo in the frame, and after a long time he turned back with confusion. It hasn't changed. Hasn't it always been this one? Goodness. Night Blue squinted, truly unable to tell if Arthur was genuinely unaware or just pretending. But for now, let's assume the other party truly doesn't know. Think about it with your head. Is what is displayed here convenient for presentation? Is it something that can be hung anywhere? What kind of photo would be hung everywhere without raising suspicion? Shouldn't your dealings with the decaying God Church be a secret? If it's displayed openly, is it meant for everyone to know? Arthur's gaze slightly changed as he turned back to examine the photo, murmuring, Right. How could this photo be hung here? Otherwise, wouldn't the whole wasteland know about our connection with the decaying? Arthur's voice abruptly stopped, looking at Night Blue with a hint of restraint. Then what was hanging here before? After defeating the demon scythe 60 years ago, it was a group photo of the elders of Wastewater Town standing in a row. Arthur's mind seemed to be struck by a sudden impact, and certain false memories were shattered by the folded reality, causing him to involuntarily widen his eyes. Yes, that's right. You? It seemed he was beginning to believe a little. In the face of abnormalities, Night Blue indeed showed a remarkable composure. Who the hell is this person? Or you can just tell me where the true form of this thing is. Night Blue pointed at the wall, not caring which abnormality he contacted first. For him, what's important is to successfully contain one first. No, Arthur shook his head vigorously. Just the chaos bell. Let me see your miracle. He drew his handgun, which was surprisingly a revolver. I invite you to engage in the chaos roulette. What on earth? Why am I suddenly being invited to the chaos roulette? Didn't Arthur himself warn me not to accept such an invitation? Elon gazed at Arthur, her expression grave and unwavering. You still haven't told me what the chaos roulette is. Arthur's eyes flickered with complexity as he looked back at her. His brows drawn, his gaze shadowed by quiet sorrow, lost in thought. The chaos roulette is a rule left behind by the clock of chaos, Arthur said calmly. Participating draws the clock's attention, and the victor receives its boon. Elon arched a brow. Victor? So what are the rules of victory? Arthur remained impassive, as though broaching a subject he deeply loathed. A 6-chamber revolver loaded with a single bullet. You choose your own firing sequence, pointing it at your own head. For instance, if you go first, you must pull the trigger once against your temple. If the chamber is empty, nothing happens. Then you may choose to fire again, or pass the gun to me. Once passed, I must immediately aim it at my own head and pull the trigger. Likewise, after surviving an empty chamber, I may continue, or hand it back to you. This continues until the live round fires. And whoever remains alive wins. Damn it! Elon cursed under her breath. Wasn't this just the infamous Russian roulette from pre-apocalyptic history? What kind of anomaly is this? Can't you learn something civilized? How did something so barbaric even come to exist? What kind of boon does it grant? What could possibly be worth throwing away so many lives? So recklessly, so relentlessly. It varies. Generally, the stronger the opponent who perishes in the chaos roulette, the richer the reward. Arthur paused before continuing. For example, this revolver was imbued with power directly by the clock itself, an anomalous artifact. An anomalous artifact, bestowed by the anomaly itself. Elon narrowed her eyes, studying the weapon more intently. The Mind Cat had once told her that anomalies could transform ordinary objects into anomalous artifacts. Yet this ability was inferior to her own animification, because artifacts granted by anomalies could only manifest fragments of that anomaly's powers. Her animification, by contrast, could endow mundane objects with entirely new abilities. Still, Elon scrutinized Arthur's revolver with sober attention. This was an anomalous artifact empowered by the clock of chaos itself. Its ability is, the sixth shot is fatal. Silence fell between them. This was unmistakably the clock's signature ability, and its most fundamental essence. To bestow this as a reward was nothing short of world-defying. Though both were anomalous artifacts, even the earlier crystal orb paled utterly beside this one. So, Elon paused, then spoke deliberately. Once I accept, the chaos roulette begins, and one of us must die. Either I perish instantly as a fraud, or you sacrifice yourself to grant me an audience with it. Arthur nodded. Yes, that is the only way. Elon stared at him expressionless for a long moment before finally parting her lips. Forget it. Arthur's calm face betrayed no relief. Only a furrowed brow, a flicker of disappointment. You're afraid. Afraid? Elon couldn't help but laugh, meeting his gaze. What if I told you, I don't want you to die? Would you believe me? A ludicrous notion. Though the revolver's power was the sixth shot kills, it surely had limits. And Elon judged that even at its absolute peak, it could not threaten an anomaly itself. According to the Mind Cat, even the clock of chaos's true form could only eliminate ordinary anomalies, those ranked well beyond 300 like Yiwu, against stronger anomalies such as No. 002 or No. 003, it was laughable. Or, herself. If the clock itself couldn't achieve it, how could an artifact inheriting only part of its power? Of course, she wasn't truly unkillable. Otherwise, she'd be invincible. Why then tread so cautiously, navigating treacherous rivalries with the two churches and hidden factions? As the Mind Cat explained, if Containment Tower's research held true, her resurrection capacity did exist. Yet all anomalous abilities consumed energy. Once that energy depleted, resurrection would become impossible. Likewise, her current reserves were critically low. Dying even once might allow hunger to devour her reason. Thus she dared not die. Not until she'd contained her first anomaly. Theoretically, victory isn't mandatory. Arthur offered, neither affirming nor denying her earlier words, merely proposing another possibility. What do you mean? Once initiated, the chaos roulette draws the clock's gaze. Each fired round deepens it. Typically, after 3 consecutive blanks, the clock has already begun descending. Arthur's meaning was clear. If you seek the clock, will it manifest before either of us dies? Is that so? Elon smiled. Truth be told, sometimes fighting anomalies was far simpler than fighting. Humans had no idea how strong she truly was, or that she could not truly die. So they acted with cold certainty, laying trap after trap, designing kill after kill, believing no reprisal would follow. Other anomalies might differ. But the clock of chaos. I dare pull the trigger. Do you dare kill me? I accept. Elon smiled faintly. I won't let you die. As her words settled, an invisible pressure seemed to descend upon the space between them. Strangely, upon hearing Elon accept his invitation to the chaos roulette, Arthur felt a sudden pang of regret. What am I doing? I've spent years suppressing this very ritual among everyone. Yet now, at the pivotal hour when Sewage Town faces annihilation, I've chosen to initiate the chaos roulette with our most powerful ally. Give it to me. Elon seized the revolver, ejected the magazine, loaded a single round, and spun the cylinder to an unknown position. Then she aimed it at her own temple. Simultaneously, she sent a silent mental whisper, Kitty, call out when the live round comes. Click. A trace of tension lingered, but she pressed the trigger without hesitation. The first shot blank. Arthur's expression remained unchanged. Statistically, the odds of drawing a blank on the very first trigger pull were infinitesimal. Just as he prepared to take his turn, Elon made no move to pass the weapon. Instead, pulling the trigger twice more, click, click, another 2 blanks. The fourth shot loomed. Arthur swallowed hard. Wasn't this the very thrill the roulette promised? Yet, here they were already at the 4th shot. As leader of Sewage Town's watch, a post often held alone, he'd witnessed countless townsfolk defy warnings and invoke the clock of chaos. And most failures perished precisely on the 3rd or 4th shot. The probability of the live round occupying the sixth chamber was identical to it occupying the first. Let me take it now, Arthur urged earnestly. Elon glanced at him, then expressionless pulled the trigger once more. She trusted the mind cat. Click. Another familiar hollow report. She stood unharmed. The fifth shot was imminent. And then, Elon finally heard the mind cat's voice. Meow. Elon still made no move to switch places. He trained the revolver against his own temple. From SES vantage, Elon trembled violently, as if seized by an absolute paralyzing terror. Are you afraid? Yasei scoffed. If you give it to me, perhaps it would sooner accept my life. He shook his head lightly, a dim shadow crossing his eyes. It is my fault, we were all beguiled. It behaves so. Silently interfering, coercing, luring people into that chaotic roulette. I knew it. I had been cautious for so many years, yet I never expected to be ensnared at a moment like this. Alas, once it begins you cannot stop, otherwise it will rain divine punishment upon everyone. Hearing SES last testament, Elan's expression grew odd. He opened his mouth, then fell silent. Tell me, is there any chance the gun itself is trembling? Yasei, what on earth are you saying? Joking at a time like this? But when his gaze shifted, he was rendered speechless. It seemed, to the naked eye, Elan's limbs, his body, even his breath were unnaturally steady, not at all like someone shaking. Instead, it was the revolver's frame that trembled. What on earth? Shoot, meow. I can almost see it. Ha ha meow. Too bad you can't see its terrified face, ha 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 meow meow. At the sprightly voice of the Xinling Ji Mao, Elon no longer hesitated and slammed his finger onto the trigger. The instant Elon pulled the trigger, even Yasei saw it clearly. The pistol seemed to act of its own accord, reversing in Elan's hand, as if straining with every ounce of force to twist the muzzle away, scraping his scalp and pointing toward the sky. Bang! A true bullet tore upward with a deafening roar and sparks flying straight into the heavens. What on earth? Elon and Yasei stared at one another, both frozen in stunned disbelief. Yasei was baffled. How could the pistol have turned and fired into the sky on its own? Elon was baffled in a different way. Then what does this even count as? Lost or won? Where is the Huanluan Zhizhong? Boom boom boom. In the next instant, the whole town erupted in thunderous gunfire. Shot after shot, volley upon volley came in relentless succession. The town for a moment resembled a battlefield raked by artillery. In that instant, SES face transformed into raw, absolute terror. No good. It's warning me. Warning you. SES expression flickered several times. Finally, he looked at Elon, utterly at a loss for words. This man, aiming at his own head yet frightening the Huanluan Zhizhong. But such musings were immaterial now. Yasei had already received a final ultimatum. I cannot say more. Otherwise everyone in the town will perish by their own guns. Yasei risked everything to speak the last words he could. At the festival in 3 days it will appear no matter what. Elon narrowed his eyes and transmitted to the kitten. What is happening? The Xinling Jimao's voice came 3 parts mirth and 5 parts worry. It ran off, meow. What a humiliating spectacle for an anomaly, meow. But truly I suggest we stop for today, meow, otherwise this fellow might go scorched earth and actually slaughter Wushui town, meow. Gnawing at his teeth, Elon exhaled and faced Yasei. Then we'll end here for today. Is there anything you can tell me about the festival in 3 days? Yasei breathed heavily and rapidly as though something restrained him. Veins rose on his forehead and despite the cool air beads of sweat rolled down his face. I cannot say. Over the next few days, I will do my best to prepare and to offer hints. I fully understand what you wish to obtain in Wushui town. Are you truly all right? Frankly, Elon watched him with some concern, afraid he might collapse the moment he left. I'm fine. I have it under control. See you tomorrow morning at Wenchong Kaiguan. Yasei extended his hand. Elon hesitated, then clasped it. Then pleasant cooperation. Watching Elon depart, SES breathing slowly steadied. Someone who threatens an anomaly. How could that be? Only a god can defeat another god. Standing at SES doorway with the night breeze stirring, Elan's brow knitted tightly. It was plain that his original purpose had been more than achieved. The reason he had come to speak with Yasei tonight was simply to lay their cards on the table to see whether Yasei could accept him taking the anomaly away from here, and whether they could continue to cooperate. But the night had been beset by too many complications: the Great Fire, a mysterious faction, and Su Lezhong, the Town Guard, and the Defense Corps. The motives of the Defense Corps and the whereabouts of their refuge remain unknown. And then, SES final, extremely poor and abnormal state. Kitten, what's his condition? The Xinling Jimao considered for a moment and offered its assessment. He is controlled by an anomaly, and the hold runs deep. Controlled by an anomaly, Elon blurted, utterly disoriented. Then are his deeds, his thoughts truly his own, or are they the anomalies? Meow. How to put it, meow? What I mean by control is not mere manipulation by an anomaly, but that kind of demonic pact you read about in human stories, you understand, meow. Roughly speaking, meow, he drew strength from the anomaly and therefore pays a price, meow. The entire Wushui town is shrouded by the anomaly's power bearing that price. If you liken it to a contract, I cannot see the contract's clauses, meow, but I can sense that he seems laden with heavens. Yilan glanced back with worry, unsure whether to praise Yes's audacity and strength, or to lament. Most mortals who dare to seize an anomaly's power end up destroyed without a grave. Yet this man had been entwined with many anomalies and had somehow endured to the present. Most mortals who dare to seize an anomaly's power end up destroyed without a grave. Yet this man had been entwined. To defeat Emolien, he used the power of the Huanwan Jizhong but could not bear its cost. To solve the Huanwan Jizhong, he begged other anomalies for help, thereby bringing those anomalies upon Wushui town. Until one day he found a seemingly feasible method, seeking assistance from other anomalies to remedy Wushui town's plight, and ultimately failed. Thus time and again the anomalies in Wushui town multiplied, becoming an inextricable knot that could no longer be sustained. And yet he still will not learn his lesson. Yilan murmured, "He seeks my help to resolve anomalies. Is this not the exact same pattern? After all, Yilan himself was an anomaly. Don't say that, Miao. Oh, how could they compare to you, Miao?" The Xinling Ji Mao proclaimed exuberantly. Yilan was amused and couldn't help but snort. "It's different, ha. This fellow toiled so long that he finally dragged the big boss into his own home. Little cat, tell me the truth. Can my current power truly withstand death itself?" Nylon had long wanted to ask this question, for he genuinely felt his strength was still too feeble, that so-called invincibility was nothing but an illusory mirage. Actually you cannot die. Ever. Not even if units 002 and 003 joined forces could they extinguish you. But what? But if your physical body truly perishes and your power proves insufficient to restore you with full rational coherence, your consciousness will destabilize, and you'll devolve into a being of pure force and flesh, a feline embodiment. So that is death. And then how many revivals can my current power sustain? And Mew? Nylon, and surely I haven't even one revival left. The mind cat appeared faintly sheepish. Yes, Mew. Generally speaking, successfully containing one ordinary anomaly grants you sufficient power for one rational resurrection, or alternatively for activating 3 objects, Mew. Nylon Ni's expression gradually hardened into numb resignation. So when my power is nearly depleted, I traded one resurrection, my sole safeguard against oblivion, for 3 useless artifacts, including a radio that does nothing but sing off key. Damn. And the situation was dire. Urgently so. Nat best Yilan wouldn't acquire another anomaly until the festival in 3 days' time. Until then he remained fundamentally unsafe. And worse still, the ever-pressing gnaw of hunger. And, little cat, what do we do? You heard it yourself. My hunger may not last until then. And hearing Yilan's words, the mind cat hurriedly offered reassurance. Don't panic, Mew. Didn't I reserve 1 use of scene reversion? It should be enough, Mew, to extend our margin by 2 days at least, Mew. Then we'll devise a solution within those 2 days. If all else fails, we'll return to our operational base and ask the little house to lend its strength as well, Mew. Nylon sighed softly. It was indeed viable. But how much combat capability would remain? And the festival 3 days hence radiated unsettling strangeness. He didn't even know what it honored, what entities might manifest, who his adversaries would be, or what battles would unfold. Even if he clung to existence until then, would he retain enough strength to contain another anomaly? Let's head back to my room first. Since Arthur promised to prepare certain things for me over these days, he'll likely offer some assistance. Though I wonder, is there still a jester waiting for me inside? I hope my room remains intact. And wincing slightly, Yilan massaged his temples and climbed onto his motorcycle. Yet just as he prepared to ignite the engine and depart, something felt profoundly off. Ni's cheek itched faintly, and he sensed eyes upon him. Watching him. Arthur. And he glanced sideways. Arthur's door stood tightly shut, its light extinguished. It wasn't him, someone observing him unseen. Undetected even by him. And suddenly Yilan recalled something. Something capable of precisely that. The crystal ball. At that very instant the world before his eyes shimmered faintly, as if an extra layer of perception had just unveiled itself. His gaze drifted idly to the rearview mirror, and his body stiffened. And there, seated on his motorcycle's passenger seat, sat a person. Long hair flowed freely, stirred by the gentle breeze, its strands occasionally brushing his cheek, explaining the itch. She wore a sleek black tactical suit. Her striking face held luminous eyes gazing at him with quiet, complex intensity. And Xia Qingyu. Holy hell. And lucky, so lucky, that he and the mind cat had communicated solely via telepathy. And they sat thus on the motorcycle, one before, one behind, silent as breathless shadows. After a long silence, Yilan finally spoke. And, you realize I can see you, don't you? And Xia Qingyu's gaze shifted subtly. She gave a soft, slight nod. Of course. Seeing through the crystal ball's concealment once means seeing through it again. I simply hadn't expected it to take this long. Her voice lacked the ethereal spring-like resonance of the blue-haired girl from the rotting god cult. Yet it was clear, melodious, and carried an unexpected, almost paradoxical sense of safety. A quality rarely paired with adorable. When did you arrive? Yilan's tone held no overt resentment, but undeniable discomfort. And though she'd shown no hostility, the sensation of silent, unseen observation was deeply unsettling. Still, he couldn't truly fault her. Their positions weren't allied. They were potential adversaries. He'd seen reversion, after all, was far more invasive. And just now, Xia Qingyu replied plainly. I didn't eavesdrop. I remained outside the door the entire time. My identity makes it unwise for me to be seen leaving the inn, so I slipped out this way. Nylon glanced toward Arthur's door and faintly furrowed his brow before twisting the throttle. Hold on tight. And the night in Wushui town held almost no light. Only their headlights pierced the darkness. The motorcycle roared down one street. Elon killed the lights and pulled over, shoving open the door of an abandoned building and stepping inside. Before the apocalypse, this had likely been a small cafe or bubble tea shop. Now only dust and decay lingered. And inside he pushed open a windowless door and sat down on a stool. You were waiting for me? Xia Qingyu surveyed the cramped space. Truth be told, seclusion with a man late at night, especially in such proximity, made her uneasy. Yet she steadied herself and took the stool opposite. Yes, I need to clarify something. You didn't install the surveillance in your room. Nylan's eyebrows lifted. And that's all you came here for at midnight? I know, Yilan waved dismissively. You needn't justify that. But as a team leader, failing to rein in your subordinates before descending into such places endangers not only yourself, but others too. At his words, Xia Qingyu's expression flickered. And didn't you assume I planted it? And retaliate by installing it in my room? Yet she deeply agreed with his latter point, though, and I had no choice. This missions team wasn't selected by me. It was forcibly assigned by my sect's Grand Pontiff. Mission, forcibly assigned. Nylan's interest sharpened. At last. A crack in the enigma surrounding the two divine cults' true objectives. So you fractured with your two team members, and your remaining strength is insufficient to complete the mission. Hence you've come seeking an alliance with me? Xia Qingyu? And did you install surveillance in my room? Yilan's aura of seeing everything clearly nearly shattered Xia Qingyu's composure. For a moment she found herself at a loss for words. How you decide is your affair, of course, but if our positions do not conflict, I hope the reputation and history of the Yuhui cult will incline you to assist us. The reputation and history of the Yuhui cult. It sounded like common knowledge across the wasteland. Yet I had only awakened a few days ago. I only learned of the Yuhui cult today. Still, Yilan had a clear sense, no matter what, the Yuhui cult bears the mantle of the wasteland's foremost orthodox church, and must be somewhat reliable, but I refuse, Yilan said, shaking his head. His core purpose now was twofold, or rather one, to contain anomalies. By containing anomalies, his hunger would be eased and his power would grow. Moreover, once he contained the anomalies, the problems of Wushui town would naturally cease to exist. If he wished, Yilan would help Wushui town, because he cared for these living people who had treated him well, just as on that rainy night 60 years ago. By contrast, whether for whatever ends, since the Yuhui cult and the Fulan cult stood opposed to Wushui town, they would inevitably have reasons not to see these matters resolved. Yilan's blunt refusal left Xia Qingyu momentarily speechless. All her rehearsed lines were suddenly useless, and she opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, on the verge of speaking several times. I don't know exactly what Yasei told you, but at the very least I hope you have not been misled into standing against our. You should at least hear our side. Yilan neither confirmed nor denied. I think the one acting oddly is you. First, this is someone else's territory. Your two great cults barged in uninvited. Second, you seem desperate and grasping at straws. I don't understand. You don't even know my purpose? Why assume you must recruit me? To be honest, Yilan did want to hear what everyone had to say and how they viewed the matter. Xia Qingyu was right on one point. Yilan could not tell whether any party was lying. The only way to discern truth from falsehood was like a murder mystery. Listen to each person's discoveries, expose the gaps, and reveal the truth. But recent encounters and clashes had cooled Yilan's goodwill toward the Yuhui cult and left him unwilling to trust them. One could only say, Wang Lei really put them in a bind. Whoever was made commander for this operation had invited the worst of fortunes. Do you really know what they intend to do? Xia Qingyu asked softly. The reason I came to you is this: on this matter, anyone who is not inherently from Wushui town or the Fulan cult, whatever their motives, will not let them succeed. Yilan raised an eyebrow. The girl spoke without reserve. To speak so boldly was either the careless bluff of someone reckless or the sign of absolute certainty. And to return the point, did he really know what Yasei intended? Yasei had only said he wanted to save Wushui town. He had never explained how to save it, nor what he planned to do. Seeing Yilan take some of her words in, Xia Qingyu pressed her advantage. Our Yuhui cult was founded 1 year after the end of the world, the earliest church established in the wasteland. Since its founding, it had carried the duty of guarding the world without fear of life or death. Over the past 60 years, our people have handled at least 1,000 anomalous disasters, 10,000 psionic object incidents and crimes, slain 27 anomalies, and contained 18. Yilan snorted. At first Yilan felt a flicker of respect, but by the latter claims he nearly laughed aloud. What a boast! Slain anomalies. If Xinling Jimao had not told him how hard anomalies were to kill, and if he had not seen their power with his own eyes, Yilan might almost have believed it. They were called anomalies because they had already surpassed the capacity of mortal flesh to contend with. Beings of another tier, lives difficult to comprehend. Of course I am different. But once one sentence is doubted, nothing else remains trustworthy. If you are so formidable, why have you not solved Wushui town's problems? Can't you see anomalies are everywhere here? It was a remark aimed at the heart. Surprisingly, the other party did not seem shamed by his exposure. She addressed the matter matter-of-factly, thinking how best to reply. At first, this place was the Fulan cult's territory. Unless we were prepared for an all-out war with them, it was impossible to come here to resolve the anomalies. As for later, now, perhaps even if the Fulon cult had a sudden pang of conscience and wished to do good, they are still powerless. She said what few would voice like a physician reluctant to tell a family, there is no hope, pronouncing the final verdict. This place is beyond saving. Yilan did not like hearing that, and he said coldly, truly impossible. Is it unwillingness to pay the necessary price, or because there are exploitable interests here? Xia Qingyu stared at Yilan, her temper exploding for the first time. What kind of words are those? In the wasteland, people might call the Yuhui cult domineering or hypocritical, but no one would liken it to a force that watches disaster unfold without action while considering profiteering. Damn it! Xia Qingyu was on the verge of cursing. Are these truly people who have lived through the end times? I'll be blunt at this point, don't speak, as if our small team's role is merely reconnaissance, containment, and preliminary hazardous. Even if our cult's patron god personally came, he could not solve the problem here. Yilan was stunned. Your patron god cannot resolve this issue. Xia Qingyu's forthrightness made Yilan reflect. Should a Chuch's god not be almighty? While Yilan pondered, Xia Qingyu continued without pause, intent on restoring the Yuhui cult's good name. If even our patron god cannot solve it, only two possibilities remain. One, the place is occupied by another top-tier church like the Fulon cult. Two, so many anomalies have combined in myriad ways that slaying them can no longer remedy the situation and might instead trigger far worse consequences. This is Fulan's dominion. They are all of the same ilk. Actually, Yilan's attention had already shifted. He was utterly captivated. The Yuhui cult's patron god, an anomaly itself, would it personally take to the field? If that were so, their record of slaying 27 anomalies and containing 38 would not be impossible. Perhaps he had misjudged them. Which anomaly is your patron god? Anyone who was once locked with me in the containment tower would be a fellow prisoner. I do not recognize them, but Xinling Ji Mao surely would know. And how can one describe our patron god as an anomaly? Yet when asked, Xia Qingyu was plainly proud and pointed toward the sky. It is the only light in the wasteland, the sun suspended in the sky, the last hope of the apocalypse, the sole ruler of daytime. Yilan was puzzled. Not only him. At that moment Yilan could even hear Xinling Ji Mao's quickened breathing. What on earth? The Yuhui cult is number 003. The wasteland's foremost orthodox church. Third brother. You have garnered such standing. To be honest, every time 003 is mentioned, Yilan feels quite embarrassed sitting in this 001 position. It's really hard to compare. But oddly enough, the Mindcat and 003 both seem to acknowledge their identity as big brother. Suddenly memories of various things the Mindcat had once told him about 003 flooded his mind. With values even more righteous than those of humans, they oppose 002 to protect human civilization, and it is precisely this that led to their new containment theory. Human civilization should remain civilized while anomalies are limited to their own realm. From this perspective, the Radiant Dawn sect indeed has become a truly trustworthy entity. It's worth listening closely to. So, what will actually happen on the day of the festival? Yilan asked, sitting up straighter than before. Feeling the subtle shift in Yilan's attitude, Xia Qingyu was taken aback and actually let out a sigh of relief. Nothing will happen. From my analysis, the 4-year festival in the sewage town is simply a day when the town offers tributes to the anomalies within its vicinity, which means it will significantly weaken the town's power. The sewage town is brewing something significant. The preparations are evidently still incomplete, yet they are imminent. Thus, from their perspective, they would definitely wish to delay the festival until the day they launch their plan. This is precisely why Arthur needs you and is making every effort to win you over. Their strength is truly insufficient and time is not on their side. If they have any possibility, they will undoubtedly launch their plan before the festival. So if you help them, their progress can be greatly accelerated, giving them time to do more. After saying this in one breath, it was just a matter of waiting for Yilan's reaction. Truly, it was hard to think this way, but it indeed made sense. And what is the ultimate goal? Yilan narrowed his eyes, closely watching Xia Qingyu's bright gaze, trying to discern the truth behind her words. Xia Qingyu provided Yilan with an answer he had never considered before, one that was shockingly stunning. To sacrifice everyone within the sewage town. Yilan, not one to hold back with startling revelations, Xia Qingyu continued, the sewage town is entangled with too many anomalies and has paid too great a price. Perhaps their predecessors were unaware, but this cost is intertwined with their bloodline. In other words, the sewage town has been cursed for generations. I don't know who the target of their sacrifice is, but this is the domain of the corrupted sect, and it can only be the corrupted tree. Wait, hold on. Yilan interrupted, his mind struggling to digest this information. So, what can the people of Sewage Town gain from this? Xia Qingyu took a deep breath, and a hint of sympathy and sorrow seemed to surface in her eyes. By making a sacrifice to the corrupted tree, they can sever the ties to other anomalies' curses in an instant. Then, at the cost of everyone's lives, they would give the descendants of Sewage Town a chance to finally break free from all these curses. As for you, me, and that person you brought back to the room, all of us are actually considered accidental and self-inflicted. At this moment, being here means we can only die together. Yilan couldn't help but shudder, falling into a state of great confusion. In just a few words, the position represented by Xia Qingyu and the Radiant Dawn sect almost completely overturned everything Arthur had established, leaving Yilan unsure of how to proceed. He only wanted to hear another's perspective. Why did it have to turn out this way? However, Xia Qingyu's words still had multiple points that couldn't be logically reconciled. I have 2 questions. Go ahead. Xia Qingyu sat up straight ready to answer any question. Whether the other party was willing to join forces with him hinged almost entirely on this moment. According to your words, the corrupted tree as the sacrificial target of Sewage Town is the absolute beneficiary of this event. In other words, the people of the corrupted sect should provide support for Sewage Town's actions. But, Elon paused. It was precisely the people of the corrupted sect who extinguished the fire in the stadium. Had she not done that, the stadium as the venue for the festival would undoubtedly have its timing postponed, which is what your argument suggests the other party should be doing. Yilan's question made Xia Qingyu glance at him once more. How sharp. He was able to connect the dots so quickly. To be honest, I can't make sense of this either unless the target of the Sewage Town sacrifice isn't the corrupted tree. But how could that be possible? Indeed, how could that be? This is the domain of the corrupted sect. If the plan has already reached the ears of the Radiant Dawn sect, then how could the corrupted sect be unaware? Such actions become quite intriguing. Second question. Elon paused before speaking. Do you know about the town defense team? Xia Qingyu frowned. Town defense team? Are you sure it's not the town guard team? Xia Qingyu's words made Elon raise an eyebrow. The other party's statement was questioned anew here. Did she not know about the town defense team? If this plan indeed exists, was the town defense team planning to proceed with it while Arthur remained trustworthy? With such a significant information gap, could Xia Qingyu's speculation still be valid? After a moment of silence, Elon sighed. No matter how he thought about it, there were still too many doubts. Even if he still believed in Arthur, he indeed couldn't let his guard down about this matter. So, what do you want me to do? Xia Qingyu was momentarily stunned, genuinely overjoyed. After all this heartfelt persuasion, even Man had scolded herself for being naive, and she had really succeeded. She quickly said, I hope you maintain the status quo, find out their further plans, and then call me so we can go all out. A moment of silence followed. Elon raised his head. Actually, isn't this something you shouldn't be involved in? After all, Xia Qingyu and the team she brought were merely an action squad. If the severity of this matter had truly reached the extent she described, it would not be excessive to send a high-ranking bishop to oversee it. Why did the Radiant Dawn sect send her here? Do they truly want to manage this matter? Xia Qingyu let out a faint, bitter laugh. I don't know. Not only did they send this small team, but they also assigned me such teammates. It's just, I don't want to wait to die. At the very least, I selfishly hope my sister can return alive. Elon was taken aback and couldn't help but smile. Amid all the righteous words and grand matters, what followed was really just such a simple wish. But precisely because of this, it was the most touching. I understand what you're saying, and you can consider me an ally. Before she could feel joy, Elon added, of course, this is if my investigation confirms you're right. If not, I would still help Sewage Town. Xia Qingyu nodded. I hope so. If this matter doesn't happen, I have no reason to be enemies with Sewage Town. Even she let out a sigh. They do indeed suffer enough. But no matter what, your righteous assistance will earn you a favor from the Radiant Dawn sect. Elon waved his hand. No need for that. If I can get 003 to owe me a personal favor, that would be nice. He pushed the door open and turned to look at Xia Qingyu. Can I catch a ride? The night had truly deepened. As one raced along the road, the entire little town seemed eerily lifeless. Recalling Xia Qingyu's sacrificial judgment only added a chill to the atmosphere. However, Xia Qingyu remained within the realm of psychological invisibility, reducing her presence like a crystal ball parting ways with Elon downstairs at the inn. She intended to enter through the window. Throughout the journey up the stairs, Elon was actually analyzing many things. Had Su Lezhang returned alive? Had he stirred up any trouble in his own room? After all, they were strangers. Had he perhaps set a trap in his room with malicious intent? But upon reaching the 4th floor, Elon found he had nothing more to say. His thoughts had shifted to why he was still alive. Standing in the hallway, the melodious music from his room resonated with another exuberant voice joining in a passionate duet. Unable to keep up with the rhythm of separation, wow, at this age we cherish the rare freedom even more. Wow, not to mention. Are you treating my room like a karaoke at this hour? Can anyone tell me what room 402 and 404 are doing, and why they haven't taken action against you? Creak. Elon expressionlessly pushed open the door facing those singing eyes. Su Lezhang was singing passionately, his high notes piercing through the entire hallway. Brother. It seemed Su Lezhang still didn't understand what was happening, opening his arms with enthusiasm. Your radio is so cool. Can sense what I want to hear in real time. Where did you buy this? Bring a batch to our glorious city, and I guarantee it will sweep across the wasteland. Elon's mouth twitched slightly as he uttered just 2 words, get out. Su Lezhang. Elon entered while Su Lezhang retreated the space, rapidly compressing, prompting a scream from him. Don't. Please. Didn't you promise to protect me? How about I pay more? Elon was truly on the verge of exploding. I accepted the task of protecting you, but I never said I would allow you to stay in my room. I'll pay. Accommodation, meals, travel, expenses, I'll cover all costs. Elon. Damn. Rubbing his temples, Elon found himself at a loss. In truth, if he didn't let Su Lezhang stay here, even if he were on the 3rd floor directly above, he wouldn't be able to provide protection. Who knew if others had similar crystals like Xia Qingyu's? Yet, some things were quite inconvenient. For example, discussing the next tactical deployment with the Mind Cat. You go to the door first, well, discuss it later. Su Lezhang hesitated significantly. You're really not luring me outside to never let me back in, are you? Yilan. Well said, I'm thinking about it now. Su Lezhang. Wait, I'm leaving. Creak. Watching the door close, Yilan truly felt speech. Yet precisely this lively, silly presence pulled him out of the heavy atmosphere. Leaning against the headboard, Yilan sent a mental message. Little cat, what do you think about what was just said? The Mind Cat quickly responded. The Radiant Dawn cult belongs to 003. I unconditionally believe they are the righteous side. But righteousness does not necessarily lead to correct judgments, Yilan reminded. Good intentions can also lead to bad outcomes, not to mention that her intelligence network is insufficient to support a more thorough analysis. Existing conclusions have unexplainable flaws. You're right, Meow, but I feel this inference has a particularly high possibility. Yilan sighed. What about Sewage Town and Arthur? I also didn't think he was lying during the chaotic roulette segment. The Mind Cat pondered, its head much larger than Yilan's. I'm just a cat. Yilan. After a moment of silence, Yilan couldn't help but feel his mind sway at this. If it truly aligned with the Radiant Dawn cult speculation, could Sewage Town really succeed? The essence of this operation is merely transferring the debts of the meticulous old creditor to the affluent new creditor. Whether they are relieved of their debts or continue collecting depends entirely on another anomaly that Sewage Town is preparing to sacrifice. Now the Radiant Dawn cult and the mastermind behind it are gradually revealing themselves. If the inference is correct, the rotting tree of the new creditor is 002. Yilan felt somewhat speechless. If the corruption cult is 002, didn't you two just come out of the containment tower and clash like this? Personal grudges turning into factional alliances, huh? So was it 002 who destroyed the world? Yilan asked. If so, then no matter what, the corruption cult would undoubtedly be his enemy. I don't know, Meow. Sighing, Yilan tossed this matter out of his mind. It was too far off, this matter was still too distant, so it was better to focus on the immediate. Little cat, if I could contain anomalies, would that mean if I contained the anomalies here, their influence on Sewage Town would cease to— I don't know, Meow. If it were that simple, although 002 can't contain, he's strong, Meow. He could just come over and eliminate all these anomalies, right? Yilan gently nodded. This matter was not that simple from start to finish. However, Yilan's thoughts were gradually becoming clearer. Although it's still a bit hard to untangle, the intelligence issue should be resolvable once we capture. Oh no, contain the first containment item. Why, Meow? The Mind Cat was evidently unable to think of a solution, so it questioned Yilan's certainty. Yilan then provided an exaggerated response. Of course, it's interrogation. After containing the chaotic bell, a thorough interrogation. The Mind Cat, although possessing an empathy of a kindred spirit, this idea was simply brilliant. The festival is not the final battle. No matter what schemes Arthur has at that time, we will still have an alliance. There are no conflicts between the two on this matter, so obtaining assistance will not be difficult. The fighting capacity is abundant. In an instant, the gloom lifted and both man and cat were filled with fighting spirit. Then came that guy outside. When we communicate telepathically, can he sense it? The Mind Cat shook its head decisively. There's a 999 chance he can't, Meow. It wasn't 100%. It seemed this recent complex experience had grounded the little cat. Then let's temporarily let him in after the festival. Well, see the situation and make further decisions. Just have to trouble you a bit. It won't be convenient for you to manifest physically during this time. Meow. The Mind Cat questioned. What made you think I wanted to manifest physically, Meow? Yilan. Yilan stood up from the bed, opened the door, and saw the anxious Su Lezhang. Upon seeing Yilan, it was as if he had found a savior. So scary. Just now there was a person standing ominously on the steps looking at me. Is someone watching you? What do they look like? I can't see clearly. They're dressed in all black. With a raised brow, Yilan lost interest in the conversation. It's probably just the people from the decaying god cult who got disturbed by you at this late hour and want to knife someone. Su Lezhang almost burst out laughing. The decaying god cult. Do they live here too? Seeing his expression, Yilan clicked her tongue softly. Something's off about you. Why are you more panicked at the mention of the decaying god cult than at the thought of the one plotting against you? That's different. Even though the old man was foolish enough to get tricked and send me to this place, he equipped me well. With that group in the stadium, it would take them a long time to kill me. Plus with you, the flame war god, by my side, I can— The hell with that flame war god. Yilan's face darkened. What kind of nickname is that? How embarrassing. However, Su Lezhang clearly hadn't realized it yet, and continued pacing anxiously while finishing his sentence. But the decaying god cult is different. They are unpredictable and fierce. I've heard they excel at soul extraction, and will make you rot from the inside out if they get their hands on you, leading you to a fate worse than death. Yilan. Is the decaying god cult that notorious? Alright, stop pretending. There's a bed over there, move it away from me a bit. Su Lezhang's expression brightened. Alright, I promise to behave. Just then he saw Yilan extend a hand, not quite understanding her intention. Ah, flame war god, what do you want? Yilan's expression was deadpan, feeling like she was almost immune to his antics. Money, don't forget about the daily settlement. Su Lezhang. Does today count too? After accepting this protection job, 3 hours had passed and today was coming to an end. This included 2.5 hours when Yilan was nowhere to be seen, leaving the remaining half hour for him to stand outside as punishment. This money is too easy to earn. The room fee is 20 missed blue coins per week and I booked it for 2 weeks. As for meals, 3 meals a day, I can just have plain noodles, each serving costing 4 missed blue coins. You can settle it by the day of the ritual. So that's 76 missed blue coins in total, right? Su Lejong. This cursed room costs 20 missed blue coins a week. A bowl of plain noodles costs 4 missed blue coins. Are you sure you aren't trying to cheat me? Why doesn't he just rob someone? All right. Su Lejong beamed with joy. What is this? What is his life worth? The lights went out. Yilan lay on the bed closing her eyes. It seemed that everything was gradually coming together. Although she couldn't definitively ascertain everyone's intentions, she could better prepare and prevent potential issues. For example, led by Arthur, the town guard and every citizen she had seen in the sewage town, shared a common goal to eliminate the anomalies in sewage town and save it. This aligned perfectly with her own objective, as long as it wasn't truly as the Radiant Twilight Church described. Insane. The goal is to prevent sewage town from taking drastic measures and maintain the status quo as much as possible while monitoring the town guard and keeping track of the decaying god cult's movements to respond accordingly. However, there was a significant doubt to consider. The matter of Xia Qingyu's arrival in sewage town was still too vague. What kind of mission would warrant sending this small team here? They must have been sent to accomplish something, not just to struggle for survival like they were now. Her own motives were simpler. They had always been the same, to contain anomalies. The only variable was the ever-changing teammates. What she could ascertain was limited, but it was evident that the existing forces here were not just a few, such as. Yilan opened her eyes and turned her head to look at Su Lejong, who was sleeping against the other wall. Are you the first heir of your family? Su Lejong was taken aback, clearly not expecting that the mysterious figure sharing the room would blurt this out. Ah, yes. Yilan narrowed her eyes. How could that be? The more she thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. In such a vast family, could the head be so foolish as to let the heir be toyed with to death without realizing it? No matter the era in family power struggles, the first heir is always a secondary hotshot with a supporter base that is usually among. Even if the head was confused, was there not a single clear-headed supporter left on their side? Yilan couldn't understand how the heir could be led to their death while the head was still alive. Are they tired of living? Will you have reinforcements? Yilan asked. Regardless, once your supporters come to their senses, they will help you figure something out, right? Su Lejong was silent for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Yilan narrowed her eyes once again, faced with such ambiguity. Let me rephrase my question. If I hadn't come, would that fire really have killed you? Isn't that obvious? Su Lejong mumbled. Of course. No way. Su Lejong began to explain. Unless it burned for several days without anyone to rescue me, I might die from exhaustion. Yilan raised an eyebrow. Su Leshang's words always oscillated between honesty and concealment, making it hard for her to determine whether he was lying or being truthful. Then why did you scream so badly? If she hadn't heard his screams, she wouldn't have needed to go to such lengths. After a while, the blue-haired captain of the decaying god cult would come, extinguishing the fire and rescuing him. Although at that moment she couldn't even imagine that the people from the decaying god cult would come to put out the fire, since, until she knew everyone's intentions, everyone was a potential enemy. Of course I was scared. It was terrifying. Surrounded by fire and thick smoke, I felt like I was suffocating even with my abilities. Yilan. It's truly hard to imagine him as a scheming figure hiding secrets within his own faction. What are your plans for tomorrow? Su Lejong paused for a moment, then naturally replied, Of course I will follow you. I paid, so you can't just shake me off, okay? As soon as this topic came up, Su Lejong became excited, displaying a sense of great fortune. The original plan was to make contact with the sewage town officials first to see if my identity would be useful. Generally, I can apply for protection from the local powers, and they would also receive a considerable reward from my family head. That would save a lot of trouble, and I just happened to run into you. Yilan fell silent, wanting to say something but holding back. But is it possible that I'm not from sewage town? Su Lejong clearly had a moment of blankness. Ah, your clothes. Yilan once again delivered that exasperating answer. Part-time job just started today. Su Lejong. No, then who exactly are you? Su Lejong blurted out. Rarely seeing his usual panic, Yilan felt in the mood to make a joke. I am from the Dark City. Su Lejong. Do you think you are funny? Why not try the Dawn God cult? Yilan asked. From any perspective, the actions of the Dawn God cult in the wasteland are a representation of justice, right? When faced with danger, having the identity of Radiant City should provide help that is no less than that from the official of Sewage Town. However, it was evident that Su Lejong was once again at a loss. Wait, the Dawn God cult is here too? Yes, Yilan nodded. But they probably want rescue you now, as your earlier singing evidently affected their sleep quality. Su Lejong. He was already feeling somewhat desperate. The Dawn God cult and the Corruption God cult appearing in the same place. Isn't this the end of the world? These bastards. Are they trying to make me die 1,000 deaths? Yilan ignored his wails and lay back down, closing his eyes. Get up early tomorrow and follow me. Yilan said, momentarily pausing. You have combat capability, right? Su Lejong. Yilan. Damn. Don't tell me all 5 of your psychic items are just for show. As soon as he said this, Su Lezhang nearly jumped up. Whoa, you noticed? Yilan was speechless. Are you serious? Do you think others are fools? With your whole set of shiny claws who wouldn't see their psychic items? Ah, I thought this was very discreet. Su Lezhang awkwardly scratched his head. Well, how should I put it, they are all defensive types. Yilan paused slightly. All of them? That's right, Su Lezhang nodded. Basically each one has a different attribute of defensive capability. For example, the one I used before was for resistance against burning flames and for underwater breathing against water defense, which is why I could endure the fire for so long without issue. Ah! Yilan's desire grew. If he stripped this guy, wouldn't he be invincible in physical form? Isn't that strong? Well, it's not overly strong, but without comparison there is no harm. Just look at what that radio can do all day long. Very well, from now on when we encounter danger you tank the damage and I'll deal the output. Yilan established an action plan that pleased himself greatly. Su Lezhang, aren't you supposed to be my bodyguard instead of me being yours? Wait, can you tell me what you plan to do tomorrow? Rarely Su Lezhang felt it was necessary to evaluate the risks he would face and the significance of this bodyguard in existence. If it really involves bravely storming the Dawn God cult and clashing with the Corruption God cult. Can't I just pay a breach of contract fee? Good question. Yilan sighed as he wasn't very clear about the plans for tomorrow either. Everything that happened today had completely disrupted his plans. He had only 1 day left until his next hunger, and the state of Sewage Town was likely still just an undercurrent without any substantial conflict, so there wouldn't be too much turbulence in the small town. Whether it was the consensus reached with Arthur to continue fulfilling the town's guard duties and help Sewage Town with some tasks, or the consensus with the Dawn God cult to maintain the status quo and learn more, there would be no conflict and he would still try to fulfill the town's guard duties as much as possible tomorrow. I might go take on some local commissions, Yilan said. If you don't want to move you can stay at the inn. Su Lezhang was dumbfounded. Wait, how desperate are you for money? Is it several part-time jobs? The Sewage Town guard my ace fighter and now you want to take on commissions? What a lack of high-level face. It's fine, it's just a few commissions. I want to follow you. Yilan could also sense the shock and peculiarity from the other party, feeling somewhat speechless. Truly someone in charge doesn't know how valuable money is. Isn't that too much? Oh, now money is all his expenses, then it's fine. Suddenly Yilan thought of high-level commissions. Those things, even just looking at them, could provide him with substantial insights into the current wasteland situation, right? Have you ever taken on high-level commissions? Su Lezhang was clearly taken aback by Yilan's outrageous question, shaking his head repeatedly. What would I take on those for? How could I possibly take? Yilan frowned. Could it be that his assumption was wrong? You don't find the rewards appealing? This was the most likely scenario Yilan could think of. The legitimate eldest son of the deputy lord of the lower district of Radiant City would probably be the one issuing commissions on the board. Not really. The rewards for high-level commissions are so appealing that even my old man would be envious, but they are usually taken on by factions, and even if I took one I wouldn't be able to solve anything. Is it that exaggerated? Yilan was stunned. Although Su Lezhang's battle power appeared weak in his eyes, it was merely placed within the big pot, where the top dogs of Sewage Town gathered. Not to mention with those 5 psychic items in hand, as long as one doesn't provoke anomalies in this wasteland, wouldn't one be able to, even if it's a weaker anomaly, as long as it isn't something like the chaotic bell that has offensive capabilities, for instance facing the mind cat, one could only shout so smelly and tough. How should I put it? The high-level commissions on the commission board are basically monopolized by the major churches. Even the 2 prominent churches occasionally issue commissions there, and the difficulty of those tasks is not something a person like me with little combat power can handle. What? Yilan frowned tightly, suddenly thinking of many things. He lacked information on other matters, making analysis difficult, but there was no need to analyze. First of all, the core of the 2 prominent churches is their respective deities, which are anomalies. And the various characteristics displayed by the commission board can also be confirmed as anomalies circulating in the wasteland in a form similar to mist blue currency, even having deeper implications. And this commission board anomaly can actually coexist harmoniously with the 2 prominent churches. Just like the mist blue currency itself, is it a neutral faction among the inmates? Sleep now. As drowsiness struck this time, Yilan truly closed his eyes. A night without conversation. Perhaps too much had happened today, leaving every force exhausted of this night. The next morning Yilan opened her eyes, faint sunlight filtering through the curtain's gaps. Sitting up from the bed, she gently rubbed her eyes. The picture frame didn't pull me into its world. Is it because there are limited interactions, or it simply doesn't wish to? For a moment Yilan couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. Don't be timid. If it fears itself, what will happen if it never pulls me into a dream again? For a moment the pressure on Yilan felt somewhat overwhelming. After all, Yilan didn't want to place the time for containment of anomalies on the festival 3 days later. She needed to ensure her condition before then, and tonight was practically the final deadline. Unfortunately, she didn't wait. She slept through the night. I can only use the kitten's plan, consuming the power of her next skill, to buy myself some time. Gurgle gurgle. Yilan got up and went to the bathroom, washed up briefly, then returned to her room where the sound of even breathing filled the air. Almost forgot, there was still someone else in my room. Walking to the bedside, Yilan saw Su Lezhang sprawled out in sleep, his face serene and sweet, looking extremely comfortable. Damn, it felt like he was on vacation, making one want to kick him. However, this scene made Yilan reminisce about her college years, those days spent in the dormitory. On days off, waking up to see her roommate sleeping like a pig, only to return in the afternoon and find them still asleep. Once gone, never to return. Yilan sighed, kicking the bed in annoyance. Hey, get up. Su Lezhang, feeling the tremor of the bed, clicked his tongue and turned over. Don't call me. Tisk, I'm not going. I just won't go. Who the hell wants to go to that cursed place? Ha! He fell back asleep. Seeing his state, Yilan couldn't help but chuckle. He really isn't afraid of being harmed sleeping so soundly in his own room. But after laughing, Yilan felt that something was amiss. The feel of those words seemed inconsistent with, in Su Lezhang's account, his old man had been deceived and a competitor had thrown him here to ensure he would die without a grave. But this fragment of sleep talk seemed to indicate he had a direct conversation about this matter with someone, likely a private exchange with his family head. Su Lezhang's doubts about him coming here were entirely different from his own statements, carrying a completely distinct meaning. Does he really know nothing about the situation in Wushui town? Su Lezhang suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Yilan close by, and instantly pulled the blanket tightly around himself, screaming. Ah, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me while I sleep? Yilan, damn it. After a moment's twitching of his lips, Yilan maintained a blank expression. I'm heading out. If you want to join, get up. Oh, let's go. Su Lezhang finally reacted, hurriedly getting up. Watching him head towards the bathroom, Yilan gently shook her head. Forget it, lacking clues, it was ultimately just sleep talk. Dreaming about nonsensical things is perfectly normal. Even if Su Lezhang has his own plans compared to Wushui town and the two major sects, the threat seems relatively minimal. Soon fully armed and on high alert, Su Lezhang was ready, and Yilan nodded slightly. At least he looked quite professional. Creak. Pushing open the door, the corridor was quiet, exuding a sense of silent oppression. Only after reaching the first floor, nodding at the owner, they passed, did Su Lezhang finally breathe a sigh of relief as he stepped out into the sunlit street. Heaven, the corridor feels so oppressive. It's you who has a guilty conscience. Yilan ignored him, silently mocking as she inserted the key into the motorcycle. Without needing Yilan to summon, Su Lezhang readily hopped into the passenger seat. After all, he had been in that position before under special circumstances. His experience was quite sufficient. Virum. With a roar of the throttle, Yilan expertly parked the motorcycle in front of the Mosquito Cuisine restaurant. What's this, the place to accept the Wushui Town Commission? Su Lezhang jumped out of the car with enthusiasm. Yilan looked at him as if he were a fool. Of course it's for breakfast. Su Lezhang. But soon he perked up again. Of course. By the way, is there anything delicious here? I've heard that different places have their own special. Having come this far, I must try something fresh to give those folks in Guangwei City a taste. Ha 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 ha. Yilan's expression this time was truly quite strange. Oh yes, definitely something your friends have never eaten before. As long as you dare to eat it, it could be bragged about for a lifetime. Really? Then I must remember this restaurant's name well. What are you doing? Why won't you let me see? To avoid spoilers, Yilan forcefully stopped him from stepping back to look at the sign overhead leading Su Lezhang into the restaurant. Creak. The door swung open, and as always, the enthusiastic owner stepped out. Hey, you're here. Same. This scene evidently made Su Lezhang feel suspicious. You still say you're not from Wushui town? Which family has a part-time job with such treatment? I'll have the usual. Show him the menu. The owner paused, glancing at Su Lezhang, following behind Yilan, deep in thought. Oh sure. Turning, the owner picked up the restaurant's menu from the counter, a hint of seriousness flashing through his mind. Are the people from Guangwei City openly mixing with this mysterious guy? He didn't know if Yilan was an advanced recruit from Guangwei City, or if it was just a coincidence, and whether it would bring any changes. Let me take a look. Su Lezhang, likely a true foodie during his time in Guangwei City, now wore an excited expression as he approached the new restaurant for a taste test. However, shortly after opening the menu, his smile gradually faded into terror. Seriously? Divine Footprint 1000 Mosquito Spider Silk Pancakes Devil Cockroach Noodles. Signature dish. Bestseller.